Good morning and welcome back to a group stage here for TI10. Lacoste joining me once again as we get ourselves started on this early morning. Beautiful day in Romania as we've got SG up against Fnatic, Lacoste.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I think both teams are showing what they are made of. Not Fnatic coming into this tournament, coming into DPC Season 1, Season 2, I think they, as an organization, as the players, they had high expectations, had to swap things around a little bit, but I feel they're in a good spot right now. They managed to get through 2 draws yesterday, and we can see some of the weaknesses, but we can see a lot of positive stuff coming out from Fnatic, especially that his Tidehunter was pretty impressive, like ravaging people, coming in 4 or 5 man ravages in the yesterday's game, and also not allowing Wisp to tether anyone. He was just like not hesitating at all. That's what I want to see in a pro player, being able to understand like all the possible scenarios that could happen and
Picking their moments.
exactly, and just shut him down completely.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. And then SG, we saw them through the first couple of seasons of DPC, and they struggled, honestly. They looked like the third or even fourth best team in South America, but then coming through the qualifiers and starting to pick up pace. You look at some of these players, Tavo in particular, we've talked about. He looks like, a tournament winner, a real game winner as well when he's on certain heroes. It's going to be interesting to see how they continue to perform here in the group stage as well, as drafting has been a problem with them over the DPC, but they're finding their rhythm.
They have their own style in terms of picking, but I see them also adjusting to, let's call it TI meta after day one, where we've seen the different ways how to amplify your carry. Mostly it's been Tiny position 1, Lycan on the off lane, get that Helm, and then get the Aghanim Scepter, bite the Tiny with the Cleave.
And
it
the
works.
crit.
It's just insane amount of damage with the Echo Saber. You can one-shot people, and this is something that they've done in the yesterday's game. Unfortunately, they lost both of their games, lost the series. But to go back to Fnatic a little bit, they seem to love the Night Stalker. I'm on the Night Stalker hype train. Check the stats for the Night Stalker. Unfortunately, not one of the highest ones. He's at 16% win rate out of 6 games, so not the greatest one. There are also some of the heroes that stand out in terms of being banned in the first phase, like Monkey King, Tiny, IO goes for win rate percentages for some of the heroes with 100% win rate over 5 games. Ember Spirit is the one that is on top. Tidehunter 66%, picked 15 times. So some of these heroes, like we can see which heroes are the first pick material. Monkey King, Tiny, IO. We see a lot of Weaver. Pretty much the heroes that can be flexed.
Yeah, and especially when you're flexing them across multiple roles, right? Like the Tidehunter, we saw Thompson playing mid, as well as, of course, the classic offlane Tide. We've heard, again, whispers of these IOs and Undyings moving from support into like position 3 potentially, but hasn't really crossed our screens just yet. So maybe something that will come in the latter stages of the group stage, maybe even into playoffs. But I think we're all expecting these big team fight heroes, right?
Oh,
TI is always the time of your Earthshakers, your Enigmas, your Tidehunters to come in, win a team fight, and win the game for you.
We were talking before coming into this series, talking about Tavo. Maybe it's time to bring his Enigma. Enigma got nerfed, I've seen in high-level pubs. Position 5, position 4 Enigma, even though it got nerfed, but you go for a different kind of a build, maybe 1 point max 2 in demonic conversion, and then you just go for the stun kind of a build. If you need a BKB, get a BKB blink. I'm also a big fan of Aetherland, something that has been done before. I believe Jin Q was the first one doing it.
A pioneer.
Yeah, pretty much. He's the inventor. He invents a lot of the builds.
Yeah, because I think we saw position 5 Enigma DPC season 1 for SA. KJ was one of the ones that kind of kicked that off, where you just have this self-sustaining carry, you just deny a creep every wave, and then
it got nerfed from 30 to 45 seconds. There was a big nerf. One of the reasons why we don't see Enigma that often as a position 4 or 5.
Doesn't come up that often anymore. But yeah, something SG has struggled with a little bit over the past few months has been attributing their farm to their 3 cores. When you mention that Tavo Enigma, you quite often think, well, he's going to be greedy.
He loves
he's going to soak
gold.
up all of the gold on the map, right? And he becomes their position 1. He is the carry in many senses of the term. And that does mean that, Adriano and Costabile do lose out a little bit when you extend these games out. But I think they're finding their feet here, not giving him such greedy heroes and starting to realize that, if you give this mid laner and a safe laner a little bit more, 5% more farm here or there, they will carry the game for you.
They will. Feels like there is this trend. Teams are trying to find a way how to amp up their carry. We've seen Ogre being also relatively popular. We've seen Legion Commander hero with I believe also 66% win rate. You have the spell. You have a good laning stage. There are a couple of heroes that Legion does not like to lane into. We saw yesterday Razor as a good counter to
Yeah.
completely shut him down. And overall, the hero provides you with BKB piercing ability, which is always going to be good. That shard, one of the better ones. I said it again. You know, there's a lot of good shards in my top 5.
Like 20 of them.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you mentioned the Razor. That's something we saw from Raven, right? He was the
Yes.
Razor up against that Legion. And it's also an indication that Fnatic aren't scared to switch things up in terms of moving Raven from what we used to see him on, the Terrorblades, the Spectres, into more of that tempo-setting carry.
Yes. It's not your traditional carry, but they played extremely fast. They also had Jabs, who played Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not a position for
He
Nature's
rushed Ags.
Prophet. He rushed the Spirit Vessel to deal with Io and then went for Ags. So you transition into this semi-carry. Also, his warding was really on point, being able to TP around the map, set up the vision, which gave them a lot of kills and allowed Chuan to go in and make some big zips with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah. And that's something you bring up as well with the Bounty Hunter we've seen previously, the Weaver, the Nature's Prophet.
Anything that provides you vision or can set you up. We see a lot of global presence coming out. 2 games yesterday. Virtus Pro also played Dawnbreaker with Bounty Hunter. With their was it also Relocate or was it on the other team?
I can't remember now.
Yeah,
it was a long day yesterday.
It was a long day. We
yeah,
saw a lot of
definitely
games,
had
but
the ability just to go across the map and find people.
But also just providing vision for Storm Spirit, your Nature's Prophet, deeping in, relocate type of the plays. This seems to be very popular at the moment.
Yeah, that map control and, you know, looking at the way OG's been playing, right? Map control seems to be such an important part of the game. Yes, lanes matter. Yes, team fights matter. But if you're forcing team fights in certain areas of the map, you know, OG playing on the doorstep of their opponents, even though they're 8, 10k net worth behind, you're still not giving that opening, that door towards victory for them.
One thing I realized that numbers in Dota, they don't matter apparently. MMR is just a number.
Kills are just a number.
Kills are just a number. Also, you can be down 10k. Doesn't matter if you know what you're doing. Like if you're stacking, I think OG is a good example where they lose the laning stage. They manage to come back even though they're 5, 10k gold down. They can still fight back, and they are the ones who are taking initiative.
Yeah, and it comes to that kind of key concept of the win condition, right?
Yeah.
You think about win condition, usually we use it in a very general sense. You know, Terrorblade is the win condition. Spectre is the win condition. When they get to this item, they become incredibly strong.
I'll tell the viewers, when we use words like win condition, wave shoving, this is when you don't have anything smart to say, so you pretend you're actually saying something there.
Yeah. That's exactly what we do. But yeah, there's also, you know, executing your win condition, right? In terms of knowing we need to kill this hero or stop this hero from casting a Ravage, for example, so we can win a fight and then move on.
Power Spike is also one of my favorite words.
We'll try and use them as often as we can in this cast because Game 1 has just started. Best of 2 kicking off here between Fnatic and SG Esports as we get into the draft and the group stage begins for Day 2.
Yeah. So expecting Pango, that's a very interesting ban. I think this hero has a ton of potential as a position 5, as a 4. We saw Saksa yesterday, the games that we were casting, doing extremely well. You go in, you can take up so much damage, you become extremely tanky, you're very annoying, you have a team fight coming out from your either 4 or 5, and also disarm, Roche taking potential. The hero just has so many tools. After the recent changes where your slow is now attached to your shield crash, this is the spell you want to max out.
Yeah, and once you hit level 6, you know, you've got that team fight ability just to roll in, not really care about your life too much, but yeah, cause all that chaos and havoc. So Monkey, Weaver, Io, Pango, the 4 bans initially. That leaves Tiny in the pool along with Elder Titan, Batrider,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
the likes. Fnatic with that first pick.
5 seconds
It would be surprising if they didn't pick Tiny here, wouldn't it?
Definitely, because this is a flex hero, but they decide to go with the Tide Hunter.
The Death Tide. Well, that does leave the Tiny in. And do you think now teams have started to get a lock on to ways to deal with the tiny? Because I know a couple of people have been mentioning percentage-based damage.
Percentage-based damage, you can
seconds
ruin his
remaining.
laning stage with heroes like Undying, Legion Commander does
5
well. Tiny in the
seconds
laning stage is
remaining.
really not strong. You tend to go for the max 3 throw, 3 grab. So you can't really combo anyone. It's more about surviving, getting the levels, and then going into jungle and farming the stacks. Talking about the Night Stalker, this is the hero. Okay, a very interesting opening from SG. I always, whenever I see Tidehunter, I say you need to have something that is good against him so that he can cracken it off. Whether it's Doom, whether it's Enigma, whether it's Chronosphere, Night Stalker's Silence is one of those abilities.
And the funny thing about this Tinker as well is we've seen it come up
5
here and there
seconds
in
remaining.
pubs, pro-level pub games where potentially it could be a 3, could be a 4, 5. Usually we expect it to be mid laner, but at this stage of the draft, it is open and flexible. I know even before a number of the changes, Whisper on Beast Coast was playing off-lane position 3 Tinker, but recently, with the new shield you get and the ability just to have the free boots of travel, you've got this position 5 or 4 Tinker that can actually do a hell of a lot in team fights.
Yeah, definitely a hero that is super annoying. Night Stalker will provide you with the vision that is necessary. Tanky, gives you like that silence that we mentioned against the Tidehunter, and someone who can just go in and kind of protect the Tinker. So that's going to be good. I'm wondering which position Tinker will be played at.
That's very open.
It's flexible. It's a flex pick for people who are just tuning in, didn't play Dota for a year or two. This hero got reworked, so as you mentioned, you don't need to buy boots of travel. You don't need to buy boots at all, pretty much.
Yeah, you don't need that
10
much farm.
seconds remaining.
You just need a few levels. But yeah, you're right with the vision, aren't you? With those heat-seeking
5
missiles, and
seconds
at
remaining.
night time, if Night Stalker's onto someone, you can bring them down reasonably quickly.
So you want to protect this Tinker. One of the better heroes, of course, always going to be Storm Spirit. The other hero possibly coming from the position 1. You'll have Spectre, new build on Spectre, where you also have another way
10
of
seconds
just
remaining.
jumping the backline, jumping anyone you see, is the Aghanim Scepter. Fnatic banning out the Beastmaster. Against SG, you gotta ban out that Beastmaster.
Yeah, you sure do. One of Tavo's specials. And again, another hero that brings so much vision to the game.
VG Gaming, when they played against SG yesterday, they banned out Beastmaster. They
seconds
also
remaining.
banned out Tinker twice in the second phase. So it seems like this is
5
something that
seconds
SG has
remaining.
been preparing.
Yeah, something the South American region has definitely been building up towards. I like the Beastmaster ban for another reason as well, because very often with Tinker,
Yeah,
if it's a core Tinker especially, you don't really hard push objectives, right? You soft push with March once you get that off the back of the shard, but you need someone who can actually sit in front and push
10
towers and
seconds
objectives.
remaining.
Beastmaster offers you that really nicely.
5
It also
seconds
allows you
remaining.
to have more vision, which means more rocket damage and being able to teleport to the units.
SG Esports turn to ban.
Well, out goes the AA. So no global ability there to completely blow someone up with the Night Stalker and Tinker comboing. I always forget the name of that spell. Keen Conveyance.
Yeah, they
CP
changed
ability.
them quite a lot.
10 seconds
So you
remaining.
need to make stacks. Gotta be careful, because Tinker loves to farm the stacks.
5
Tidehunter
seconds remaining.
and Leshrac are one of the better heroes that can invade enemy jungle and just steal the stacks.
I guess you can farm them with laser now, can't he?
Yes.
Such a good early ability.
Ancient Apparition banned out.
Yeah, if SG caught someone with a Night Stalker and an Ice Blast, a Rocket, a Laser, there's no chance he's surviving that. ET and Bane taken out by SG. Some decent setup there if they had the Bane. And they are getting rid of those heroes that could catch the Tinker out. A Nightmare, a Grip, or a Spirit and a Stomp. Very good at resetting fights.
Leshrac is also a flexible pick, can be played at pretty much every single role from 1 to 5. We've seen it throughout the DPC seasons.
Yeah, no matter what the role is, he's going to give you that tower push, right? You look for the team fight around the Tide Ravage, and if you connect with a nice fight, you can go straight towards objectives.
SG Esports turn
Out with
to
the
pick.
Morphling, so they still leave in that
Fanatics
Storm,
turn
that Spectre, even a Zeus, for example, as heroes that could counteract the Tinker.
A bit more control coming out from Lion. Tidehunter's mana pool is a bit limited, so mana drain going to be very effective. One thing you can do when you're playing against the Tide is hex him and don't touch him.
10
That's one way
seconds
to
remaining.
try to go and kill the rest.
5 seconds
Raw
remaining.
nuke damage as well, right? Lasers, rockets, Finger of Death. If this Leshrac doesn't have an early BKB, he is going to be incredibly squishy, very susceptible, not only to that nuke damage, but also Night Stalker with a crippling fear
Fanatics
silence.
turn to pick.
Very painful.
Oh, that's one of the heroes that you do not want to play against when you're playing Night Stalker. Egg overrides everything, so it's going to be a daytime, makes you not move. Suddenly, like you want to be flying, you want to be getting that extra movement and
10
attack speed.
seconds remaining.
You lose it.
It's like the duality of Dota drafts here.
5
AoE
seconds
team fight
remaining.
against single target pickoff.
Yes. And it's very hard for them to kill the egg. None of these heroes have high attack speed. Night Stalker does during nighttime, but once you turn into egg, and you have very nice way to protect the egg. You come into Leshrac, there's going to be a ton of damage. Now in with the Clockwork, Tidehunter probably the best one. And now with the Clockwork, you have great catch potential for Tinker, for Lion. These two heroes don't have any escape mechanism, so they don't like to play into Clockwork.
And it's such a good lineup to set up for
10
almost a full
seconds
protect one there.
remaining.
You could give Raven any number of these heavy-hitting agi carries
5 seconds
because the
remaining.
other four can just go out across the map and fight when they want to. Oh, spooky.
They need some kind of a team fight. They also need a hero that can get out of the cogs.
Looking at this, you'd think, Mirana looks pretty good here against Egg, against Cogs. You can leap around, but we just haven't seen Mirana as a core hero at all recently, have we?
No. It's been Adriano's special
turn to
in the
ban.
past. There you go. This is someone that doesn't care about the cogs, that provides you with a bit of more sustain in the team fights and can kill the egg.
Yeah, doesn't mind too much about the Leshrac. There's always going to be hook shot as a bit of a worry for a spin TP out. But
10
apart from that,
seconds
Juggernaut going to have a
remaining.
pretty good time.
5 seconds
So that looks in
remaining.
your position 1 from SG.
SG
But where do you
Esports
reckon
turn
that
to
Night Stalker's
ban.
heading? Because we have occasionally seen him move away from the 3 and maybe even into support roles. But I guess the bigger question is where's Tinker heading?
Yeah, that's my question here. Fnatic banning out Snapfire, so they think it might be mid-thinker, Night Stalker on the off lane, and what they're looking
10
for
seconds
is a
remaining.
position 4-5. Pretty much, I prefer
Turn
Lion
to
to be
ban.
position 4, give him that a bit more farm so he can farm up a Blink Dagger, and then you have instant initiation.
And SG, on the other hand, banning out the TA.
10 seconds
So they're expecting
remaining.
that Leshrac to go into the 1. Did Fnatic play much of the
5
carry TA? Because
seconds
that was another
remaining.
South American special, which did filter out a little bit into some other regions, but didn't become too popular.
I don't recall them playing Templar Assassin through DPC seasons at the safe lane. Going back to Lion pick, I think it's also a great way of potentially shutting down a Storm Spirit pick, because Tinker will get caught, especially if it's a mid-thinker, and you want to have some kind of a lockdown. Night Stalker provides you with the long-duration silence. Still, you got to protect your Tinker somehow, if it's a core Tinker.
Yeah, you've got that cover from the Lion. Yeah, you're right. Well, that's also one of the good things about Tinker, thinking about it the other way, is if Fnatic wanted a Terrorblade or a Medusa, Tinker is one of those heroes that can deal with those agi carries just through the laser, or even the illusion heroes. Because this Fnatic draft with these 4 heroes so far would really love one of those carries, wouldn't it? A Terrorblade, a Medusa, someone who is big and beefy that needs 20, 25 minutes and suddenly is
SG
running down the
Esports
lanes.
Turn to ban.
Fnatic's lineup still open. You have Leshrac that can be played as a safe lane, can be mid. You have Tidehunter who can be off lane, who can be mid laner, depending on the matchup. So they do not have the last pick. So we'll have to
10 seconds
pick
remaining.
blindly. Try to figure out if this Tinker is actually mid.
What does that
5
Grimstroke
seconds
ban tell
remaining.
you?
Fanatics turn to pick.
it's a good pairing with
SG
Lion
Esports
overall.
turn
Just
to
the finger, and I like this. Sven, BKB carrier, Blink carrier as well, doesn't care too much about any of the spells. Once you get that BKB Echo Saber Mom, you are the strongest hero on the map. You don't care about the Juggernaut as well. With the Warcry, you're also
Yes.
amplifying the
10
team with
seconds
extra armor.
remaining.
Not really afraid of the Omni Slash. You become too tanky too quickly.
5 seconds
So many
remaining.
heroes on side of Fnatic that can farm the stack. So as I already mentioned, SG needs to be protecting their own stacks, and they can't invade. Like, these heroes are not good at invading enemy triangle because their team fight is much more superior to Fnatic's.
And Sven has always been, like you say, the Warcry is great against Omnislash, but also historically very good against the Juggernaut, because you pop God Strength, if he's spinning, you 3-hit him. You just kill him through the spin. You don't really care too much. Very good in that face-off. Head-to-head value. Now, SG going to have to reveal where this Tinker's going eventually. Not too long left on the clock for their final pick. And a Venomancer comes out.
Now select your heroes.
So looking to put a bit more pressure on that Sven in the early stages of the game, and expecting, yep, the mid-tinker there. Adriano grabs it up, and it will be a Theo Night Stalker. So putting that in the position 4.
It's been done before. I don't think to a great success. Night Stalker really scales well with the items. You want to be annoying, get on top of Phoenix, get on top of Tidehunter, long duration silence. Venomancer, on the other side, very annoying early on to deal with. And that's also going to provide them vision for Tinker, so they're putting a lot of eggs in one basket. This Tinker
10 seconds
will
remaining.
need to pop off. There is Clockwork, as we already mentioned, that can catch him off
5
guard.
seconds remaining.
Sven, once he picks up the Blink Dagger. Phoenix, also a decent hero against him.
Do you know how that mid matchup's going to go? Chwen up against Adriano, Lesh against Tinker. It's been a while since we've seen Tinker
I
matchups.
don't remember seeing Tinker mid matchups for a really long time. He was not a popular hero. I believe both heroes are gonna farm. It's very hard for Leshrac to try to land a kill. Maybe with a rotation from Clockwork, it's doable, especially if Tinker's lane is pushed out. But that's what he wants to do. Push out the lane, stack the camp, and prepare himself later to farm up those camps.
Especially now mid laners are super reliant on farming their small camp too.
We see more and more those small mid camps being blocked
Well,
by
like the
sentries.
early sentry, yeah.
Yes. But
Yeah.
Dobson found a way. Yesterday, he was playing Tidehunter. His small camp was blocked, and then he just invades enemies and takes it.
You block mine, I steal yours. Thompson's a clever lad. Oh, see how these lanes all get set up, because you were saying that you do like Lion to have a bit more farm priority. But it seems that KJ here going to be position 5. And there's that Juggernaut for Costa Bill leading the charge. Oh, beautiful set. Shiny blue sword. And away we go. Get away with his predictions. Game 1 of this best of 2. Group stage continues. Fnatic already smoked up.
Prepare for battle.
Coming out of their fountain. And like you've been saying, their team fight is overwhelming. Even at level 1, you know, they don't have their ultimates yet. They've still got plenty of stuns and catch to be able to grab a kill early on. And SG slowly making their way back out across here. There's a stun. Sven starts it off, they chain it up with Chuen catching out the Venomancer. It's a nice earth spike, but Tavo still going to be found.
They wanted to give this first blood to Chuen, just so that he has a bit more advantage on the mid lane. Getting closer to bottle. Has 3 branches, a Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire is really needed on the mid lane. Even Tinker bought one.
30
There's little
seconds
advantages
to
you get. You know, you're trading hits here and there. Maybe you can take it to the very edge. Double Dar Observer Wards in the mid lane, though. This is very interesting for me.
This is something that OG has done yesterday twice, I believe. Just putting down 2 Observer Wards, so in case one gets devorded, you'll still have one ready.
Putting emphasis on that mid lane, yeah.
The battle begins.
Well, Theo over on that Radiant side allows SG to grab up 2 of the bounty runes. And Jabs gonna get spotted by the Night Stalker and the Lion, still sitting around in that mid lane. Clockwork forced to battery assault and run back. Does have the win list though, so he's a pretty speedy little keen fella. Yeah, the battle of the Keens, Clockwork up against the Tinker. And Lion causing problems for him still. Are these lanes all set up as you expect though? Venno Night Stalker bot.
Venom Night Stalker, yeah, pretty much. Teolikor already used all of his mana pool, so there's not going to be too much pressure coming out from him. We'll need to bring some Clarities or Mango for now. Just bringing a healing salve.
Jabs giving as good as he takes. Back onto KJ to battery assault and whack him around. Alright, mid lane. 4-0 for the Tinker so far. Looks like it's going to be a reasonably even farm trade. Laser's annoying, but this Lightning Storm out from the Lash Track will allow him to secure some CS. KJ not able to block up the large camp. Death and Jabs will move over. Make sure there's no small camp to pull.
Dire's courier has been
They do
killed.
get the kill on the courier as well. KJ loses out on it. Stunning Death up. Not taking tower aggro though. And Kostabil. Anchor Smash is always such a potent force in the lane stage when you're a melee carry like this.
He's saving 1 point in case there is a kill potential. He just got a gush. Clockwork staying away from XP range. You want to give a bit more experience to the Tidehunter in this situation, so there's more points in the Anchor Smash, and also Tidehunter has a lot of strength gain per level, so that they can burst him down. Right now sitting at 500 gold. That, I think he wants to get Ring of Health straight away. Double gauntlets. Might upgrade that a bit later for the Soul Ring, but rushing and getting the
Radiant's courier has
good
been
first
killed.
item against Lion, against Juggernaut early on, pretty much makes you invulnerable to damage, and then your position 4 Clockwork can move around and make stuff happen.
That's bottom lane. DJ's getting chased around by the Night Stalker, contesting the pulls. Sven's doing very well though, even up against a Tavo Venomancer. We usually expect the Veno to put a lot of pressure on these melee carries, just harassing, chipping away at them little by little.
Sven doing fine. Sven doing much
Yeah.
better than I expected.
Exactly.
I guess the reason is because Night Stalker didn't have any mana, and he's really not that of a good position 4 early on.
You okay? Jabs chased back. They've got the double disables and the spin, the TP home, though Jabs, knowing all the stuns have gone, gets back to Fountain safely.
While all that's happening, Tidehunter just getting
Dire's
some
courier
solo
has been
XP, Ring of Health getting delivered to him, and now it's going to be very, very tough to
Radiant's
deal with
courier
this
has
Tide.
been killed.
They're losing couriers left and right, though. Theo's, Death's one. Everybody's sniping out the little crows. DJ has a Fairy Fire. He's got Gale and Sting. Level 2 Sting on him. And he should be okay here with a Fairy Fire especially, and he's under tower, so he's got that little bit of bonus regen. Yeah, he's alright. Ring of Regen helps out. He's grand. TP into mid. KJ matching Jabs' movement there as the Clockwork making Tinker a little bit more worried about his lane stage. But with Water Rune spawning, he'll get that refill. No problems whatsoever for him, while KJ having some serious problems. Courier going to come out, not going to get sniped, walks into the Roche pit, but the body blocks and the cogs should secure a kill here.
Oh,
but
Roche!
Roshan, he's killing off the Lashrak. KJ, can he deny himself? No, the bash! Oh my god, Roshan's got a double kill!
Tip
Roshan!
That was such a nice player there from Lion, getting inside the pit to share some damage from Diabolic Edict, and then getting deny. If he got the kill and the deny, that would be such a Giga Chad move right there.
Roshan's never had so much fun. 4 minutes into the game, he's got a double kill.
He's got more kills than Fnatic and SG combined.
What a glorious start, and the crowd goes wild. Where are those crowd noises coming from?
That's a good question.
I have no idea. What?
And they're not stopping.
No, they're loving this. Now down bottom, Phoenix gets the void placed on him by Theo. There's the slow. The damage over time will tick him down
fire.
low, but not enough to kill him. DJ, he'll be denied in the end by Raven. And still a 1-0 kill score here as Fnatic have the only actual kill in the game.
1 kill, 3 denies. It's much better that Raven denies him there. He comes back full HP, full mana with Phoenix.
Spin out from Costerville now. It's a level 5 tide though, and you were saying, right? This guy is unkillable. He's got a hood, double gauntlet, level 2 Kraken Shell. You're not touching death.
Very surprised that they actually try to make a go on him. It was more of a poke. Let's see what this does. Force him to use a hood. 75 mana. That will get level 6 after this wave. And I love what he's doing on this Tide Hunter. Every single time he plays Tide, level 6, I'm not messing around, we'll get that Ravage straight away. Meanwhile, this was happening while we were talking. Garrett managed to miss a kill. But yeah, you only missed 50% of the kills, Gary. It's fine.
Radiant are scanning.
The ones that matter, yeah?
You caught all the denies.
I did. That's
You're a winner in my book, Gary.
the important part. Oh, Theo running back. Sven, what are you up to? Pops God Strength to kill off a small cam. Oh
Okay.
yeah. And Lashrak gets his
He
bottle
really
refilled
showed
by
them there,
jabs.
huh?
He absolutely did. Chuen. Level 3 in that Diabolic Edict. Bottle full. He's just going to sit around. Wait to stack up his own small camp. Not going to show in that lane at all. Adriano. He's going to keep free farming himself away.
Adriano, level 7 Thinker, has a point in Keen Convenience.
Convenience, yeah. Convenient to TP around.
And rearm, so getting very close to Blink Dagger. This is the build on Thinker. Rush Blink, get that Soul Ring a bit after. We've seen Overwhelming Blink being a build, but then it got nerfed on non-strength heroes, so I assume it's gonna be like Shiva's, possibly into Bloodstone. Might need to take care of himself. You're playing against Clockwork, so getting a Force Staff wouldn't be that bad. Oh, he barely got out.
My toes are curling, my butt's clenching. That was a close one for the Juggernaut. Barely spin TP's home. And of course, we're looking at jabs, nowhere near level 6, so there's no hook shot to cancel it. And no way for a Ravage to connect at all. But it does mean with Tren arriving, level 4 Edict, that this tower is going to be taken down in short order. Let's see if SG can do the same thing down bottom. They're attempting it. It's not going to be as fast.
It's very hard to go in and deal with Venomancer, who has 2 points in Plague Wards, going into Spirit Vessel. Pretty standard stuff coming up from Davos Veno. They even rotated every single hero to the bottom lane. I think there's a bit too many heroes down there.
Yeah, they are stacking up.
Oh, DJ gets the deny.
What a player. Oh, he's still down here as well. Come on. and have a go. Yeah, a lot of emphasis from SG down to that bottom lane. So Adriano with his blink, 8 minutes in. He's going to be jumping around the map looking to defend these towers. Comes in towards mid now, as SG want to defend this objective with everything they've got. It's going to be a 5v5 scrap in the mid lane, but we know that Fnatic, on paper anyway, have the overwhelming teamfight abilities with Ravage, with this Flash Rack as well. But running low on mana now means Chuan wants to back up, pop the regen rune, and just chill out for a little bit while we do have a deny on that mid lane by Tavo.
This is a game of denying. We had 3 denies of kills, and we had 2 towers being denied so far. Tioli Core, level 4 Night Stalker, needs to get his levels somewhere. He also needs to be the one buying the book. Your Lion is level 3.5, so supports didn't actually do that much. They're not involved in any of the kills. I don't see any big stacks being made as well.
And it still feels like Fnatic are the ones in the driving seat, right? Sven has top net worth. All 3 of their cores, in fact, are the top 3. And they're the ones with the team fight ability here to start running at their opponents when they do get the levels. Tavo chucks out his ulti in towards Chuan. Do they have enough to bring him down before the TP completes? They do not. Theo wasn't near enough to cancel it either.
Lion was not close, neither was Night Stalker, so he can TP out. These 3 heroes don't have anything to stun them with. Fnatic is itemizing for survivability. They understand most of the damage early on is going to be magical from Tinker, from Lion, Night Stalker. So good done on Tidehunter, and also one being built on Lashrak. He's one of the better Ghost Shroud carriers.
Juggernaut, Echo Saber is 500 gold away. I do like these anti-carries picking up the Echo Saber, but I do wonder if, you know, a Maelstrom or something would have been a little bit better to keep up with the Sven's acceleration. Because Raven's becoming huge.
Yeah, not a common item on Juggernaut. Usually, as you said, it's on different type of carries. I guess he's just gonna keep that Echo Saber, because disassembling, what are you gonna do with Orchid? That's my issue on Juggernaut.
Yeah, not too sure. Well, here we go with Fnatic. DJ's hit level 6. They've got the hook shot in. Catch Tavo with that initiation from Jabs. And they'll stun him into oblivion, while Raven on the backside goes straight towards Theo. 2 quick and easy kills there for Fnatic. SG with no response. Maybe. Nah, they won't be able to chip away at them.
SG does not have a playmaking hero. This Night Stalker is your position 4. He's not under-leveled. He's under-farmed. Same goes for Lion. Still level 5.5, 11 minutes in. Almost 12. Tinker, you know that this hero wants to be in jungle. Same goes for your Juggernaut, so I'm not sure who should be the one. Like, one player that needs to be active is they group around Tavo. They have a ton of magical damage, but they also need to protect their heroes, especially Tinker. If Tinker gets jumped, I believe the fight is just over.
I guess that is one of the key things here, right? Is Adriano hasn't died yet. He is still starting.
Did you say
scale.
Key or Keen?
Key.
Okay.
Key, yeah. Both valid there, I think. How many Keens are there in Dota? 3? 4?
Is Clockwork Keen?
Clockwork's
Timber?
Keen, Tinker. I can't remember now. I mean, is Tinker? Is Sniper one as well?
Sniper might be the one, yeah.
I can't remember about Timbersaw. I feel like he's like in that family, but I'm not sure if he's actually Keen. We need the Lawmaster. Where's Slacks?
I saw Slacks. Slacks has a dope suit.
Oh, yeah.
When you see him on camera, Slacks is the best looking guy at this TI.
Oh, by far. You're a close second, though, Lacoste.
No, I'm not. Tsunami is.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I stand very firmly corrected. Man, I wish I could grow a mustache like him. He can curl the tips of his mustache. Gorgeous. Oh, hello. SG trying to make something happen. It's 2 minutes until nighttime, but we do have the Dark Ascension. And this is where this little combo starts to come into play. Night Stalker with a Tinker, spamming the heat-seeking missiles, cancelling Jab's TP. They want more than just a Clockwork, though, and that's where Coaster Bill comes in. Omnislash onto Chuen. They've got Death in the vicinity, and he jumps across to him. He bounces the Omnislash back in, but they'll still lose the Lashrak. It's a good supernova on the high ground, and spin back from Coaster Bill.
Big
Ravage. Ravage. Death finds the connection, but it looks like Raven now,
trouble.
He's been blinded. He can't turn and hit them. Deny potentially will arrive. No, Death doesn't find it. SG, they battle into the teamfight combo Fnatic and come out on top.
Clockwork dies. Clockwork needs to be the one jumping the Tinker. Very good fight from SG. Tinker in the back line, just keeps spamming those rockets. Exactly what he needs to do, as we saw Night Stalker getting in, providing vision for Tinker and Venomancer. Once he pops that ulti got buffed. Now it's max HP as damage, 2%. Level 1 ulti, and of course Spirit Vessel, current HP. We're gonna see it again. It was unfortunate, like they shared the damage. It was a nice play from Death there, but you know, you're still gonna die. Sven needs a BKB. He has Blink Dagger queued up before BKB, might be forced to get a BKB before to be able to deal with the silences, deal with Tinker, and also Lion.
Well, another kill there. I do find Jabs trading out for Tavo, but it's DJ that's being hunted down by the Night Stalker. Fortunately for DJ, though, Raven is in the vicinity to hold them back. Well, it's a good turn of pace, though, by SG, able to actually get out of their shell a little bit, make the combo work for themselves. And that, you know, Dark Ascension being used, but now it's nighttime again.
For the next 5 minutes. SG should start to put more pressure on the map,
Exactly.
especially the mid tower. Group up with the Venomancer. Venom also not that leveled, level 8.
Yeah, pretty low down there, right? Sven, Jug, 13, 12, a bunch of 11s. Veno really down in the dumps. Feeling too hot. Here comes that group up though. So we've got Echo Saber and yeah, Maelstrom for Costa Bill's Juggernaut. Sitting pretty, second place in the net worth, taking that tier 2 mid like you called for. Healing ward well placed in the trees. Keep them nice and topped up. And Fnatic completely dodging this. Ravage on cooldown for 15 seconds, so no real intention of fighting mid. They'll try and force it onto the Dire doorstep, and they get a good stun. Chuen starts it off and allows Death just to come in to take out KJ. So hero missing here from SG. They're still roaming across the map and wanting to battle though.
The Olicor, he's ready to go in. Also Dark Ascension available.
There's Ravage and Egg though. This seems like a little bit risky. There's the Egg, Supernova's out, Stormhammer stunned, Theo's gone. Both supports shredded by Fnatic. And SG not able to really defend this top tier 2 anymore.
I always laugh when Night Stalker tries to go in and the Phoenix just uses Egg.
Daytime, nighttime.
That's a legal move.
He's not meant to be able to do that.
They got the tower, didn't take the outpost, but you know they got what they came for. Sven decided to get a Blink Dagger before BKB. It's a tough one. You know, if he gets the first jump, then it's good. But if he gets jumped on, that Blink Dagger is not gonna be of any use. The overtime damage from Venomancer, Spirit Vessel, constant rocket spam. You can think about Blink Dagger also as a farming tool, jumping between the camps.
And a wave pushing tool as well, right? He's able to move across the map, join up with his team when he has finished farming.
For example, Tidehunter, he has a hood, so can still blink. Let's say a rocket hits him, he popped the hood, and then can just absorb that damage.
That's a good point. And like you mentioned earlier on in the draft, Death's performance on the Tide.
Well, maybe not a rocket, because it's 25 more, 25 more damage than what Hood absorbs, but any other damage, magical, he can blink. It was always a trick.
He does. Oh!
He was thinking about it.
We were all thinking about it. And now Death's going to be thinking about it for the next 140
there
seconds.
Was half a second where I think there was a communication. Is there anyone? Is there going to be a follow-up? Maybe he checked the mini-map, saw Clockwork was close, decided to pop it.
Yeah, Jam's even hookshot in there. Oh, a swift dive away from DJ. Out of the grasps of SG. But now you know that Ravage is down, as well as that hookshot. That's for another 30 seconds.
That was pretty impressive yesterday on this Tidehunter. You gotta get that one bad Ravage that you're gonna use early on so that it does not happen, you know, when it matters.
Pre-20 minutes, get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Over and done with. Every Ravage afterwards is gonna be spot on. Theo, very sneakily, invis, and they've even got a ward to play around. Jam's being pummeled by heat-seeking missiles, forced a hookshot defensively back to his Tide. How long on that night time? 1 minute remains on the natural night here for SG.
Still has extra 30 seconds if he pops the ulti. Talk to me about Thinker, Gary. You're a Thinker spammer.
Not anymore, man.
Not anymore. What about Defense Matrix? A bit of status assistance, you know, level 1. It goes up to 50, which is not bad. Easy for us to do math, which I really like. I like those numbers.
Nice flat numbers, no percentages, no quantum mechanics required to do any mathematics there, really. Although it's pretty good having a defensive tool that you can spam out. You know, if you're thinking about pushing high ground, right? Jug has the spin, but when spin's done, he'll have that defense matrix to continue pushing with, you know, Plague Wards pressuring objectives as well. So I feel like if Fnatic whiff on a team fight, which they are heavily reliant on, you know, looking at all their team fight ultis, if they whiff on a team fight, SG, they can really stick it to them if they get towards the high ground area, or even just these tier 2s.
SG doesn't care too much about cooldowns. Yes, you have Finger, you have Venomancer, Ulti, Dark Ascension.
They've got Rearm. What's cooldowns?
Yeah, that's my point. Even without those big ultis being online, you can still take the fight. Like, you can punish no Tidehunter ulti and no Phoenix ulti.
Jab's working on his Aghanim Scepter. Tangible Cloak. Being chased down. But SG
Scanning.
not able to find him, hiding in the trees. Big fan of this Tinker going bootsless.
It's a thing. You don't need boots of travel, as we already said.
Yep.
You have rearm and you have a free TP with the keen convenience. You can TP with level 2 on units. Level 3, you can TP to heroes.
Radiant's bottom
Surprising
tower
to
is
see
under
more of a Thinker. Maybe teams are saving it for day 2, day 3, so we will see a bit more of a Thinker. Not saying I'm a fan. Tinker games sometimes get a bit boring. Raven ready to jump in. That's the BKB. Disassembled his Echo Saber.
Yeah, I guess he's not the same Tinker as before, right? Where it was farm, Soul Ring, Boots of Travel, Blink. I'm going to TP to every side lane, march, vacuum up all of the gold on the map, and then be impossible to kill. DJ he plops a sentry down, but Dire are the ones with the vision advantage, forcing a supernova, but that nice burst out from Raven clears through the Night Stalker.
We've seen this before. Night Stalker tries to go on Phoenix, silence him up. Phoenix is a very tough kill to get unless they get Lion, maybe even Tinker on top of him. 20 Holy Locket charges. You become super tanky, and 1700 HP. Tidehunter decided to go for a Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, I was looking
Protection
towards...
against Juggernaut ulti.
Exactly. Leshrac doesn't really have that, though. You know, no Yule Scepter, no Ghost for him. So it's going to be interesting to see how Chwen deals with that Omni Slash. I guess, like you said earlier on, they do have that Sven with the Warcry to try and bolster their efforts. Stabile goes wild. Juggernaut's keeping up real nicely with the Sven. Both of them around 12,000 net worth, even though Sven has that built-in cleave and the ability just to clear through stacks so quickly.
This Echo Saber paying off. I don't mind seeing it on Juggernaut. Gives you good stats, mana regen.
It feels like the same thing. Oh, hello. There's the double blink. Jump onto Theo. Night Stalker yet again. The first point of contact. Fnatic very gladly remove him from the game.
I think it's time to Roche. Raven has ulti available. They're grouping around. Ravage also online. 20 seconds without a Night Stalker who does not have a buyback. It's daytime, no ulti. They need to let this one go.
Yeah, it's like the first time we saw Spectre by the Echo Saber. I think the same phrase, the same sentence was said. It's everything she needs. Tankiness, mana regen, bit of this, bit of that. Double attack out. Yeah, you've got a passive there. You know, Desolate on Spectre. You've got crit on Juggernaut. Why not? Well, no ways to deal with Omni Slash until now. Aegis picked up by Chwen. So 2 lives on your Leshrac. And it feels like Fnatic should be pretty ready to fight. Even without God Strength, it feels like Ravage Supernova and his lashed magic damage puts them in a really strong position. But where do you want them to go? Do you want tier 2 mid? Bottom lane to be pushed? What's the next area of the map Fnatic should go and call their own?
They need to smoke. One problem when you're playing against Venomancer is vision. You can't just approach. You can't park yourself in front of the tower. Venomancer will be annoying. Same goes for Tinker. Tinker just 1,000 gold away from Aghanim Scepter. Shrink Ray is what it's called. You become smaller.
Stacking and stacking.
What if you become so small you can't find your hero?
I don't know. What do you do then? Just keep spamming F1. Try and find it eventually.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Or you become League of Legends where you have the autofocus
Joanne
Always looking at your hero.
on bottom. Since he picked up Aegis, there's no need to get a BKB straight away. Instead, upgrade his Kaya into Kaya and Sanj.
And becomes incredibly tanky. And there is that systematic move. Fnatic just come in. Towers falling like dominoes. Pretty early glyph from SG. Usually an indication that they want to defend, and that's why we see Fnatic making this move up towards high ground, cut the mid wave, hold the prime position in that dire triangle. But SG actually just aren't in position to do anything here. Coastable's top, KJ's behind him, 3 heroes are sat mid.
Fnatic's already behind the tower, ready to jump in. They might even go for the high ground, pop another Edict 10 seconds. There is God Strength available on Sven if they want to just deal tower damage. Joanne providing vision for the team.
And now the TPs start to come in from SG. Slowly but surely they filter back towards their base. They've got Sunray healing up this Leshrac. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis as well. And they've kept the catapult alive. No one's actually able to deal with it. They do bring the Lash lower and lower, but he's got Essence Ring, plenty of regen. And Fnatic, they can just move back and reset.
I thought that they will commit. Possibly with a Sven, pop the God Strength, has a BKB. There are no BKB piercing abilities other than Omni Slash, which Sven is really not afraid of, so could potentially just take the tower and TP out. Maybe even go for the full barracks. But Fnatic playing it real safe.
SG, find death. In comes Theo, but there's the Sunray, turns it back to daytime. KJ, he's taken out very quickly inside the cogs, while Death and Chuen, they're looking for more. Theo's got himself away from Raven. That BKB and God Strength not paying off for him. And all things considered, SG walking in there and only losing their Lion seems pretty good.
SG trying to buy time for Tinker to become more annoying. Tinker, next item, BKB, very interesting. Wants to be able to protect himself against Clockwork, against Leshrac and Ravage, of course.
Yeah, if he gets Blink ravaged.
Lotus Orb done on Tidehunter. Love that item, especially in this situation.
Hello.
There's the Ravage.
There's the 2-man. Connects on Coastabile, but he does get the spin off, and he's out of there. 3-man stun. There's a Ravage from the line as well. Finger of Death not appearing to do too much. Tankiness and sustain
Now it's their
coming
time
out
to
from
strike.
the
They
Radiant.
need to chase.
Raven's very low. No BKB, no God Strength, and the lasers. They're spammed out onto him. The 2 cores gone. Aegis expires. And Leshrac gonna respawn in the midst of it all. Surrounded by 3 heroes, and there's no surviving from this. A double for Adriano as he does find death on the back lines, and Chuen cleared up by Coastabile.
Oh man, Raven did not stun Juggernaut on time. I guess status resistance didn't count that in, coming out from SNY on Juggernaut.
22%. That looked like it could have been the end for SG.
It's still hard. They don't find Tinker. Look at the way that Ward was positioned near tier 3 tower, so that they have some extra vision if Night Stalker dies to keep the Tinker spam going on. And Venomancer Ward, of course, will provide vision.
And they're straight back down the throats of Fnatic, taking this tier 2 mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower
They
has
could go
fallen.
down to bottom and claim up some of these objectives that have been left out on the map for them. Just the ideal fight there for SG. And again, it comes back to that fact that Fnatic, they are very reliant on this team fight, right? They have the wombo combo, but if it whiffs, if one element of it fails, they're left one piece short of a jigsaw.
They needed to burst down the Juggernaut. He has Titan Sliver on top of it, so status resistance. Sometimes you make this, I'm gonna call a small mistake. You do not want to overlap the stuns, but better safe than sorry. Lose maybe 0.2, 0.3 seconds.
Radiant's
But
bottom
guarantee
tower
the stun,
has
yeah,
fallen.
you're right. And now, Fnatic back to the waiting game. 30 seconds on Ravage until they have the full arsenal of teamfight ultis ready again. Death hasted here. SG not able to connect onto the tide, but they did take down those tier 2 towers mid and bottom lane, and they're planting themselves on this Radiant side of the map. It's a great spot for Venomancer to be in. He loves building these bunkers of Plague Wards. Keep the vision, keep the push going. The oppression from the Venomancer, shoving in these waves. DD rune there. Juggernaut going to be left with the bottle. Where is he? Clearing Ancients, heading over. Do you want Fnatic to try and go again? Do they have
It's
to?
not gonna be easy. The more items SG gets, the sounds stupid, but it's gonna be easier for them because you have the Stinker reducing their HP with the Aghanims upgrade. The defense matrix is maxed out, so people will have 50% status resistance on top of it. Damage absorb. Once the BKBs are down, they have kiting tools. Now Lion that he finished his first item, a 4-staff. Night Stalker with a Blink Dagger can easily just jump. Venomancer also another 4-staff for him. So what SG wants is a prolonged fight. They want these BKBs used, they want the big ultis to be used and then possibly reset. Tinker comes back, you have a healing ward to keep you alive, and Venomancer overtime damage to kick in and just be super annoying.
Extend those team fights out, yeah. Keep that spam going. 15 seconds or so until Roshan could potentially spawn, and that's why we're seeing both teams sitting up on high grounds, waiting things out, hoping for their opponents to make that ballsy smoke play or that over-eager maneuver into enemy territory. That's where Death was, a little bit far forward. He makes his escape. Another long Roshan spawn. I feel like all of our games the past couple of days have been 2 minutes plus on the respawn.
Yeah, no one was blessed by a quick spawn. Tidehunter, Refresher queued up next. Smoke from SG. Let's see where they're heading. Going on a minimap. Wants to do a bit of a backstab through the triangle and try to find something.
Well, DJ, he's in a good position if they had gone that route. But they decide to go southwards instead. It looks like Fnatic very wary of what's going on here. Oh look, everyone's missing, nobody's showing on the map. Nobody's top, nobody's clearing mid. Just seeing a quick little laser from the Tinker. But apart from that, SG completely unseen.
KJ was drawing on minimap to go through the Roche entrance into triangle, and then they decided to go around. In the end, decided not to go inside the triangle at all.
Not worth risking
Chuan,
it.
king of the hill, with spider legs and blink can easily get down.
Oh, nice little Eternal Shroud there for him as well, but it does delay the BKB.
Clockwork, Aghanim Scepter done, which means he can reset all of his abilities. He can also outpush the lanes with Rocket, overclocking Rocket again.
Yeah, that's what he's going to be using for, isn't it? Yeah. Spam out the rocket flares. It's going to be so good to catch the Tinker, isn't it? Hook shot, Battery Assault Cogs, trap him. Overclock to hook shot again. A very, very calm couple of minutes. Nobody wanting to get embroiled into any real team fights right now. Very content farming themselves away. SG. Rainbow TPs to top outpost though. They've caught a glimpse of someone. Death has come to deward the obs. SG pushed that bottom lane pretty far towards the Radiant base. So it looks like someone's going to have to come back and deal with it. While Roshan has spawned, spotted by a Plague Ward.
That's second Roche. For people who don't read the changes, don't read the patch notes, second Roshan does not drop cheese anymore. It's Aegis plus Shard. I like the change because second Roshan was a bit too important, like you got too many stuff from him.
It's like first Roshan meant very little. Second Roshan was we're going to go high ground. It's basically adding another 2 heroes to your lineup. 7v5, not very fun. Rocket Flare, giving that vision though from Fnatic. Seeing the Juggernaut kick things off in the pit. The Radiant Observer Ward Dire Sentry, is it? Looks like it. So no dire vision there of this smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
And a very good scan. Fnatic know exactly where they are with that Rocket Flare in particular, and they jump onto Theo. Yet again, the target of choice destroyed immediately. Chuan, he's moved on to the Juggernaut, but the Omnislash bouncing in with
Trent's dead.
that laser and a finger of death. Chuan is just gone. The turnaround back towards the Sven now. He's forced to BKB, but a great hook shot. Jabs with the help of the Ravage, catching out the Tinker. The second hook shot as well, and Raven with a double kill. Kostabil's got a lot on his plate now as SG buy back on the Tinker, matching that of the Lashrak, but knowing that God's Strength and BKB are about to be done for the Sven, but he's Silver Edge, he's in Riz, he turns with a stun, and then he decides to run.
Buyback from Adriano. They need to fall back. BKBs are down. They have no big ultis left, so they just need to chase.
DJ's gone.
Straight into Roche Pit.
And Lashrak also bought back, right? So if Chwen loses his life, this game just could come to an end.
Juggernaut, I don't think they can burst him down, considering all the status resistance that he's got, plus 2 force staffs. So I would assume that they give this Aegis to Tinker.
Especially having bought back, right?
Yeah.
Give him that secondary life.
They did a very good job finding Tinker. Hook shot with another set of abilities. Reset. Let's see who decides to pick it up. Juggernaut still not making any slots in his inventory, and now he does it in the end.
Interesting. Now we get the shard on the Venomancer as well, so we're going to have those Plague Wards come out of the Gale. But yeah, I guess there, Adriano's saying, no, I feel still reasonably comfortable with how this game's going, even without having buyback. Maybe an indication here that they have a lot of trust and faith in Kostabil on this Juggernaut just to walk high ground and put this one to an end.
Adriano's getting closer to his BKB. Could be the reason to say, you pick it up, you are going to be our siege machine.
Well, that's where they're heading, isn't it? They're going straight in towards that top lane. Fnatic drew a massive circle around the Dire triangle, and they want to push that bot lane. Maybe considering a counter push of their own, but looks like Chwen there. TPing home is going to put that one to sleep. Who wants to defend instead? Juggernaut, you're right, man. He is just so strong, isn't he?
He was kind of a silent because game was very slow at the start. But Kostabil really having a good game. 2-0 and 5, level 23 on the Juggernaut.
Unkilled and unkillable. 404 last hits in a 38-minute game. Still just a touch behind the Sven in overall net worth. But he's putting his net worth to much better use right now. Heading high ground as that hook shot misses from Jabs. Tier 3 crumbles.
Not sure if they would be able to follow up. They have the Blink Daggers. DJ could potentially dive in, but they need to defend the barracks. Juggernaut will spin, reset his cooldowns. Healing Ward available in 10 seconds.
That's the big one, right? Wait for the Healing Ward to come back up.
The big thing is there's always going to be someone out pushing out the waves, the bottom, the mid. You have Tinker in the team. So that's not going to be the case here. You can always still have one hero defending the base and coming back into the fight.
DJ's having a lot of fun. 45 seconds or so sitting in here behind a tree, just biding his time, waiting for the moment to dive in. He's going to get hexed though. The immediate snap into action from KJ catches the Phoenix. He does have buyback.
You can't spell dive without die, Gary. He was waiting, like he wanted that to be very special.
Oh, special for KJ. Mid-air hex.
Quick fingers got him mid-dive.
And Raven. Well, just look at how much damage he's taking out from this Juggernaut. The shard through the spin, getting the right clicks out with a fully completed Mjolnir now. And SG looking to pressure the melee barracks. Nothing so far looking like it can stop this man on the front lines. And 4 heroes sit very defensively, waiting behind it. It's a good rocket flare to give a bit of vision here for Fnatic, but I don't know, man. They're just not in any rush to jump in and fight. They're actually bailing on it. They do not want to defend this top lane. They glyph it, but they evade the fight itself.
Still a minute and 20 left on that Aegis. Melee barracks killed.
Such a disciplined play, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess that's the main reason why they decided to give Juggernaut. Aegis instead of Tinker. He will be the front line. Fnatic out of the base. They know they can't let this happen. They can't just allow them to slowly siege and lose the game. They need to make something happen. Try to catch this Tinker who does not have a buyback. Good thing for him is that BKB is available. Just picked up the bottle rune, Arcane Rune in the bottle, so that means even more spam.
Oh man. When he gets that Bloodstone, he's going to be real nasty. Bloodstone. Yeah, he's going Bloodstone, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Even more spam. I always wonder, how do you feel about getting Bloodstone late game? Because it always feels like an item that you'd love to buy early so you can get stacks up on it.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case anymore. It's, of course, good if you can get it straight away, but what happens if you start losing the charges, then it's one of those feels bad moments. There are better items to get early on in Tinker. Spell Prism, okay.
Where's that going to go to?
Telescope as well. Tinker for now, just holding on to Nether Shawl. Extra 6% spell damage, plus extra 10 spell damage from level 20 talent.
That's some good spell damage. Added range in from that Ether Lens.
It's working!
Spell amp at 18%. DJ, de-warding. Plenty of Plague Wards there created though by Tavo. And look at that, Fnatic. They know they have to take drastic measures here to try and reclaim this game. It feels like it's the first time really here that SG have been in the lead net worth wise. Now Rocket Flare yet again scouts out Theo. He has always been the first target for Fnatic to jump in with the Storm Hammers, the Blinks. Tavo might also be a good option.
They know something is up. They saw the angle from where Rocket was coming, and SG already preparing. They have the high ground ward, Venomancer also trying to protect, cancel any possible blink daggers. Fnatic drawing on minimap. They want to go inside the enemy triangle, possibly catch someone if Tinker decides to be greedy.
Still a lane of barracks down though, so these creeps are just coming in, taking down the little buildings. DJ having to sit back and defend his base.
This is the classic Tinker game, Gary. You make one mistake, Tinker punishes you, and then takes over the game pretty much.
Radiant
He sucks the life out of you, draws it out, extends the game, and you have to deal with wave after wave of creeps.
You need to be mentally strong to be able to deal with Tinker.
Oh, Raven had to BKB TP. Nothing to stop him, right? There's just a basher on Juggernaut, but no Abyssal Blade or
no abilities. It's a 6-second BKB, so doesn't care too much about using it. Getting closer to level 25, that's going to be some extra God Strength damage. Tinker, his buyback available once again, off cooldown. Refresher Tide. Has enough mana to use both Ravages.
He's going Shadow Blade next. Wanting that element of surprise from the Blinks, the Shadow Blades. Well, I think we have to come back to that point you made, what was it, like 15 minutes ago, maybe a bit more, where they were pushing bot lane. Imagine if they'd taken that tier 3. Imagine if they'd committed for that. Forced to fight, maybe got a lane of barracks. This could be a completely different game.
Could have been, but there's still Tinker. I think in this type of a game where Tinker has a buyback, it doesn't matter that much that you lost one set of barracks. Roshan is up. What does he have? Refresher Shard.
Looks like a good one for the Fnatic side. Having that Refresher Shard on any number of these heroes. Well, it feels like SG.
Refresher on Tinker.
Oh yeah. Let's refresh Rion. SG holding back in their jungle. Let the camp respawn. The fate of Fnatic is in their own hands. Night Stalker even has a BKB now. Position 4 Night Stalker getting a little bit farmed. And in we go to Roshan. A double tap from Echo Saber and the bash is landing. Starting it off, but not opting to stay in the pit. Always respecting Fnatic's team fight capabilities.
Fnatic, they need to win this fight. They need to try to go in, possibly take the Roshan after, because if they lose the Aegis, same thing is going to happen. There's going to be a slow siege from the Juggernaut, so they need to strike. This time around, they have a double Ravage, so this is their big timing. Fairy Fire sitting inside the Roche pit, outside the Roche pit for quite some time. It's a bait.
I wish I knew whose it was. Raven, Invis. Rocket Flare again, just to give a little bit of vision there. SG protecting Adriano's Tinker.
Bottom lane being pushed in. Someone needs to address that double catapult wave. This is what SG has been waiting for.
Their moment to strike, isn't it? They are whittling away at Roshan. I mean, little by little, they're going in, step by step. Move in, move out. Not getting caught out by Fnatic. Do we have any smokes left? It feels like Fnatic have chain smoked through their entire supply, but the Aeon Disc out from Tavo allows his BKB and ultimate to get off. So goes to Bill. He's back onto death. Ravage, second one, it gets thrown out, but does nothing whatsoever. SG lose out on Theo the Core, but that's the entirety of Fnatic's teamfight ultimates expended and only getting a kill on the Night Stalker. That leaves Roshan wide open now to SG for Juggernaut to wander into the pit.
Venomancer had this Aeon Disc for a while. I don't know what the plan there was. Try to burst him. Can't do it with Aeon Disc. There's going to be a 4-staff. He got the ulti off. Raven jumps in, instantly deletes KJ.
Yeah, but he just buys back, and now the Juggernaut, BKB and Spin, the double magic community, shiny golden god, Juggernaut onto Raven. The Sven's been bashed, slaying the beast. Oh, Raven buys back. He doesn't have God Strength or BKB, but they know they have to do something. They've got to fight here. Chwen. Oh, Jeremy. He's got Flicker BKB, but he's been hexed up now. The buyback from KJ allows him back into the fight, and the spin from the Juggernaut, slaying yet another.
Juggernaut is just too powerful. He has 4,000 HP, 1,500 mana, and what is he sitting at? 27 armor. One thing the Sven could have done there is buy Shard. He was sitting at 7,000 gold. So Dispel mechanic, remove that Aeon Disc, and just burst him down.
That's a good point, yeah, he could have gone that direction. But
now spent all of his gold, Swift Blink, hook shot
hook
in.
Shot, jabs, once in the pit. Tavo's holding them back with the Gale and the Plague Wolves. The Aegis grabbed by Coast to be able to dive forward.
Phoenix stole the cheese.
He steals out the cheese, yes, sneaky DJ, but he's gonna pay for it. Dead for 100 seconds. SG with a convincing victory around the pit, yet again getting their hands on the Aegis.
Tinker and Juggernaut are a bit too powerful at the moment. I don't think they have enough. Sven timing was much earlier. Now he has to deal. He's also a hero that does not want to buy like MKB to deal with the mischance. You have a Dispel mechanic from Satanic, but your BKB is down to 6 seconds, and you know the fight is going to be prolonged. You just can't do enough within those 6 seconds. You can't kill a hero. Maybe you can kill one of the heroes, but at this point of the game, there are going to be some buybacks, and you put yourself in a tough spot. You already used the buyback, so Raven, he makes one mistake, the game just ends.
What do they have? Tide has buyback, Clock has buyback. DJ holding cheese still, might hand it over. This Flash Track, for instance. But no, Phoenix has claimed it as his own. Outpost bottom has been signaled out there by Raven Sven. Smoking up with his 2 supports, wandering through their own jungle, but that move has been very, very clearly indicated by KJ. He knows what's up.
Tidehunter also died immediately. Tried to pop the second Ravage. There was no follow-up. Sven was already backing off. They need to go all in. Like, we'll go for one fight. They're not going to get any bigger. As time goes by, it's only going to get tougher for Fnatic to stay in this game.
They really wanted the Tinker. Like, they're waiting. Look, I mean, Dyer just knows. Adriano is playing left side of the map, staying with his team, not getting caught out. They even scan on the right-hand side, where they do have a Tinker ward from Jabs, but immediately gone thanks to the gem of Theo. And the map becomes small, dark, sad, cold, lonely. All of these.
Keep it going, Gary.
Yeah, all these very negative words for Fnatic. It's not looking very good, is it?
It's really not. Fnatic was staying 10k goal ahead. I think that was max in this game, and then suddenly, because status resistance kicked in, they didn't stun Juggernaut, and suddenly this whole game collapsed for them.
Yeah. That's like that one fight where they double ravaged. They got the ravage on 2 people, the Juggernaut +1. All fell apart from there. 2 minutes left on the Aegis for Costabil. Means he goes high ground, spins the tier 3 down. Split Earths do start to become a little bit annoying, but he's got answers for it.
Juggernaut also upgraded his Aghanim Scepter. Gets, mini slash, what I like to call it.
Oh, mini slash?
Yep.
Starting to move in towards this Radiant base, though. DD rune for Costabil about to end. Some serious damage onto the poor little ranged racks. Oh, Jabs. Are you sure you want to start the fight like this?
There's still a healing ward.
There's still defense matrix. There's still 4 heroes behind the Juggernaut.
65.7% status resistance with defense matrix, SNY, and the neutral item. Yep.
That's some nasty stuff on the Jug. Plus double magic immunity, but Raven. Oh, KJ with the Eon Disc now. Raven can't clear through him. Theo pops his BKB and gets himself over the trees. Supernova looks pretty wasted as Costabil still holding Aegis for 40 seconds. Has Omni Slash ready, but the Lotus Orbs forcing him to hold it even longer as he spins back across through the hook shot. And Jabs, he's going to get pummeled by SG. Forced to buy back now.
A good thing about Night Stalker when Phoenix uses his ulti is you're still flying, so you can get away from, like you can get over the hills, which actually saved his life. This is gonna be another set of barracks for SG. There's only one left.
And not for long.
10 seconds left on Aegis. Can they time it?
1 minute cooldown on Glyph. Eon Disc out from the Venomancer. And the Ravage comes in to take down Tavo. Costabil, though, doing some significant damage. Raven dead without the buyback. 2 heroes trapped in the cogs means the Omni Slash, they'll force the cheese out of Trent, but GG has been called. SG take game 1 here up against Fnatic.
Very slow, methodical win from SG. They understood their timings. They knew how their lineup is built. Early on, they struggled quite a lot. They had both supports who were under-leveled. Juggernaut was having a really good time. Tavo also a bit under-leveled. Then a couple of fights, they knew where their strength is coming from, and that's from providing vision with Venomancer ward, with the Night Stalker, and then Tinker just pew-pewing and using rockets from the back lines, dealing the damage, getting the levels. Tinker was, level 27, 28 in the end once he hits that level 25. It's just too annoying to play into. You, as a Sven, you want to go in and delete someone, and they have a good ways of resetting. We already saw a couple of buybacks. Sven goes in, pops a BKB, puts himself in a bad spot. After BKB, he's just food.
Yeah, it felt Fnatic very reliant on that kind of one-and-done team fight. One cycle of abilities, right? They go, Ravage, Supernova, God's Strength, BKB, and once that's all gone, it's not a pretty sight for Fnatic. So game 1 going with the way of SG, very well played by them, hitting their later timings with that Juggernaut and the Tinker. We'll find out what happens in game 2 coming up right after this break. Welcome back to Fnatic up against SG here for the group stage as we get ourselves into Game 2. Lacoste, Tinker, Juggernaut. Are they going to get banned?
I would say Fnatic will 100% ban Tinker in the first phase, because Tinker caused a ton of issues. It's one of the most annoying heroes to play against. Now that I'm looking at the picks, they decided to go with Sven. Maybe Spectre would have been a better choice to be able to jump Tinker twice. With the Aghanim Scepter, there are different kind of builds. On Spectre, you can get Orchid, silence that Tinker, and he can't really do anything. He can't rearm, can't blink, because you cancel the blink dagger. You had the follow-up from Clockwork, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how they adjust, because Fnatic showed that they can play some really good Dota yesterday. SG, we gotta give them credit. They struggle with both supports early on, but managed to come back into the game. Off lane, Davo, man, I mean, you can't really, do anything impressive with the Venomancer. You're just there, being annoying, potentially cancel the blink daggers, pop your ulti. Itemization-wise, it was on point. Having that Eon disc allowed him to pop the ulti in that one fight, which turned things around one more time. Unfortunately for Fnatic, they were not able to stun the Juggernaut, stun lock him, because there was a bit too much status resistance. Sometimes even professional players, athletes, they forget about it.
We had like 60% or something, didn't they, with the Titan Sliver Matrix and all that. But yeah, heading into the draft, as we do have Fnatic banning the IO and the Tinker, you're absolutely correct. I think another thing for SG there that we did mention is, after seeing them in the first two DPC seasons, they did struggle with being a little bit greedy, and Venomancer is the opposite of greedy, right? He's a lane winner, he's a hero that doesn't need too much farm, he can build any number of items. So it was nice there seeing, Tinker and Juggernaut, their position 1 and 2, were their position 1 and 2, rather than Tavo taking over the game. So they've definitely realized that's the direction they need to go, and Monkey King, a hero that I don't believe I've cast yet. He's got, what, 40 bans or something ridiculous so far?
Monkey King is one of the most popular heroes here at the International after day 1. Let me just check the numbers real quick.
10 seconds remaining.
He's been banned 30 times, Gary. 30 times, win rate 60%, picked 10 games.
Wow. And mostly as a support, right? The bootsless Orb of Corrosion, then decide where you want to go.
Yeah, there are Mage Slayer, Diffusal Blade, there are different ways to build Monkey King. There were a couple of core monkeys. Fnatic, they decide to go with Mars and Phoenix, the old school combo.
Bringing it back.
Percentage-based damage is going to be good. Everyone becomes super tanky. Tiny is still available. I don't know if you want to go with Tiny and Monkey King, then you're revealing one of those is not a core. You can still do Tiny mid, Monkey as your position 1. Then you have a lot of tower damage coming out from both of these heroes.
And you got 2 ranged melee heroes then, don't you? The long reach of Monkey King's staff and Tiny's tree.
Snapfire is available. I don't mind picking up Snapfire early on. Pleasantly surprised how this hero, after all the nerfs, is still doing that good and is considered to be one of the top picks.
Yeah, still a viable pick.
Lina, okay, they just same way of thinking where you get the attack speed. Doesn't matter where this hero goes. It's always going to be good to have someone that can kill the egg.
And it's one of one of Adriano's specialties, right? He was one of the first players to go that Brown Boots, Ewel's, BKB, Daedalus, Shiva's Guard, the right-click Lina, which has become more and more popular nowadays. He was doing this back, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So it's definitely in his wheelhouse.
Lina is not spellcaster anymore. You deal damage through your right clicks. Yeah. She has a nice set of talents to do so.
Yeah, there's Fiery Soul talents.
Templar Assassin banned out, so this implies Lina is mid.
Absolutely does. Look at the respect there from Fnatic. Tinker ban, Juggernaut ban. 2 key heroes in the success for SG Esports in Game 1. Now, Fnatic, this draft is, you said it's the old classic. It's shades of the Animager, right? We saw a lot of this combo together. And it worked reasonably well.
Mars figured out where they know how to counter him, they know how to play, they know how to pick against him. Heroes that are good, that can get outside of the arena, heroes with the magic immunity. So Juggernaut comes to my mind, so no surprise that Fnatic actually banned Juggernaut out. Great against Phoenix, great against Mars. Lifestealer is the one that comes to my mind to see if they might go for it.
Right, I'm back. Mr. Destructoid has been kicked out of the arena. He's no longer here. Don't know what happened there. Hopefully everyone's ears are okay.
I hope so.
So what was that, Lacoste? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No,
I don't
can.
know if
It's
you're
fine,
trolling.
it's fine.
Okay, all good.
Oh, jeez. DK, Bane, Beastmaster out. They really don't want Tova to have his hands on that.
Phoenix is a good, not gonna say counter, but
10
when we're talking about
remaining.
team fight, you use same logic applies
5
to
seconds
Phoenix being very
remaining.
good against Faceless Void. You drop down a Chronosphere. Phoenix uses an egg. So Wukong's command against Phoenix said, you know, they're gonna be grouping around. They decide to ban Pango.
Yeah, it's one of those cool things, right? Like Dota, we often talk about there are so many options, so many directions to go. But some heroes, like Phoenix, for example, it forces your opponents to make a binary option. Either you hit the egg or you run away from the egg, right? So you limit all of the other options of chase this hero, chase that hero, dive here, dive there. It's literally like, if you deal with the egg, you get rid of it. If you don't, you got to run away.
Exactly. Invoker so far picked 6
10
times
seconds remaining.
in TI group stage.
Doing well?
5
Would you consider
seconds remaining.
16% win rate well?
No.
SG
Not particularly. He's been
Esports
banned a lot, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Mostly in the second phase. So Oracle, great pickup here. Against a lot of synergy with Monkey King, Lifesteal during Oracle ulti, can purge off potentially a Spirit Vessel if Invoker decides to go for that. Great against Phoenix, you're caught
10
inside of the
seconds
arena
remaining.
against Mars spells. They need backline
Fnatic's
jumpers.
turn to
I want to see Fnatic pick something that can jump this Oracle.
Yeah, it's going to be vitally important for them. And you've also got that Fortune's End with Primal Spring as well. Super long-range catch from the Oracle and the Monkey King. Then you add in a Sand King too. Fnatic
10 seconds
going
remaining.
to have some struggles keeping their heroes alive. No real saves as of yet.
5 seconds remaining.
So when they do get jumped, they can get blown up incredibly quickly.
Spectre, once again, comes to my mind. Might not be the easiest lane against Sand King. Sand King should have a fairly free time in that lane if they decide to go for Spectre, but being able to jump Oracle. Mars doesn't really have a hero to play with Phoenix and Invoker. There's going to be a Sunstrike if he lands his abilities on Oracle, but I would still love to see someone who just goes into backline and is able, let's say Mars is dead, then you don't really have someone that can take out the Oracle. And we've seen what Oracle can do, especially in the OG series where No-Tail just completely popped off.
Yeah, it's like later on in the game when you've got Aghanims on Invoker, right? Cataclysm, Arena, Supernova, then you're more of a cohesive unit.
SG Esports turn to
And another big ulti. It feels like that's what Fnatic are identifying themselves as right now, is that big wombo combo team fight galore.
Yeah, a lot of long cooldown ultis, so this should get punished. SG Esports, once again, even if, let's say, Oracle ulti is down, there's no Epicenter, there's no
5
Laguna
seconds
Blade, you can
remaining.
still take fights with these heroes, while on the other side, Fnatic, they rely on having Mars Arena, Egg, and Silencer ulti to be able to deal with them. Silencer's an okay response to Oracle, where let's assume that Oracle is good enough to preemptively use his Q and dispel global silence. Do you think that's going to happen this game, Gary?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to shut up so I could start talking. Yeah, that is something I always look forward to. When I see Oracle against Silencer, I think one of the first people I saw do it was Pablo, the Swedish player, and he just blew my mind. Like, you can do that? Fortune's End yourself, get rid of the silence, and then start saving people. I think we'll see it.
Once. Okay.
Turn to
I think
ban.
we'll see it once. Not a common occurrence. And there, Faceless Void. I think that's a solid ban. Get rid of yet another combo hero to go along with the Fnatic side.
That's a good ban. Eventually, Phoenix Egg, Sunstrike / Cataclysm, Silencer goes in. A lot of
10
long
seconds
cooldown
remaining.
ultis, but if they decided to pick Faceless Void, that'd be okay.
5 seconds
Now-
remaining.
Sand King is a really
SG
strong
Esports
laner.
turn
They
to
might
ban.
need to get something else. Silencer got nerfed as a position 5. I believe this is going to be a 5 silencer, but it's super annoying to play into. They also picked silencer into Oracle, which is not the greatest. Oracle kind of ruins the hero, has an ability to dispel things and
10
also
seconds
give you
remaining.
that magic immunity.
Yeah, that's a good point.
5 seconds
Things can
remaining.
get a little tricky.
So they might want to swap things around, have Oracle be matched against silencer in the lane.
So you do like Sanking Oracle, then Monkey +1.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Because if you have, let's say Monkey is position 4 with
Fanatics turn
Sanking
to ban.
against Silencer, that just sounds horrible. Silencer
Yeah.
is going to have free time.
Spam Arcane Curse. Push the wave out. Make sure Monkey King can't chase you. Well, SG, if it is a Monkey 4,
10
sorry, if
seconds
it is that Monkey
remaining.
kind of going into the other lane, if Oracle is with a Sanking, what do you
5
want up there against the
seconds
Mars and the
remaining.
Phoenix?
SG Esports turn to pick.
I was thinking about it's a really good PL game if SG wants to go for it. Fnatic then still has one extra pick, and then they can pick carry that deals well. Sven is still available.
We do still respect the Mirana. We mentioned it game 1 against the Phoenix, knowing that
10
Adriana could take
seconds
it.
remaining.
But you do want someone with either like a natural dispel or
5
build Manta or
seconds
BKB
remaining.
that can handle all of this team fight from Fnatic. And also Costabile hero here.
A bit limited on tower damage if this Monkey King isn't position 1. Like you still need, I'm talking about
Fanatics
tower
turn to
damage,
pick.
Man stands ready.
sieging the high ground, going for that, high ground push level 3, and this is what they needed. A bit more extra tower damage, and also a hero that builds into BKB, doesn't care too much about these spells. They have nothing that goes through magic immunity, so it looks
10
like a
seconds
good Sven
remaining.
game until we see the last pick from Fnatic.
That natural
5
BKB
seconds
carrier.
remaining.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Right? Invoker mid, Sansa 5, Phoenix 4, Mars 3. And also the fact that you steal the Sven away from Raven so he can't play the Sven again. No Medusa, no Faceless Void. Oh, it's a tricky spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see Fnatic run through.
Maybe
another
Razor once again. I don't
Ooh.
mind seeing Razor. Deals well with Sven. None of these heroes buy Lincoln Sphere. Sven's not a hero that wants to do it. It's a very costly item. 4 staff are one way to deal with it.
That seems pretty good. And it gives you a tempo hero that likes to play with teamfight ultis as well. Someone who's not just going to sit back and AFK farm, but actually wants to get involved with your Mars and your Phoenix early on. And yeah, they really
Either
are scratching their
that
heads about this
or
one.
TB. I think it's those two options. Terrorblade,
Because Terrorblade gives you tower push options. and-
yes, because they're really lacking some tower damage. Mars, Phoenix, Invoker, they don't provide you that. So TB checks a lot of the boxes. And what I said before, what did I say?
When?
Which hero did I suggest before Sven? Okay.
Not that one.
Choose your hero.
I thought they're not going to go for
God, what did you say? What did you
Spectre
say?
against Sven. I'm looking through the heroes. Can't find the hero that I suggested. Doesn't matter.
How
They-
did both Razor? You said Razor.
Oh, Razor. Yeah, this is what Fnatic picked yesterday as a response to... What was it yesterday?
Legion Commander.
Oh, yes. Just completely ruined Legion Commander in the lane. They still decide to go for Spectre. So Oracle, we talked about it, is not going to have a good time. Going to be a very good vision game from Spectre. And then you can just pop a silence, follow it up. Oracle's going to have a really, really good, really tough time.
Yeah, sure can be difficult. I'm wondering if Adriano on this lane is going to follow the
10
trend
seconds remaining.
that we've seen in terms of item builds, because Limp
5 seconds
yesterday he went
remaining.
boots of travel rush, then he went into BKB. We've seen the brown boots into BKB. Was it maybe that went like Dragon Lance MKB?
There's a lot of different ways you can
There's
build
like no
Lina.
Yule Scepter anymore.
Sometimes people tend to get it. It was a game against Storm Spirit where you wanted to have Yules into LSA to have some kind of a lockdown in the game that we were casting. BKB is a must. Like BKB needs to be second, even first item if you considered like Boots of Travel not to be the first item. So definitely an earlier BKB to deal with the silence, deal with Phoenix. Phoenix is going to have a rough time. They have no BKB piercing abilities. So Lina pops a BKB, kills the egg. That's going to be her job, and to be able to blow up people.
We'll see what she gets up to. Are you leaning one way or the other? So I'm feeling SG after that game 1 victory. Adriano, Lina, Tavo, Sandking. I feel like they've got so many ways to enter these team fights. And again, if you remove one piece of Fnatic's draft, it feels like they could fall apart completely.
Give me a second, Gary. I got to reevaluate these two drafts.
Run the numbers. Get your big brain spreadsheet open. Beautiful Spectre set there for Raven. Up at the front, as we get ourselves into game 2 here at this best of 2. TI10 group stage continuing. SG versus Fnatic.
Prepare for
And
battle.
chat wheel meta is developing.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards SG. I added all the numbers, did the math. From me, that would be like 57-43 for SG.
No decimal places in your numbers.
No need to. I left to round the numbers up.
That's nice. It makes everything very clear and concise. And yet again, we have this standoff in the mid lane. Are you a fan of this? How much emphasis there is around the mid lane, making sure that there's no observer wards, no sentries, no warding or de-warding going on?
There's a lot of mind games in Dota, especially on the mid lane. You do not want to get de-warded. We've seen teams prioritizing the high ground wards, because those don't get de-warded most of the time.
That's absolutely right. And still sticking around there. We're waiting with 3 heroes for SG. Fnatic also bringing numbers down to the bottom rune spot. Yeah, SG sees with that high ground ward you mentioned, the DJ and Raven arriving up top, so it looks like it might be 3 runes here for the Radiant, and only 1 goes the way of Fnatic.
I want to see how top lane goes. I think we need to watch the top lane. Big fan of Silencer stealing the int, and they have 2 melee heroes. So this Monkey King, I want to see how much he can do. DJ needs to be careful. If he gets caught out of the position, 1 stun, 1 Monkey King 3 dance, has Orb of Venom, he's just straight up dead.
Prediction updated. Schwen has hit an enemy hero. That better not pop up every 10 seconds. Already 2 CS Fear Invoker mid, pushing the wave in towards Adriano. Was Monkey King just jump in, jump out?
He secured the range creep and harassed Spectre a bit.
He's going to get chased back now, but he's fine. Definitely an irritating force up in that top lane. What do you reckon Tavo's doing here? Not leveling up any skills. Is he waiting to see if he can kill someone with stun?
I don't think they can get Kel level 1. He was just waiting, I guess, for Caustic to see if he can get any of the creeps low enough to be able to use it, push out the wave. Silencer's being very annoying with the Glaives level 1.
And a very good sentry place as well, right? Sees directly into that sandstorm. I'll try and hold the wave a little bit further back, so Tavo can't get that free lane push and the free CS. They know there's a sentry though, just out of range of their own one. Well, that lane, not really going to have too much in the way of kill threat for the first couple of minutes. Mid lane Lina against Invoker, going to be pretty much a farm trade for the most part early on. 8-1 against 6-1, nothing really between the two. And bottom, Phoenix and Mars getting chased down. Fortune's End, but Sven unable to connect onto the Phoenix. It feels like much more likely for that bottom lane to have the aggression from both teams.
Keep the eye on the top lane, Garrett. This is where first blood's gonna happen.
Oh, you reckon?
Mid lane, I don't think Lina and Invoker should die to each other. Lina favoring Lina in this matchup because she just keeps spamming the spells. Fiery Soul is up. jabs, half HP, has one healing self to work with.
Who's getting first blood, you reckon, then? The Monkey King?
I can't get into details, but watch the top lane.
Leaking information. Just enough to keep us interested. Not really any ability here to drag the wave back or anything. Radiant Sentry's blocked up that camp, so DJ can't pull. Is that, yeah, he's got a sentry coming, so he can remove the enemy ward.
Needs to be able to remove it. Sanking naturally pushes the lane with both Sandstorm and Caustic. So if that's not unblocked, the Holy Core playing a bit of aggressive on Silencer.
Yeah, he's making damn sure that he's not going to be able to get rid of that sentry anytime soon. So DJ going to have to come back and play the lane properly. And there's that Sandstorm dusting Tavo, though. Raven and DJ, they make the move forward. Arcane Curse and a bit of damage from Raven, but the Monkey King battling back onto DJ. Still level 2, so no Boundless Strike to play around with. Taking a decent amount of damage there. This does all unlock that small camp for DJ at long last.
And Teolicor will reward the big camp. So we can expect some pulling to happen. Oh, DJ needs to be careful here.
If he blocks it, make sure it doesn't spawn, and he's going to survive. Gives another round of Jingu there, though, to the Monkey King. At mid lane, start to see the gap created. Adriano on this Lina, making the most of that. Oh, Raven. He's going to be okay. Already having spent the stun, the Sand King can't continue on.
There is healing ward on Silencer. We'll use it on Spectre immediately. A bit of a slow start because there are a couple of counters. Oracle can purge off spells from Phoenix. That limited mana has a couple of magic wand charges to work with, but they need to catch KJ out of position.
And so far, his positioning has been spot on. Might chuck a spear onto Costabile, but him having 7 stick charges himself, also going to be perfectly fine. Nice little deny on the range creep there as well with the Purifying Flames. Fresh creep wave comes in, just purify, deny down the range creep.
Oh, DJ's in trouble.
DJ is being stunned up inside the Sandstorm. They dagger across, but the Jingu's already been built up. And first blood for Theolicor. I knew it'd be the Monkey King.
Told you it's gonna happen, Top Gary. You didn't believe me.
What?
Knew that it's gonna be 5 minutes, 20 seconds in. Monkey King. Just kidding. But yeah.
Have you seen this? Are they doing it every wave? Because that's 2 or 3 times in a row now. I've seen KJ purify, and then they right-click the range creep and kill it.
Just try to take it away. He has a couple of clarities. Claire just constantly running on him. KJ. Should be a kill.
Paying all of those range creeps he's been denying. And meanwhile, in towards the mid lane, a primal spring towards DJ. Doesn't catch, doesn't slow. EMP comes out, but Theo forced away. Thanks to Trent. So obnoxious laning against Alina, though. She's hit level 6. She's got a rune to grab up, but a Cold Snap Arcane Curse onto Theo. Ooh.
Oh!
Well, that Dragon Slave at level 4. That's burst down the Silencer, and Trent now is going to be very wary of where he's standing. Forced a tornado and back himself out.
4DR gets kill with the Dragon Slave. We can call it 4DR
Dragon Slave.
Slave. Yeah, there you go. Going into Boots of Travel, we talked about the items from Lina. I assume this is going to be Boots of Travel into BKB and then just get damage.
It feels like that's the way to go nowadays. Bots, BKB, then think about, do I need MKB, Daedalus?
I think it's fine to get Crystallis as damage and then see whether it's necessary to upgrade it, get potentially a Silver Edge.
Yeah,
you
true.
can play that kind of a game. A break against Spectre is going to be great.
Oh yeah, so that's a really good point, isn't it? Yeah. Just the small crit, super handy. So it's giving you options of itemization.
Spectre has Haunt available. Let's see where they decide to make action. Mars about to hit level 6 after this wave, so they could potentially kill Costabile. Would need to bring 1 extra hero on the bottom.
Yeah, and Mars with no Soul Ring, no bottle, pretty low on the mana pool.
Fnatic wants Lina. She's out of mana. Cold Snap.
AP Tornado, but they've got the help behind with a Sun Ray, just not enough to stop Raven. Charging forward, Jam's body blocking in as well. KJ, even though he came in to try and heal up the Lina, he's going to be falling himself. Quickly kills off Jams, but loses his life as now Turbo arrives. Raven in the Sandstorm, but the dust back from DJ as a two-man balance strike from Theo connects. Chuen and Raven stuck behind this tier 1 tower, and DJ comes out with a double kill. Theo, the tornado clips him. Ghost Walk at the ready for Chuen as well. Looking to slip away from danger, but another Primal Spring is there. Theo with a dust. He's going to find Chuen's Invoker, but they turn back with a Cold Snap. And DJ, is he going to grab a triple kill? Oh, it was a little bit too late, but he will be found now by Adriano and Costabile deep in that Radiant jungle.
Doesn't matter. Silencer got what he came for. He stole 8 intelligence in that fight. Deep Observer Ward placed on the high ground. Unfortunately, Oracle was not fast enough to use the Fortune's End. Could maybe make a bit of a difference there, but good thing is that Spectre, Spectre died, right? She did die. Yeah, Monkey King managed to get the kill. I was expecting them to make a rotation on the bottom, try to find Sven. Sven is level 6, about to hit level 7, while Mars is 7 already.
So what was that? They brought 4 heroes into mid. They get a couple of kills, but yeah, you're right. They don't convert that into an objective. They don't stop Sven from farming. And SG getting a couple of kills in return. Now they put their fighting boots on, smoking into the Dire jungle.
Oh.
Dire scan, but it's Raven
Adriano
that's being hunted. Boundless into the chain stun. Raven tries to dagger away, but that long-range attack from the Lina.
They even get the courier. Lina with the boots of travel. They were smoked. Tumbler's Toy to follow up the Monkey King stun. Sometimes all these small things come in very nicely together. KJ.
Oh, the arena misses. He's outside the arena, just a spectator, not a gladiator. Still getting pummeled, though, and speared against the tree line. But Tavo here with an epicenter burrow strike. Is he going to burrow? He's waiting for it. Just right-clicking into DJ and lining up the two-man stun instead. Now Death inside the Sandstorm. But where is the backup from SG? Nothing else coming. It's just Tavo alone down here.
Silencer, position 5, will always trade any kind of kill to steal the intelligence, especially on the heroes who have limited mana pool, like Monkey King, Sand King.
Also good EMP placement. KJ is going to dodge away from it, so he does have False Promise ready and available as Chuen. Fortune's End and the dust inside the Ghost Walk, but revealed by the Monkey King. That Deafening Blast, too little, too late. And now the trade not worthwhile for Fnatic as SG defend this tier 1 bottom with everything they've got.
Fnatic going in a bit too deep. Invoker. Finishing off Urn. And then buying Gloves of Haste. Has a Spirit Vessel also in the quick buy. Wants to be able to get some levels. So I assume that's going to be Hand of Midas. Then go for that Spirit Vessels. Oh, another good stun.
Yeah, they find Death. I stuck around far too long there. Jabs had Supernova, but wasn't really in fighting shape. Not nearby enough. Now Chuen comes bottom. Fnatic really want to keep pressuring this tier 1 tower.
Last game on Venomancer, Tavo was kind of struggling early on. This game, he's completely popping off. All over the place, he's been involved in 5 kills, has a Blink Dagger, 11 minutes in on top of Tranquil Boots, Soul Ring, Wand. Unfortunately, it does not have an Epicenter ready at the moment, but they can still, go in and make stuff happen.
And he's so safely just creating this barrier in front of the bottom tower. Oh, there's a lot of drawing going on the map. A couple of seconds ago, Costabile signaling he wanted to stay and farm out this extra bit of jungle before falling back towards his triangle. While Fnatic, they've got to know there are some stacks being made by SG, and that's what they're looking to contest. Costabile trapped in the arena, and a good haunting from Raven will take down the Sven. I don't know, can they contest this stack of Ancients?
They don't have enough. They just
with
don't
no
have
Blade Mail
enough damage.
Spectre.
Yeah, exactly. Blade Mail is coming right now, but it would take too much time. They know that Tavo has a Blink Dagger. He showed it on the bottom, blinked in and used Sandstorm, so they know they need to be careful about that. Global Silence is available.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Spectre, we see different builds.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
New kind of a build is get Falcon Blade. I'll hold that thought. Never mind, DG
Continue.
just died. Position 5. And then get the Aghanim Scepter, or you get Echo Saber, disassemble Echo, get Ags, and then get Orchid to be able to kill people with it. But this time around, getting a Blade Mail, I think that's a correct choice. You're playing into Sanking, you're playing into Sven, even Lina, so you get on top of people and you're still gonna reflect damage.
Yeah, it does help you farm as well. If you're trying to keep up with the likes of Sven. 5,000 net worth Spectre. Sven sitting about 5.5. Could have been a much bigger gap. I think the big surprise, though, is Lina. 7,500 net worth. Adriano having a spectacular early game. That's the majority of the net worth lead here for them, is coming out of that Lina. Now, you mentioned early on this Monkey King itemization as actually we have a bit of a go here from Fnatic onto Theo.
They will delay what you were about to say. They will delay that item.
What's so good about Mage Slayer or Monkey King?
It's just a perfect item on Monkey. It gives you that magic resistance that you need. You're playing position 4, you're going to be jumping in. It works with Wukong's command, and a lot of spell damage coming out from Fnatic's heroes.
Tavo. Tavo. Oh, he's dancing to a beautiful beat there as he jumps in and misses out on his Burrow Strike. Shouldn't have hesitated. Shouldn't have fake pumped that ulti so much, and he gets turned back on by Chuen and DJ. Still not going to survive though with 8-1 charges up his sleeve. Jabs is lurking just up the staircase.
Pumped it too many times.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Unfortunate situation for him.
Still no global silence being used. I think it's going to be a smoke into global silence. This is a reveal of Mars Blink Dagger, so time to hunt. If they can catch Sven one more time, that'd be great.
It feels like the sad thing is, though, they came in, they spotted the stacks, they killed the Sven, but he respawned, cleared them anyway, and now it's KJ who's in the triangle, the only casualty that they can try and bring down, and he can't false promise in time. Well, that's Arena and Sunstrike used to pick off that lowly position 5.
That's completely fine. He took one for the team. Instead of Sven getting ganked, he was getting into the triangle.
Excellent.
Radiant are scanning.
It's been good usage of the map by SG. Radiant scanning, making sure Costabile can continue farming the triangle. On the bottom lane, some farm priority for Theo.
Monkey position 4 is very greedy. I think you need to play greedy with this hero because you scale. You get Mage Slayer, you don't get boots. I've seen people just completely skipping boots on the hero. You can get one more damage item, potentially a Diffusal Blade. Doesn't sound too bad to keep them inside. I've also seen either a Mel. Oh, he got caught midair.
Oh, there he goes for the Wukongs. A spear takes him to the trees. Pretty long cooldown to be spent though, as Theo tries to TP. Any more stuns? You know,
That's a
he's
huge
home, he's got
outplay.
free.
Being able to get out while all this is happening, SG, they're inside the pit.
Yeah, meanwhile, in Roshan land, there's Gold Strength being popped by the Sven. And Adriano with a fresh BKB as they try and jump Chuen. Tavo missing out on yet another Burrow Strike though. Off the mark a couple times in a row now.
God Strength running out in 10-15 seconds.
Oh, and there we go. He doesn't miss out on that one. The global comes. Adriano's BKB, that allows him to shred through death. Tavo still stuck on that high ground and unable to contend with the Supernova means Theo Licor going to get hunted down. Silenced up.
No BKB on Adriano. Roshan, 1/3 of HP.
Can they finish off that Roche? No, Fnatic absolutely can't. Oh, the Grove Bow for Lina. Feels good to be Adriano right now. Top of the net worth. 4-1-0. Chrysalis queued up.
Yeah, as suggested, this item just feels really natural for Lina, especially in this type of a game where You don't want to rely on your Sven to just deal all the physical damage, and we'll see what his next item is going to be. I suggested the Shadow Blade and then upgrade it to Silver Edge to be able to break Spectre. I would definitely love to see it.
Makes a lot of sense. And of course, Sven working on his BKB. Can clear out that top lane and reconsider their options around Roshan in the next minute or so. Because they've got this really perfect vision. Deep Observer Ward past the outpost, one a little shallower. So they know exactly when and if Fnatic come to contest the pit. Dire scan it. They still see the Sven though with their own Observer Ward. Very sneakily placed. Offset from that camp in
SG
the
wants to
jungle.
take the fight. They know there's no global. Sven jumping in.
It just cleaves through the Phoenix like that. Tavo's Epicenter not connecting onto anyone. Oh, KJ gets the false promise out just in time. The tornado's good, well placed. As that life striker rate misses out onto Chuen's Invoker. Wukong's arriving now with another good burst strike. Tavo's in, onto death, and the Mars is in trouble, but the Purifying Flame's actually healing him up. Adriano blows through
Another
DJ,
buyback.
and a buyback from the Silencer now as Kostabil looks for jabs, takes him down yet again. The dieback on Phoenix should signal the end of the fight for Fnatic.
Tavo still thinking about going in.
He wants it. A two-man. He's got them stunned up, but a great spear stops Adriano from connecting any further. DJ, he's invising the Shadow Amulet.
Now it's time to finish off the Roche. Sven does not have a God Strength. Roshan at half HP, a bit more, 60%. Let's see if they decide to go in or they go back to farming.
Oh, that's some striking.
Adriano teeping back to the bottom lane. Crystal is done, level 16. 30 damage, 350 HP talent into... Yeah, you just get the Fiery Soul per stack. And then get the attack range.
Yeah,
Lina
right,
becomes
left,
a monster. Satanic, great item in this game, being able to just deal damage, have another way of dispelling things. Still doesn't have anything queued up on Lina.
Considering their options, Fnatic, the onus is on them to make something happen. They've got these long cooldown abilities. They've
they
got
wanna
these
smoke.
teamfight ultis. They want to smoke. They want to fight. Get something to go their way. Lift their spirits and build a bit of momentum.
Sven getting very close to BKB. Will disassemble Echo Saber, just 500 gold away from the recipe, and then go back to Echo Saber. Buy one more Ogre Axe.
Okay, Jay yet again the target. Trying to heal himself up. False promises off cooldown, but chain stun before he can save himself.
Fnatic, they needed to get more. 2 big ultis expended just for a position 5 once again.
Yeah, Haunt and that arena.
Stop it, Tavo. Every single time he does that, I move my camera to see if he's actually casting the ulti.
Where is he? What's he doing? What's he up to? Still some pretty good vision for Fnatic, but like you say, they don't feel like they've got the impetus it needs to actually go and make a move somewhere without every single ulti available. While SG, they can fight it, any given time really. Just the fact that Lina and Sven can cycle through their abilities. Well, it looks like Lina starting to decide what she wants. Daedalus, Satanic, queued up.
Radiant's middle tower.
So not the Silver Edge, but a Satanic, like you suggested. Might change your mind though. More often than not, you're right about these kind of things. Don't know if they force the BKB from Adriano.
He's gonna hold it. No need. Knows there's no Spectre ulti to be able to jump him. Sven pops another God Strength.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very patient from Adriano. TPing top now to rejoin the squad. Roshan. Mage Slayer debuff, very pretty. Theo with BKB queued up next. Really is a greedy fall, like you said, isn't it? You get
really
some farm
is.
priority, you get an item.
Is under attack.
I've seen position 4 monkeys just completely taking over the game. Like you become another core, especially if you have 3 cores. It's one of those games, let's say...
It's like
you
a win
get-
more hero.
Yeah, pretty much. You are the last one who's alive, you get a couple of levels, solo experience, you get all the gold, and then for the next fight you have this Mage Slayer. it keeps you alive for the next fight, so you are once again standing the only one alive. It's just I feel in this meta you can get away with so many greedy stuff. Aghanim Scepter done on Invoker, so that means Cataclysm. Not sure if they have enough stuns for Cataclysm. Their only stun is Spear.
And it's like 5-man arena and hope for a big Kata. Supernova spent by Jabs, and they're not going to focus it down, respecting the reactions of Fnatic there as Theo and Tavo tried to pair up for a quick kill, but again, just removing an element of Fnatic's team fight, always going to be incredibly important for you. Still going to lose Tavo to that spear. Attempted Tornado, attempted Sunray, not going to find the Monkey King. Hiding up in the treetops. Star Observer Ward sees the courier. Adriano hides it a little bit further to the left in the trees. How far is he? He can afford it. Does he need buyback? Nah, he doesn't. He's got an Aegis. Theo, on the other hand, doesn't have either of those things. Buys his Mithril Hammer and dies.
Try to go for a cute little play. Use the Magic Wand. Mischief. They didn't fall for it. Spectre finally gets her big item. Manta style done. Going into Scotty next. Just wants to tank up. Haven't seen too much of Raven. Usually Spectre's a bit more active because they go for a different kind of a build. Getting that Aghanim Scepter and then having another way of jumping and being active on the map. So he's silently farming, mostly Triangle, when Triangle is warded / devorded right now.
I mean, what would you call this? Like, if we said old school Spectre build, I would think
This is it.
Radiance. But this is like the middle school Spectre build.
I kind of forgot about Spectre Radiance build.
Okay.
It's an old school one, but considering we have a new one, I think
So
this is the old school
So
build. what
Radiance
he's
build's
doing
like
right
the Boomer
now.
build.
Yeah.
Right. And here comes SG again. They are pinging across to this right-hand side, but Fnatic, the vision advantage is theirs. Everything ready. Arena, Supernova, BKB on death. They want to make a jump, but I don't know if they can kill Adriano. Oh, it's a good spear back into the tower. Sunstruck down to a third of her HP, and Adriano loses the Aegis.
Holding a BKB. Egg will explode a bit early.
And they lose death. So a 1-for-1 trade, spending two ulti, just one ulti, right? They didn't arena, just a spear back into the Supernova. But SG coming out on top.
They got the tier 2 tower. They can take the outpost. I guess the reason why Lina didn't go for Shadowblade / Silver Edge is because Swen, we don't know what's happening in their team comp, so he wants to get one. Being able to break Spectre and have another way of initiation is always going to be great. You can solo kill people with it, so Sven getting it, that means Lina does not need to get it. Might decide to go for it if she feels like it's necessary, if Spectre gets too big.
That's a nice grab for Jams. Heaven's Halberd against the Lina in particular. Disarm against the ranged artillery. Incredibly important for them.
Lina just got level 20, so that means even more attack speed.
Oh, I saved Jam's life as well. Good BKB TP.
He knows it's
Adriano's
fine.
out of there.
There are no BKB piercing abilities. They can't stop the BKB TP out, so uses this instantly.
Goes to be also TPing away from that bottom lane because Chwen, he's on the hunt. Spots out KJ. Quick little cold snap with the ice path as well. And turn around from Theo. Forces Chwen to consider his options. And they're still going to hunt down KJ, it looks like. Not really a great way to escape here. He can false promise, he can juke, he can jive, but surrounded by Fnatic's side, he will eventually lose his life.
This could have been an easy kill if Tao decided to go in, but they had no vision. Haunt.
Oh, they're hunting Adriano now as well. Yeah, you're right, the Haunt onto a Lina with no BKB, no Aegis. Tava with a couple of men hit with a stun, and Adriano gets a kill, but Fnatic swarming around the SG side get themselves 3 in a row.
Sven, unfortunately, did not have a TP available. Very important, pay attention. You don't have a TP, you lose a fight. He TP'd somewhere, so
Well,
it wasn't...
he was here and he TP'd back.
wasn't able to connect with the team. They definitely need Sven to win a fight. Now he has a silver edge, so break mechanic, but this was a big W for Fnatic. Getting a couple of kills, only losing Phoenix.
Yeah, it was curious, right? Like Adriano TP's out of mid, Sven TP's out of bottom lane, KJ gets gone on, and then even without BKB, without Aegis, without Sven, they consider it as a potential fight they wanted to take. But Fnatic were ready for them.
There was a small window for Tavo to jump, but he thought the whole team is behind Invoker, did not want to go in.
Oh, to go on
Especially if,
Sven.
yeah. Because Invoker aggressively blinked in, didn't have full HP, so they had time, but unfortunately no vision. And there's always a chance that Silencer is going to pop the global.
Yeah,
Psychic
don't want that.
Headband, Paladin Sword for Fnatic.
Titan Sliver. Some big items there for Fnatic.
I love that. Spectre trying to decide, you know, holding a silver, the status resistance, neutral item plus Elven Tunic. Decide, you know, which one she wants to take. Took him like 30 seconds. All right, I'm keeping the evasion.
Yeah, against the Sven and Lina makes a lot of sense. Is that Sven with a completed silver edge? Satanic queued up next. Doesn't go for the creep wave clear. Lina shows and Sven plays forward with the Sand King. Expecting a response here from Fnatic, but they're nowhere to be seen. It does appear they want to smoke though. Gathering up in their triangle, clearing the Ancients on Raven. DJ, Death and Jabs. Time to wander across the map. Aim towards the heart of SG territory. And aim towards your observers as well. Fnatic playing into their own vision and spotting the smoke from SG as well.
That's the ward you do not expect
really
them
don't.
to have.
This could be big for them. Roshan fast spawn in 15 seconds. Let's see if we're blessed with a quick spawn.
Probably gonna be 2-minute plus.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 minutes, 15 seconds again, for like the 10th time in a row.
Sven ready to go in.
Hello, DJ. Goodbye, DJ. 1 minute 35. Not so bad.
This is something that Fnatic did yesterday, one of their series, when they had Nature's Prophet, who was planting a deep vision in the lanes to spot any kind of smoke movement and give them the potential to gank. Right now they have one scouting out the tier 2 tower on the mid lane, and also the one that you showed on top.
Yeah. All of their wards are kind of in weird places, right? They've got the Tinker ward, the 2 lane wards you mentioned, and that's a normal ward there, but they're trying very hard to stop SG from dewarding their vision. Rest in peace, Forge Spirit. You will be remembered. So the play now for both teams is that move into Roshan, isn't it? SG want it to try and close out this game and go high ground, and Fnatic need it to hold on to this map. Extend the game out and get the Spectre even bigger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Max
Dire's
TP's
structures
top.
are fortified.
Tier 2 looks like it's on its last legs. 74 HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
SG not finishing it off though.
Radiant's structures are
And Fnatic playing into the Radiant Vision.
Global.
The arena's there. I mean, Dual Scepter out from Tavo and DJ dead before he could even global, but Coastabil has used God Strength and BKB for a position 5 kill.
top tower has fallen.
He should not be that quick when using a BKB because there are no stuns. Like, he can get stunned by Mars, and that's pretty much it. When they use their tools, then he should pop a BKB.
Very fortunate after popping God Strength that Roshan respawns. Literally the second after that kill on DJ,
Silencer
Roshan's
will
return.
buy back. He sees this, he will probably buy back and use global if they decide to go in.
They don't. They don't go for it, and Theo shows off his own BKB. No Wukong's here, and he's being shredded by the Spectre. Death has wandered into the middle of the rest of SG. TP out from Adriano as the Supernova inside the pit will force them away. 2 kills coming through from Fnatic though after the buyback from Silencer, allowing them to dispatch with the Monkey and the Oracle, while Coastabil with no BKB hides away in the trees.
This has always been the strength of a Silencer position 5. You die and you can help your team with just buyback and instantly using a spell, which he did.
Was it me and you casting back in the day when we had a game Silencer sat in the fountain
Yes,
for like 20 minutes?
It was against
Who was
Enigma.
it?
I'm not sure who it was, but Silencer did not leave the base. So Silencer was sitting near the tier 3 towers.
It was like Lanham or someone like that.
Probably.
Yeah.
While tier 2 tower was still alive, and he was just waiting for Enigma. I think he managed to farm Refresher.
Yeah.
And was just sitting in base. Did not want to leave the base.
Yeah, legitimately sitting in base just waiting for global. Wow, that takes me back. Like you say, that's the strength of the Silencer, right? You've got that trump card to team fights. Global silence shuts everybody up. Oh, Death queuing up Eon Disc. Mars wanting to make sure that he can always be impactful in these team fights.
It's not going to be always. Stormhammer, Shard upgraded by Sven. Usually we don't see that, but it would be good in the previous game. And in this game also, I think a lot of value, especially if anyone decides to go. Like it dispels the Glimmer Cape as well, so makes a lot of sense. People stopped doing that.
Yeah, they did.
It was tied to his talent. And
Yeah.
when it got moved to Shard, people were like, gold? I'm not spending gold in this. It was free
1.4K.
before.
That's a component of my Satanic that I'm wasting money on. Yeah, when you mentioned it, muscle memory kicked in. I hovered over the talents and I was like, no, that's not where it goes anymore. There's the Aghanim Shard. 2 lanes trending towards the Dire base now, though. And with SG holding Aegis on Lina, I feel like they can reasonably safely move up to this tier 3 tower, chip away at it. They don't need anyone to go actual high ground. They can sit back, launch Lina's attacks at it, wait with the blink daggers in the wings, hide away in the trees. And if anybody from Fnatic steps even remotely too far forward, now this is now the barrier of entry. Death is going to move in there, blink Arena, but the BKB quickly from the Sven. They get the tornado onto the Monkey King. EMP as well. Theo Licour doesn't have any real way to try and disengage apart from trying to walk it off as the Sunstrike misses out.
So no global, no Spectre ulti, they're ready to go in. KJ will do his job, heal up the teammates, and they're gonna be ready to go. Sven still has a God Strength, no BKB for 25, but Satanic is ready.
3 green dots missing from that Dire team, like you're saying. They do get another one of these wards down to try and give them that team fight vision, but sentries placed. They have to remove that, and a blink stun in. Tavo with Costa Beal, a double stun lands. Raven looking like he's in trouble as well. Man to try and remove himself from this fight, but Adriano, he's been speared back in to get the hits towards him. Fortunately for Fnatic, Raven survives,
He got
but the
Sword.
Supernova
Can they get
is
it?
being pummeled.
They can. He used Hammond's Halberd on Lina before, buyback coming out from Phoenix. But no Invoker, he does not have a buyback. Did not click his mouse, did not click the keyboard. Black King bar not used. Also handed Midas. Oh, this is pretty big.
9-second BKB, no buyback available. Doesn't have the money for it. And SG coming for your buildings. Adriano, 40 seconds left on the Aegis. Plenty of time here to look towards the middle lane of barracks. And again, it's not just about the buybacks, it's about these teamfight ultis. No Supernova, you don't have the combo with the Arena. No Haunt for 50 seconds. No Silencer or Global for 20. Well, that's tripping. That was tripping me out. There's a boundless strike from a tree.
There's a weapon coming out of the tree.
It's like a chameleon sticking his tongue out to catch a fly. All of a sudden, appearing from nowhere. I don't know if I'd call this disciplined or a little bit scared from SG. I guess Aegis is expiring, but do you think they could have gone for that Rax finish in the mid lane?
Possibly, no need to risk anything, and we can see that again. They just jumped the Invoker, managed to delete him before he got anything off. Even Raven was very low. If Lina got 1 crit, I believe that would be a certain death.
Dire are scanning.
I was always surprised by some of the decisions. Like Sven, level 25, that's 25 movement speed. I know he doesn't have an inventory slot, put in a Windlace, which is 20 movement speed and costs, like, let's say it's a 300 gold item, instead of taking the 10 Warcry. Like 10 armor is 1400 gold.
Yeah.
Times 5 if you use it on 5 heroes.
Oh. Oh, Death gets his BKB off fast and a good Cataclysm. Oh! Oh, they get Coach to Bill. Spectre's in. The bash there towards them. Theo's BKB inside the Wukongs, but the Invoker's cleared through KJ now. Raven picks up a wicked 6 streak, and the Spectre has finally arrived on the scene to play some Dota 2.
Man, Fnatic, this is the only stun pretty much that they got. The instant initiation with the Mars Spear.
They got Lina. She didn't BKB before TPing. Adriana's been caught down now. They're going to get 2 of the big cores here, and SG made to pay.
Talking about the mistakes, this one cost Lina. She does not have a buyback, so there's going to be some build-ins taken by Fnatic. BKB is already down to 6 seconds, so it's when you're TPing out like that, like you gotta use it. They managed to use the Cataclysm and the Spear combo, Spectre with the Haunt and the Illusions on Sven. He just melts, even though he's sitting at 3,500 HP. Didn't feel like it's a Sven, right?
No,
Radiant's
disappeared.
top tower
Yeah, I would like to see that again if possible.
And the speed at which Death BKB'd as well. It felt like he preemptively BKB'd when that
Epi.
fight started. Yeah, they find the Invoker, stun him up, and Trent checked off in the tree line. This was after his teammates had all TP'd back home.
tower is under attack.
Getting a little bit sloppy from both sides.
Oh, I like this from Mars. Refresher. Yep, double ulti, double spear, like double BKB also sounds good. Double Eon Disc is good in theory.
In practice,
In practice, not as much. Your Eon Disc procs, and then they hit you once, it procs again.
Yeah.
But still, you get the status resistance, and you can't die.
it's not too bad. That's pretty good. Penta-edged sword. Custodial Sven. Flicker. See if that goes on the Sand King or the Oracle. KJ says that's mine. Spectre picking up a couple of juicy items as well. Ascetic's Cap, incredibly good on her.
Status resistance every single time a debuff is applied. A bit of HP, some regen. At this point, regen doesn't matter that much.
And this sweep across the map did get spotted by Fnatic.
That's all he wanted. He wanted to proc that Eon Disc, and he did. Needed to use a BKB.
He did. I guess now, Eon Disc, 165 second cooldown. It's a long old time for poor old Mars.
Spectre with the Abyssal Blade is now a real threat to Sven. With the bash, with another ability to stun him during BKB, even though BKB is down to 6 seconds. 5% extra dispersion coming out from level 25 Talented Spectre, so she becomes insanely tanky.
I find it interesting, Spectre's walking around with dust and wards and stuff as well at this point. Raven's the one that feels bold enough to move high ground and actually play in towards the enemy team as they double stun up Raven. Massive kill on the Spectre's found, but the buyback and the Haunt comes in. The Cataclysm landing in. Jams with that Supernova coming through, and the Sand King's dead. Wukong's command looked good, but they're going to find the disarm and the pick off on Kostabeel.
And guess
4
what?
for 1, and Roshan's alive.
It also has Refresher. Like, they definitely love to see this Refresher being picked up. You can use it on Spectre, you can use it on Mars, Invoker's Cataclysm, double BKB. It was such a great play. This is something that they've done on position 5 Silencer, where they buy back. Same thing they can do with Spectre. He goes in and just deals a ton of damage with the Blade Mail, with the Dispersion. Spectre's the one who's holding the Refresher for now. Let's see if she decides to give it to someone. Double damage also picked up.
DD Spectre. Do they want to push actually up into high ground? The longer this game goes, it feels like Fnatic...
It gets easier for Fnatic, no doubt about it.
Yeah, getting easier and easier. And we still don't have, Ags or Shard on a Spectre. Buying a BKB next. Down goes the tier 2 as Death breaches high ground with Raven. Where's Chuen? Chuen, Midasing creeps off to the right-hand side. He's got himself that timeless relic. So much damage coming out of the Cataclysms. A good 20 seconds with no Sven. Lina might be forced to BKB here as, oh, they don't land the spear.
If they can kill Sven one more time, there's going to be global up in 15 seconds for Supernova. Spectre ulti in 40. Still holding that refresher. Double Abyssal Blade potentially, which is going to be good on Sven. They can blow him up. Sven goes in on Spectre, but the Dispersion, like you get on top, Dispersion deals more damage the closer you are, so Sven needs to be close. And that means he's going to disperse a lot of damage in AoE.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, especially with God Strength. Cost the bill. Buyback.
Here we go.
Not available. He does not have enough gold.
1,000 off it. Lina does. Invoker, Sand King, Sansa, and Oracle. All with buybacks. But Fnatic, yet again, feeling something's not quite right. They backpedal, they smoke. They want to take things on their own terms. We've seen how well things can go when they do get that sweet initiation.
Green dots for Fnatic are ready. Mars now refresher done, and just 1-2 creeps away from level 25.
Green means go. Illusion Rune for Raven as well. And that can very nicely push out that bottom lane, which is contending with the super creeps. Costabil has already TP'd out at top, which is where the rest of Fnatic were. A little hunter-gatherer party. Contribute. Crit now up.
I thought he might go for 180 HP region
With
inside.
double arena,
yeah,
right?
with double arena.
It would have made sense. But I guess if they want to burst these heroes and get that numbers advantage as swiftly as possible. The other talent also pretty handy.
Invoker also hit level 25. Radial Deafening Blast, so that's going to be tough to deal with once the BKBs
Radiant's
are
top
gone.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Even though SG are slightly ahead in the net worth, 45 minutes in, that is close to meaningless. It's all down to this team fight execution. How well can Fnatic pick their targets? How can they jump the Lina? Where can they find the Sand King?
Monkey King has a nullifier, so that's another way of dealing with the...
Tavo forces the Eon
He
Disc.
goes in.
And the first arena. Self-Yules and Lotus Orb there from the Sand King as he backs himself away from Fnatic's aggression.
Pay attention, this is why you buy Refresher. You fail one spell, so you can have another one. Maybe
well,
even fail that one.
Bill. He's found the two supports immediately, but now he's inside the arena. Abyssal Bladed Cataclysm. There's no saving him. He's dead. Buyback forced out, but Theo in his own BKB and as Adriano Laguna blades towards them. In comes the rest of
the
Fnatic.
deafening blast.
Epicenter there onto Chuen. They've got the pick off an Invoker potentially with a Primal Spring. They absolutely do. Theo Lacour with a Boundless Strike slams it to death, and Raven, it looks like he's pretty much the last one standing at this point, but he's tanky.
Everyone's
He's got a
flying
lot
back.
of damage. The stuns though, Tavo and Adriano hold back Raven Spectre, and the multi-buyback from Fnatic. Everyone returns to the battlefield.
I think Fnatic wants to, take a couple of seconds and reset. There's a huge wave in their base, so someone needs to address that. Spectre used the refresher, a double ulti. Sven, one of the heroes that you do not want to buy back on if you don't have your BKB or ulti ready.
Quadruple buyback from Fnatic. Aegis still in the hands of Spectre, but only for another 10 seconds.
SG realized we don't want to focus the Spectre because we are just going to deal ourselves quite a lot of damage. Invoker trying to get the Eon Disc. Let's see that again. Great to jump there from Sven to be able to delete both of these supports immediately, and then gets jumped by a Spectre. Abyssal Blade, a Bash. It's a bit too much. Those illusions deal a ton of damage. SG realizes we can focus the Spectre, so let's just go for someone else. Tavo in the back lines. Good jump. Invoker didn't even pop a BKB. He had enough time.
He does now have a refresher orb, though. As Kostabil going to BKB TP. Raven can't close the gap for the Abyssal Blade or the bashes quite in time. And whose is this? Sven refresher orb. We've got refreshers galore, don't we? Invoker, Mars, Sven. And who else? Let's just get refreshers on everybody.
That's pretty much it. Only couple of refreshers in game. Monkey King hit level 25, additional Wukong's command ring, and he also has a nullifier that I started to talk about, so Eon Disc are not going to be as good. We'll manage to deal with the potential 4 steps save or Glimmer Caves.
Lots of ideas on what the teams want to do next with the drawings on the map. Monkey King signaling that this bot lane is continually moving into the Dire base. Well, it looked like KJ was saying, let's go farm triangle. Let's go push out top. Think about the next Roshan to really secure and ram this one home.
Invoker just used Cataclysm to scout things out, see where they are.
Kostabil back into his triangle. Well, Theo looking to try and de-ward the vicinity. SG all grouping up together. Gem Monkey King will remove the majority of the vision here from Fnatic. But it's another very similar move. I think the past 3 moves have been... Oh, DJ, what have you done? Oh, yes.
Oh, that's
stylish.
Gotta give him points for that.
Hey, made a mistake, -1 point. The drift, the drift drive-by pickup of the gem, +2 points. Hey, Tavo finds the catch, blink stun in, chain it up, combo down, gem is down, and Kostabil, he's angling for more. The Mars Arena and that Eon Disc popped out as Raven holds in. The Cataclysm comes. Kostabil needs saving. Massive damage, though, has landed on his head as Tavo epicenters in towards Raven. The Spectre nearly dead. Raven's falling very quickly, but has buyback available. Just no way into the fight again.
Sven managed to get off the Satanic, and they were not able to get him from 100 to 0. Invoker needs to get out, has buyback available in 4 minutes, so he needs to be very careful how he plays.
And this time, KJ, with that false promise, and like you mentioned, the Satanic on the Sven, able to keep Kostabil alive through the entirety of the fight. And a double damage rune has spawned bottom. Do you want that on Adriano, or do you want it on Kostabil?
That seems like it's going to be Kostabil.
Oh. Hey.
Thinking about it.
Adriano was on his way.
You want it?
I think they were fighting
You
over
can take it. No, do you want it? I'll take it if you don't want it. I mean, if you really don't want it, I'll just, I'll grab it and I have double damage.
But I wanted it.
I mean, you should have said so.
That's what it's like playing with Lacoste in real life, by the way.
And then after you die, you're like, maybe I should have taken it.
Imagine if I had the DD rune, guys. Like, watch this next fight.
Imagine if Lina had DD here. Like, this
These
set of
buildings.
barracks would already be gone.
They would be at tier 4s. The throne would be dead already, wouldn't it?
Has fallen.
Fnatic do have a glyph to play around with. And once again, SG, they move in, claim 1 objective, back up. Very disciplined. Just wanting to keep the lanes pressuring in towards that Dire side.
Next set of buybacks will be available in 2 minutes. Roshan. A lot of presents from the big boy. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and Axe.
And absolutely no contest from Fnatic. With no Spectre, there's no fight in them. Wait, did Phoenix just buy 2 toads?
This is something that IG has done in the first season and especially during the major, just stacking the tomes.
Oh yeah. So you wait to see who's going to get level
yeah,
25?
Exactly. If
That
you don't
makes
need it,
sense.
it doesn't make much sense if you're level 18, if you're level 21, if you're 18 and you're to level 20, it doesn't do anything significant. So if it's HP talent or whatever, it's kind of a waste, so you keep them.
So which talent are you taking here as the Phoenix? The percentage to keep Spectre alive?
Yeah, I think Supernova, it's still gonna die
If you don't have Ags, it's like whatever.
because Lina can easily kill it in the team fight.
True, true.
Sanking took the Aghanim Scepter upgrade, so that means Burrow Strike adds Caustic. And of course, the increased range.
Yeah, it's so nice having that extra range. Not as heavily reliant on your Blink Dagger anymore. Fnatic not giving up though. A very tight series and another tight game between these two. The one-hit creep wave. Costabile make sure that mid lane and the other core make sure that top lane are trending in towards that dire base, while Chwen desperately scrambling to make any kind of space across the other side of the map for themselves. But eventually you will have to face your opponents. You will have to battle 5v5. Death. Tavo, the two-man, burrows through them. And in
LSA.
comes Costabile. They found jabs. No buyback, no supernova, no nothing. Costabile's going to refresh himself up. He's got that BKB yet again and aims towards the towers while
Buyback
this
available
poor
on
Raven
Phoenix now.
Spectre destroyed by the Lina. In comes the Cataclysm though. Oh, that false promise onto the Sven will keep him up and running. Adriano picked off by the Spectre. Another stun, the
Wukong's.
balance strike, and the Wukong's is there. Meatball's landing, Costabile, he's gonna get popped, but it's the Aegis that gets claimed. While Theo, he's hunting DJ all the way towards this dire fountain.
Silver Edge available. LSA gonna land on 2.
Oh, but Sven doesn't turn around to fight. They get the Laguna Blade in towards them, and the Invoker's gone. Tavo once more. This man with the Burst Strikes just finding lineup after lineup, stun after stun. Costabile,
Another
though,
Satanic.
he's got a Satanic, but he's done.
He's gonna buy back instantly.
Double buyback from SG. Invoker returns to the battlefield as well. They want to keep this skirmish going.
They want to get these mega creeps. Sven does not have a BKB. They're ready in 15. God Strength already used this Mars. And Death Blink, amazing Dota, being able to spear him back multiple times. Glyph.
But there's no green lights anymore for Fnatic. No Supernova, no Global, no Arena, no Haunt. I'm not sure what the status of that Cataclysm's like, but I think it's a resounding no on all fronts. Range racks down, melee, the only thing separating Fnatic from dealing with mega creeps.
Oh, Lina is just pew 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 pewing from the low ground. Still not enough damage. She's very afraid. 15 seconds until BKB. Cheese is available.
Oh, the
Meteor.
deafening blast. Meatball's not working out for them. Yule's on the Sand King means he's safe and sound in that BKB. He'll blink himself out. Fnatic have defended their melee barracks, but for how long? Ice Wall's annoying. And where's that creep wave? It is coming with 2 Carties.
Wukong's command. Try to zone them out. Finish the barracks.
And a BKB from Theo to make damn sure it'll fall. Mega creeps now. What Fnatic have to contend with. Theo, though, speared up. I think he'll gladly give his life to make sure that the mega creeps are coming. But
2
dead
minutes.
for 2 minutes.
2
Fnatic
minutes
now.
without Monkey. He's their source of the damage as well. Like, he uses a nullifier on someone, but the naked drone. Like, this is kind of hard to deal with. Your Spectre doesn't really outpush the waves anymore. This is not a Radiant Spectre, so it takes quite a lot of time. Mars should be the one dealing the best, especially with the Aghanim Shard upgraded on Spear. They can chill. Minute and 30 seconds. These heroes don't buy Divine Rapier. Even if you had the gold, you don't have that option. Spectre's not a Divine Rapier carrier.
Well, maybe we should have gone the DPS route on Death, but he's done such a spectacular job with this item build, setting up team fights for Raven. It would have been a bit weird going that direction. Like 56 minutes in, Oracle now. Oh, he bought BKB, and I guess he sold it again to make sure he has buyback, because nobody else in this bloody game's got it.
There's one on Sanking, one on Mars. Dire using a scan, Radiant also scanning to see what the hell is happening. Map a bit dark. They're waiting for Monkey. Monkey is keeping them in place, reducing their spell damage with that Mage Slayer. 35%. It's actually like the best item you can get on a position 4 monkey.
Super good. We do have some potentially game-changing items coming up, though. Scythe of Vice on the Silencer. About 1,000 away. If you can just hold on for that. Oh, no, I'm crazy. He's got it.
Buyback is on cooldown for 4 minutes, so no point to save the gold.
Did he sell something?
He sold Glimmer Cape. Yeah.
Aha, okay. So I'm not so crazy. Death wants a Scythe too. Invoker working on what looks like an Octarine Core. SG, they taste blood in the water. They know that this victory is within their grasp. I mean, a 2-0
Top lane's
victory
approaching. So is bottom.
And Fnatic are outside of their base, not contending with the lanes. Yeah, that's where the spam pings come in. SG have realized what you have as well, Lacoste. That's where they sense weakness. The thing is, when you are hemmed back in your base like this, you don't.
There's no glyph. Minute and 10 seconds for Fnatic.
Or do you just go God Strength?
They might just go in and end the game if they are keeping track of it.
End the game, hit the throne. Like, you don't care about vision anymore because as SG, you see all the Fnatic in their base.
All 3 lanes are in the base. Roshan may respawn in 40 seconds. SG, they don't have to, go in and try to end the game. Neutral items are spawning in the 50 seconds, so they can just hold. Fnatic will have a hard time getting out of the base and getting the tier 5 neutral items. I think the plan is to either wait for Roche to see when it's going to spawn. It's a fast spawn. Go for Roche. If it's not, take the tier 5 neutral items and just go end the game with it.
I was wondering that. Oh, but yeah, has the ninja gear.
Glyph is ready. 5 seconds. Roche, maximum time. 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Of course it is. Wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, that Radiant scan's a bit cheeky. They know someone's gone for a bit of a run there. Death has spent his first arena. They haunt in onto Costa Beal. The Sven is dying. He's gone without buyback. Fnatic, they're striking here into the heart of SG. Theo Lacour has been bashed by Raven. The
Sven has
gets
no
a couple
buyback,
of kills.
neither does Monkey.
The Sven and the Monkey are dead for a minute and a half each.
Oh man, this is such a big mistake. The play was, maybe they're not keeping track of the glyph, but they could have went in. Lina plus Sven and Wukong's command, that's more than enough to actually just go in and end the game. Now, Fnatic picking up some tier 5 items. Also buybacks on their side. Gonna be online in minute and a half. Big mistake from SG there.
It really was. And Fnatic still have to deal with these massive creep waves coming with the mega creeps. But they are making their way out of the base. Again, 50 seconds, 70 seconds, 2 long counters that Fnatic can rely on. They've got a couple of spells here from Death as well. Having already popped his refresher, he has the arena ready. Supernova's up and running. Spectre doesn't have Haunt, but Invoker should have some Cataclysms to play around with.
Spectre holding Apex, plus 70 Agi. Not bad, 400 damage per hit. And 44 armor. How much is that, Gary?
Lots.
72% physical resistance.
72. Yeah, and turning all that damage around onto them with a dispersion. But Fnatic aren't going for it. They think Roshan could maybe be alive, but we as spectators know that it's the longest spawn possible. And now we've bought enough time as SG to get Lina's buyback off cooldown. Sven in 20 seconds and 550 gold.
Oh, Monkey got hexed.
Oh,
Spear.
so he did. Into the Cataclysm. Good save, though, from the False Promise. I'll keep Monkey alive a little bit longer while Tavo and Adriano trying to battle into Raven. Oh, Lina pummeling with a right-click damage and the stuns catch Spectre dead for 2 minutes, but the buybacks are there. Fnatic can return to the battle.
Buyback. Spectre sitting at the 4,000 gold. I think now it's time to buy an item. You either go for a refresher or you get the full eggs. Roshan will spawn in 3 seconds. Costabil running out of the pit.
And we've got some tier 5 neutral items as well. Arcanist's armor, CS stone. Oh, jeez. I was looking at items and DJ's just been annihilated.
Roshan being pinged.
Lucas bought a Raddy.
Dyer's ancient is under
Yeah, I saw him struggling in the base, so he needed something to deal with the creeps. Glyph is available. They didn't pop it, so this is going to be, what, 1, 2, 3 buybacks from Fnatic.
Oh, there's a Stygian Desolator over in the Dire neutral stash. Refresher shard on the floor. Cheese not being picked up. KJ, just drop something. I don't know.
Send back the flicker.
Come on.
Drop the dust.
You surely can't leave this in the pit.
Okay. For a second, I thought they were, lactose intolerant. No one wanted to pick up the cheese. Now refresher on Sanking. And Oracle picked up the Aghanim Scepter, which means Fate's Edict no longer causes you allies to be disarmed or enemies to be magic immune.
That's pretty cool. Especially on that Sven. Another free BKB for him. Well, like you've been saying, Fnatic, they've got that glyph ready.
That's their 6th player right now.
Uh-huh. Because Adriano's coming for you. There's the burrow. Landing onto Twen. And Costabil aiming the Invoker. That's a nice arena from Death with a Supernova behind it. So Twen's still alive thanks to his BKB, but your throne is dying. Death needs to get so much more done. In comes Theo with Wukong's commander. Circles everywhere. Mars Arena and the Wukongs as they finish off Twen, who buys back immediately with a massive Cataclysm, but it's not going to bring anyone down.
Oh,
the throne is falling. They're
is
focusing
dying.
it. And SG are going to be able to bring this down, surely, with Tavo and Costabil getting a stun down to land, and game 2, another victory for SG.
Oh man, what a game. Like this series had a couple of mistakes, a bit of a throws, but overall very, very entertaining. First game, Thinker managed to make a comeback. This time around, like, it was back and forth. Couple of times you see Spectre going in on Sven, and then just Sven dying immediately. Mars had a really good performance because he was the only stun that could hold Sven enough in place to, there's later on an Abyssal Blade, but it had to come down to that into Cataclysm. They needed something in the end. Lina as a core just pops off completely. Like, Lina doesn't go for Aghanim Scepter, no shards, just straight up damage, Satanic to be able to stand the ground, keep spamming good. The spells have that 3 fiery soul attacks.
Machine gun Lina.
Yeah, exactly. I think we also got to give credit to Tavo. He played really well on Sanking. Had a couple of failed ultis, but it has to happen. You can't have a perfect game, and Tioli Core on Monkey King, like his itemization, I think it was pretty top notch going for that Mage Slayer for them to deal less damage, getting a BKB, no boots, pretty standard, I would say. Then getting a Nullifier to be able to deal with the Glimmer Capes, the Force Staffs, even forced DJ to sell his Glimmer Cape by a Hex because there was no real usage of it.
Ah, so a great way to start our day. We do have a little bit of a break, so Lacoste and I will be back later, but your next caster pair will be up shortly. A quick break before your next series, so we'll see you guys later on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another TI-10 group stage match. Suns fan here with Cinder, and we have a little bit of Thunder Predator, a little bit of IG. Excuse.
TriCast!
What do you think you're doing here, Slacks?
Hi, we're doing a TriCast, everybody.
But this is the international.
It is.
Yeah. I advised against this.
You know what's funny, chat and everybody watching, which is mostly chat, I guess. I asked, is there any way we can have Cinder and me and Slacks on a cast together? And I was expecting them to say no. I was expecting to try to put up a fight. They said, I quote, yes.
Damn,
It's
what a quote.
The international 10, and this is happening. So I don't know what to say about that. But we're in the draft, so let's get in and we can talk about this game. Slacks, can you speak to me?
Hi, everybody.
I can barely hear you. Can you speak up? Can you speak up a little bit louder? Okay, just double checking. So Thunder Predator versus IG, we have, well, kind of a tale of two teams here.
It's a surprise you haven't been hired.
IG is doing quite well, and Thunder Predator not so much. Tell me the story.
Yeah, so currently, I think Thunder Predator looks like, at the current time, probably the weakest team in the group. They're tied with Aster for last. I think both teams have lost all their games, but Aster have been looking more promising. IG, on the other hand, are top of the groups. They're 5-1. They got a 2-0 earlier against EG, I believe it was, which is obviously a very good result, a team that many expect to finish top 4. And IG, one of the teams that were struck by COVID, unfortunately, but they are trucking right now. So
Is that the same?
it's very good to see.
Would you say that they're trucking, Slacks?
Absolutely. They're cross-country.
Radiant team ban.
Picking stuff up in one country and delivering to another. I gotta be honest with you, bad news for Thunder Predator. Imagine your team isn't beating somebody at the international that has a stand-in. That's
Did they already play Aster? No, they. How do you mean?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I see. I see what you
Oh,
mean.
yeah.
Right. Oh, they're actually tied with T1 as well. They're also 0.
Yeah,
Seconds
T1
remaining.
has been underperforming for sure. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but they've kind of dropped off a bit, but it's still the beginning of the group stage. There's plenty of time to bounce back.
And T1 have shown that at previous events. They had, which was it the last? It wasn't the major, but it was the last like bigger tournament they played. They started out 0-4 as well, I think, and then they did 4 wins in a row on the second day.
Right.
So they can definitely recover. I worry for Thunder Predator, honestly. It was one of the teams going into the tournament that I had the lowest expectations for, and I think so far they're not really inspiring that much. So I really hope we get to see a good game from them. Just get some sort of momentum going. It's always a shame if things just don't click when it matters the most.
I mean, silver
5
lining, that
seconds
please
remaining.
don't self-promote on this TI-10 broadcast, Slacks. The one thing that I do like about Thunder Predator is that they have a very exciting gameplay style.
Is it that exciting to lose?
Well, that's a little harsh. It can be fun until the end, perhaps, depending on your perspective.
This might be the first TriCast at TI that gets one game in the best of 2 series. isn't it?
Yeah, I'm actually afraid to look at my my phone for a message from Valve saying JK. Once they said yes, I haven't opened my phone. You know.
10 seconds remaining.
Several times in my career, I have received WhatsApp messages.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, tone it down in all caps. WhatsApp is open. We're ready.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. All
May I
right.
say something though?
Okay. Sure.
All right, Disruptor. Nobody in the world plays Disruptor, honestly.
You mean on a pub level?
In general, Disruptor's not a hero that someone's like, oh, I can't wait to play Disruptor, except for very few freaks. And
Okay.
I am one of them. Let me tell you about how broken this hero is. So many times in games, late game, oh, the BKB timing. Well, if you got an axe, it doesn't matter. It's so good in the meta for some of these heroes that are so dependent on BKB. But more important, the unsung hero, what I dare to say is one of the
Dire team ban.
and coolest shards.
Yeah, you were going off on this one.
I'm going off on Disruptor Shard. Did you know, Cinder and Sunsfan TV, that this shard removes slow?
I'm going to start calling you Sunsfan TV.
If you're hit by a Venomancer Gale and you hit your ally with a shard,
10
he
seconds
gets
remaining.
that slow removed
Temporarily.
temporarily during
5 seconds remaining.
free
Pick.
purge on an unlimited
Radiant team pick.
Lena.
get the right item.
Wow.
Unlimited cooldown sounds pretty bad.
Unlimited cooldown.
Very
It's
interesting.
never
I
ready.
have to say, I can't wait for him to not buy short this game.
You'll be surprised. Good disruptor players know when to get the shot.
Yeah, we did see it like last game actually.
And you know when you get it?
10 seconds remaining.
Doom would love it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you
5
you also
seconds
picked
remaining.
so
Team
since
pick.
Thunder Predator first picked Tide, IG were just like, how many ways can we Doom Tide?
Yeah.
So they picked Doom and the AoE Doom.
If only
as their
there was
first two
Orchid
heroes.
and the old Nullifier, then they could
Yeah,
get 3.
they could
but
do that too.
Sadly, they've hit their limit this time. All right, so we're gonna see
Well, they
Thunder
could
Predator
get
go
Orchid
for the
Silver
old.
Edge,
Okay, sure,
right?
sure.
Then
Yeah.
they could break Tide and then silence him.
Close
10
enough. Close
seconds
enough.
remaining.
We get Lycan and Puck to go along with Snapfire Tidehunter for Thunder Predator. Puck
5
is a hero
seconds
that
remaining.
the one nerf, which didn't sound like it was that bad, but all the Puck players complain is the phase shift cooldown increased
Yep.
by 0.5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
It
And
matters. a lot.
everybody's like, wow, this is unplayable. And of course, everybody was picking Lion and, to some respect, Rasta to be able to instant hex a hero like that anyway. But we're seeing it here now.
Yep. Something Thunder Predator definitely have in this game is team fight, right? You've got Snap, Tide, and Puck, and you have single target damage from Lycan. A pretty good hero against these squishy int heroes like Lina and Disruptor. They can kind of get overrun. I would say Lycan is one of the worst core matchups for Disruptor in general because you can just get killed by stuff you can't even glimpse, right? The summons just... If Lycan gets Helm of the Overlord and the
10
two Wolves can
seconds
kill
remaining.
Disruptor on their own. And IG try to solve this by getting Wyvern.
5
So they
seconds
have the
remaining.
Cold Embrace for protection, and they have the Curse, which obviously is a great tool against Lycan in specific situations when things line up, which they don't always do. Higher skill Lycan players are good at like splitting up their attack and coming from different angles, so you can't curse as effectively. But
Is that what Lycan's about now? I mean, when I see a Lycan now, I like to think of it like my wife's, mom.
10
There we go.
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
I think of it as, who gonna get bit? When I see a
Yeah.
Lycan, all I think about is which one of these guys is getting bit? Who's the actual carry?
I thought you were
Right.
going to say your wife's mother had a beard or something like that. Just the old chopsticks going there.
and the claws.
Why?
10 seconds
I wish.
It makes for a better... Slacks is about what makes for a better story. So if that makes for a better
5
story, he would have
seconds
wished for that.
remaining.
That's true.
Yep, that
Oh,
too.
That's right.
Um,
Very good. This is TI-10, by the way.
It's okay. So I agree with the bite thing, but I think every Lycan we've seen at this TI has still bought the Ags after at least a Dominator, right? Like you always see the Dominator first. I think
But who's he biting this time?
No
Who's
one
that-
yet.
Who's that last pick going to be?
no one yet. You're probably looking at a carry that can handle getting doomed, right? And who do you want there?
Life Stealer.
Wraith King is the obvious choice, I
Yep,
think.
true.
The downside to that is that I find Wyvern to be an exceptionally good hero against Wraith King. It's a really, really good matchup. It's very telegraphed when he goes in. He hates Cold Embrace. He hates Curse.
I mean, is it a requirement to have a bite target? Does he have to go Ags?
It's not a requirement.
Team
I don't think so.
How does it feel to see Aghanim Scepter picked up at TI-10 when it was literally your idea?
Oh, it feels real good. It feels real good. I mean, Ice Frog, he's taken some inspiration.
What else has he taken?
Jeremy Kahn, I believe.
Oh my god. It's TI-10 for Gus.
Jeremy Kahn was directly stolen, and I'm saying it.
Stolen.
No, I mean, what an inspiration, that's one thing I do love about Lycan, though. He's not like a hero. He's like an enabler. He introduces little
10
wolves
seconds
into the lanes.
remaining.
He takes over creeps. He'll do anything but himself, and it reminds me a lot of
5 seconds remaining.
I have a green dot in
Sure.
the center of my screen. Oh, yeah. All right.
like FPS games. The green dot, it's for like cheating.
Yeah, you
n-
need to
nobody
make
else-
sure that
nobody
the
else can
enemies
see
are
this.
always exactly in the center of the screen. Wraith King it
think
is.
You just lost everybody in the broad. They cannot see what you're seeing,
know.
by the way.
I know.
10
That makes it fun.
seconds remaining.
If you're watching this game, imagine a green dot,
5
and that's
seconds
right in the
remaining.
middle of the screen and it's there permanently.
That would be cheating
Just
in
imagine it.
Counter-Strike.
It would just make things harder for yourself because there's a green dot in the way, so you
No,
can
it
see
would,
less.
it would actually be cheating in Counter-Strike
Why
because
would-
the op doesn't have a crosshair. This is actually what people used to do back in the day. This is TI-10, by the way, but
I see.
back in the day, it used to be pretty accurate with the quick scoping, and
I
people
got
would
it.
put tape in the middle of their monitor. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
sticky. Just a giant ass sticky note in the middle of the monitor.
That's his shoot.
Yeah. Well, it is the Wraith King, so that is why you're here, Cinderin. Congratulations. What are we looking for IG? It looks like a probably carry as well then. Unless
Yeah,
you
for
want to do some
sure.
crazy Wyvern position 1.
Someone that buys Diffusal wouldn't be half bad here. It's good against both Tide and Wraith King. So Ursa and Jug are banned out by themselves. They could have both been candidates, honestly. Monkey King, I'm assuming, is banned his first phase as usual.
You know, we've been seeing some Troll Warlord. That could be a Diffusal buyer as well.
Yeah, it could if he wasn't last banned, Shannon. That is true, Sunsfin TV.
There's also Juggernaut. You can see his banned there. That would have been a good choice.
Faceless Void, maybe?
Oh. Slarky
Also
Malarkey.
Diffusal.
Wow.
He'll buy Diffusal. It's fine.
Very exciting. I love to see Slark.
Yeah, he's very good here, actually. He's good against Tide. He's good against Wraith King. And arguably, especially if he goes an Ags route, I think this hero can also be good against Lycan.
Okay.
So it's solid. We also, like we said in the start of this, we should keep in mind this is 2 different qualities, at least currently, of teams clashing. IG've been looking great, and Thunder Predator not so much. So for me to side with Thunder Predator, I need to feel like, okay, either I need to really see the clear plan of what they're going to do in order to win, or I need to feel like they have outdrafted their opponent. And I don't think that is the case this game.
Okay.
So I definitely like IG's chances in this to
Do
continue.
you
their hot
agree,
streak.
Slacks?
What?
Do you agree with whatever he just said?
I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay. Who would you pick then?
Gosh.
Let's see if he says a team name or a hero name.
Invictus game.
Oh, he picked a team. It was good 50. Oh, lucky.
Real win streak here, and
Yeah.
Thunder Predator, they gotta convince me that they have a really good draft.
Okay. Well,
He did pay attention. He was just pretending. It's like when I don't hear what you're saying.
no,
I'm also just
we're not
paying-
going through this conversation again.
Okay.
You actually don't listen ever.
Okay.
Okay. I feel like we're an odd couple here. All right.
Damn, I
So
know exactly
this
where to shoot Snapfire.
will be game number 1 of this 2-game series, Thunder Predator versus IG. And I would like to apologize in advance, not just because of this TriCast, but because I myself am doing the camera, which has not been attempted for literal years. And I forgot to disable this thing. Apologies to everybody at home. If you have any issues with the camera, make sure to tweet at
You really
PimpMuckle.
should prepare
Yeah.
for
Just
battle
let's
test.
pretend okay, this is an inside joke between not only the 3 of us, but everybody watching. PimpMuckle is doing the observing. Okay, everybody?
Is it an inside joke when there's that many people in on it?
Yeah, you can have an inside joke with thousands of people.
You can?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
I don't know. To me, that's just a joke then.
No, a joke is the masses. The masses, if it's the minority still, which this is,
So you're saying every Dota joke ever is an internal joke?
in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. Then every joke is an inside joke, Shannon.
Are you speaking into your mic? I don't hear you anymore.
I think Valve already muted Slacks. Like,
Maybe they can hear you on stream, but I
They're
can't
like,
hear you.
Slacks, you get 2 minutes to convince us you should be doing this.
Make sure your
and
microphone is plugged in.
You failed.
Try restarting the computer.
I actually hope he's been muted the whole time.
That's true. That would be so awkward, actually. So we're going to get these cheers throughout the entire game, which, not sure what let's see if we can click these ourselves. No, can't do that, sadly. Spectators that are in the lobby are not able to take part in these cheering.
How far can those flames go?
I think that's the extent, actually.
Is it binary or do they grow?
You're asking the wrong guy.
All right. Yeah, why would the guy who's involved with this stuff know
Slacks,
what's
can
happening?
you please stop talking? Nobody can hear you, okay? Nobody can hear you. Just please stop. All right, we can do this here. All right, so
It's
we're
an
into the
inside joke
laning
between
stage.
Shannon and I and all of the audience.
That's
you
right.
can't hear
And
Slacks.
by the way, you guys have probably noticed, but if you're on the PC, you should be able to use most of the Dota 2 tooltips that we've released today with some delays from Twitch. So only thing that I don't think the prediction thing is working and the cheering within Twitch itself is not working. But the rest should be pretty much online, so hopefully it works well for you. You should be able to do this, what I'm doing right now. You should be able to follow along very nicely. Very good. I see you doing that very well at home.
Did
Good
you have
job.
ability guides on?
No, we don't have that on. Wait, why is this on my? Yeah, that's strange.
Whose guide is it?
I don't.
I'll do my best.
I think it's just the default guide, so
Oh,
they haven't
okay.
updated in weeks. Oh, Fly, you might be in some trouble here. On the high ground, will pounce to safety though. Yeah, looks like he's going to be just fine. Very, very impressive stuff.
So I think the lanes are probably just going to be, excuse me, I think the lanes are just going to be default. So it's probably going to be Slark Disruptor top and then Lina mid.
Yeah.
This is it.
And an off-lane Doom Wyvern lane for IG, most likely. It does feel like a very good Wyvern 4 game, I might add, just because the amount of value you can get out of having items on Wyvern here, because of how good it is against Wraith King and Lycan, should not be understated. Like, Holy Locket build is a possibility. You could get Dagger. You could even get Orchid against Puck if you wanted to solve that problem. There's plenty of options here for what you want to do. Personally, don't think the Orchid is necessary. You're playing with both Doom and Disruptor, so you have those silences in play already. So maybe having more of a defensive approach to the itemization could be cool here for Kaka.
Yeah, we're seeing
Position
the
5
MJZ.
tied.
Yeah, we saw this. I forget who picked it up actually when we were casting, but it actually worked out pretty well. Was a little bit surprised by that, as MNZ is taking a lot of damage so far in this lane. What are your thoughts on this? These 2v2s here.
Should be a pretty good lane for IG, I think. Wyvern likes playing against high HP heroes for Arctic burn value. It's playing against double strength. And in their top lane, I think Slark Disruptor. Slark Disruptor against, what is their exact matchup here? It's Slark Disruptor against Lycan Snap. Should also be okay. And then Lina versus Puck. Historically speaking, sometimes has been Puck favored. I don't think it is right now. I think it's probably relatively even, maybe even slightly Lina favored at this point.
Yeah, and it is Emo playing Lina, of course, which is one of the best mids in the entire world, so that might be a bit of a tough one for Leo's style, but we'll see. Obviously very early on right now. Slacks, is there any hero that you've been surprised has been picked in the, or maybe there's a hero that you're hoping gets picked a little bit more in this Oh, I forgot that we can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, maybe that's for the best. We'll have to wait and see.
This is my favorite TriCast ever. It reminds me of our dual casts.
All right, we'll just pretend Slacks doesn't exist for a little bit longer. Maybe you can hear him yelling in the background. Hopefully you can't.
People
though.
starting to tune into the game. They're like, oh, it's another Sunsfans cast, just like always. That's great.
Yeah, nothing has changed, absolutely.
Except that I'm calling you Sunsfan TV now, because that's really funny.
I don't like that.
All right.
See,
And
I
you
gave
shouldn't
you,
have chosen
I
as your
gave you the
name.
nickname of Cinderman, which sounds like a superhero.
That's true. What's my power?
Forgetting things.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing.
Always forgetting things.
Ultimate absent-mindedness.
Yeah. So JT playing the Doombringer. Well, I guess his name is just Doom now, as of like 6 years ago.
10.
No, it's less than 10.
Was he called Doombringer in the beginning of Dota 2?
Yes, 100%.
Oh.
And they changed it shortly
Because?
after. I don't know.
Because Bringer was copyrighted by a delivery company.
I think
So
so.
they had to, yes.
I think that is probably accurate.
All right.
What are your thoughts on Doom in general right now? Because he got some nerfs in terms of the amount of gold that he's able to make throughout a game. He felt basically like Alchemist. I want to say like 4 months ago.
Yeah,
And he was picked like a lot.
I don't think the nerf was that substantial. I think largely the hero does the same thing, right? It's kind of like an anti-hero almost, where...
That's how it's always been, though, with just the Doom build.
Yeah,
right?
of course. So what always decides whether Doom is good in the meta or not is largely what the popular carries are, because some carries are just inherently good against Doom in lane and game. That's one thing. And it's about the flow of the games. Like, do they go late? Is it very push-oriented? Doom is not good against heavy 5-man, but he's really good in, like, skirmish-style games or team-fight-style games where he has a clear target.
First Blood goes the way of MJZ. I didn't miss it, believe it or not.
He ran Kaka down for a long time.
All right, well, I just caught it barely.
That was quite... I was just guessing based on where Kaka died, but I would imagine that was a long run.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for observing, Shane.
Yep. First Blood goes
MNZ
away from the Predator.
is
MNZ
dying.
getting chased. Yeah, now that his support is nowhere near, JT gets credit for that. And as you can see, MJZ sacrifices himself to the tower just for a free TP, essentially.
Yep. So if you haven't watched Dota for a long time, what has changed in that regard that makes heroes sometimes just go and die to the tower is every time you die, you get a free town portal scroll no matter what hero you are, except if you die to neutrals or Roshan. So these heroes will sometimes go and suicide to the tier 2 tower over the neutral camps. First of all, to get the free TP, and secondly, because their respawn timer is shorter when they die to towers on early levels than if they die to the jungle. And then the trade-off is that the enemy team gets a little bit of gold, but mathematically it's just a better play most of the time to go and die to a tower, because town portals do cost quite a lot.
Yeah.
So
That is a
resource.
pretty elegant change, honestly. There's been a lot of back and forth with the way that dying to the neutrals has affected the game. Like there was a point where people would just do it constantly. That was probably the worst. That was the extreme case, I suppose. But at this point, I think it's pretty fair. You only really see it in the laning stage for the most part. So, Slacks, are you back?
Fantastic.
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
You are very loud, but very clear.
Hey everybody.
Welcome back. What did you miss?
Not much. I've been watching the game. It's been an absolute pleasure. Absolutely fantastic here. 2-2.
You had 5 minutes to check your phone. Did you get any warnings about your performance so far?
You know, I'm not going to mention it.
Okay.
Good.
They said don't say this, and then many paragraphs.
Okay.
So.
Okay, did it include the word artifact? TI-10, by the way. Leo style mid, 1 level behind Emo right now. As you can see, it's actually pretty substantial difference in terms of just the XP alone.
13 denies on the Lina to the 4 of Puck. This
Well,
is
that's
just
good.
raw denies. There's no kill involved, no assist. There was no like rune fight or anything in the beginning that Emo benefited from. So just flat out outlaning him. The gold is close though. So I assume, well, it's only
Going
6
back into the jungle a
CS.
bit now.
I think maybe Emo had to buy a little bit more regen.
Now we can see the Laguna Blade onto Moose. He's stuck inside the kinetic field. Looks like he's going to drop one way or the other. Emo, in the meantime, extremely low with the rotation of MJZ. That is a very big kill for Thunder Predator. So Leo style getting something out of this finally. So we'll be able to maneuver his way back into the game a little bit.
Now, added benefit here for him as well that he obviously, first of all, has the Arcane Rune, but now picks up Coil for another potential play right away. Now the Tide is in the neighborhood. They could try for a secondary, but they don't have mana.
MNZ's in a lot of trouble. We got the TP support from MJZ, but he's just a Tide Hunter that's level 4. MNZ likely to fall here, but the question is how many of IG will go with him? JT looks like, the Cold Embrace saves it for a little bit. Kaka trying to maneuver his way to the other side as Emo trying to make his way here as well. Still in the vicinity. JT very low, pops the wand, just a couple of charges. Now Emo at the LSA. Looks like Thunder Predator are going to get nothing out of that other than the Wyvern.
He's walking away from that he was under the tower for like 45 seconds. What the heck? He can't just let him go. They need more TPs.
That's the Tide Hunter position 5 issue, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's another Tide Hunter position 5 issue.
Yep, he gets Laguna Bladed, and down he goes to Emo.
That is a problem for any hero.
Yes. If you don't have enough HP, you will die to burst damage of that control.
Wow.
Synderen, believe it or not.
Incredible analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me what Tide Hunter, because we're kind of, playing it down a little bit. Tide Hunter position 5, what does it bring to the table? Like the tankiness aspect?
Yeah, a lot of minus armor. Gush is pretty good. It's 6 minus armor on max level, and what support Tides have the luxury of doing is maxing that first. It has the big team fight ability, obviously, and if it can be played as a support, it just brings you flexibility in the draft, right? Where you can wait and see if it's a good Tide core game, and if it isn't, you can shift him over to support, where historically speaking, a lot of the time that hasn't looked very good.
Right.
So that's definitely
Well, he gets
helpful.
off the kinetic field, but he's dropping for sure. Thunder Predator getting another kill going their way. They've tied it up at 5 apiece, but as you can see, IG with the slight advantage because of the Doombringer aspect.
They do have a lot of minus armor. We haven't really talked about it that much, but they have Lil Shredder, Gush, and Howl.
I have a very important
Quite a
question
lot
to
of
ask
armor.
Slacks, but we have to make sure that nothing important is happening on
Wait.
screen.
Wait.
Fly taking some damage from Leo
Go ahead.
style. He has his coil available. We were talking about this yesterday with the lore.
Hey!
What is the lore of level death? in
Level-
Doom? Think about that just for a moment. I think
Okay,
we
I
have some
will.
action. LSA with the Laguna Blade, Leo style. He has the phase shift, but he is going to drop. Gets off his coil at the very least. The question is, will Moose get anybody? Finds one. Likely will be the sacrifice again, though. Flying Company showing out in spades here. So you've had some time to think about level death.
It's been a long time since
Oh,
that spell has been removed. I think it was something like calculating the time that you're supposed to die or something, and then speeding it up. It was the lore was not clear. That's why the Ice Frog removed it.
But he brought it back into the shard, kind of.
Kind of. They didn't call it what it was, though. Nice Hadouken there. Take out the Wraith King.
That is
pretty
a long. I mean, this used to be 300 seconds, so not quite as bad if you haven't played Dota semi-recently.
Yeah.
But still, quite a long level 1 ult, so we'll have to stay safe.
Wraith King's ult cooldown has actually changed so many times in the last 2 years, it feels
Actually,
like.
360, I'm pretty sure, was the original.
I think it was 300.
360, yep. told you.
Xbox.
300, and then now it's 200, but then level 3 was 40, and now level 3 is 60. It's been a couple of change arounds, and it is a really integral part of the hero. What you want to do as IG now is you want to take advantage of the fact that you have this 3.5 minute window to look for a kill on that guy. You only need to kill him once. It's not very hard to identify where he is. He was bottom and TP'd away. He can only really be in one place, so if they want to, they could go and smoke him out and kill him in the triangle area.
Yeah.
But they might want to perhaps hold on to their top tier 1. I guess not. They're glyphing for now, but they're not ready to connect here. One of Lycan's biggest strengths as an offlaner is this exact thing that he's doing right now. Very good at claiming the quick tower. Is he queuing up the Ags? He wants to finish Overlord first.
Yeah. Overlord indeed. Fly in the jungle, getting forced out a bit here. MJZ is now level 6, so Ravage is available. You can see from the bottom side of the jungle, IG trying to maneuver their way into the mid lane. Leo Style is who they have in their sights. Winter's Curse. Emo's going to set up with an LSA afterwards. Should be a pretty easy kill, and yeah, Laguna Blade takes off his face. Ollie gets the glimpse, so MJZ can only get the gush off, but it's going to be enough for Kaka to likely fall to MNZ. And MNZ probably back into the jungle he goes. Choppity chop.
That was beautiful. Thank you. The crowd seemingly not interested in that, but love that glyph. The crowd went wild for the glyph.
Yeah.
The kill, the fights, not so much for them.
Some of the cheering is a little off, but I'm sure that's going to be something that's going to be
I wonder if there's going to be like a crowd meta developing throughout where,
yeah,
like depending on the game and depending on the timing, the crowd decides to clap at things that are uninteresting. Just to like troll.
Uninteresting. Glyphs
I
make
find
or
them-
break games.
That's true.
in
Look at the
there.
cheering. They're very happy.
they
about
are
it.
Every
really
time they
cheering.
see bright color, they start screaming out there. I think they might be moths.
It may be.
Terrifying.
Well, this amalgamation of heroes for Thunder Predator ends up resulting in a nice tier 1
Sometimes
mid tower.
Twitch intelligence is akin to moths. I will say that.
That's right.
That is not a bad analogy
They
in my experience.
Certainly flock towards things.
All right, back to our expert on lore. I do have a question
Yes.
about the
Yes, on
lore
TV.
of Pigpole. Could you give us a rundown on that?
Oh, Slark.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh,
now,
he's fine.
Snark.
Don't worry. He knows that we need to talk about Pigpole.
That's a fish right there. You know, more interesting than your
Hey,
stupid.
you hold your
Glenn.
horses here. MJZ, how is LSA, or how's the Laguna Blade up again? I feel like he just used that. MJZ, the Ravage is going to connect onto
Okay.
3. Looks like the Wyvern's going to be the first to be taken out here.
Oh, he broke the coil.
Yeah, he's going to be stunned for quite a
He
while,
is
and Mortimer's
not
kisses
dead.
from afar. Emo, oh, the last right click from Leo Style is enough.
Oh, yeah, DD rune.
And
He
you can
actually
see
needed that.
the pig pole was not enough for JT to get out of dodge. Does get his Doom off, though, hoping for a kill onto Leo Style. Actually, JT is surviving for now, but Frank likely will finish him off. Flyfly, in the meantime, takes out Leo Style.
Fight him!
And MJZ trying to get out, gets to the high ground. Static Storm applied. They're going to trade kills here. Tidehunter for the Disruptor, and now Moose likely be taken out by Flyfly. This is going to be his 5th stack in all likelihood. Unless
Nice
he can get
wolf
some
block.
blocks off. Yeah, he doesn't have Pounce for another 10 seconds. And Kaka does have Winter's Curse, but probably does not want to use it on Moose, and he's resigned to his death. Triple kill for Flyfly, which, if you're a carry getting early kills, Slark is maybe the best one to, well, maybe Silencer, actually,
Sure.
if he's playing Scale.
You know, I gotta say, in no other place in the universe does it make any sense for someone to just frantically run up a set of stairs to try to survive. When the range heroes are trying to kill you and then you're just trying to get on that high ground, what other real-world situation could that happen in? Why would you ever run up a flight of stairs if something was coming to kill you? That's such, you know, Sunsfan, I don't think you've ever ran up a flight of stairs, so I'm not
That's
gonna...
true. You can actually say that now that you're not morbidly obese like me. I'm the
Okay,
only
take
one-
it easy.
That's why I was hired to TI-10, because I'm the one fat guy.
It was on his wish list on his Make-A-Wish Foundation is to cast this TriCast, guys.
Shannon was a diversity hire.
That's right.
Obese.
Great representation.
We need all types.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ, there's the end of us, but no. Yeah, pig pole. What an interesting item there. They also have the Tumbler's toy.
Yeah, what is the lore on Tumblr's toy?
I don't know, but what an embarrassing way to die. Some friggin' wizard rolling up on a...
I think it's kind of educational, though. I think maybe, apart from native speakers, nobody in the world knows what this thing is called in real life until they play Dota and find out it's called a Tumblr's toy. I had never heard of this word before.
I don't
until
believe
this.
that's
I
what
don't
it's
think
called.
that
This is what it is actually called in real life.
It's called horsey.
Yeah,
Yes,
horsey. I
that's
agree.
right. That is the official word, but the slang is Tumblr's toy. But if you do look it up in a dictionary, look up horsey. That is the real
Yeah, I think
word
so
for it
too.
for sure.
I
Yeah,
think so.
absolutely.
So 2K net worth lead now for IG. Are you liking how they're looking? in this game so far. This is with the Doom, so it feels like it's a little inflated, like we always talk about when this hero's picked.
Yeah, but he is really, really far ahead, though. I think it's a very healthy position that they're in, not just because of the Doom, but also Slark, like you pointed out. He's 3-0-2. He's progressing really quickly. Opted not to go for Defusal, as a matter of fact. I thought he was going to get Defusal after Saber, but looking at what's probably going to be a Silver Edge.
What's going on down there? Hello?
Yes?
Wow. It's like looking at heroes from a skyscraper. This is great.
Yeah, my binds are all messed up. it will be fixed for next game. Don't worry. I
little
literally can't
ants.
move my camera half the time, but that's perfectly normal, you know?
That's great.
People are used from that from JJ's observing.
That's
It
true.
is,
This is JJ observing, by the way. In case you're wondering, you can tweet at TimMunkle or whatever the heck his Twitter is these days. Oh, we got
Oh, that's a
Mortimer's
good-
kisses from afar. Kaka. Yeah, he can't go anywhere. Down he goes in the ball of flames that he is.
Only
Does
thing
have
that would have
buyback,
made those
though.
kisses better, Slacks, is if Snapfire had a mustache.
a little bit of a
JJ,
beard.
Doom applied to Lycan. This is going to be an easy cleanup. A
Hello.
Laguna Blade probably not needed, but Emo just really wants kills in this game. And there's the smoke, trying to chase after moves, potentially.
Yeah, they have Glimpse. He's going to
Yeah,
die.
there it is.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And moves falls yet again. Fly is going to get his seventh stack. That's right. That's what comes after
7?
of Essence Shift.
Interestingly, opted to try to jump up a flight of stairs there, Slacks, but again,
That's
it
true.
just
Yes.
doesn't work.
Very
Yeah.
interesting
That
topic
is-
of discussion is
yes.
the stairs within Dota and their purpose.
That's right.
Very interesting. This is TI-10,
You know,
by the way.
Extremely interesting stuff there. The stacks, brothers. 7 stacks by 16 minutes. Mathematically, he's nearly getting a stack in a set amount of time.
Yes, that is.
It's funny when I know what's going on through your brain because you're wanting to try to sound smart and then you just know that you don't know the math. So you just go with it.
Who knows math? I mean,
That's true.
I think that, you know, in the future, children won't even go to school.
If you ask pro players how much damage their spells do, they don't know.
They
just
don't
play
know.
on field.
That's right.
On
That's
field.
true.
And on the field.
The gut on
Yep.
the field. That should be the documentary that they make about this game right here.
On the field.
Philosopher's Stone, Big Boy Philly. The best neutral item in the entire
Talk
game.
about that in
Holy
just
moly.
a moment, but we have something more important happening. That's Ollie dying.
The
next to his
best
tier 2
neutral
tower.
item in the game, Philosopher's Stone, guys. Don't believe your streamers, Mr. Child, okay? That one is the best.
Okay.
I thought they did away with that one in Harry Potter 1, but
Philosopher's Stone, yeah.
yes.
They did. They destroyed it.
Has that ever been?
They found it again in Dota.
Spoiler alert, I've never read the books, but
That's okay. The books are way better than the movies. That's all you need to know.
Fantastic.
Dumbledore doesn't die.
Hell, come on now. That's not cool.
That's right. They changed it completely.
I
Slacks.
don't know
Today
who that
you
character
learn.
is, but I don't need to know that he dies. For God's sakes.
Very good. So Fly has his Echo Saber, Shadow Blaze. Gonna go for S&Y, it looks like.
He's
instead of
supposed to be a
for the
really
Silver
smart
Edge.
wizard. Why does he have dumb in his name?
Dumbledore, it's to trick people.
Oh, that's smart. He's like Suns fan.
He's
He's
very
not actually a
down to
fan of the
earth.
Suns.
Literally never been outside.
That's true. I'm as pale as it gets. Fly. Oh, he's going to get the Arcane Rune. I'm going to pretend that we're still casting Dota at some point this game.
Would you shut up over there? What the What are you even talking about over there?
I'm talking about Fly. He has a Shadow Blade and an Echo Saber. Okay?
Yep, that's good. I did point that
Oh,
out
wow.
2 minutes ago.
We have a lot of smokes going
But he
out.
still has it,
MNZ
which is good.
Yeah, he didn't drop it.
That's-
This is not a
that's
pub
good.
in
Yep.
NA.
Whoa!
Fly is
Didn't
gonna
pull a
start things
Kyle
out.
there.
Moose is going to get the LSA into the Laguna from Emo, who pops the BKB now, focusing all their efforts on
Nice curse.
MNZ. All right, the curse to start things out. Static Storm to follow, and Puck gets destroyed 2 for 1, but Emo's the one that dies on the backside. Trying to get out from Lycan's side, but that's not going to happen. So it's a 3 for 1 now. Glimpse back from MJZ. And he's resigned to his own death yet again. Double kill for JT, all said and done.
Oh,
And
come
MNZ,
on.
he does have his ultimate, has the Radiance, which we have yet to mention because you guys have been talking about absolute bullshit this entire game. That's going to be his first life. And back he comes, Fly. What comes after 11? We're going to find out right here, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, today you learn. You may not have learned math in school, but today, 12 comes after 11.
Woo!
That's a lot of stacks for 19 minutes, I have to say.
That's divisible by death, my
The
friend.
crowd was actually cheering and it made sense. I'm proud of
Hey,
you.
nice job,
Good
everybody.
job.
Hell yeah.
Divisible by death. That's a good quote.
That's sounds like a 50 Shades of Grey title
I was
or
going to
something.
say something that's on your tombstone, but sure.
Divisible by death for a mathematician?
That's right.
the tombstone?
It probably exists somewhere.
Yeah. That's why he's dead, because it's stupid.
So back to the stairs.
The number one
Back
cause
to the
of
most
death.
interesting thing that we've
Stupid.
talked about all game. As you can see the replay here.
That's pretty hype,
That
actually.
was a great setup by the Curse into Static Storm. That is something that Wyvern disrupted. We didn't really talk about that pregame, but obviously Wyvern in some situations, the Curse doesn't really do that much damage, but it's awesome as a setup for specific things. Classic combo, obviously Curse Arrow.
Cookie less than kinetic field, sadly. Fly likely to get another stack. Oh, Emo, kind of in harm's way here. JT uses his Doom on Wraith King, who does not have his ult. So yet another death for MNZ.
I do love watching IG play like this because if you remember, this map was pretty darn even, and then they just win one team fight, and now they know that they've hit that peak, and that's what Thunder Predator has really been lacking so far in the games that I've seen. You know, they're a little bit of an overextension, but this is TI-10, my friends. I'm going to remind you again, you are not watching another video game.
You're not watching a YouTube video with 10,000 downvotes. You are watching a TI-10 group
Not
stage
yet.
of a TriCast. Thankfully, there's no downvotes existing on the platform that we're using.
Not yet. If only we could pay money to get some more bots in here. Thank you.
Yes,
All right,
Whatever
everybody, if you think Sunsfan is really funny, cheer now.
Yes, thank you. Oh, no. Yeah, that's awkward.
Yay!
There we go.
Oh, damn.
If everybody hates Sir Action Slacks, please cheer now. Give it like a 5-second delay.
Oh, shut up, Steve. Is that how you sound in the audience?
I could picture Cinder going to a real life concert and sounding like that.
That sounds like Ogre Magi just got fed a cookie.
Yeah, that's the next Arcana coming from him. Arcana.
That's actually
2.0.
how I do sound when I get fed a cookie. So it's pretty accurate.
All right, let's go over some items here.
Sure.
You
Thunder
tell me if I'm
Predator
missing
hates
anything.
Slacks. IG.
We have heroes that are actually kind of close to each other. Maybe we should wait here. JT jumps in with the hoof stomp. Infernal Blade as well, and nice setup again.
Oh, this is ugly.
Emo's burst damage is too much. Moves stuck in harm's way. MJZ gets glimpsed, and this is just going in IG's favor to a very high degree. And
Why
into
are
the
Thunder
Roche pit they
Predator
go.
fans cheering? They just lost 3 heroes.
They like it.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're sadists for sure.
We love the pain.
That's bringing the thunder, baby. I'm into it. All right.
Starting to look better and better for IG, obviously. This lead is actually kind of incredible when you look at the graph. It's been growing really, really fast. And I think the hotkey for that is F8 if you want to press.
Right here.
Okay.
I could literally just hit it right here.
All right. Very nice. Very nice.
Graphs coming soon to the Dota 2 tooltips as well. Don't worry, friends.
Yeah, for quite a long time, it was a relatively even game until I would say, like, at least from a win expectancy point of view. The first 15 minutes, like Slacks was pointing out, pretty even, and Thunder Predator was hanging on fairly well in the fights. And then IG just hit this 1 or 2 good fights where they had better spell casting and better vision, got a couple of good spell combos off, and now they're favored by like 90% to win this game all of a sudden. Getting that Roshan, they put the Aegis onto Slark. Gives him so much freedom. You can't, like, the Radiant lineup is, to begin with, isn't very good at killing Slark because they're mainly stuns. They have 1 Puck Silence. Everything else he can reset out of with Dark Pact. I struggle to see how they're going to find 2 kills on this guy right now in the same fight. So Flyfly can play basically hardcore frontline for his team, set up the Blink Doom, set up the Blink Curse, and if those spell combos land, the Radiant lineup's just going to fall apart. Ollie almost has your favorite item, Slacks.
What's that?
Pigpole.
Pig
No,
pole.
it is Aghanim
No.
Scepter. That was a good guess.
He doesn't have Shard, though.
And he also does have your favorite item, Philosopher's Stone. So he
big
almost
boy.
has your absolute favorite disruptability. He has been watching your games.
Thank you, finally.
The more
Brown
you cheer, the
boots.
better chance you get of getting that stone
That's right.
as a neutral item, for
Brown
sure.
boots eggs. That is actually my shit. Well done. I mean, it's just so powerful if you can get it before anyone gets their BKB. I mean, you completely nullify a carry's like most important item. It's fantastic.
Yep.
But at any rate, we're gonna probably see what could be the real nail in the coffin here.
Yep,
Please
potentially.
fight. I'm big. Oh no.
They're
Yes.
looking for MNZ jumps in. That's a quick BKB from Emo. LSA in terms of the Laguna Blade. That's the first life, though. He'll be back shortly. Moves with that ult. Already activated. Static Storm onto MNZ. They're going to try to take him out first, it looks like. Ravage on the back line. Pretty decent, but Ollie looks to be the depth here. I believe he already used his ultimate anyway. Finally gets taken out. It's a 1-for-1, but that is a Wraith King for a Disruptor. If you're IG, you are very, very happy with that. Flyfly in the meantime, feels like he's just been feasting on moves this entire game. Probably half his stacks from that hero. And yeah, this fight is not even remotely close. Triple kill for Flyfly and likely down mid to go.
18 stacks, gentlemen. 18
Wow,
stacks.
was that after 17?
My goodness.
Wow.
How do you even compare? What do you do against that Slarky Malarkey at this point? You can't kill him. You can't survive him. You can't do anything, Cinder.
No, it's rough. I don't think starting, obviously at this point, they're really far behind, right, Thunder Predator, but I think starting this fight in this way is not really what you want to do. You're just blanking in your Wraith King on top of a Lina who can instantly turn you and take your first life away because you're playing without saves. I think their fight selection needs to be targeted more around finding supports. I think getting on top of Disruptor, or especially Wyvern, to start the fight would be really, really helpful. Because there's just so many heroes that can't function when they can get counterplayed. The Cold Embrace just solves so many problems for IG that if Kaka isn't accounted for, he just
JT
turns into
with
Fighter.
that Shiva's. Man, MNZ wanted to do something, but that is going to be yet another death for him. No reincarnation.
Don't really know what that was.
Still
great
40 seconds left on his ult. And yeah, I think they're just falling apart here at the seams. Gentlemen, double kill for Flyfly, and likely to be the end of game one very shortly here.
You know, if I was in this situation at the International, I would try to potentially just let the other team get some cool records. Like, feed that Slark as much as possible. What's the most a Slark has ever done in that situation?
Not much.
So, you know, get him 90 stacks. See if you can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be great sportsmanship.
Yep. Depending on what they predicted for shortest game, they could have also...
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
okay.
Yeah, this is a pretty short game, but yeah, I think we went with 14 to 19 minutes for one game, right?
Yeah, 15. It's 15 to 20, right?
Yeah.
Like that, yeah.
I do feel like, you know, if you do have no choice of winning, and you do have that in your compendium, isn't that the most important thing that you can do at this point right now? Just try to close out the game to make sure that it's on your special time.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, great. Thanks, guys.
Your special time.
My special
absolutely.
time.
Now, Emo now has that silver edge. I mean, it's funny because it feels like it's super late game. It's only 30. It's not even 30 minutes yet. But
Would you
there's
say
so many
heroes
items.
get gold really, really fast in Dota now compared to 3 years ago?
They do, and I love it.
Yep.
I
You would.
Absolutely love it. I mean, you should love it even more because you're a position 5 that usually feeds like 18, 19 deaths a
First
game
of all,
on
that's a
average.
lie. Secondly, everyone getting more gold does not mean you get more gold relative to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you cap out faster.
You get items that you didn't use to,
You
but
can only
everyone
get-
else is also just one-shotting.
You can only get so strong in this game. So
That is
overall,
incorrect.
Position 5s are stronger than they used to be.
5
relative.
Pudge is limitless.
Yes.
That's true.
Slark
That's
is
an
limitless,
exception.
in case you
Yes.
forgot.
Is it limitless? What if you steal everybody's stats? Can't you just run out?
99
I think it's
stats?
only Silencer that caps out based on the enemy not having int anymore.
Oh.
It happens to me all the time in my games when I play Silencer. It's just annoying when you've killed the enemy team like 100 times and you can't steal their int anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened before. Oh,
All right,
Emo,
Flyfly's
he's
just
in
gonna-
biz. Yeah, Moose is dead. Just gonna go out on a limb here. MJZ gets off the Ravage, but that's a quick PKB from Emo. Winter's Curse to follow from Kaka, and a wasted Ravage in the end, trying to save his comrade, but it ain't happening this time around. And I would not be surprised with a GG shortly after this decimation of MNZ. That is his first life. By the way, Flyfly ended up getting the Death Shroud Shard. We can talk about that as the death of MNZ occurs. It's actually really hard to say MJZ and MNZ in the same game. Wraith King.
That's very
I just noticed that
We're in
Dyer's
Oof City
bottom
right now,
tower
my
is under
friends.
attack.
I mean, I'm a very positive, let's go, never give up.
Yeah,
These
you're not toxic at all.
These guys should give up. I mean, how do they come back in this?
Slacks, I played a party game with you and Sons fan some months ago.
Why do you keep bringing
And,
this
and
up?
as the very positive guy you were, you didn't like how laning with Sons fan was, so you started jungling your Venno and bought 5 different boots, and we lost.
That's right.
More or less exclusively
That
because
was
of that
not
choice.
my fault. That was not my fault. That is a hidden build, and I would appreciate you not tell the entire world about it. If you get Tranquils and Arcanes on Venomancer, you never have to go back
It
to
really speeds up your farming rate, so you can get those phase boots then.
Yes.
That's very
And then
good.
you can run even faster to camps. I was really trying, Synderen.
In order to finish your tread.
Treads.
Boots of Travel and phase boots, they do
Yeah.
work well together.
It is true. You were really fast
Everybody-
at dying as well. in
That's
that
true.
game.
You couldn't
There's
get away
not-
from anybody still.
Not much in the way of defense, but the most important thing, like you said, was you kept the morale high, you stayed positive. and did your best.
I did unplug
that.
my microphone that game, so
Yeah, we noticed.
I did not
That's
say
one
anything.
time it's very noticeable.
I will say, though, somewhat recently I did play a dual queue game with Sunsfan, and I laned with him, and I feel you. It was...
It's atrocious.
It-
It's
it-
atrocious.
Oh
was-
my God! Here we go.
it-
Can we talk about the game that we're watching at TI10?
Yes, we can.
by the way?
MJZ is dead.
Yes.
Look at him.
He is so dead. I have nothing to say after that. He's just really dead. He's died so many times that I have no words to describe it
Dyer's bottom
anymore.
tower
8.
Okay, that's
All
a
right.
lot.
That's an...
I will keep it
Right.
pretty hyped, though. If somehow Thunder Predator come back into this game, it might be the biggest comeback in literal human history.
Well, maybe TI history. That would
Yeah.
be. It's probably up
That
there.
would be one of them.
Yeah. Not in.
It might be the
I,
one.
I'm
actually.
pretty sure, like overall, there's been like an 80K net worth swing, or 100K even in like a pub game,
Yeah.
but not TI.
But what do you consider the biggest comeback? Is that the biggest numerical comeback?
Suns
or?
fans'
I think so.
career, I would say.
Good.
It's the biggest comeback
from
in
the
Dota
depths
2
of
history.
hell, AK Artifact into TI10.
You can be 50K gold ahead and only be favored like 65-35.
You are a robot. I agree. So, Fly
Yes.
Flying Company going ham through backdoor protection. Now it's gone.
Is that
Bottom
how he makes
rack
me shut
is
up? He
as
just
well.
says, I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I think he programmed you. It's like Bioshock.
Oh.
Gotta be careful with that conditioning.
That's the
considering-
mute button. I agree.
I agree. There it is. Oh, you're in trouble, buddy.
Dyer's
Yep.
tower
Oh,
is
the
under
little
attack.
kobold. Did he get dug up?
Emo.
All right,
Defending the
That's
top
hype
lane.
flag.
Synderin, I gotta ask you about this because this is a real theory I have. Let's talk
Okay.
about the little kobold that you dig up from the ground.
Okay.
This kobold does not get hit by towers, does not cause any aggro from creeps, yet it can walk away from you and hit creeps. It is my real theory that if you have a shovel, Winter
Oh.
Wyvern's dead.
Yep, he is. Wait.
Oh,
He's burning very slowly, but the death
Okay.
shot saving him for just a little bit. Fly Flag gonna pop his ult now.
That's a
He'll
doom
walk away
puck.
for now.
That's a dead puck.
Yep, looks like Puck is dead. He is doomed after all. And we'll just get Scorched Earth down as well. Moves in the meantime trying to hide within the tree side here.
That's
Like
a
if we
dead
find
tide.
the MNZ and
they're saving him for Slark.
so
How many
continue
stacks
with the
does he have?
Kobold, please. I'm actually interested in this lore.
All right, suffice it to say, it is my real theory that people are going to start saving the kobold and having him walk like the movie It Follows, where the monster never stops chasing, because he always chases you if you get into vision. Like it's dead.
Oh, so you mean you dig him up and then you leave him as like a pseudo ward?
You leave him alive, and he constantly walks across the map, attacking enemy creeps. And
Is it the same Kobold in neutral camps though, or is
It
it just
is.
an identical one that has different lore?
If it is the same creep as in the neutral camp, those
Yes.
creeps are so bad
Radiant's middle
Yes.
that it would lose to a melee creep on 10%
But can-
health.
But the
Can we-
melee creeps they don't aggro to it.
Can we
So
agree
what is it
that
gonna
it
fight
is
then?
the coolest neutral creep though because of his cup? He is a beast, the best
Yes.
model in the game for sure.
That is true. The game's about to end, Suns fans.
That's right. It's about to end, and yeah, MNZ's dead again inside that static storm. They have not GG'd out yet, so Emo's just going to apply the pressure to that tier 4 tower, and onto the Ancient we go. Game 1 will end very shortly. I predict that IG will, oh wait, double buyback. It's not quite over yet. Emo pops the BKB, and down the Ancient goes IG in a shocking development. Win Game 1 of this 2-game series.
Please stop yelling.
Ah!
Yes, an incredible game that we saw. IG, of course, why they are so dominant in this group stage. And Thunder Predator, I mean, they don't got the gusto right now. They are not doing well.
They have to recover. Can you get into the frame, please? This is awkward. This is not a remote cast. We are together at last. We are together at last. But yeah, Thunder Predator is in a world of hurt right now. They've got off to a very bad start in terms of the group stage. They need to turn it around, or else, I mean, again, we've talked about this before. Last place of the group stage gets eliminated from the tournament. Can they do it?
Get
Get
last place or
eliminated?
get out?
Whatever perspective you want. Can they do it?
Realistically speaking, in this group, right, the teams that they're tied with for
I
last
agree.
are Aster and T1. I think both teams, even though they have the same score as Thunder Predator, have looked more convincing in their losses. So I think Thunder Predator is really important, not only that you start picking up wins, but that you're able to win one of the heads
Why are
up
you
with
looking
these
at me?
two teams.
Can you stop looking at me, please?
I think at this rate, Thunder Predator, unless they win this next game against IG and get a draw, they actually have to win probably 2-0 against one of the other two teams at this rate. So it's looking really scary. Gotta hope that they, I was going to say catch a second win, but you can't catch a second win if you haven't had a first one yet, right? So that
No,
they
I
catch
mean,
a win.
Technically, yeah, catch a wind. All right, let's go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Game 2 very shortly.
Happy to be here.
Yep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Game 2 of 2. This is a 2-game series for the group stage of TI-10. Suns fan here with Cinderin and Sir Action Slacks.
Hey, everybody. So good to be here again for another fantastic series with two of the best people in the world.
Thank you, Slacks.
Thank you.
What
Wish
about
I
our
could say the
producer that's off camera?
I kept it too. He's a piece of shit.
All right, so with that said, we do have a draft, so let's go take a look at what these two beautiful teams have for us today. IG versus Thunder Predator. Thunder Predator got destroyed in game number 1, but we were talking about this off camera. You know, Singapore Major.
Yeah.
They were kind of this up-and-comer. They surprised a lot of people. There's definitely potential for them to turn things around. I mean, it's only day 2 of group stage, and like we talked about, if you're bottom of the group, you are out. So they have to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, and you know, everybody
10
loves
seconds
a little bit of
remaining.
an underdog. Excuse me, and it would be really great to
5
see them
seconds
come back in
remaining.
this game. Last game. Jeez, I drank too much Coke Zero today. That's a shout
that's
out for no
okay, yeah.
reason. I'm sorry.
Dire
Shout out.
Don't repeat it. But anyway.
team pick.
In a game like the last game that we just had, you know, GGing out, I see a lot of pro teams just doing that kind of early so that they can move on. I don't know how Thunder Predator is mentally handling that from last game, but Cinder used to be a pro player that was good. When you're kind of getting spanked, is it better to play it
10
out and
seconds
talk about the
remaining.
next game or something, or is it better to just let's get the hell out of here and get ready?
5
If everybody
seconds
feels like the
remaining.
game is lost, it's best to GG
Radiant
out, I think.
team.
I understand. So there's like two ways of looking at it. The one is the game isn't over until the throne falls, but that is only really true if
Dire
you
team
are
banned.
consistently and continuously looking for an opportunity to come back, right?
see.
If Thunder Predator in that game felt like they had a chance of coming back, then I think it's great they play until the throne falls. But I don't think you need to religiously have this like mantra or whatever you want to call it, that okay, we will play out every game until the absolute bitter end, because
10
it's just like it's
seconds
just mental
remaining.
fatigue, right?
Yeah,
if you're getting beat down and you feel like it's hopeless, you're not coming back, you're just
5
wasting
seconds
energy
remaining.
Yeah.
that you could funnel into the next game.
It depends on
So
how many games you have left as well. Like,
Yeah,
there's a lot
for
of
sure.
variables that go into play for something like that, for sure.
If it's your absolute last game, if you lose, you obviously play.
Oh, of
right?
course.
Then you have nothing to carry on into the next game if you lose. But
Radiant team ban.
for the most part, like a game like the last one, I don't want to read into it too much. Like, but I think probably 5 to 10 minutes before that game ended, it was really, really rough. Especially, yeah, when we were 2 or 3 minutes away from the end there, it was fine to GG out, honestly.
10
and
seconds remaining.
it can both be a positive and a negative thing that they didn't.
Dire
I
team
think it's more
ban.
important just focus on the next game. We have a totally different opener, by the way. Last game, Thunder Predator first pick tied. This time around, it's IG with the first pick who took Lion. And Thunder Predator's response is Nature's Prophet Shaker. Nature's Prophet isn't very popular right now,
No.
but Shaker is.
Yeah.
And I wonder why they want Nature's Prophet
10
this
seconds
early. Maybe it's a
remaining.
flex pick for them. They play at 5 and 3.
Yep.
Could be a potential
5
thing,
seconds
but
Potentially
remaining.
inspired by OG as well. That's
But
pushed
Ty-
the crap out of the map with Nature's Prophet.
Tide is a really bad matchup for Nature's Prophet, though, in lane.
Well, that's why you go to the
Team
jungle. You
ban.
cliff jungle. Cinderella.
Level
Yeah.
1.
TI-10 cliff jungling.
Let's
yes,
go. No.
Very, very bad.
But no, this hero is really interesting, especially picking it early. A lot of utility with the Agnum Scepter now and being able to like root all over the place. But whenever I see a early Nature's Prophet, I'm thinking like global strat.
10
you know?
seconds
Getting
remaining.
some Spectre going on, and Lord forbid, but perhaps stuff like a
5 seconds
Zeus, which
remaining.
is just a dead hero right now. But it's an interesting flex pick in that way that, you know, it's almost like it scares the other team into being like, why is this here? And what should we pick to stop it from being a good combo? I don't
Right.
know. I like that.
I actually have a really important question to ask Slacks, Cinder, and I apologize.
Yep. I believe
you know how with every cosmetic that's put into the
Dire
game, there's
team
new
ban.
lore that gets attached.
Absolutely.
basically, right?
Yeah. Well,
So can you, for the most part, can you tell me
For
what
the
the
least
lore
part,
of the
but-
fish that Tidehunter's holding right now? Because it's able to go to other dimensions, as we can see.
mm-hmm.
Half of it's showing right now, and the other half is in another dimension. Can you tell me what the lore is?
Absolutely. So the fish is actually
10 seconds
default. I
remaining.
don't know if you know this, but it's not. You just describe what happens when new
yeah.
items are
5
released. and
seconds
So it's
remaining.
just part of his actual lore.
It's part of his actual lore.
Okay.
yeah. And the lore of that is that a Tidehunter used to be in a fish tank. Kunkka's fish, actually. Pirate in his captain's quarters. Tidehunter was in there as a little minnow, and there was another fish, and he burrowed into it and ate its inside. I'm making
Oh,
all of this up.
that's
You're so gullible.
Very interesting.
You're looking at me
I
like
still believe you.
like a stupid child as I tell them a lie. You're a grown man.
I
I know
have
the
no response.
The actual lore is that it is Slark's baby. That he is
Oh
slapping
God!
around.
so
Dragging
he
around
ate
the
Slark's
battlefield.
baby. I think that's a little graphic for. This is TI-10.
This
by
is
the way.
TI-10.
TI-10 group stage casting, by the way.
Yeah. I don't know the lore of the fish, Shannon. Look it up.
Okay.
There
Thank
is
you.
none. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to get a little bit back to the Nature's Prophet against Tide matchup because if you're no matter which roles these two heroes play, the lane matchup for Tide is just really good. If it's 5 Nature's Prophet against 3 Tide, Tide gets a couple of ults in Kraken Shell, Treants don't even exist. It's like they aren't there. You just block 100% of their damage.
Yep.
If it's Nature's Prophet position 3 against Tide 3, it's a similar story. And those are basically the positions you're going to
Fire
find them in,
team
except it
pick.
could even be Nature's Prophet 3 against Tide 5, and then it's even a similar situation there.
Radiant team
So
pick.
I think specifically for IG, this Tide is largely just a counter pick to the NP, so
now
that
you
they
got
can
your
lane
break.
against him no matter what. That's true. Viper could go to the side lane that Tide is in and provide some potential kills with Nether Toxin.
Then the Treants do something.
They do, but they would not be laning together.
Then
I think
They're
if Viper's
very strong together.
if Viper's in a side lane, he's going to be playing with Shaker.
I'm
5
pretty
seconds
excited. This looks like
remaining.
some comfort picks too coming out for Thunder Predator,
Yep.
which is good stuff. I mean, in a situation like this, you just got kind of spanked. What do? You worry about it? Nah. Pick the heroes you like playing, get some unique strats going, and see if you can beat them in a different way. So.
I mean, that is something I learned as well with, the digital chaos
oh
history
boy.
and whatnot.
Here we go.
That sometimes going back to the drawing board and going with your comfort picks actually helps a lot. Because sometimes when you're trying to prep for teams, you overthink
Yeah.
people are especially as years have gone on, the
Radiant
evolution of
team
Dota
pick.
and how you prepare for teams. It's almost too much information to process. So sometimes just ignoring it, ignorance is bliss to a degree sometimes, right? Of course, if you pick Slark mid like we did in the finals, then you're going to lose.
Yes.
You already know that when it happens, but that's because we were broken. right?
Ignorance is bliss, not
10 seconds remaining.
snorting glue and picking Slark lit mid.
That's right.
not bliss.
Shout out to
5
Weeda.
seconds
Sorry,
remaining.
One of my favorite players of all time, but not Slark mid. No.
Okay. It's exactly what he said in the backstage. I remember he went, no. And then they did it anyway.
No, don't do it.
All right, so we say a Lycan again. I don't know, shape-shifting, biting boy. Last game, interesting stuff there. We gonna see that same kind of play style this time?
We're going to see it on the different team.
Right.
IG might play it with a more traditional pairing. I say traditional, but, for this patch, I don't think it's usually Wraith King you see it with. It's been Tiny, it's been Monkey King. Both of those, I believe, are banned, so it will probably be something else later on, but I don't think it's going to be the Wraith King.
Probably.
Like the Lycan, I don't think
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it was the Lycan felt fine. It's just they got off to such a rough start he could never itemize to get that Ags, right?
Yeah,
They
he
got
went
the
Overlord,
timing.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
He went Overlord and then got the Ags, but when he got the Ags, they were so far
5
behind that the
seconds
game was
Did
kind
he
of
actually
lost.
finish Ags?
I think he did, and then they lost. I
Okay.
think he had it
So it's
for
like
the
one fight.
absolutely final fight, or he had it in his quick buy and
Right.
almost had the gold. Like, that's where we were at. So,
Okay.
gonna see the Storm here from IG targeting both Shaker and Nature's Prophet. It's a super mobile hero that can jump backlines, and that is some of the things that Shaker really hates facing because the hero largely relies on standing behind the fight, waiting for it to develop, and then landing your stun combination. Storm with Orchid can really make your life difficult. Also a hero that can largely ignore Viper's existence. Just isn't mobility based in the same way as other mobile heroes are. It's not about running, it's just jumping around.
Sorry.
Terribly against Lycan, good pick. Classic matchup, Reflection's nice. You have heavy single target damage, you have high armor. So you face very well up against that hero, but I feel like the Storm Spirit matchup isn't necessarily the
seconds
best for
remaining.
Terrorblade, especially considering there's a Lion on the field who, first of all, can
5
mana drain
seconds
your
remaining.
illusions away instantly, and secondly, provides that instant lockdown that Storm can kill you in, and you're playing without a save. Shaker is kind of like pseudo-save, but it's not,
Right.
Oracle or Omni Knight or something like this that could just keep you nice and safe in the fight.
I will say
Shadow
though,
Demon.
Thunder Predator, though, this is a great game for the old Naughty Roddy, the Rod of Athos. You know, you grab yourself a Lycan, grab yourself a Storm Spirit, huh? Is Rod of Athos
Very
still
good
alive?
item on Viper here.
Exactly.
It is for
so,
sure.
that
Also good against Tide, so you can keep him in Toxin.
Exactly. You know what I'm
Dire
saying?
team
So if we get that
banned.
Naughty Roddy,
I
things
think
might
you're
not
the
be so
only
bad.
person in the world who calls it Naughty Roddy.
Well,
All right, so
Team
yesterday Suns
banned.
fans started calling Abad an Abby,
yeah.
and I hated it. What do you think?
I don't know why he hates it. It's a term of endearment.
It's a beautiful name.
Yeah, but he's not an endearment-worthy hero.
I think he is.
Endearment worthy?
I think he.
What kind of
he's
cruel
one of
robot
my-
are you?
He's one of my favorite heroes.
He's not even worth endearment?
10 seconds remaining.
Not
He's
even a
in-
strong emotion. It's a
Slacks.
weak
All
emotion.
All right, Slacks, would you hug a Nazgul?
A Nazgul? I don't know what that is.
That's from
All
Lord
right,
of the
it's
Rings.
one of the 7 riders in Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
That is basically what this guy is.
Normie lore.
Yeah, so
Well, if you're nice to him, maybe he's nice to you. You ever think about that?
yeah.
yeah, maybe
robot.
that's all they had to do. Or they could have just cheated
10
with the Eagles
seconds
from the start and
remaining.
thrown in the ring and be done with it.
Well,
I guess they didn't do
That
that.
is a slight little, you know,
5 seconds remaining.
What, would they have grown on
loophole
that
in the
journey?
story.
No, they wouldn't. I guess it wasn't possible.
Team pick.
You see?
Okay. Morph ban. I don't know if IG would have gone that route. I mean, obviously,
They
we're,
still want a bite target.
we're
right?
focusing a lot on the bite target, but I don't think it's a necessity. If there's a really good carry pick, I still think that trumps the focus on the eggs. Lycan can go for other items. You can go Helm of the
10
Overlord into
seconds
AC. You could even go some sort of a different, just right-click build.
5 seconds remaining.
Entirely. So I don't think the right-click builds are particularly good against Terrorblade, so Lycan will probably still play a role of going on the back line or split pushing. But I actually do like the Morphling ban. He could have turned into Shaker. He's good against Terrorblade. I think there's a lot of very big upsides, and also it's Fly. It's arguably his single best hero for IG, so I actually very much like that ban. on
You know,
second thought.
Suns fan, I will share with you some
Dire
more.
team
Did you actually know that Viper is a female? He has udders. So if you look down at the bottom there, you can see his udders.
You can milk venom out of him?
You can milk Viper and make milk.
Is it milk or venom?
There's only one way to find out.
Well,
10
maybe the new
seconds
cosmetic will
remaining.
shed light on that very important lore to come.
I definitely hope so.
So you're saying I can
5
go into the
seconds
cosmetic, like if I
remaining.
make a set, I can make the udders bigger to actually be able to see them.
I'm not going to touch that
Go
one.
ahead. Select your hero.
TI-10 group stage, everybody.
All right.
All right.
Just lore.
just
All right,
just
we're going to see a
Lord.
Leo-style puck. So
Again.
obviously good against Storm, theoretically, if you can get the coil off. But
Yep.
we'll see how it works out. But we're
Good
going to be
lane
able to
matchup,
see
too.
a Troll Warlord, which been seeing a lot more than I thought we would, in all honesty. But a lot of it is because, you know, heroes like Tiny are banned basically every game. Unless I'm not casting it, then it's picked every game, it seems.
You'd be happy to know Tide swapped out the fish.
Yep, that's right. He's
Got something else. which I
got the
don't know what it is.
interdimensional shark head, the hammerhead shark.
Neat.
Very nice.
And a rock in the punk rock mohawk.
That's right.
Let's go.
That's a 5 Tide, by the way, as well for IG this
Yeah,
time.
we've been seeing a lot of that this tournament.
Yeah.
In fact, I've seen more position 5s than 3s.
10
Yeah,
seconds
just because it's
remaining.
getting counterpicked, right? They don't want to play it as core against Viper, so don't
5
have to do
seconds
it.
remaining.
What this ends up happening, or ends up resulting in, is probably that Flyfall will be playing Troll against Viper. I don't know exactly how this lane matchup goes. You would feel like Viper's a really good hero against Troll on level 6. It's a hero that's completely reliant on movement and attack, and you just get ruined by Viper, traditionally, those heroes. But maybe the laning stage is actually decent for Troll. Viper isn't the strongest hero in level 1 and 2, and that's when Troll really shines with Tide, right? So maybe you can just bully them in that top lane. Gonna have to wait and see. I think Leo style will have a better time in mid this time as well, so that's a good bright spot for Thunder Predator. His last game against Emo in that mid lane, the Lina got pretty far ahead. Should not be the case with Storm. You can't really dominate Puck in any way. It's just a raw last hit lane where Puck has an advantage of range and an advantage of spell casting for offensive purposes. So I think Leo style should be entering a better game this time.
Real talk, I think Thunder Predator is looking pretty good. They have a lot of options this game. Last game, not a lot
I
of
like
options.
the draft better as
yeah.
well. I definitely
I
do.
actually think that they can take this one, which would be super hype. I mean, that would mean a lot to this team in their current bracket prediction. So you might believe in the underdog. You might believe in the under horse as we go into the game. Look at that Mohawk. These guys are ready to party, and that
He's ready to drop the base.
That's an Arcana.
26, level 26 comfort hero.
Wow,
Absolutely.
All right, if there's ever going to be a game that Thunder Predator could win, I think this one might be it, gentlemen. I like the draft. I like the thoughts. I like the style. Let's get it on.
You know,
You really
I don't know if
should
we're allowed.
prepare for battle.
Can we do these?
Just put it away, Shannon.
Okay.
They're not even supposed to be there.
I know. I keep forgetting to disable.
That's okay.
Very sorry. Very big apologies for me. IG gonna smoke up already. See if they get a nice ward spot, or perhaps a potential level 1 kill as the cheers are there.
Before we
Both
get too much
respective teams.
into the fighting, I want to mention one more thing.
I might not have time. So
I think I do.
I
I don't.
No.
Maybe. Okay, we'll wait.
there's the ward. Kaka onto the high ground now. The Wolves scouting things out. They know exactly where this is. And there is Moods. He's going to get slow with the whirling axes and the gush. And likely will fall here as a first blood. Frank trying to help out
Nice
as much
block.
as he can, but Moose will fall regardless. First blood to Fly, which as your position 1, can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, really good job from JT. That last wolf actually blocked
this
a
on?
very good amount to get that kill on the Shaker. And the Shaker has boots, by the way. That makes it harder to get that body block off, so nicely done. What I was going to say for Thunder Predator is when they were having their good run at the Singapore Major, I think MNZ on Terrorblade was one of the biggest upsides for this team that carried them to multiple victories. So I think, again, like we talked about, when things aren't going so well in the groups, you go to your comfort zone, you go to your best heroes and play that. And there's just so many of their S tier heroes here, right? It's MNZ Terrorblade, it's the Shaker for Moose.
Yep.
I think Frank's Viper has honestly been decent. It's not one of his most played heroes, I think, but just his playstyle overall, I like this for. Leo style Puck wasn't the best in the last game, but it's still, again, it is a comfort pick with a better laning stage this time. Damn, someone is really cheering hard right now. They just can't get
I
enough
hope
of this
it never
creep
stops.
block.
It's like
in
having
the mid lane.
It's like having spectators. It's great.
It is good.
Absolutely love it. I hope for the main stage they copy the NBA and just have people's faces on screens.
I hope
That
this,
would be the dream.
I hope this cheering meta of just cheering carries over to when we get lands back. And people just start cheering randomly in the audience at live events for just totally
I
arbitrary
think
reasons.
instead of that, it would be better if instead of using their energy to cheer, because as we go into the future, we need to conserve more energy, not just from industry standards and whatnot, but from the physical side as well. So they will use their phones to cheer
Okay.
digitally, despite being there in person. What do you guys think of that future dystopian thought?
Sorry. Stupidest thing ever. Gee willikers,
Thank
that was
you.
dumb. Hey, nice deny there, but okay, how are we looking on last hits and denies? Looks
It
like
literally just started.
Yep.
Well, okay, it's
It
important in the
just
mid lane.
began.
In the mid lane, it's important.
It is already shaping up pretty well for Thunder Predator compared to game number 1. I think all 3 of their lanes this time around should have a pretty good time. Terrorblade, like we talked about, great hero against Lycan, so this lane matchup should just allow him to farm. And the bottom lane, Viper and Shaker against Tide Troll. The most important thing for Moose here is to not throw away the Fissure incorrectly. You need to have it to protect Viper in situations like this. And then you can reset.
Beautiful.
And once you get a couple of levels on Viper, you might be able to even take the fight to them when they try to engage. But you gotta be wary of the spacing. If Troll gets the melee whirling axes on Viper, he's really suffering. If not, he just wins the trade, I think. Look at this aggression from IG, just really going in. Another gush. Fissure is ready again, so gonna have another block off.
So right there, they're just trying to get mana out of the Earthshaker, right? Because if he's just not able to cast Fissure, they know that they can kill that Viper at any second. So they're just trying to spam as much as possible.
Oh, Leo style. Yeah, he's going to get the courier snipe, dodges an attack as well. It's going to take a little damage as a result, but very nicely done for him. And Emo without a courier now for another minute and a half or so. Definitely Thunder Predator off to a better start than we saw last game. All right, Cinder, talk to me about this, because this is something I don't have that much experience with, because our team never woke up very early. But when you're waking up as a first game of the day,
Right.
like how much does that affect your play potentially?
This is the second game of the day.
I'm talking about the first game they
Oh,
played.
no matter when you wake up, just the
Yeah.
first game.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I feel like a lot of the time it's just a bad excuse that people like to use. And sometimes having a bad excuse for yourself can be good for your confidence, right? Like you can just have this like false sense of, okay, I messed up, but
Yeah.
I have this external thing to blame it on, so I just play better next game and don't get tilted.
Placebo, basically.
Yeah,
You see
basically
one of the axes
self-placebo.
come out,
Oh,
Frank.
nice spacing from Frank.
There's the
He's
slow
gonna kill
onto
Flyfly here, I think.
Flyfly. Like he's going to stand his ground. The whirling axes finishes
will
him off,
die.
and now Moose really wants to take out Flyfly at the very least, and they will do so. So a trade of sorts.
So what I will say, though, I don't think this whole first game of the day thing is as big, but I think players peak at different times in the day. Just like there's morning and evening people, it's the same thing in any competitive discipline. So let's say you have your first game of the day and it's at 7 in the evening. If you're an evening person, I feel like the first game of the day excuse is just bad. But if you're a morning person and it's late, you might play better if you have the earlier games. And that's just, you know, it's part of it. And it's adjusting to that situation. It might sound silly, but it really is a thing. It's also a thing in physical sports, right? When teams travel, especially to combat jet lag.
Are you saying Dota is not a physical sport?
I guess.
I think what you're looking for is traditional sports.
Okay.
Cinderin.
I would call this an e-sport, but you do you.
This game is very physically demanding.
Yeah.
I believe in this lane they're trying to make a hot tub stream for Twitch. They keep spamming the in the top lane, the different sprays to try to get the sprays into the hot tub. They're working together.
That's a cute rubber ducky. I like that one.
Yeah.
What's the animal in there? Is that Morphling's remodel?
Yes.
That's definitely more pixels than the original. Kale's going to hit MNZ. And looking at his CS, 30 and 15 versus the
He's
19
doing really well.
and 6 for Fly. So we're going to be seeing, in all likelihood, a much different game this time around, which is good to see.
And also his direct lane opponent, right? We're comparing carry to carry here, but in the lane itself, he's 31 and 15 against 15 for 3. So absolutely dwarfing the Lycan. As is expected, I will say this is a Terrorblade favorite lane, but I think he's maybe doing slightly better than you could hope. So really, really good start here from MNZ. And obviously this is something that's always interesting when you have carries like Terrorblade, right? Is that ability to go to the jungle. Like, when do you do it? If you're owning in lane and having a great time, do you maybe not go jungle until level 6, level 7? If you're struggling, you see Terrorblades go jungle level 4, right? And he's not interested in that right now, because things are great. He's farming a lot. I think Leostyle will be fine here.
Emo just hits level 6, so he has a level advantage, and you are incorrect, Cinder.
I am completely right.
Oh, and he might get taken out now. Emo! Nice dodge from Leostyle. Emo's just going to TP out. Cinderin is right, everybody.
Idiot.
Yep.
Meanwhile, a death bottom.
Oh, Troll. Oh.
Troll.
17.
There's Troll.
He
Got
kept
him.
ticking on poison. Okay, MNZ getting a little bit blocked here, but really good wolves around, actually. He's going to start turning around onto Kaka. Has to back off, but they got a lot of harassment and damage in there. Nicely done from IG in the top lane.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun lane up here in the top lane with the Lion. I didn't think about that versus the Terrorblade already. Just kind of hunting him down, sucking those illusions, instantly dispelling them. It doesn't seem like a lot, but Terrorblade really does need to get Buddy pretty quick, so I like it.
It's kind of crazy when you look at the net worth, by the way. Troll is ahead of Terrorblade, and it's just it's the 3 kills of which one was First Blood, right? So while Fly's farm doesn't look nearly as impressive as that of the Terrorblade, the bottom lane
Orb
just
has been used from Leostyle. Let's see if they want to take advantage of this. Emo's full on mana. Kaka's on the sideline as well, but Moose in the river. Can be found by Ollie to start things out. Looks like there's a kill on Lyca in the meantime, but Moose gets up a nice fissure. But there's the Electric Vortex and likely a kill to follow here.
Oof. Who will they give it to?
He wanted to take it, but Emo's expended most of his mana. Probably the right choice here. So Lycan died in the top lane to, I guess, it was just a 2v1 then, MJZ.
All right.
Do you know what these 496 gaming voice lines mean?
Not at all.
They're some of my favorites in the game. I love the sound of them, but I have no idea what they're saying.
I don't either. It's kind of like some beautiful ASMR, you know?
Oh, I love it.
It's Dota ASMR for us.
Don't say those words when Shannon's here. We need to have him focused.
It's okay. I have what they call tingle immunity. So it's really hard to get ASMR from me unless I take like a couple months off. Or I just listen to really aggressive ASMR, which is kind of the opposite of ASMR.
Oh,
so anyway, Coil buys the
Good
JT.
silence.
This could be his second death of the game. He's kind of surrounded, but TP's
Oh,
on IG
no.
are here. Anchor smash on MNZ means he's not going to do too much damage. MJZ in the meantime does get the tower, but falls shortly after. And now the chase is on to this Terrorblade. There's the Hex. Fly has come with the Whirling Axes, and MNZ will fall as well. So a 2-for-0, but at the very least, they do get that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it looked promising, but Lycan is deceptively tanky with the Helm of the Dom Crown, and then you do put yourself in a very jeopardized position there between the towers. So in hindsight, unnecessary. They could have got the tower without losing heroes there, probably. But I guess now Terrorblade goes jungle, right? He's got the level 6 and taking the tower. He could try to TP bottom and look for aggressive plays down there and pushing that one. I don't think it's time for that just yet. He is gauging his options. Will TP bot, but I think he's going triangle. Nope. Actually, just straight onto the next objective. All right. Thunder Predator are not really playing the heavy farming terribly right now. It is just one tower to the next.
Yep. They hungry.
Playing high pressure here with the Nature's Prophet. I like it, but I feel like it's a pretty high-risk play if, let's say, IG were to find a fight down here. You've just blown out all of the steam of your lineup. But it looks like it will just be a tower trade with Lycan top together with Troll.
It's risky, my friend. It's risky. You know, you can trade some towers, but should Thunder Predator win this fight, that's their ticket back in. So, you know, it's the Titans measuring. Should they? Oh my God!
Have the coil, Viper Strike to follow. Hex coming out from Kaka in the meantime.
Oh, good
Ollie with a big
Ravage.
Ravage, and down goes Puck. Emo is still alive. Looks like he will survive through the day. Kaka might not be so lucky, but Frank is out of mana. The last right click, no mischance for him. Back into the high ground he goes. Emo wants to continue on, it seems, as looks like Troll has made his way here. Moose gets off his ult, but little avail as Frank attempts to TP out. Ain't happening. Double kill for Emo, and this is going to be yet another tower for IG, which when you have a Lycan, when you have a Troll, this is what's going to happen every single time you win any kind of engagement.
That is such a crucial Ravage. If that comes out half a second later, the Storm is dead. They needed to stop the Enchant Totem
Leo
from Shaker
style.
from going out, and
Oh,
they did.
boy.
Yep,
Orbs
that's...
out, fly in the vicinity, gets the Whirling Axes off as well. Emo and Ollie basically out of mana, and there's
Getting
the orb.
lucky there, no net.
Doesn't take it all the way though, so the Whirling Axes will continue to slow. And there's
Still
the
dead.
gush into the death. So very, very
Oof.
untimely mistake there from Thunder Predator. Just
And it-
a little bit maybe over-aggressive with that TP. Now JT on the run, looks like he's good to go though.
Yeah, some
And they
sad
didn't really
stuff.
save the tower either, it went down regardless.
Yeah, they had such a better laning lineup, you know. They seemed like they were doing good in the laning stage, but things just started falling apart super quickly. That Troll Warlord has just been on it
Gonna
all
see the replay
game.
here, by the way. Notice how Shaker is about to enchant Totem here and gets Ravaged. If that enchant Totem goes through, Storm dies. So really, really clutch there from Ollie. And it really changes the trajectory of this fight, because if that Ravage is half a second late, Ollie or Emo's dead and Kaka's dead, and then they run down the tide and they 3-0. And now instead they end up losing the fight and a tower. So that's what half a second can do in Dota sometimes. That's a 2,000 to 3,000 gold difference with half a second of Ravage.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, looking at the discrepancy in farm between the Storm and Puck, quite drastic. Leo style has yet to finish any actual item right now. With those couple deaths now. Emo in the
He
meantime,
is
3-0. Yeah, I thought it was not great, obviously, but I didn't realize he just didn't have literally any combined items right now.
No,
Doesn't
he
go
is
on.
really...
I feel like there's something missing.
Yeah, did his courier die?
No, I don't think so. But
It's
Kaka
flying out with
is gonna
just
take
some-
illusory orb, but no connection there. As Leo style waning risk to the other side. Gets the coil off just in a defensive measure. Probably needed to save his life.
It's fine, he traded for Shapeshift. It's not too bad.
And the Moose might be in some trouble.
That man just sent
Surrounded.
his courier after him. That was terrifying.
Centaur stun,
Oh.
and there is Kaka's first charge of Finger of Death.
Moose has been having a rough series, fam. Rough series so far.
1 and 5, and he is going Arcane Boots first on Shaker, which means that dagger is very far away. Sometimes we see Shakers go Brown Boots and a lot of Clarities, because if you look at the math for Soul Ring, or sorry, for Arcane Boots or Soul Ring rather, you need to use them quite a lot of Clarities before that costs the same as Arcane Boots. That is 16 Clarities.
Wow, that's a big number. I'm never buying
obviously-
Arcanes again.
Obviously, the Arcanes also help your teammates.
Who cares about that?
And gives you a better mana pool, which is nice. But
Whatever.
Yep, that's true.
I'm a Clarities only boy
Slacks,
now.
you said you're never buying Arcane Boots again, but they're an integral part of your 5 Boots Veno. So I know you're lying,
That
and you will
is
be buying them
true.
again.
Radiant's
Alright.
middle tower
That's
is
a
under
forbidden
attack.
build, Cinder. I don't know why you keep telling people about the forbidden build, but
It
You
made
know,
a big
the one
impression
Boots,
on me.
He didn't go treads though. I
Strange
noticed
to
that. I don't
say.
know what his issue with treads was.
What I'll say, Slacks, is if you were in my game in a pub
yeah.
and you went for that build, that's instant avoid list. So I would have not played with you again.
Oh,
It
the
was
stomp.
Unranked
MNZ is
party.
in a lot of trouble. Whoop, gets the Sunder off, so Emo has to be a little bit careful.
Oh,
That
the
will zip
coil.
away. The coil a little bit too late, though.
They might still get him.
Yeah,
he's out of mana.
completely out of mana. Inside the Sprout,
He's
this
dead.
is the last of it now.
He's toast.
In the tree.
He's a
so they
goner.
bit off a little bit too much to chew, as is my everyday life.
Yep. Wait, what?
I bit off more than I could chew.
Okay.
That's more a literal sense, though. So. All right, so
Take
big
smaller bites.
kill for Thunder Predator. That's one way back into the game.
Yeah.
But still a 4K net worth lead for IG, and this is without a Doom. So despite the better start for Thunder Predator, I feel like this is more one-sided, actually, at this stage than last game.
Yes and no, just because the Terrorblade is still rich, and this hero with this amount of net worth can still overcome these kind of deficits.
Okay.
The effective, like, the biggest problem here is Puck, really, being this poor, I think. Okay, nice silence. Getting out there. But what Puck can offer, even in a poor game, is still the lockdown, right? You can still have the silence and the stun, and that is enough for Terrorblade to wail away at people if the control is there. So, just from a lineup perspective, this is not as concerning for me as the last game was at the 3 or 4K gold league for Doom, because the writing on the wall in that game was just, IG's going to crush them in fights, right? So I'm still relatively hopeful for Thunder Predator here. I think Moose needs to get the dagger before minute 20, if possible, so he has to go and find some farm, but the issue is you're playing against the Storm. He can kill you on lanes when you're farming here on your own. So he has to find some way of picking up that dagger. Do you like the Glimmer Cape on MJC, by the way? First item, Glimmer, no boots. Nature's Prophet.
No. I mean, it's a save measured, a TP, and...
This is the anti-Slacks build, no boots, right?
All right, just look at that spray. It looks like he has a hand growing out of his forehead.
That's fantastic. His other hand is trying to
That is a
stop
growth
it.
and a half.
That
right
is
there.
actually, that does not look good. See your doctor if you experience this in your own lives at home. This is not good.
That is grotesque indeed.
I love that you can
looking
put
in the
sprays
mirror.
like that on the trees.
repeat myself.
Oh.
All right, well, Ollie about 1,000 away from finishing his Blink Dagger. Emo, as we just saw, picked up the Aegis. And that was, I mean, that's the beauty of having Lycan and Troll is you can get those early Roches once you have this general advantage, and you're going to get Tier 2 tower as well. Fly, we haven't really talked about his itemization, but Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, and, I mean, what is he going for next?
Probably BKB.
There is certain to be
Looks like Leo Style is just picking off couriers here.
You might think twice about BKB because you're against Viper, but I still think the value of having it against Shaker Puck is just too high.
Oh, he's trying to TP out, but Emo finds him with Kaka in the vicinity as well. Doesn't have Finger, though. Not enough mana, but results in a kill nonetheless.
Puck's doing the right job, though, right? Trying to cut those lanes. And there it is, the Naughty Roddy coming out for my boy Viper. Could this be the turnaround, the lockdown that they need into that sassy little spit up?
Gonna try to go for Ollie. There's the break. Enchant Totem. Fissure as well. The right clicks from MJZ. There's the Ravage, though, connects onto all three shortly after dies, but now Fly attempting to clean this up. Doesn't have any reinforcements here, though, but he is by far the strongest hero of these three.
The
MJZ,
Glimmer
the
King.
Glimmer. This is what he was going for.
Yes!
Be successful.
That was great for Thunder Predator. They kill Tide, they get TP, they survive, get out. I think MNZ in the meantime also killed the Courier. He's almost completed BKB. So just killing off the illusion there. So I think if you're IG, you probably want to ramp up the pace a little bit, even without Ravage. Look for some kills with your Storm, and make sure you get value out of Aegis. There's 2.5 minutes left. You want to get something more done with this if possible. And for Thunder Predator, if you can outlast this Aegis, get the Puck as well as Shaker daggers, you're actually hitting a pretty powerful moment in just 2 minutes here. That could really swing things around. I would have liked to see the Atos 2 or 3 minutes ago for Frank. I think with the start you had in the lane, this is a slightly slow timer for this. But still, it will connect with the Terrorblade BKB, which is nice. He can use the Atos to kill in as well. And obviously they do have all of their other control in addition to it.
Radiant's
So
top tower is under attack.
IG
still think it looks
the,
better than last game for Thunder Predator. I really do. Obviously still IG favored, but Moose really wants that dagger.
Oh!
He was 50 gold away. Shannon, thank you for catching that finger of death in the
Hey,
tree line
to
by.
be fair, as a non-observer, I've missed 2 kills in 2 games. That's pretty good.
That is
Both
pretty
of
good.
them are from this game, and it will only get worse.
Okay, then it's not so good.
Okay. So Fly and company, we see the Helm of the Overlord now on the big ancient black dragon. Everybody's favorite creep. It looks like Goofy.
Is
Yep.
that Goofy?
Like the face. It looks like Goofy.
That looks like Toothless, but he's got big teeth.
Toothless looks absolutely nothing like that. He has a much wider face.
That looks like
It's
Toothless.
Toothless and Goofy combined, maybe.
Radiant's top
All
tower
right, that's maybe a little too old for you. Emo, basically out of mana, but obviously still with that Aegis, so not really in any harm's way.
Leo Style will finish the dagger here with this orb. So 18-minute dagger for Puck, 18-minute dagger for Shaker, BKB on Terrorblade, Viper Atos. It's honestly, it's go time as soon as this Aegis expires. 50 seconds.
It would appear
I think Thunder Predator are making a big mistake not trying to fight when this Aegis expires. They gotta go.
Well, if you're IG, are you trying to fight right now with this Aegis? I assume so, or at least trying to get this tower.
Yeah, you try to get the tower for sure.
And Orchid is on the way for Emo as well. So that's going to be a potential reveal.
He has no defensive item though. Keep that in mind. If he gets caught by Atos or a Fissure or a Coil, he kind of dies. He doesn't have that Yule or the BKB. So definitely possible. IG obviously expanding their lead, and we're talking a lot about it from Thunder Predator's perspective of coming back in this one. IG are obviously looking great and are keeping it up. MJC's going to be found here by Kaka. This should be Echo Slam though.
Slam, fly,
Salami!
His ult, down he goes. Blink dagger reveals. Don't get much better than that. Double kill for MNZ to start this thing out. Ollie with the Ravage a little bit too late to save his comrade. But at the very least, it's a 2-for-1 to start things out. MNZ pops that BKB, just working on the illusions for now. It looks like this fight has completely dissipated. Definitely a good reveal, though, for Thunder Predator.
A little bit of a panic BKB there. There's actually no spells left. Storm had used everything and the Ravage was used, so he didn't need to use BKB, and now he doesn't have it.
Yeah, they want to try to get this Terrorblade kill, and they'll do just that in addition to Nature's Prophet. So sticking around a little bit too long is Thunder Predator.
Man, that BKB was just costly. It's the only reason that opportunity exists for Emo, right? So taking full advantage of that. Nicely done. The Storm.
That's so tough, man. Thunder Predator, they look so good in that fight. I was about to say this could be the one that they finally come back from, but just overplaying their hands a little bit, getting a little excited. It's got to be so hard to be a pro player and know, boys, we were just strong, but we need to run for our lives right now, right?
It also doesn't necessarily feel like it, right? Because they got all of Storm's mana pool, it looked like, and yeah, you've used your BKB, but you still have teammates around. I think if MJC is a little bit closer with the Glimmer, maybe he doesn't die to the Storm.
Leo style.
But it is very much up to the, at this level of play, the small things become very big all of a sudden.
No comment. So, Leo style in the trees. He didn't break the smoke. I thought he was in a precarious spot, but IG with that smoke would just end up farming. But still taking
Kaka
control.
play.
Kaka, yeah, didn't get the instant hex off, but into the he actually did not. Where the hell did he go? My camera is so very well trained, as you can tell, years away from the observing game, but Flying Company looks like they're just focusing on the tier 2 tower.
MJC bot. No dust on Storm.
All right. He's going to reveal himself here, but Frank and company are in the vicinity. There's the Atos like we talked about, the stun lock to follow, but it's just not enough.
Give him the
Emo
spit.
is ticking out the Viper Strike. Looks like he'll be fine.
I really like that bait from MJZ. He glimmered and then he turned around and attacked once and turned back like he was misclicking or something, which set up for the Fissure as well as Atos. But unfortunately there for Thunder Predator, I think they stacked their stuns a little bit. The Fissure and Atos were on top of each other, and they were lacking that little bit extra, and now MJZ will die.
Yeah, he has his TP, but
With
too many
Finger.
cancels, and there's Kaka's third charge, a Finger of Death.
The stinky pinky grows worse and worse.
Oh, we have
my
an
God.
Echo Slam, and that is another death for Fly. So Moo's doing a really good job of setting up these kills on that position 1.
I have no
If
reason
you
If
only
you look at the
Roche-
farm
about
discrepancy,
such
this is
things.
going to just boost the Terrorblade even more now.
Yeah, if only Roche was up now, they would actually get it.
Yeah,
no
true.
buyback on Troll, and they found a DD rune in the river. They will give the bottle over to MNZ so he can hold on to this for 2 minutes, and maybe
Oh, wait.
with an
6,
early Roche.
5, 4,
Will it happen?
3,
Will they check?
2.
We'll see what it is.
The Roche will spawn in 2 minutes.
Okay, not even
Oh,
close.
okay.
So average spawn time,
Is it average a minute 30?
that is correct.
Okay. You need to
I'm honestly impressed that you
recalibrate,
did
please.
that math.
Recalibrate.
According to my mathematics, they should have approximately 1 second to pop that BKB when Roshan spawns.
Wow. Very well done.
Your
Thank you.
mathematics.
According to
Your
my,
mathematics are wrong.
What do you mean?
He picked up the bounty rune way before Roach
How
spawned.
you don't know that?
That is true. I do not know that.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking about the DD.
We were. But
There
you
it
don't know.
is.
Yes.
It's in the bottle still,
Yep.
guys. I don't know if you've noticed that.
It will pop it.
This, by
He
the way,
doesn't
provides,
understand, Slex.
This
What are we
provides
supposed
double
to do?
damage.
Sunspot has yet to grasp how bottles and Dota
What can
work.
we do?
He picked it up.
I remember when bottles were first introduced back in my day.
They should do an upgraded bottle.
Oh, the original bottle couldn't pick up runes.
That's right.
I thought that was its entire purpose was to pick up runes.
The original bottle couldn't do that, but you could bottle crow it with no movement speed loss, and
Okay.
it healed a lot, I think.
They should
I think we
upgrade
couldn't bottle
the
runes.
bottle into Jug.
Oh.
And Jug is able to hold 2 runes. And you can pop them both at the same time.
Is that just one of his skills?
No, not the hero. The bottle upgrades
Oh,
it
it's
into
a
the
jug.
Jug.
I see. Yes.
And you could just keep adding runes to it. And that's
Very
the new meta.
Radiant's bottom
Interesting.
tower
It sounds
is
like fusion rune almost.
That's right.
Oh, we got the jump in. That is Moose. He's going to take the brunt of the damage here. Will go down. Viper Strike is applied, but yeah, he's created enough distance for himself despite not having any mana, so we'll be fine.
And if you can collect all 5 of the runes
Radiant's
in
bottom
Jug,
tower has
you
fallen.
win.
Seems
You just
to
win the
be
game.
The
effort.
Rune Beast erupts
Oh.
out of the Jug.
It's like, what's that card called? Is that
Exodia.
Exodia?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
The Rune Golem spawns.
Very interesting.
Slax, why don't you go and design a card game with that idea? That sounds
Thank
very
you.
good.
Well, at least mine might survive.
Oh, my.
All right.
This is TI-10, by the way, as Roche, number 2, Shard will drop. I know it's not going to happen, but I would love to see Troll take it because I've actually never seen
What
it in
in
a
the-
professional game of Dota. And Illusion is here, but this will likely be uncontested as Thunder Predator are just not in the vicinity right now.
Troll has the shard.
He does, but he's just going to carry it off to
Roshan, we
probably
hardly knew you.
Storm, I would say. It's my
Yeah, the
guess.
Storm Shard will be good here. I think
It's
so.
not too shabby. Although I am a big fan of Tides, but it is position 5.
Yeah, give it to Storm.
And of course, I don't
He's
have to
gonna-
explain everything because...
He used to Shannon.
Oh my God! Yes, I hope it was a misclick somehow, but no. That is okay. So you get a new skill called Rampage, and when you activate it, if you're in melee form, you get status resist. If you're in range, you get attack speed. And when I say you, I mean your entire team, and it's dynamic, so you can go back and forth. Status resist, attack speed, status resist, attack speed for I don't know how many seconds. We'll check it out in just a moment. But Moose, very excited now. Emo, he's going to spot them out with that Orchid. Moose taking the brunt of the damage again. Whirling Axe is applied as well. He's going to be invisible for now, but there comes Ollie with the Ravage into the Finger of Death, and down goes Nature's Prophet. Moose is next on the list. Double kill for Fly. Has he used Rampage? That's the real question. MZ attempting to TP out will be successful. Rampage still available to use for the Troll Warlord. 80-second cool. Really? 80-second cooldown, and it lasts 5 seconds. This shard is horrible. I never realized why it was never picked until now.
You just gotta play it with carry Tiny Man and or something, and then just give him 70 attack speed
Yeah,
when he's going in and slapping people with the shield.
80-second cooldown.
Now you guys didn't see this. When he started talking about the shard, he lifted up his pant leg. Oh no, top lane.
MNZ, yeah, he doesn't have the BKB charge up right now, so that Orchid is devastating.
And on Shannon's leg, he has written out every single shard in pen. He rolled up his leg, he read the entire thing. It was very hairy. I don't know how he did it, but he shaved a portion of his leg to rank those.
Yes, it was painful.
Waxed it, in fact. And he does it for every event.
How did you know? That was shared in confidence. I think when you hit Rampage, I think I've seen it in like a test mode, it glows.
Oh.
Very special colors.
Special
Just
colors.
Very special.
It's not like my wife talking to my child. Now, those are very special colors. Blue and red. They make up the rainbow.
I mean, that's true. RGB.
That's
Roy
right.
G. Biv.
That could be a
Good
new
stuff.
cosmetic. Yeah, sponsored.
Haven't we already just got a treasure chest where every item is like red,
That
blue, and
is-
green crystals?
Yes.
Jay-Z, Kaka is in the vicinity,
rainbows.
and the auto attack. Misses
Okay.
the Earth Spike, though.
Okay.
Put a sentry
The
down.
jukes, the Force Staff.
Oh, he
More
even makes
treants,
treants.
TPing out,
My
MJZ.
God.
Juking the
Oh.
crap out of IG.
Lion in shambles right now. He wasted a 50 gold sentry.
And as a first for this series, the clap function of Twitch chat used correctly.
That's
oh
right.
My
That was a
goodness
good
gracious.
moment
I mean,
to cheer.
A broken clock is
For
right
Thunder
twice a
Predator.
day, or so I'm told.
Very good.
All right, So 16K net worth.
Another good
IG.
use after something I said. They were cheering.
They love it. They
That is
absolutely love
Can
it.
you guys tell
Great.
me in the chat when you're cheering, are you a fan of the rampage skill on Troll Warlord?
I want you to rampage all over that cheer button right
Yeah.
now. Don't forget to hit the bell
They
notification.
love it. They've never seen it in action, and we still might not see it by the time this game ends, but they like the concept.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Shard Facts.
To
with
Shard-
Sons.
I want
80-second. Are you a fan of the 80
I-
second cooldown?
every 80 seconds to show your support. I want you to open up the skill video in the Twitch thing. I want you to click it,
Yeah.
DDoS the server for it.
No. Don't go too ham.
I want you to form a cult called Rampagers.
I actually literally, I think this must
Oh,
be a
Leo
typo.
Style. Oh,
Yeah.
man,
Ships
Leo Style is
like
just
that.
not having a good series. His net worth, I was just checking him out. He still has Dagger.
Oh,
just
30 minutes in comes the Yules.
no.
This has been a rough one
Yeah.
for mid.
Very
The
rough
mid player
indeed.
of Thunder Predator. Kind of been schooled by Emo in both games. And
No.
Now, to be fair,
I did
Emo-
say he was getting a Yules. That was also wrong. That is going to the stash
That's okay. Fly
for a
Fly
while.
does a lot of damage to the tower. Has still yet to use his rampage ability.
Okay, we're watching.
Hopefully he's aware what the shard actually does.
I think if he was, he wouldn't have it, Shannon.
Well, you never know.
That's how a normal pub
Actually,
games
I
go.
have cast a professional match back in the day where LC was gifted an Ags, and they didn't know how it worked because they lost 2 fights in a row because of when it made it invulnerable.
I believe it. Absolutely.
It was
LC players.
Imprinted in my mind.
If they weren't dumb, they
Tower
wouldn't be
is
playing
under
LC.
Okay.
Not a good
Very general blanket statement, as always.
Prove me wrong. Who plays LC?
Radiant's top
Pro
tower
player.
is
That, I'm not going to go off on that tangent.
Exactly.
There's a finger of death.
Oh,
Emo's there as
no.
well. Down goes MJZ. But he does have buyback. I mean, what is IG's... the Aegis was just consumed naturally, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it ran out.
So are they just trying to... why wouldn't they try to go high ground? I'm trying to understand their perspective here.
Well, they kind of have full map control, so they don't have to. If they want to just keep building up a bit more advantage, maybe get the next item on Storm. Now that he has BKB, I'm kind of with you. They could probably force it, but yeah, good question. Maybe they just don't feel safe. There's the risk of getting into a Shaker Puck combo and giving Terrorblade a good fight, whereas if you're just playing the map and building your advantage further and further, you feel like eventually it's just a safe victory.
Wow, well, we have got the Basher now on Troll Warlord, what used to be a forbidden item.
That's true. Used
On
to be
the hero.
disabled. Much like Blink Dagger on Pudge and Vengeful Spirit. That's a good trivia question, by the way. I just ruined it.
Oh, thank you
Damn.
so much.
Damn, that would have been good.
Okay.
We didn't really talk about, I think he's had it for a while, the Aghanim Scepter, of course, on JT, along with a Sheepstick. My god, he's the most farmed hero in the entire game, actually. Doing super, super well. As I missed my third kill of the game.
Really losing
There
it,
we go.
Suns
Got
fan.
it. Got it.
Thank you very much.
It
Leo
happened right
Style
here.
lacking that Yules there that got killed in the courier by Emo.
Yeah.
Could have kept him alive once again.
I will say, though, Thunder Predator are doing a great job staying in this game. It's been a really rough game, but they do have a fantastic lineup for constantly pushing Nature's Prophet and Puck, cutting waves, pushing waves, and that's really exciting to see with the kind of game that they had last time. I mean, I know, again, it's probably going to be tough for them to come back, but I have hope. Keep on cutting, keep on praying, and you can get to the end of this one, and maybe they've done a very good job of making sure that they can take out Troll super quick.
Yeah, that's a good, I mean, they've extended the game, which I was talking about why IG hasn't pushed, and that's definitely a reason.
Yeah.
The split pushing from Thunder Predator overall.
This poor...
Just a little update, we have yet to see Rampage use. Just want to make
Rampage,
sure
yeah.
everybody knows. It is a global ability, by the way. It does also have an 80-second cooldown. I don't know if I've mentioned that.
Could you please put your leg off of the table? I'm trying to cast...
Oh, the DD denied
What the...
by MNZ's illusion.
My goodness gracious. They're holding on. This is respectable stuff. I'm into it.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
Well, okay. I mean,
It's kind of concerning when you look at the game time. We're 33 minutes in, and Thunder Predator found one neutral item in Tier 3. So that means
wow.
in 6 minutes, they have barely been able to hit their jungle with a hero nearby. There might have been some kills with Terrorblade illusions, but they obviously don't yield items if a valid hero isn't in range. So yes, they're holding on, but they're not finding, you know, the quote-unquote free gold in the game that's available to them. So this lead isn't only the 19k, it's the 19k plus the lack of quality in neutral items. Got to find a way to unlock or find their way into their own triangle so they can kill an ancient camp or two. That would probably yield them at least 1 or 2 good items. Obviously, standout item for Terrorblade. He has the Grove Bow, which is good, but would probably like to get the Titan Sliver. Terrorblade has insane base damage, so Titan Sliver is very, very good for him. Yeah, probably the best one they could find at this point.
Hey, real quick, before they push uphill, is it okay if when Troll uses Rampage, all 3 of us yell Rampage at the same time?
Sure.
I don't think
I don't know
anyone's...
if we can sync it, though.
Well, what if he gets a Rampage?
We'll do it again.
Oh.
If you get a Rampage on the Rampage, I'm pretty sure the game ends.
Okay, we can try.
All right.
It's going to be horribly synced.
It'll be fine. It'll be perfect.
I'm just going to say it without even thinking that we're trying to organize this ahead of time.
Well, now you're thinking. Okay, look at this down at the bottom lane, if you could. We've got 2 guys' friendship. You know, this is like the boat's going down on the Titanic, and these boys are saying, "We're in it together, buddy. They're gonna try to get you. I'm gonna get them." I like this
Are you talking
play.
about the violinists?
That is the positive outlook on this. The negative outlook on this is that it's 2 players who are having a really rough game that are now AFK in the trees.
Is that bad?
Usually when this happens in my pub games, it does not lead to victories, but Moose is not just... It's not a griefing Shadow Amulet.
Oh my god,
for
Prophet is on the bottom as well. This is a 3 now. The Titanic gets even larger, grander. They're going to force a rotation.
This is pretty good tower damage,
Let's
by the
go.
way.
Yeah. They're going to trade all this damage for the next Roshan, which has a Refresher Shard and cheese.
No one cares.
I'm pretty sure this guy, the Ancient Granite Golem, he has big feelings.
Big feelings?
Yes, I actually think of all the ancient creeps, he's
know
the
what that
most
means?
caring.
I love his attack animation, the old uppercut. You don't see it often. It's about 1 in every 8 punches, but when you do, it has the real force of God in it.
See it?
All right, showcase mode.
There it is.
Boom, baby! Boom, baby!
That's good stuff.
If you zoom in on it and look at it from an angle below...
This is TI-10. I will not zoom in and miss a kill because of your idiocy.
Showcase it mode just for like 2 seconds. Really quick.
Doesn't he look like
Bam,
he's
baby!
just a caring individual? Like, he doesn't want to destroy these creeps. It's just...
Shit, you're reading way too
been
much into
brainwashed
this. Do you
into
feel
it.
like you are the golem?
I am a golem.
Despite your grotesque exterior, you have such feelings inside. If only they could look past your horrific gait.
Oh, yes. Thank you. You figured it out.
The crowd applauds.
Well, he casted it. Fly has the Aegis. Number
Use it.
3.
The crowd cheers for inner beauty. Yes, we can
Oh,
relate.
Oh, man, this could be the Aegis. Nope, there is the BKB and the ult. In addition, finally getting some auto attack speed there. Double kill for Fly. The buybacks cometh from Thunder Predator in the meantime. Rampage has still not been cast. As Emo and company have to get the hell out.
I literally was just staring at the skill the entire time.
I don't think he knows that he hasn't.
That was an expensive defense. 4 buybacks and Echo Slam, and they didn't get a kill.
Yeah.
They didn't even get rid of the Aegis. I feel like this whole jump is kind of nonsensical to begin with on the Troll. I don't think this is ever going to end well for you. If you want to kill the Troll, you need to use smaller poke and start Metamorphosis hitting him. And
I mean, I could see if they blow him up before he can ult, right? That's the Aegis. And then even if you die and you buy back, maybe you can fight again. Maybe that was the thought process. But they couldn't even get the Aegis, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, if you trade Echo for Aegis there, just in a clean 1-for-1, it's good. But that's so unlikely to happen when there's a team behind with Storm, Lion, and Tide just able to be ready to blink or jump. So that really didn't work. Emo bot.
Oh, that's Rampage!
Rampage!
Emo gets a kill, pops that BKB, now going on top of Moose. That was the worst.
It was perfect.
All right, whatever. Rampage has been, it'll be down by next game. It'll be up. Fly now focusing on the second racks. So they defend bottom successfully. They get mid with pretty much no problem. MNZ pop the BKB. And into the wolf form Fly goes.
Holy moly!
Yes,
oh my!
He is very
What
scary.
is that attack speed?
That is, he's bitten.
Look, he doesn't even have his axes anymore.
He's consumed
He's going
by
with
rage.
He's got his fists out. He's crazy.
He's consumed by rage, but not Rampage because it's still on cooldown. This tier 3 tower takes a tumble.
This kid looks like a JoJo
4
character.
versus 5, and remember, he still has his Aegis to work with. Moose in the meantime.
What's his model?
Gonna get destroyed.
Dude,
Fly Flying Company will be
He wasn't
taking
even
him
a
out.
wolf.
Look at that.
He just lost his axes.
He got so mad, he untransformed from a Lycan into himself.
Lycan has identified that he has found out it's like Troll's weakness is in the axes. So when Lycan bites him, he actually takes the axes which he
That's
can
right.
punch.
Oh, Kaka gets the stun off on MZZ. The GGs are called. Wait, he didn't cast it.
Didn't do
He
it.
doesn't have mana.
Oh no, it even has a mana cost.
We saw.
Oh,
Man, what,
no.
What a great shard.
Absolutely.
A+.
Absolutely,
No doubt.
guys. Well, you know, it was a better game from Thunder. They learned a lot, I would assume. I don't learn often. Don't know what it's like.
No, you could tell that. I mean, obviously, again, IG is one of the best teams at this tournament.
Yes.
We were expecting them to win this series 2-0 anyway, but Thunder Predator did show that they have, once you get past the mechanical skill, they had an idea of how to try to get back in the game. It just didn't work.
Yeah, I think it's a bit problematic in this series the way especially the mid lane goes. I think Leo Style had a rough one this time around.
That's true. Yeah.
But both games on Puck were just not up to the standard that he is able to bring. It's obviously you're playing against a world-class player, but Leo Style is also better than this. So just got to hope that they get a little bit more in shape. There's still more time to go. They're 0-6 now out of a total of 16 games every team plays.
16 games?
So they're only about a third of the way in their series. That means it's not over by any means whatsoever, but you gotta do what we do, get in for that group huddle. Make sure you stay in your chairs though. Yep, get those biceps going. Please get me out of here immediately.
All right, so thanks for watching, everybody. IG wins 2-0. Man, you have been working out, that is for sure.
I'm not even flexing yet.
Rampage! Rampage! All right, goodbye. There's another series coming up.
It's ready. I got an 80.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TI-10 group stage. We've got Team Secret versus SG Esports, which going into this would probably be a huge underdog matchup, but Team Secret haven't actually looked the best. They're pretty good, but they're not the best right now. And SG's actually been doing okay for themselves. They've actually just took down Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Secret also, I believe, the only team so far to take a game off of PSG. They did, however, get 2-0 by Beast Coast.
Yeah, that was kind of confusing. Maybe their kryptonite is just South America.
It's possible. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't they lose to SG at a major or an ESL long ago?
Yeah, that was like. Yeah, no.
You know what I'm talking about?
There's something there for sure. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, they've definitely been upset by an old SG Brazilian team, but not the same one from this year, though. This is you've got some legends of the Brazilian crew here on SG, most notably 40R, as well as Costa Bile. Been around for a while. You've got their Captain KJ, aka King Jungles. And good old Tavo's back in town. That was actually what made me most excited to be able to see SG qualify. Kyle, was the fact that, like, okay, 40R and Costa Bile, they managed to make it to TI. They've been waiting for this for a really long time, but I just love seeing Tavo on stage. You know?
Yeah, me too. He's one of my favorite players, just both in and outside of game. Spent some time on the post-Kyle complexity with my brother, and him and my cousin had nothing but nice things to say about him. Definitely been grinding.
Yeah.
I think it was a difficult last couple of years for the South American region, and was happy to see that he made it to TI because he really never gave up. Same goes for Adriana, ADR, 40R.
Yeah, we're gonna be shuffling these names around for everybody. We know that 40R is actually ADR in Portuguese, and also stands for Adriano, which is his first name. We know that because Kyle and I have been around the scene for a long time. We've both seen Adriano for a long, long time. But a lot of times you're going to hear us call us 40R just for any new fans who are coming in who may not necessarily know who we're talking about when we say Adriano.
Indeed, and I think Avo has a couple of times given a pretty nice speech about why his presence here at TI was just so cool and important. As somebody who's been working hard for an incredibly long time, and if you look at Team Secret, it's kind of the same story. Puppy, that top name with the star next to it, is the only player here for every single iteration of TI. 11 years of professional Dota 2 excellence. And
Team Secret's
this
turn
squad,
to ban.
I think, unfortunately, kind of suffering from what has seemed to be
the secret curse.
Yeah. They always come in as like one of those favorites, and they always do well. And I do believe Puppy has increased his placement over the last 3 years, where they would be eliminated by his nemesis Kuroki, but in a slightly better position. It was 7th, 8th, TI 7, the year they won. Then he finished in 5th, 6th, TI 8, and then TI 9 they knocked him out in 4th.
Yep, they got him in 4th. So
now there's no Kuro. However, Secret, from what I've seen about specifically their drafting, I don't want to say it's been limited, but you watch PSG
10 seconds
and
remaining.
it feels like they can play anything. Whereas Secret have really stuck to this
5 seconds remaining.
I don't want to say hyper carry meta style, but they're certainly playing a lot of buffs. Puppy is effectively spamming Ogre. They're first 2ing Magnus here. And it doesn't feel like they're quite as creative as we were used to from watching them play throughout their DPC dominance.
Yeah, I actually felt like going into TI that Zai would be a pretty good candidate for most played number of heroes, right? Just because he does have so much versatility in the off lane, and Secret have been in the past pretty open with their drafts. And we are expecting them to do well at TI. I don't think by any means that they're the favorite. I think that very clearly goes to LGD. I'm not even sure if I would put them top 3, but I'm expecting them in the conversation of top 6, top 8 for sure, right?
And that's the thing about Puppy's teams. They're always
10
consistent.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
absolutely.
People will flame them for being bad at
SG
TI, but
Esports
they're always
turn
They got
to
4th.
ban.
Like
they're top 8 every time. They're top 6. Like if you think back to TI 7. No offense to any of the players on that roster, but I don't think that there were many names like his core players at TI7.
That was like what MP. That was the last
10
time he was
seconds
really
remaining.
relevant in the tier 1
Keizu.
scene. Keizu,
Who's
who
wasn't bad, but that was still
seconds
that was
remaining.
rookie Keizu. You know,
Yes.
a year or two into Dota.
yeah, Keizu's definitely gotten better, and he's now here as a coach for Quincy Crew.
Team
And they took a
Secrets
game.
turn to ban.
And it was a really tight game 3 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Liquid then goes on to 2-0, basically the rest of the bracket, 3-0 the grand finals, and win TI.
Yeah.
So that's the context, I think, when you look at this squad. So Secret certainly can beat anybody, but after getting 2-0'd by Beast Coast, I was kind of blown away because
10
disappointed
seconds
so far
remaining.
in the results of EG and just the way I've seen them play.
5
I
seconds
think OG
remaining.
has looked good, and I thought Secret looked good as the two favorites from the West
Team
to
Secrets
make a
turn
splash.
to pick.
Yeah.
But
But again, getting 2-0 by Beast Coast, who are definitely no slouches at TI. But one of the things I think we expect out of Beast Coast is that they turn up on playoffs, especially because they are a team that I think, similar to OG, has that sort of
10
magic to them
seconds
where they're
remaining.
able to perform on the biggest stage where the pressure is the
5
highest.
seconds
So.
remaining.
in this squad, Secret, they've got a lot to prove. I think they learned a bit from the last few years. Saw them somewhat disappear throughout the DPC Season 2. They didn't play in any of these online tournaments. They just put their heads down and grinded for TI. And
Yeah, the conspiracy that Slacks put forward.
Indeed.
That he was the one who seeded it into Secret's brains, that they needed to be able to cloak themselves a little bit, not give as much information, and it did work, right? They're going into this TI. Sure, okay, they didn't actually make grand finals majors or anything, but even like some of the tournaments that were played after that and stuff, Team Secret didn't participate. Instead, it was LGD. LGD, of course, won the last major, went on to win those tournaments, and now they won one of them, Dota Pit, and they got second at ESL. But either way, they're coming into this tournament. The favorite, and Secret is not
10
the first
seconds
name in that
remaining.
conversation like usual.
Indeed. And there's a
5
lot of star
seconds
power.
remaining.
Right? You look at Zai, I think probably one of the best 5 players who's never won a TI. Matumba Man obviously was on that Liquid squad at TI7. Yapsor, I think probably the person who, from my perspective, has to step up if this squad is going to place higher. In a way, though, I was talking to Insani, like, what's the hardest role to play, like in pubs or to gain MMR? He said the 4 role, no doubt. And if you think about Yapsor's hero pool, a lot of what he acquired this like legendary status on, Earth Spirit, Rubik, Earthshaker 4, like these heroes just don't feel very good right now.
Yep.
And I think his
Esports
style
turn
in
to
general,
Mirana.
he reminds me in a way, him and my brother Z-Freak were quite similar in play style, is that they're much better when they can make things happen on the map, when they can be active. Whereas right now it feels like 4 has become a lot more about playing for, plus EV. Just small maneuvers
10
like, hey, get a
seconds
stack,
remaining.
buy some salves for your carry, scout
5
out and place a
seconds
nice
remaining.
ward. You don't see them really
Team
rotating a
Secrets
whole bunch,
turn
which is
to pick.
what I consider his strength.
Do you feel like Matumba Man this year has made enough of a name for himself as a hard carry? Because obviously everyone kind of like memed on him about green heroes and like how, okay, Miracle's kind of like the harder carry from the mid position.
10
Matumba Man's more of
seconds
a space
remaining.
creator. Matumba Man said, no, I can be that person.
Yeah.
Do you
5
think that
seconds
he has
remaining.
actually proven that?
I'm not sure. I know he's proven it to his team, so perhaps that's all that counts.
Sure.
I'm not like, I personally wouldn't say that he's adapted to like say an Ame style of play completely.
Okay.
But I still recall a conversation back at the One Esports Singapore event 2 years ago at this point. I had a chat with Cyborg Matt, and he was of the opinion, like he basically said, we can't believe, me and Puppy, that they let this guy go. That they didn't want Matumba Man because he came in consummate professional, like just did his job,
Yep.
worked hard, and
Yep.
was incredibly skilled. So it reminded me of this interview LeBron gave talking about Kyle Korver, how he just kind of joined the team, and within a week, it's like
SG Esports turn
he's
to
part of the squad. He's ready to go.
Mhm.
And they're sticking to one of their old faithful combinations, the Ogre Medusa.
Yeah. This is one that goes back a long time in Dota history. Medusa notoriously has a bit of a damage
10
problem, though
seconds
that has been, I feel like, Ice Frog has been allowing this
5
hero to be
seconds
more and more of an
remaining.
active presence. They gave the Aghanim Scepter, for example. The Mystic Snake has just been getting buffed over the years. But it's always had a bit of a damage problem. So you get some sort of damage amplifier. Minus armor helps. Ogre Magi being able to give you attack speed for the Medusa, meaning you're going to farm faster, get those items faster, and you're also just a more credible threat in team fights. Instead of just being kind of a big tank that is easily ignored.
Yeah. Although, really, in this game, like, you see Io Sven, 2 relatively low damage follow-ups. This is the dream Deuce game. You get a second item plus a Scotty timing, and what does Sven really do? You brought up the Aghanims. This is
10
a great
seconds
hero to play it
remaining.
up into. Just free kiting, and you already have all these
5
damage
seconds
steroids.
remaining.
So
Will certainly be
strong.
a big test for SG here. Not only just the matchup against Team Secret, but one of the things about this meta is that it does favor Costabile in the fact that he is known for playing those hard carries, right? Terrorblade, Sven, that's like his wheelhouse. And it does feel like that is what has been giving them success. It's what they beat Fnatic with. They took at least one game with the IO Sven, for example. I think the other game they had
SG
some hard
Esports
carry.
turn to ban.
and I'm not gonna state who because he would probably consider this too flamey, but there's a vaunted captain, not on Secret, it wasn't Puppy, who stated that Medusa and Alchemist were the best heroes for farming bad teams.
10 seconds remaining.
And that you should always ban
5
Alchemist
seconds
against
remaining.
bad teams. And by bad, I just mean, you're expected to beat them. Right?
Yes,
You come
you
in,
are
you're-
the big favorite.
Yeah, because Medusa, this goes back to the Bulba principle of which team needs fewer fights to win the game. When you have Ogre Dusa and you're playing into a Sven, you need to wipe him once at Roche.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, you have this insurmountable advantage. You're going to outscale, outfarm, and eventually you're going to take the dub. And that is how you want to play against squads like SG. Because they're going to be aggressive. They're going to, look at this. It's Mirana, Sven, Earthshaker. They're going to try and kill you all over the map.
Turn to ban.
Play a lineup that allows you to just chill, vibe. Ogre might die 8 times this game, but you're not going to mind because you're still farming on the heroes that count.
All right, well, that just leaves last pick for SG is a mid here. What do we want to see for Adriano? He's played Batrider, Invoker, which Invoker is just
5
one of his
seconds remaining.
iconic heroes. I believe it's the second most played in competitive, and he has a way better win rate than
SG
most of his other
Esports
heroes.
turn to
He
pick.
played. He also played Tinker, which is what they beat Fnatic with, and then Lina.
Okay.
So 4 heroes so far.
Yeah, Invoker, Sniper, great bands. We saw Sniper picked by Alliance, probably the game they looked best in. That's saying something.
10 seconds.
Batrider
remaining.
against Dusa. Well, they actually banned Batrider themselves.
5
I
seconds
think
remaining.
you might have had, because then your draft's just really low damage. I think if you don't have a Shaker, Bat makes a bit more sense, but then you just run out of damage at a point. You make BKB too valuable for Secret's heroes. Invoker would be nice, Sniper would be nice, so of course Secret, get rid of those. That's something I'm really always impressed by him. I feel like Secret's bans, specifically their last bans, are just always correct. And I push that towards his influence because I think that his preparation is probably some of the best, if not the best, in the scene.
What is this? Is this mid Mirana?
remaining.
Is this mid Mars?
That's a good question.
5
I want to
seconds
say it's
remaining.
mid-Mars, yeah, because the Shaker seems really only suited for the offlane. I've seen it played as a 4, though, by Moose a couple of times, so perhaps that's a South American staple, because like different regions, they have different practice and preferences for the roles certain heroes take on. But Mars is quite nice against Medusa. You toggle Bulwark, and suddenly you're absorbing all these split shot attacks, so it's quite nice for the damage mitigation. I am a bit concerned, though, because it's really just Sven that's going to be scaling here.
You may
So
now
Nisha
select your
Shrek.
heroes.
I mean, that's just a classic strong hero for them. And they needed something that would be a little bit more active, something that would be able to take some objectives for them nice and early on, give this Medusa some good space. That all seems good to me. It is going to be mid-Mars, which 40R has played a number of times this season, though not any time in the recent games they played in Dota Pit.
Yep. No, I like this. I like this quite a lot because really all Secret needed is some way to secure this mid game, and Leshrac, perhaps not in survivability, but in terms of damage output, you're like worth 2 heroes. Like you just
10 seconds
spew
remaining.
damage, right? And more importantly, you're going to be able to take the structures. So
5
you don't
seconds
want to be ever
remaining.
really farming your triangle or even jungle. Like you're taking enemy map. This also then frees up Zai to not necessarily need to worry about any sort of aggression. I expect him to go, you know, one of the more old school Seb Magnus builds, probably a Solar Crest, maybe Mech, even a Pipe, a Blink Dagger, and just go full utility because you just need to get to 30 minutes plus. You're going to be fine. Plus, of course, Lesh, pretty adept at dealing with a Mars. You're also not auto attack based. It's all spell damage, so the Bulwark isn't effective. Quite nice. And I'm very concerned about playing a core Earthshaker against Medusa. It's a very tough lane.
It was the Kyiv Major in 2017 that they placed 5th through 8th by beating Team Secret, which again, as you say, that was a different Team Secret where only Puppy was there, and they ended up losing to Evil Geniuses. So.
EG has a track record of dodging Secret in Valve events. I remember TI5, everyone was waiting EG versus Secret.
Yep.
And that was the fateful series where I believe Secret was playing against eHome. They came out with the sunglasses and got trounced, eventually being eliminated by Virtus Pro with 2 consecutive Drow first 2 picks.
Yeah.
That was the beginning of the memes in regards to Puppy and his hesitancy to ever ban heroes that have beaten him.
Fun fact, Tavo was actually on that roster as well in the Kyiv Major.
I wanted to say that, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to remember those 4 long off days. Well, yeah, it's I think the interesting SG being able to take down Fnatic, they've proven at least that they are no slouches to the game at all. That they're not going to be like an automatic last place, like a lot of people have potentially postulated. Now, if they could take even just a game against Team Secret, I think it would mean quite a lot for them, especially since Costabile even said it himself. He said they want to be able to prove the haters wrong here at TI.
Yeah. And a win here would certainly help. And you got to figure Beast Coast have given them a bit of confidence in that regard, though, because if you watch your colleagues, take down the Titans, that's got to make you feel like, hey, perhaps we can do that too. So, some behind the scenes info I've been hearing from players. I've been hearing from a lot of. The rumors are there's some teams that are very nervous. I was talking to some of the Russian talent. They're somewhat disappointed in a couple of teams simply because they hear them preparing poorly, focusing too much on the past instead of looking forward to the future. And this is what always makes squads like Secret and OG scary, is that when they show up, it's going to be all business when we get to TI time.
And do you think some of that is just lacking experience for some squads? So you've got Team Spirit, Virtus Pro as examples of squads that do not have that kind of TI experience. You see the mid matchup, 40R, aka ADR, aka Adriano versus Nisha on the Leshrac. And our top lane, we've got the Mirana Earthshaker lane. So we'll see how Tavo does there. Once again, playing the Earthshaker. Feels good to be back. Earthshaker core, it's been a bit.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites. Like probably the most fun off lane to play for many reasons. But you can bully enemy melee heroes, and you almost always secure lane control just by Fisher blocking, one of the few mechanics that's capable of doing so. But again, this is a Dusa lane. This is just tough. You're not really gonna harass too much with your enchants, and you're gonna tank every single snake.
Yeah. It's just, it's annoying whenever you play Mirana as well against these really tanky 5 positions that are just constantly up in your face. You can hit them, but Ogre especially has such a high armor that you just feel like, okay. You see Tavo. You turn around, hits him with the enchant totem, and it looked like a regular auto attack. just didn't seem to do much to him at all.
Oh yeah, Ogre Magi, one of my favorites. 7 base armor, 7.3, level 1. I remember the days before some of the changes. The starting items for an Ogre would have just been like buying wards, buying courier, and mangoes. No regen necessary, and you just run up and hit people in the face.
Yeah, yeah. How do you think this mid matchup goes, by the way? Mars versus Leshrac? Because later on, I feel like it's going to be good for Mars. It's always good against some of these squishier intelligence heroes. Maybe not quite as good against Puck or Quap or something, but you still have burst potential. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a big believer in mid-Mars.
Okay.
Personally,
I think that's very fair.
I feel like the players that, you know, like Dandy loves his mid-Mars, right? And I think that it's a relic of an old meta where you could really influence games by yourself, whereas right now it feels like this is very much a 5-on-5 video game.
Okay.
Like the idea that, oh, I'll play for solo kills. That's not real. I'm going to play to find kills in side lanes. Like, it's just not how it works anymore. You've got to be thinking about team fights and scaling with your damage output, and just not sure I'm a believer. But I'd love to be proven wrong. Don't get me wrong.
And he's good combination with it, right? Theo LaCour playing probably his second favorite hero in the Mirana. They've got a nice like spear into the arena while get an arrow off of that. That's probably a kill, right? On almost any hero that they hit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm just trying to think, like, will Secret even really look to make moves? I do think it'll be SG that are the ones trying to be active at almost all times.
Yeah.
Some nice harass coming in. The Blight Stone and the little Shredder stacking up, but that does leave Zai a bit exposed. He's going to take a lot of harass damage down bottom as well.
This is the lane that should just be total free farm, right? Costa Bile should be totally fine. They'll probably get some ancient stacks up for him, but you can see already there has been a little bit of battle for the Sven ancient stacks. See a sentry placed out, so we have to assume that was already having a bit of a support ward battle between them.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of Mirana support because you're so easily able to stack for your Sven. Both teams pretty much all in their carry with plenty of tools to buff it up. I do love the Io Sven combination. I think it's my favorite right now. I'm a big believer in Io Slark as well, but we just haven't seen much Slark. But Sven, obviously plenty of damage thanks to God Strength, and you get so much attack speed.
Was aiming for Mataba Man, instead hits Puppey, but the Ogre definitely too tanky to deal with, and Tavo, he definitely underestimated that. Still might be able to get the kill on Mataba Man, they will. The LaCour picks up that one, and Puppey is low enough, he's going to be chased out of CS range here. So they do trade cores, and I feel like it's just the problem they gave First Blood. That bounty is the only problem there.
I think you're okay with that, though.
Yeah.
The circumstances. And big fan of the build on Field of Core. The 2 points in Starstorm level 3 typically catches people off guard. A lot of times you see 2 points arrow, maybe even an early point in the lead, but this is the maximum damage optimized style of 4.
Yeah.
Cancels Puppey style real quick.
Puppey just not getting any space whatsoever.
And I will say, like, this is, maybe this is like personal, but I feel like in a way, Puppey, his mechanical skill seems somewhat squandered on a hero like Ogre. And I really, I watch like VP, and I know Save is the 4, but he's getting to play Bounty Hunter every game, right? Kingslayer is on Disruptor. And you see some of the Chinese teams, why playing Clockwork all the time. Like, I really wish that he was allowing himself like roll heroes that have higher impact, because I think he's still one of the most mechanically gifted 5s in Dota, and just basically a bloodlust bot later on.
What do you mean, Kyle? He's 31. He's over the hill in esports.
Still click the buttons, man. I'm telling you.
You see, Puppey, he knows what's going on. He knows he has to be able to interrupt this stacking as much as possible. They're going to go for Nisha here. If the spear lands and the arrow follow-up is there, plus they've got the IO, they should be able to bring him down, but it does cost the IO his life with Yapzor cutting him down from the side. Does deliver a little bit of damage to Adriano as he backs up, but still a win for SG, no doubt.
That's pretty sick, though. I mean, that That's the combo, right?
Tavo. Oh, he's going to go for the TP out, knowing he was going to get body blocked by Puppey successfully, but the TP, okay idea, but didn't actually have the strength to survive.
Yeah. That is, it's a rough lane for
Dire's
Tavo.
bottom tower is under attack.
I don't even know. You just get snaked. Ogre Magi is one of the few melee supports in Dota that you really just can't mess with. Like, I don't even think Puppey didn't even buy more regen. Just, what's up? Fire Blast, Ignite, a billion armor.
At what point do you think he starts going Bloodlust now? Right? He's gotten the 2-2-0 build just for the laning phase, but at some point you want high levels Bloodlust for this Medusa to farm. First stack's not going to be given to the Medusa, at least these jungle ones for the Leshrac. Do we have any stacks for Medusa on Dire side? Hard camp, no Ancients yet.
I don't know if you really want to rotate out too quick. If you're Secret, I think you just want to keep your towers alive for a while.
They are Fire Blast into Cookie, into Split. Earth Stun, don't even need it. They're just going to run him down, and Nisha looks to be able to take the hard camp stack. That's going to be a huge win for Team Secret. SG not able to contest here. They get one of the last hits.
Yeah, I really like that. So that's part of why I don't think you mind too much about the lack of stacks, because the Tumba Man is still top. You're trying to control enemy triangle, not really just split and farm yours. At a point, SG are going to be the ones that try to get a little more passive to recover and like get their Sven an item ahead. And Secret, I think, want to shut that down more than they want to get their Dusa doing the same.
That makes sense, because Dusa is naturally just going to farm slower than Sven IO anyway, right? So you want to focus on shutting the Sven's game down more so than pumping up your Dusa.
Because the way Sven beats Dusa is getting that item ahead and then taking them out. That's what you fear. Medusa wins the matchup. If they're even net worth, 20, 30 minutes in, you're very happy as Team Secret. So keeping the game static is just fine.
They do have a ward that sees these two. So 40R and his rotation definitely spotted. Nice deny there. And they are going to be able to catch Puppey. An attempted D-ward, but he also still sees 3 heroes. He takes away some vision, and he's ultimately a 5 position. So.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And meanwhile, Nisha, this is the beauty of Leshrac, my favorite hero in Dota. Just show up in a lane. Your first edict forces Glyph. Your second edict kills the tower. Have to defend mid though, but here's Matsu.
Zai coming in, looking for the RP. Attempts to throw it out, speared away, and Kostabile is taking a lot of damage from the kisses, but not quite enough. KJ is going to be able to pull him out, and they can just keep on farming. They force a reaction out of Team Secret. Now the Team Secret's here in force. They may try and do a little bit of poke at the mid tower as well.
I like how they just defend tower by throwing all their spells.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Nisha's taking a tier 1 in the meantime.
Dealacor's dead. He's going to burn out. Tries to get an arrow off last second. Big Echo Slam onto 2 here. Bought back by the Rebuke as well. That's going to be Yapsor dead. But Nisha in prime position here to be able to do some damage. Kills Tavo. Fortunately, 40R was able to push him back with the spear. And they're able to retreat. But it doesn't change the fact that Team Secret owned this area. They're going to bring down this mid tower. And that just allows those invasions into the triangle you were talking about, Kyle. That's just a little bit easier now.
The setup, of course, by Puppey, those really nice wards that you see them playing around still. One he just walked past, and another on that Ancient camp. So they knew that the Sven was headed over to Ancients. The downside of the hero, right? He can't really contest fights now. He has to get that item ahead.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, this is a Dusa lineup. They're just going to push behind their Dusa Lesh, and yeah, nice play by Tavo, don't get me wrong, but they lose those objectives, and Dusa is ahead of the Sven in net worth. So now, Secret, 4 wards placed enemy side, 2 towers dead. You can chill, you can vibe, you can go to your own woods.
Play the map just a little bit better. Sure, the Sven IO is going to be able to keep farming and do what they do, but Team Secret actually going to go for a smoke up to this top lane where they've got some very nice vision. At the same time, 40R, Dealacore, they are actually going to have their smoke broken here. They're going to see Nisha, but the cookie lands first, unable to get off the spear immediately, and actually gets split earth before the spear could capture the Leshrac, and that means 40R is dead, and Nisha's going to be saved by the RP, not even pulled out in time. KJ, unable to get it off. He's going to relocate right back to his tomb, and those kisses almost put the Marana into the grave as well. 5-9, soon to be 10, as Team Secret should be able to kill KJ no problem. Another smooth team fight for Team Secret.
Yeah, they go for the Lesh, but I just love it. You know, Nisha, he's got... I really think this is a hero that neutral items have helped a bunch, because Tumbler's Toy just really easy and early mana, but that Hood, he got the active off. He's super tanky with this build. And you're going to watch him go in here. The cookie comes off, as you stated, so he's already taken a bit of reduced damage. He had an Arcane Rune, so mana wasn't a problem. But he's way tankier than he appears, and that's that was a Sven. He had used God Strength, but it just... like, it isn't enough. Look at the spell damage. The raw spell damage from Team Secret's just so much higher than SG.
Yeah.
They just need experience, and they're going to pump out the DPS.
Radiant's top tower.
You could definitely tell that Team Secret recognized the fact that they are stronger in team fights because this Sven IO combination you're talking about. They just need to focus on farming for now, and they're forcing fights, and SG isn't reading it well enough to be able to dodge what's coming their way.
And that's like, it's kind of the core issue with this lineup, right? If you look at it, okay, Wisp is going to hold Sven's hand. That's your source of damage. What do my other 3 heroes provide? Well, it's Arena, Spear, Arrow, maybe some Shaker stuns in the meantime. If that doesn't kill somebody, there's no other damage coming. Exactly.
Was there a mid-hero that could have given you a little bit more damage in that aspect, a little less burst and a little bit more sustained damage that would just pull through?
Yeah, I mean, I think Invoker would have been fantastic.
Invoker just would have been the dream hero, and that's why Secret banned it out. Theodore. Leap is out of leaps now, and Yapsor with the 4 levels of that little shredder combined with the medallion. Huge amount of physical damage.
And you can see the Secret concept starting to take shape, right? Max Little Shredder, Solar Crest almost complete. Magnus, maxed out in power, now has Point Dagger en route. Oh.
Echo, they're going to try and blow up this Medusa right away. She's out of mana and she's definitely dead. But the kisses are coming in, doing a little bit of damage. Zai waiting on the high ground, only hits 1 on the RP. You saw KJ last second pull back, dodge the RP, but will not be able to keep his Sven alive. And he tried to go for the relocate tether again. As you said, Kyle, the magic damage is just too much.
You're right. Got the combo.
Oh, leap just a little bit too slow, and I remember he was out of leap charges last time, and he's certainly not going to have too many more.
Really nice job by Zai, though. He wanted to get the double RP instead of the single, but he did remove the tether with the timely skewer. And Nisha just everywhere on the map right now. He just does way too much damage. I love the build. Hood, Kaya, Sanj after, so it's both for scaling, but also ensures that you have that survivability. He'll get Eternal Shroud after, which provides a really cheap source of spell lifesteal, which is then, of course, amplified by the Sanj.
Sanj?
I feel like that I've said that wrong for like 9 years. And there's
I mean, if you tell me that the pronunciation is not Sanj, I would believe you, and I'd be like, oh my god, I've been saying it wrong for years and years and years. We're gonna have a 3-man smoke up here. I actually did hear that it's supposed to be spelled differently or pronounced differently, but I don't know exactly what it is. Theodore knows danger is coming. Tavo gonna intercept to try and protect Theodore. They do throw out the spear, but again, if that doesn't kill something, Kyle, they've got nothing left in the tank. All they can do is hope to be able to survive, and Tavo gets run down by the shockwave from Zai.
I love it. The Veil early on Puppey. He went for a very aggressive build. The changes to the Ignite multicast, I think it made this build much better, where you saw 2 charges hit the Shaker. That used to just mean nothing, whereas now it's increasing the duration. So you add Veil to the mix, especially considering Nisha's rocking Kaya for a little more spell amp. It's just so much damage, and SG, I'm trying to find a way for them to break into it, but it's going to be on the back of the Sven, who's just requiring that BKB and his quick buy to be completed before he can actually enter a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time coming. And Team Secret, as you said, with all this damage amplification that they have for the Medusa, the Empower, the Solar Crest that they're going to be getting, combined with the minus armor that they have as well, not just this tower, but also Roshan. It's got to breathe. They're going to jump in, interrupt Nisha, and his attempted teleport and bring him down. A big kill, and they still get out in the top lane. In fact, they came down to bottom to be able to catch up a Tumbaman, who got an arrow! Theodore! Marksman landed right there. They're going to be able to get off both the Stone Gaze and the Manta. a bit of a pause here, but I think they still got him. They're going to be able to run him down with another Stormhammer. Tavo's right there next to him. And SG, a big, big win for them in a game that has felt like just little L's piling up all over the place.
Yeah, that was absolutely enormous.
Oh, and another pickup as 40R is going to be able to nail this Snapfire Yapzor. Going to be killed and added to the pyre here. 3 heroes burning on the side of Team Secret.
Maybe make it 4. They had a ward. They know that Puppy's in the area.
He's a little bit low on mana, but he gets in front of Puppy here, looking for body blocks. Fire Blast does allow Puppy to be able to get in front of him. Tavo, Fisher first, arrow on the way, pushed him in, slowed him down on the other side of the Fisher, but they should be able to kill him nonetheless. 10-16, all of a sudden, that 4,000 net worth lead shrunk down to 2K. The Sven is that much closer to the BKB.
And that was twofold. One, that ward placed saw a lot of that movement. They knew that mass TPs were incoming, and Tavo makes the gut read, like, we gotta go. They're making a move mid. A little bit, I don't want to say cockiness, but trying to be too efficient from Nisha. He's teleporting like in vision because the tower still hasn't died, going for that hyper efficient move, but you make it too easy for SG, especially, really, he just didn't expect that there would be vision that saw his 2 allies who had already begun teleporting. So suddenly you're making a move mid, but your big heroes are now caught bottom, and SG, like that was necessary because it really felt like this game was going to run away from them. They would have lost outposts. Suddenly Secret get a Scotty on Dusa, and he goes to walk into the Roche pit. What are you supposed to do?
Right.
Things now a lot more equalized, and it gives you that time where Sven BKB will be a factor before the engagement around Roche is required.
You're going to take the outpost now, but it just means that SG is all over the map farming. You can see them still kind of hiding out in this jungle area, bottom, waiting for somebody to show for a pickoff. They do have Echo coming up in 10 seconds. If nobody does, they can go ahead and cut some creep waves. And they still have the Sven IO pushing out and farming top lane.
Secret, you can see, a little more disciplined. After that engage, they're being a little more family friendly as they ensure that everybody is nearby as they venture through the forest.
There's the BKB for the Sven. Broke apart the Echo Saber to be able to get it that much quicker, knowing that time is a very key factor. They don't know exactly when the Scotty's going to be finished by the Medusa, but they need to have that big item to be able to, not like, you know, like it's a counter. You're still going to be slowed down by Scotty and stuff, but you just need to be able to keep pace, right? He gets a big item, you need a big item. Otherwise, as you said, just means free Roshan for Secret.
Yeah, and you just can't get even in range of the Lishrak without the BKB, so it is necessary. ADR is going to have his completed shortly as well, and then I think that if you're SG, you can maybe think about taking a team fight. But right now, they're doing it right, where you have Thuldacord, he's just pushing it by himself, and then they split the map. 2 bot, your Wisp was top with your Sven, now they're going to rotate out, but you want to keep the map split, because the team fight of Team Secret is pretty nasty, and RP, the Leshrac Deuce of damage, can get very difficult if you're not able to separate them, much like they did in that engagement where they took huge wins. But Roshan, 300 gold from Scotty on Matsu. They're thinking about it. I would think you take enemy ancients first to finish that item.
Yeah, there's no way you do Roshan before you have the Scotty, right? That's just too potent of an item. Bottom offlane tower is going to be given up by Team Secret because they just don't want to be on this side of the map at all. They just want to be able to play around that Roshan area as much as possible. They're going to have their least effective hero, their 5 position from Puppy, go down here and deal with the wave.
And you can see, like, Secret, they were firmly in the driver's seat.
Yep.
Like, they've taken a detour. They're like, you know what, I thought we were going to make it to Grandma's without having to stop, but we're gonna grab, you know, a quick lunch, maybe a coffee, a biscuit. They have yet, like, they just went back to their side of the river and haven't crossed. Puppy just TP'd bottom to push, like, 3 creeps, and he's taken the long way around. Like, they are much more conservative now. Scotty is complete. They're thinking about getting something done.
This is the moment. This is the moment where one team fight is going to solidify who controls the game for the next, like, 10 minutes, right? Like, whoever wins this fight also gets Roshan.
Yeah, and they got Shard now.
Okay. So they've got the Fire
Shard.
Shield that they can throw out on the Medusa or the Leshrac. In fact, if you get a multicast like this, multiple heroes in time for the team fight, nice shockwave skewer back, a fast pick off of Helicore. And he does have buyback, so doesn't change too much. SG are still probably going to contest this Roshan attempt from Team Secret.
That's actually a huge thing, because the Sven damage, right? He's going to pop in an Echo. It absorbs 85% of 3 attacks.
Yeah.
That's really sick here.
For a hero that does not have a ton of attack speed and does all his damage in short bursts like this, yeah.
That's really cool.
It'll help quite a lot.
You can see why they were content pausing. They even do this, you've seen a lot of teams do this, Medallion and Solar Crest onto their Dusa.
I mean, if they're going to contest it, they need to get in there right now. The arrow gives the vision to be able to see, okay, Roshan's crazy low. You could see all of Team Secret prepared for a Tavo initiation.
They're just going to go in?
They're going to go in. They're going to try and finish it off. Matava Man, okay, point blank. They're going to be able to catch him. Spear, chain stun, but the RP comes in. Tavo chains the stun still, but Matava Man's low on mana, and they should be able to finish him off, but they need the Sven to be able to do it, and they got him. Oh, Roshan with the double kill. Nisha running over these heroes, but bye-bye, Nisha. He gets speared away.
No,
still, though, the blast, they manage to catch Ghost to Pele, and that is going to be Team Secret finishing up the Roshan.
He had the save. Tether was on cooldown.
Oh,
he reloads
no.
solo away. That would have been a 6 save from KJ.
Disaster. SG so close to being able to win a huge fight against Team Secret. Zai bailing them out with a huge RP.
I mean, I've cited him many times. His key ingredient to being a successful Dota 2 pro is patience, and you're going to see a lot of it here. You know, look at Nisha, by the way, positioning way off in the middle of nowhere. Love the call from SG. They just go for it. They see Matu. He doesn't get ult off, and they're going to run. You see Zai waiting, boom. Triple RP, even jukes the Echo by moving over to the right just a bit. Tavo, I think, fissured initially. So he didn't have it after he went in and echoed, so he just gets popped. And watch this.
Yeah,
no tether.
It's coming. Oh.
He had it, but tether was 1 second on cooldown.
And now Team Secret, we said this team fight is going to be what determines probably the next 10 minutes or so of who's controlling the game. And that might just be enough for Team Secret to kind of build up enough of a lead. They already had a small one. Now they've got 7,000, and that's just going to continue to build. When you have the advantage of an Aegis, you could just kind of bully the enemy team. Because Nisha, like, it's so tough to deal with the Leshrac with 2 lives. So I feel like it's one of the best heroes to have an Aegis.
I think it is the best, to be honest.
More than like Storm's here or something, I would agree. Yeah.
Storm is like the other possibility, but the thing I love about Lesh is that, you know, you can be out of position as long as you have time to hit Pulse Nova. Like, you're totally fine being surrounded by your entire enemy draft.
Yeah.
William Tell lands another. Unfortunately, Lesh, even stunned, still dealing full damage to enemy structures.
And that will be another tier 2 down, and this hold over the map just increases for Team Secret as they're going to be able to just hold on to the triangle area. And KJ, supposed to be like, they're just going to have to do KJ's a little bit of fun. He could have tried for a TP out at some point in time, but now Zai's found him, so it makes it a little bit hard. He's going to have to go for another tether juke, but now Puppy's here, so he is definitely dead. And the rest of the team of Secret, they're still looking for heroes on the other side of the map. They know SG wants to get out somewhere, and they're giving him absolutely no quarter to be able to get farm.
Yeah, this is just a tough spot. Like, Lesh is the hero you kind of have to kill. And he's got an Aegis, and he's just charging at you.
Yeah. And he's also, even if you like can't go on him, it also means he could just push down these side lanes. They are going to go for him now. Kills him once and gets back to the base. Is everybody safe? It looks like it with kisses used. That's pretty good for SG. Ooh, Costabile felt like he had to use VKB there. I'm not sure if he actually needed to or not. But better safe than sorry, I suppose.
But you know, that was a little bit, I think, too cocky from Nisha. He runs, they have this nice ward covering the high ground, and instead of running under the sanctity of that, he takes the very aggressive path and just gets Spear Arrow combo. But you know, that's the thing about SG's lineup. That's what they need to find kills. It's these isolated single cores. how do you battle if all of a sudden there's a Matu Medusa just walking at you and his whole team's behind him? That's going to be the big concern. We'll see how this plays out.
Fortunately, they do have some high ground defense. Not like the most amazing, but they have Spear back. And they also have the fact that with an IO, you can always play with 2 heroes out on the map, farming somewhere. And you don't need everybody hold up in your base, even if they are pushing.
Big concern is just Costa Pile, his damage output. It just feels like he's that item behind, right? If he has a full Daedalus in his inventory right now, I'm feeling like this is pretty even. But that 9K gold lead for Secret is all on their critical course. Dusa, 4K ahead-ish. Nisha, second place, now with the casual plate mail. His itemization has been a bit odd this game. That Ghost Scepter for the Roche fight made sense, but in retrospect, he just kind of wishes he didn't have it now because maybe that's a completed Bloodstone or an Eternal Shroud. But Shivas will be his next pickup. Very, very nice here, both for Vision against Mirana Invis, for the health regen reduction against Sven Io, and of course just for your own survivability.
Yeah, how do you burst down the 2 damage-dealing cores of Team Secret in this game? They've got Medusa and this Leshrac, who's going to be super tanky, and they're fire shielded, which we've talked about as being a big boost. And we already said that there's going to be some damage problems for SG if the Sven isn't swinging. They're going to smoke up Moonlight Shadow. They're spotted. The Sentry's going to be laid down. They start going on the Medusa. They followed up with an arrow and the Echo. They're throwing everything they have to be able to bring down this Medusa, but she still had mana. They pop the Fire Shield. They go for the relocate out, but he gets nuked down before he could get Costa Pile to safety. And now SG do not have a buyback on the Sven. Very likely Team Secret going to get 1 lane of barracks, maybe 2. This is SG probably going to hold. They can't get themselves out.
I'm going to just say, so I understand the Ogre. You want a first 2 Sven. We will literally wait on our side of the river for 1:20. We're going to buy a shard, and your Sven is hard countered.
Yeah.
Like, that is why Matu's taking what feels like 0 damage. Like, it's Fire Shield. 85% absorption of the next 3 attacks, and he got an opportunity because you can precast it. He recasted it during the fight.
Yeah.
So 6 attacks of Sven that don't equal a single attack without a Fire Shield on your enemy target. That is nuts. Like, I understand Ogre now. I had not seen it in a game so far at TI, but it suddenly makes a whole bunch of sense. And shout out to Ice Frog, I'm sure. Puppy, very happy to play Ogre with this change. And pretty high damage output as well if you consider the strength of the hero in the laning phase.
Yeah, definitely. With the 2-2-0 builds, it felt like he was actually pretty annoying, especially for Tavo.
I always love watching TI because, not to say that regional Dota is subpar, but you don't necessarily see teams trying to eke out every single little bit of advantage.
They don't have to elevate their game.
Yeah.
Right.
And at TI, you see stuff and you see picks, you're like, why would you do that? But you typically find out during the game. And it's like, wow, that's cool. Like, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Even a butterfly on Matu, so after you do hit him, it's reduced. And he has the evasion talent as well, if I'm not mistaken, of course, skipping the damage. So really just leaning into this tankiness and sustained version of the Dusa. He's going to buy a shard himself. Good lord. Good luck taking him down with a free snake every 12 seconds.
The other really cool part about this Fire Shield is who else is actually attacking somebody.
Yeah.
It's like normally, like in regular games, Fire Shield is just so easily dealt with because there's multiple units hitting. Sometimes you just have a hero that hits really fast, so it just goes away really quickly. But Sven, slow attack speed, huge amounts of damage for every hit is like the ideal hero to counter it with. The other one, I think, kind of being PA, just for the surprise factor. She's so burst heavy. But then there's like, you look at Mars, Murata, Earthshaker, they all want to be able to throw spells. They're not really doing a whole lot of right-clicking. Okay, 40R is going to jump in, BKB Arena, not catching the targets they really want to, but on the side, they do actually get better targets. That's going to be the Magnus as well as the Ogre, instantly dead if they can retreat back to their base. Job well done. Theolacor is going to be run down by Nisha, but otherwise, SG probably okay with that. Really happy with that. In fact, they killed 2 heroes, 2 buybacks coming in. The danger, though, is them getting run over right now in this push. Because now they don't have any spells, Kyle.
Indeed, and they just double bought back. I love it. They just, okay, we got it. Big CD's done for, and now we push.
Yeah, yeah.
And right into the base. They still have Stone Gaze. There is no God Strength or BKB on the Sven, and I believe you've just, unfortunately, won a fight to lose the game.
Yeah, yeah. That's game understanding right there from Team Secret, you know? Doesn't matter how well you play it. If you blow Arena, if you blow Echo Slam, you don't have God's Strength, you have nothing left in the tank, and Matamba Man's going to do it all by himself. Nobody of Team Secret's even here. They're popping Kisses, they're popping Stone Gaze. They're expecting SG to formulate some sort of response for preventing Megas. They do not. SG's just going to accept the fact that for the rest of the game, they are going to be huddled around their Ancient, trying to push back the lane creeps coming in.
Yeah, game understanding seems to be the tail of the match. You know, even going down to, you know, I gushed about it a bit, but the Ogre shields, I questioned, you know, Team Secret, they've really put the brakes on, but it makes sense in retrospect when you watch that big fight around Roche. But more importantly, you know, they just get it. Like SG, they're cooldown dependent. Once they're popped, they just casually take the 2 racks, then retreat to their side of the river. You know, if this isn't TI, maybe they go for Throne, but at TI, yeah, camp the ward sentry, wait.
Yeah. They know SG very likely to come outside of their base because they've got one moment before Mega Creeps just keep them constantly in. They have the Aghanim Scepter on Snapfire if you didn't see that pickup, and they just threw out an illusion. They're going to jump in. 40R once again throws out the Arena. They catch the Medusa, making sure the Medusa can't actually do anything with their shots for a while because they can't kill her. So they're just going to try and target whoever they can around the Medusa and just try and kite her as much as possible. 40R's unfortunately get caught by that. Scotty is going to die. Echo Slam going out. They're going to be able to bring down Nisha. Oh, the RP! Nisha turns around. Split Earth. He finally does get burned out, but the damage is already done. SG have lost the fight, and SG are going to call quits for game number 1. The favorites, Team Secret, do indeed take this first game in the 2-game series.
Yeah, but if I know this team, I don't know if they're going to be pleased with that performance. I think that, you know, that mistake in the bottom tier 2 when they lose 4 heroes to what is effectively just a single great ward from SG, and credit to them, you know, that was the only reason this game is like staying competitive for so long. But that's a mistake that you can't make if you're really trying to win TI.
Yeah.
You know, PSG LGD is not going to bleed 4 heroes, 2 of them being key cores after taking a huge objective. So I think they're going to probably sharpen up a little bit for game 2. SG, my big takeaway from that is your entire draft just didn't have damage.
Yeah.
You needed a hero like Leshrac that turns levels into DPS. And when your whole lineup is just, you know, we're going to stun, that guy's dead. When cooldowns come up, we'll try it again. You know, it just doesn't work in terms of acquiring key objectives. So you lose your safe lane, you lose your mid tower. Suddenly the map's just opened up for Team Secret. How are you supposed to control Triangle and get your Sven ahead in the game?
All right, so SG definitely have some things to think about. But you're saying, it sounds like to me that it's just the drafts already kind of handicaps them, that they were just already kind of in a bad spot. And they made some good plays inside of the game, but ultimately draft is going to cost you a lot, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest flaw, and I also think that, you know, we've learned if you're picking Sven here at TI, you might need to consider like getting rid of Ogre or having some method of dealing with Fire Shield. I actually think he might have needed to get an early shard for the active Dispel, especially when you consider you're playing against Empower, Solar Crest, Medallion, like all of these things can be removed, right?
Yeah.
So suddenly this Dusa with Fire Shield, Empower, and Bloodlust is now naked. That, I think, would have been necessary because otherwise you just can't counter Ogre Fire Shield.
Okay, well, that does give some homework for SG Esports, and they've got about 5-10 minutes to be able to do their homework and come up with a better answer going into Game 2 against Team Secret. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's SG Esports versus Team Secret. You know, I never do introductions for ourselves. I'm Cap. This is Kyle.
Hello.
Oh, that's because we've got our lower third. Very
Indeed.
nice. Game one was okay. SG, they got outdrafted. They at least were able to make some moves. Kind of what we would expect from this matchup, right? Like, Team Secret were definitely the favorites. SG are definitely the underdogs, and it played out that way.
Yeah, and I think a bit, it really just felt like Secret was utilizing that principle of just picking the easier draft against the underdog. This is not the game to try out like a drought strategy or a timing push.
Yeah.
Hey, they have Sven. Okay, Ogre Medusa.
All right, well, let's go ahead and look at the draft going into game two, because that is all important. We felt like SG needed to be able to make some adjustments. And you basically said, okay, they just needed more damage. Also, Ogre Magi, Shard, Fire Shield, heavy counter to Sven, God's Rebuke, Enchant Totem.
5 seconds
It was like, that was
that's a great point.
It's the most dream Fire Shield game I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and it also, I will say, Secret, whatever their performance is at TI, I never have felt like they don't seem like they don't tilt. When you look at the teams, they got knocked out by Kuro Stack 3 TIs in a row, right? This is not a squad that shows up and chokes, right? It's just they get beaten by good teams.
Yeah.
And it's just funny because here I am thinking like, man, what are they doing? They're playing so safe. What's going on? And of course, Puppy, like, why did he TP bottom for just a creep wave? To get gold for Shard. Why did he need Shard? Because it was busted.
Yeah,
so I like that.
5 seconds.
Secret
remaining.
probably have. Well, a lot of the European teams, like, if they're not fans, they're haters. You only have room in your heart for one European team if you're a fan of the region. And
plus, it adds that there's a bit of animosity between some of the teams.
Yes.
Already, so
just a little bit. But what they do always makes sense. It might not work, but it's always going to make sense.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Team
remaining.
Secrets, we saw their lineup, and it was full of synergy
5
built
seconds
around this
remaining.
Medusa. They had Magnus, which Empower usually best on melee heroes, but Medusa, if any ranged hero is going to use Empower, she's easily the best. They had Ogre, Bloodlust, Fire Shield was super sick. They had Snapfire, a little bit of minus armor, faster Roche taking. What else did they have? They had something else in there to be able to buff the Medusa up. Solar Crest.
Yep. And the
Medallion. Now we're seeing, again, more synergy. Snapfire, Slardar, so they're going for physical damage minus armor combo here.
Which is, we didn't really see this version of Snapfire very often after the nerfs to Little Shredder.
Okay.
This was like, the Liquid special. I saw them first too this countless times.
Yeah.
But
That's because Boxy was such a big Slardar fan. And
SG Esports.
They did a lot more. I've seen more scatter blasting, but perhaps things have shifted a bit. And now it's the Shredder built again. They swap it up, this time Wisp and Gyro instead of the Wisp Sven. But, Team Secret of all teams, probably not the one I would be dreaming of first picking Wisp into.
10
This is a hero
seconds
that
remaining.
pretty much, I think 4 players on
5
Secret
seconds
have
remaining.
at least, I want to say, 25 professional matches on. Zai played it a bunch back in Optic. Yapsor can play it. Puppy can play it. I'm sure Nisha or Matu, one of them can play it as a core after TI9.
Yeah.
Team Secrets turn
So
to
they're going to
ban.
understand what you're going for here.
This does at least mean that, like, Gyrocopter is just a more active hero than Sven, right? Like, he can actually do things in team fights when, like, that early mid push came in. They literally could not do anything about it because Sven was a non-factor,
10
and Io is
seconds
only a
remaining.
factor if the person that he's paired with, it can do something.
5 seconds
Gyrocopter
remaining.
could have actually played that mid-team fight, right? They
Esports
could have
turn
actually
to
defended
ban.
that tower, so at least there's that. Combined with the fact that Gyrocopter probably doesn't feel bad against Snapfire Slardar, though only because you have an IO, I think.
I would say, yeah. I actually...
Team Secrets turn to ban.
I like, Gyro versus Slaughter used to be a bit different because Sprint would have you take bonus damage.
Yep.
So you would blink into the Gyro and just take oodles of damage because you catch the cooldown, the flak, the Q. Whereas now I think it's a bit different because you can just go toe-to-toe,
10
you buy a
seconds
BKB, and you
remaining.
hit Gyro in the face. And Gyro's biggest
5 seconds
counters
remaining.
are typically heroes that can beat him just 1-against-1. Slaughter kind of assists whatever that other hero would be.
SG
Notably, say
Esports,
Troll,
turn
as
to
an
ban.
example,
Sure.
or Void. Well, now you just have the Bash Bros smacking you in the mouth, and what are you supposed to do? There's no real way to even itemize against it because you need damage. You need, now I guess what, status resist. BKB doesn't help. And games where
10
Gyro's
seconds
BKB
remaining.
feels ineffective is really tough to win games
5
on.
seconds remaining.
So SG, they have won one game here with the IO Sven. The other game they won with Adriano's Tinker.
Mm-hmm.
When do you pick Tinker?
Honestly, I have no idea. That hero, I've played against it, played with it. Like you get this rush blink, and you spam lasers, rockets. Like I really just don't know.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are a little bit confused about new Tinker. Like, we figured out the item build, okay, like Overwhelming Blink and Shivas, like those two are really sick, but it still it's not the same hero that it used to be, and it's still, I think you have to have people who have like really spammed it, who feel really comfortable, that can tell you, okay, this is truly a good Tinker game, and I will be able to carry it, despite my timings overall just being slower than old Tinker, because it's just different not having a bunch of the machines.
What's wild is like
5
SG ban it
seconds
themselves.
remaining.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's very interesting.
Team Secrets, turn to pick.
It does mean they're going to be pulling out something new.
It does.
And maybe
SG
that's
Esports,
new
turn
means
to pick.
success. Oh, God. They have minus armor stacked here, Kyle, because now they've got Elder Titan, who takes away base armor from a agility carry. He's going to have amplified damage on him. Corrosive Haze,
10
excuse me,
seconds remaining.
from Slardar. He's going to be in the like deep negatives.
I
5
don't
seconds
know if
remaining.
there's like a hero. Like, how do you get enough armor for your squad now? What do you run? 4 positions, Sven, Max Warcry, plus
I mean, this concept
a
can't
lich.
be broken, right? Otherwise, we would see it all the time. Like it is broken in a pointed aspect, right? But there's got to be different ways to play the game, right?
I think minus armor conceptually has always been, I don't want to say broken, but it's always been good.
Mhm.
Abusing resistance in some way.
SG Esports,
This
turn
is
to pick.
a lot. Dawnbreaker. I have not cast a game of Dawnbreaker yet. I've seen it played as a carry by Virtus Pro a couple of times.
Yeah, they keep on trying that and keep on almost winning with that. And they keep on losing in the end.
Is there...
10 seconds remaining.
I guess, this hero can, depending on what role it's played, certainly
5
help
seconds
with
remaining.
added sustain.
Team Secrets,
Just standing in
turn
the ultimate as
to
a whiz, just helping your squad regen up. Now that, I've seen SG pick, this is an impossible Sand King game, Cap. It is so hard to play against Elder Titan. It's so annoying to play against Slardar. It's just rough. So if I'm looking at SG, this is all about pace.
10
Tempo,
seconds
team fight,
remaining.
laning advantage. Because God forbid you let Secret get a Roche, get a bunch of Blink
5
Daggers and
seconds
BKBs.
remaining.
Think about these lineups and what happens when they all have BKB, right? Team Secret are like, well, we're going to just hit you. And that's fine. And SG Esports, well, their heroes suddenly don't seem to deal much damage.
Yeah, this is they picked a decent number of Sand King this last season, and it was not a winning hero for them. What is going on? Like, Team Secret is just some sort of fetish? Like, what's going on? They're just literally stacking as much minus armor as possible. What's the last hero that gives you minus armor? A Deso hero? You're going to do carry Vengeful Spirit in mid-TA and get a
There you
Deso?
go.
10
Oh, that would be
seconds
sick,
remaining.
actually. I'm so down. I'm so
Can you
down.
imagine? You just get
5
like
seconds
one shot
remaining.
by a Psyblade that's doing like 500% damage because you
turn
have
to
so
battle.
much
Okay.
minus armor.
Here's the bright side, though. There are diminishing returns on minus armor.
Yes.
Once you get into like the negative 20s,
Yes.
okay,
Yes,
it's,
you have
it's
to go
not
pretty
nearly
deep.
as effective.
Yeah.
The real key is getting people to somewhere between 0 and negative 10.
Mhm.
Because like I believe it's at
10 seconds remaining.
like at 4 armor, you have 20%
SG
increased
Esports
EHP.
turn to
Right?
ban.
Whereas at 0, it's just you're taking pure damage.
Are you sure that that armor formula is still that way since they changed the armor formula? I have no clue.
I believe so.
Okay, because I remember that was like an old rule of
10
like
seconds
Dota,
remaining.
early Dota 2 and Han. It was like negative armor. It's like it's effective,
5
but once you start
seconds
going like
remaining.
really deep in, it starts becoming less and less effective. Same way old armor, plus armor used to work. It was like, okay, once you start getting over like 50 armor, it starts becoming less and less effective. So Kyle's going to do a little research here to make sure. Either way, we're going to need to see SG play pretty fast, but they've got a lot of magic damage so far
Secrets turn
between
to ban.
Gyrocopter and Sand King. Vengeful Spirit could get blown up pretty quickly. I'm assuming this is a Venge core, but it could be... What else could it be? Slardar carry and Elder Titan offlane core? That feels really weird. Whatever this is different.
10 seconds remaining.
This is definitely different to some regard.
Indeed. And
5 seconds remaining.
yeah, I'm doing math right
SG
now.
Esports.
Doing math right now. All right, Kyle, hit us with the math in your head. All
I
right.
think it's still the same.
It looks the same to me.
Yes.
Yeah. Multiplier. So we can.
there we
I
go,
mean, just tell
EHP.
the team some of the numbers.
10 seconds remaining.
I see all these math equations that
God.
I don't
Remaining.
actually
Graphs.
understand
Team
because I
sequence
dropped
turn
out of
to
math
ban.
as quick as I possibly could. Invoker is
There we
going to be
go.
the last pickup for SG Esports, so we're finally going to see it. Adriano's Invoker. This guy is a terror
Okay.
with this hero.
Yeah. So it is still constant in terms of your EHP increasing with positive armor, but
Yep.
there is that stark
10
drop
seconds
off.
remaining.
Once you hit about negative
5
8
seconds
or 9,
remaining.
Uh-huh.
you don't start, critting for 1 billion damage.
Right,
Um,
right.
The Invoker is interesting here. Now, it's squishy for sure, but it kind of leads credence to this idea, you're going to be aggro, AF, around the map, blasting people. More globals, more mobility. Don't give Secret a chance to bring the draft online and start two-shotting people. You've got to control objectives as fast as you possibly can. Team Secret, now you need your hard carry. You have created, like, the most adept supporting cast in terms of assisting damage dealt. What is the carry? What does Matu play?
Okay, so they think it's a
Or-
carry, so that means what? Mid Snapfire or mid Venge? One or the other.
I think mid-snap.
Okay, and then we're gonna have Venge, Slardar, ET with a ranged hero, a ranged carry maybe.
Something like that.
That would have worked if it was Morphling TB. I'm not sure what's left. Drow?
Drow would
You
not
already
be
clear
bad.
through base armor, so I don't actually know how that works with ET, right?
That's a good point.
Yeah, like.
It's only in the marksmanship procs, though. But
Yeah, but still, it's like that would feel like a little bit of a waste.
How it's like I did all this research.
Troll?
here.
You said
How
troll.
am I supposed to how do you have like you know how many damn unique interactions there are on Dota 2? Did you see there was like
Incredible.
92 different heroes picked on day 1?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Oh,
Choose your hero.
it's a sniper.
There we go. So that is excellent laning against Invoker. Good luck, ADR. You have low base damage on these early levels, and Sniper's attack animation and headshot are just impossible to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite combos with Slardar as well, because you love having these range carries, and Sniper's attack animation is almost imperceptible. So you just get stunned, and suddenly you've taken 3 auto attacks for 1 billion damage. You don't even know what happened. It is a Matu carry. I dig this a lot. Venge carry makes a lot more sense with this other ranged carry from your mid lane. Almost feels like a League of Legends draft. The carry from...
Have you ever played League of Legends?
I think 6 or 7 games.
Okay, so what do you even mean?
During like a period where Han servers were down. Funny, did you know that Riot Games doesn't let their talent they don't like when people play Dota?
It's
like
like
you
not
gotta have
surprising. If
allegiance.
they did, then they would switch over. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
I am also a big
Pendragon.
fan of the fact that they're doing Venge carry here, because I feel like this Venge Aghanim Scepter still good,
Mhm.
but you need it on higher priority than you used to. You actually want this Spirit to be strong because of the fact that they took away the movement speed, it no longer is able to like just die and then like throws out a stun and runs away or something. It just kind of gets focused down. So you want this hero to actually have some stats to it.
I really just like that it doesn't share cooldowns with the main hero. Like swap stun, die. I have swap stun again. Like, how is this fair? Unbelievable.
Let me just say, I was on this train real early.
I know.
And I played this back when, remember, there was 2 charges to swap, and there was still a period of time through talents you could also get a true illusion of Venge that would not carry. So you would have 4 swaps in a team fight. I think it required you to be level 25 though, but you would just have 4 swaps in a team fight, maybe even 5. It was sick. It was so good, and nobody played it.
Seems very balanced.
All right, a smoke up from Team Secret in order to get some vision down ahead of time. Maybe get.
Now
okay.
I understand how
That's
you
gonna
get
break.
8K.
I actually only lost with that.
Oh.
It did not. I could tell it was good, but you know, like when you try and be innovative and you're losing a lot, you're getting flamed a lot for it as well. You know, you get discouraged and you stop. SG pump themselves up here, and so is the crowd, our beautiful crowd. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the lovely cheers and applause you guys gave literally non-stop last game. The entire time, it was amazing. You guys are keeping the energy up, and I can't wait to hear it in Game 2, where you're going to see King Jungles make a quick tether away before he can be caught by Team Secret. 1 shrapnel charge down.
That's actually huge, because I don't know if you want a skill shrapnel as this sniper early on. The 1-point headshot is pretty sick. 40% chance for 20 bonus damage and a knockback, so you just start smacking Invoker in the face. 40 are going for the max right-click damage build. Looks like it'll be Quad Wex. Makes sense, as you do certainly need to play on map and get your gyro to hyper carry status ASAP.
Yeah.
It is not an exort and farm kind of game.
So the way that mid lane is played right now, I played around with some mid sniper, and I actually do think that shrapnel is really important and really good for how this mid lane is played right now, because you just shove in the wave and then you go farm the easy camp, or you go stack for yourself. You know, it's nowadays it's all about the efficiency of playing with that easy camp, which is not blocked right now, which I think is an important step to be able to take against a lot of mid laners right now. Storm and Sniper are probably the 2 heroes that utilize it best.
Yeah, I'd agree. I really love Sniper. I'm surprised we haven't seen it too much yet at TI. The changes to, I mean, I don't know about the shard. The concussive grenade's either total garbage or...
You good? You good, Don? Gets away to the trees. Dawnbreaker, oh no, the salve gets canceled too. That feels pretty bad. Dawnbreaker is strong. She's got some pretty good stats, level 1, but it still does not match an Elder type.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of all, I don't know if Dawnbreaker really loses to any heroes, with the exception of ET.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen the hero trade with Undying successfully.
Yep. Crazy stuff. Deal pulls the next wave back, and they are going to be able to get their level 2, and they're going to try and punish Puppey with that timing at least a little bit. But not able to close that gap to get the Orb of Venom hit. Tries to go over the stack. Puppey's like, oh, okay, what's the point? You know I'm going to stay here, dog.
Hey, annoyed him for a few seconds, I guess.
Yeah.
There's the shrapnel on the easy camp, as you stated. Can expect more of this from Nisha. I like the change to his talent as well. The most annoying thing about Sniper was you used to have, what was it, 25% cooldown reduction?
Yes, very high CD.
So you're like, oh, well, I guess I have to buy a Midas. And it just felt like you had to because of how efficient it got with the talent. But I think a lot better now with just a little bit of raw damage.
He's actually doing a good amount of damage to Adriano here. I just expected Quaswex Invoker would just be like, okay, whatever, I'm out regenning the shrapnel. Not actually the case.
Yeah, so the new take aim as well, that used to be like really, really worthless. It was like one attack for double range, whereas now, when active, you get that 100% headshot. You could see him smacking the Invoker quite a bit.
And they even buffed it up even more because it used to be 70%, which is kind of weird because you're slowing yourself down so much. But now you get the guarantee.
Yeah, and it's really cool too. It makes way more sense. Like, if you think about the lore of Sniper, right?
Well, of course. You're replacing Slacks being the lore expert.
Yeah, well,
here.
you know, you're a sniper. You're supposed to be able to, like, deal more damage, but not move too much.
Oh, Nisha overstepped himself. He actually got in tower range, got Tornado EMP'd, and 4DR does manage to get the first blood. A big pickup for him and the rest of SG Esports.
That was an uncharacteristic mistake for Nisha. Player of the Year 2020 just walks up and kind of feeds a little bit, as you said, catching the tower attacks. And, I'm zoned in on bottom lane a little bit. Top's going to be rough with Sand King. It's 2 melee versus ET Venge. That's impossible.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, Sand King has low armor as well. So the physical damage of Puppey combined with the physical damage and minus armor of Matumba Man, they are putting in some work. Fortunately, Dawnbreaker is a really strong hero and might just be able to offset what should be a clear win for Team Secret. Almost brought down Puppey, not good enough though.
That was a mistake though for Matu. You saw he repositioned a little bit. If he just attacks, Sand King dies.
Yeah.
And he gave him time to Fairy Fire and then stick later to survive.
You know, it's not too late, Tavo. You can become the support and just let the core play the core position in this spot, because he's just having to give up a lot of CS right now. They do have Sentry down, so Tavo is not safe, but they are going to be able to get the combo. Puppey is going to die, and Tavo, I think, is happy with that. I think he wanted to trade because he couldn't play the lane any longer.
Yeah, it's always nice to die as an offlaner, but get the XP, right? You're not going to mind that at all. Although, oh, he didn't get it. No, sorry. Puppey died just a few frames later.
Yeah,
so yeah, maybe the other core just turning into the core, right?
Yeah, it's kind of what may end up happening here. At least he'll have a fast, maybe Orb of Corruption. That always feels pretty nice. Our Slardar already has a Ring of Health. Zai is going to be pretty happy. We haven't looked at this bottom lane. How's it going? 28 CS for Gyrocopter. 26 CS for Zai. So, yeah, as expected, Slardar is pretty happy because Snapfire Slardar is very scary. He gives you just that little bit of extra distance and leading off a stun for his Slardar. And you combine that with a Crush, and if you have a Bash prepped up, actually, it means that you can easily get 2 Bashes in, and it's so much damage. The only reason Gyrocopter can survive at all against that is because he's got Aya.
Looking around, so it really does feel SG. I think you're gonna have the need to be the ones who really make moves. Like, just kind of the nature of playing against Sniper, right? You've got to find ways to kill him. And even with that death, you can see the power of the hero in the laning phase. 38 CS to 27 on the Invoker. You just can't do much to stop Nisha. He just shoves lane, farms, and this is my favorite part. Just go farm 2 camps at once. Definitely, I think, a better hero on Dire because of these 2 camps where you effectively get double the stacks. Nice.
Supposed to be like, did take a bit of damage, but 40R comes to the rescue. Zai is going to be paying for trying to be so aggressive. And that is the ultimate advantage. Like, Sniper, if he's going to be playing jungle, then Invoker, it means one or two things. A Dragonite was type mid hero, he's going to pressure the tower, and Invoker can't do that same sort of thing, so instead he's going to be playing the side lane.
Yep, that's a really good point. You know, Sniper, yeah, you get extra efficiency, but Invoker can actually get kills. This is how 40R wants to play. It just seems a hell of a lot better suited to the Invoker rather than the Mars of the previous game, where this Invoker is just, like, he buys an urn. He doesn't need ultimate to make these things happen. He has a much easier time with these TP ganks. And even that urn pickup early ensures that Costabile was able to stay bottom fully healed up, which is very key. Otherwise, he would have had to go heal himself.
Is he going for the stats build on the Gyrocopter?
Yeah, I believe yes.
Yeah, because I saw at least the crystals being built up. Theolacor, he's going to go down, but the Tornado. All right, here we go. 40R to the rescue. We're going to be able to kill Matumba Man. They're actually going to be able to stop the stomp as well. Tavo, nicely done, getting in front of Matumba Man. He managed to cut through. Fortunately, the urn, the last shot there from Adriano does manage to bring him down. Puppey hidden away in the trees will teleport out. Mid lane's going to be pressured, though, as Yapsor does have a little shredder to help Nisha put in the damage. Spot him on the side, though. 40R's going to be able to maybe collect another one here. Yapster's going to hop down to low ground here. If he hits the tornado, follows up with the MP, it's going to be a kill. And that just gets him even more earned charges. Dielacour taking so much damage from Nisha, who does probably have... No, he doesn't have his ultimate. He just went for all the levels in his basic abilities. He just wants to be a right-click machine.
I mean, I love the second point headshot because it gives you so much extra damage.
Yep.
The second point and take aim, I think probably could just be ultimate there to ensure that kill, but he is the expert. I will trust him.
I'm okay with it just because, like, it allows him to play both mid lane and farm faster, and really, what else is Sniper going to be doing, right?
That's true. And it is tough. Like, are you really going to be able to successfully ult somebody in the face against Invoker, Dawnbreaker, Sand King?
Yeah, for
a lot
sure.
Of
Rotation up to the top lane does manage to find Puppy. SG Esports are all over the place right now. Good read by Yapsor, knowing that ward was there. I guess it was probably tipped off because Costa Bile was playing so skittish around that hard camp stack. So Yapsor, just good intuitive read of the situation, finds the ward underneath the outpost. We'll try and snatch away a little bit of experience, hops down the cliff to safety.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, ADR just playing a great game.
Yeah.
4-0 and 1. He's been everywhere. Found kills in all 3 lanes thus far. And it's just a SG really all in on the gyrocopter. Team Secret, somewhat the same with their sniper. But I do think Matsu, you can see, already treads and a quarter of the way to the Aghanims. Like, he'll have a pretty high game impact. That's the big time for Secret to start getting active. They're just going to throw their bodies at SG, and he's just going to damage on the side. TV coming in behind them. Got to be careful.
Trying to deal with the rocket real quickly and then pump the damage into Costa Bile with the cookie. They're going to keep him chain stunned very nicely. Dielacour trying to juke backwards here. 40R is just surrounded, but a big triple stun coming out and a relocate away. Nice tornado as well that's going to allow Dielacour to maybe get away until Nisha's on the other side with a Mask of Madness. And that damage, whoo, boy. If he pops his take aim or whatever, and then he pops a Mask of Madness and their Corrosive Haze. Like, holy crap.
I want to run that back just so you can see what Zai did. He wasn't even going for the gyro, right? He just popped his amp and then ran around because he saw the Invoker TPing in. And,
Great catch.
Nisha's just dead. How did that happen?
Tavo TP'd in, led the charge. He just got the burrow strike from the trees, and 40R was able to follow that up pretty nicely. They're going to get a second kill here on the Puppy because they've got the... Yes, indeed. The Rings of Death. Big circles laid out on the ground. That's the landing zone of the Dawnbreaker.
Man, somebody, I really wish there was some voice line from, the old Ghost and SC, the SCVs, rather. Nuclear launch detected.
Yeah.
Start panicking. Feels like we need one of those as the Dawnbringer enters the fray, but man, so far so good, really. Both sides, I think, pretty happy with how this has gone. Maybe Nisha a bit frustrated. I think his death really hurt Team Secret a lot. Dragonlance will be his item of choice. Makes sense. Again, it's just right-click.
I feel like he's just going to, like, Dragonlance BKB or something.
Oh, yeah. I think
and just, like, stand there shooting people.
Yeah.
It's like, it almost reminds... You remember way back in the day, old Na'Vi, Avos Na'Vi, played Sniper, and he went this, like, raw tank build on Sniper. Just stood there shooting people. It was actually very successful. That's a long time ago, though.
No, I think it's very nice here. You just simply don't need damage. You have so much of it thanks to the assistance of your allies. Like you even saw there, just a casual corrosive from Zai means that, yeah, okay, Dawnbreaker's dead just because not even the damage amp, but more the vision. Because Sniper can keep hitting you from a very long way away. Also, there
was a moment of peace.
Yeah, I was going to say...
The voices in my head quieted down for a second.
Is that why the logos, is it like more cheers equals more like wind?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
I guess so. I don't know. I haven't looked.
Okay.
A lot of Team Secret fans. Very happy with the way this game's going, though. They're losing out on kills. They may be slightly ahead in net worth, though.
I figured that the South American fans would be a bit louder, though.
Oh, there we go. They're pumping it up now.
And I get all these DMs supporting the scene, but I can barely hear them over Team Secret. But
No comment. Well, 8-5. 12 minutes in, and Nisha is the most farmed, but they've got an IO gyrocopter that's doing well, and a smoke up, a two-man smoke that can lead into a relocate. It's always the very dangerous part of this strategy. If they get on top of the sniper, he's just dead. There's going to be a burrow strike into a relocate right on top. Swap backwards, though. 40R. Troublesome situation for him. He's not getting out of this one, but Tomman may pay for his life, but the Mortimer's Kiss is doing so much damage that Costa Bile gets wiped out from the side. Incoming the epicenter, blink in. Nisha taking some damage, but not enough. Eventually, the Sand King runs out, and that is a team wipe, Kyle.
Holy. I mean, Matu just straight up throwing his body on the ground to ensure that, like, no real damage, though, just swaps the key hero. What is it with these mid players getting caught out, just falling asleep? If you die as the Invoker, the team fight for SG disappears. A great follow-up from Tavo, but there was a dust from Yapsor, and Nisha just kills everything. Watch this. So swap back, stunned, and here comes Zai. Look, he pops the corrosive, that guarantees the one kill. Yapsor is raining damage in. Gyro's just dead. He needs a BKB, and then boom, you're gonna see Nisha just like, yeah, that's not enough, bro. 3 hits.
All right, so I always find it interesting when these situations occur and you save your carry for last pick. What other heroes could they have run with this strategy? Right? They could have done TA. We talked about that. Sniper, mid Medusa, maybe. They're going to be able to hold up onto the Elder Titan and bring him down pretty quickly. Just a simple pick off, nothing major. If they can catch some of these other heroes, Tornado, Zai reads it. He says, my TP was not going to complete, blinks away, but he's going to run headlong into Costa Bile, and KJ will happily collect that kill if they can get it. Surely they should. Into the river. He's moving so damn fast. The rocket's coming, though. And then so is the rest of SG. They're going to throw down the Gyrocopter ultimate. The Sunstrike, oh, very on point. Doesn't do that much damage, but Tavo is able to finish it up finally. And hey, they're right next to Roshan. I don't think they have the physical damage for it, though.
They do not.
You know who does, though?
The minus armor of Team Secret. Oh, the concern there, though, I just realized, Zai sprints away. He's level 10. Gyro was level 8. It's 9 off the kill. One of the downsides of holding the hand of your friendly Wisp, but
yeah,
of course that team fight mid did not help. And it's a different, so it's a Scotty.
Okay.
That's the move from Nisha.
More stats.
Also, healing reduction, very effective against Wisp lineups.
Oh, true.
And Dawnbreaker, just removing that healing effectiveness, but
and it also delays your BKB, which means it's even more effective when it is picked up. If you go Scotty and they don't win the game once he hits that BKB timing, that's insane, because then they're going to be at a point where it's pretty much only physical damage.
Yeah, and Gyro, especially
magic damage.
Gyro Invoker, they need movement in order to make moves. So
nice read. Still hits the Burrow Strike. A bit blind there catching Matama Man, but he's still just TP'd out.
Again. Oh man, KJ, he had that miscue where he didn't bring Sven out. He didn't relocate with anyone.
Yeah.
He left the Gyro.
Yikes.
You've got to connect on those kills. Nice TP from Matu. Good heads up, but still, like, you just can't afford to make mistakes against a team of this caliber. Team Secret are no slouches. And
KJ,
Matu,
a relatively newer name on the scene, the Brazilian squad.
That's Matu's Aghanim's. Like, he didn't even go base. He went top. Now he's going to finish this wave. That's Ags. And that's a huge time.
Yeah, all of a sudden he can just swap in people willy-nilly because he knows he's going to be able to stay alive via the spirit. And especially when you're core like this, you usually have high enough stats that it's very difficult for them to kill you twice.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you just talked about it. The squad that can certainly do Roche is Team Secret, as they are already in. The Sunstrike is going to scout, but I legit don't think they have time.
They're going to mass TP over. They're going to have to hit a really good tornado right now. 40R leads it out. EMP follow up. They're going to commit. They're going to go for it, but the Liqueur is here. The hammer's going out. They're going to be able to get on top of the sniper. Swap back, though. Nisha getting over to the high ground, starts turning around, throwing some damage on Tavo, but they've already picked up the Aegis onto the Liqueur, so he's going to be good for now. Yapzor, they need to finish him off. He's actually so damn low. Costa Bile, though, swap back in. Nice Sunstrike to be able to finish him off. Good relocate to the side here, getting King Jungles out. The Liqueur on his second life is very dead. They're actually going to TP back in to see if they can give this IO a tether out, but I think he's a little bit too far away. KJ does end up dying, but a nasty situation bailed out by SG in their fast rotation.
That was sick, though. Like, I thought for sure, talk about having the guts to make the play, right?
Yep.
That was a great read and just all in. There wasn't really a plan, but as they say, any plan right now is better than a perfect plan 2 weeks from now, although Dota obviously time moves a bit faster, so 2 weeks is closer to about 15 seconds. That was the right move. They got a buyback from Zai, his BKB now non-existent. The Aghanim timing from Matu was huge there, otherwise like Secret just getting rolled. They had a really nice job just saving Nisha. You keep him alive, you'll have plenty of damage, and SG, they blew the whole load, they couldn't get on top of him, and all of a sudden he's able to clean up, but still, even Tavo, thinking about it, has level 2 ulti. You need to kill Nisha though.
Yeah.
And look at Matu. He knows this. He's waiting to save.
They don't have relocate and they don't have Dawnbreaker's ultimate. That's part of the combo, right? Is that they blink in burrow and then they've got these double global presences to be able to throw down. But they're on cooldown. The tower's going to be finished up. So they're just going to play for farming the map right now. Secret, they have some lanes to push in. That's going to be Scotty now for Nisha.
I expect Scotty, and then after that BKB, that'll be the next really big timing for Team Secret. And I love this, even though he's the carry, Matu's still playing like a support bench. Your job is to be near your sniper at all times. Sure, still farm, worry about your progression, but he has to play holding the hand of his true carry, which is, of course, Nisha, who's got his Scotty en route. Playing bottom, no Roche objective. You already have tier 2 top, so now it's time to control outposts. They've got a great ward, too, to set up. They can make a play around it for the next 40. Careful, though.
You're going to find Matamba Man. Nisha going to stay here, throwing some damage out. He's going for Costa Bile, thinking maybe the support's a little bit better. And yeah, Theo Liqueur, he's having a hard time dealing with this damage. They trade, but again, the bench is still alive as the tornado goes out. Zai, they're going to try for it. Burrow Strike only onto the one, so the stop's going to go out from Puppey, and the Sand King gets blown up, and it looks like the swap back. They're going to make sure the Gyrocopter's not going anywhere either. 3 dead on the side of SG. Again, they're getting kills, but the trade-offs just are not perfect for them, and ultimately the sniper is living through it all.
You have to get the sniper, the guy with the ultra kill. If he doesn't die, all of you will. And if we run that one back, you'll see Zai, maybe he dies, but he did his job. He got Corrosive Haze off on the gyro. The moment that happens, the relocate gets channeled, and it's still too late. Scotty, total control, and it was, 4 or 5 hits, and Nisha just slaughters him. And this is with 2 items.
Yeah. He's actually going to complete the Hurricane Pike next. So he's basically got, with the Scotty and the Venge, he's actually got Cookie as well with the Hurricane Pike on top of that. They've got all of this added movement, one way or the other, that allows the sniper to just sit there and right-click people, which is what he has always been best at, but also even more so now because of take aim, where you just don't move anywhere, right? Exactly. So you just want people to stay in your range. This is a really big kill if they can get it. Yulsefter taking away the haste, and they're going to get on top of Nisha pretty quickly here, trying to body block him. The force out and a cookie away. There's that movement we were just discussing. And if they're not careful, they could get swapped down to low ground.
That's nice heads up. This is the one way. You don't see people do this very often, but you notice how they're killing the rocket. This is a great stun in theory, but people I feel like often forget, you just attack, you just kill it.
Yeah.
You hit it 3 times, that's quite easy when you have all these ranged heroes. Just hit it. And yeah, I love Sniper in this kind of game. It's really just the perfect pick. You can go for the survivability because there's so much damage help, but it's also, as you said, these tools to keep you in that perfect position. And you're the hardest carry by far in this game, but you don't have to itemize for anything like an MKB or a Daedalus. You just need to ensure that you can stand still and auto attack, and your squad will provide plenty of covering artillery fire. Let's see.
Manta up next for the Venge. We've got BK being built by Zai Slardar.
Oh, and a Grove Bow for the sniper. What's his attack range up to? 550 plus 640.
1190.
Not bad. Meant your math. The attack range could be improved. Maybe a telescope later on. Look for
you
37
get a telescope
minutes.
over 1200. Sad no more ballista.
Yeah.
That would have been the ultimate pickup. 40R. Swap back in. Big change that recently happened that we don't really talk about too much. But this last patch, 7.3.0, where this Venge came into play, it gave you damage on the swap.
Wait, guys, wait. Mid, hello? Nisha, what are we?
They really were of two minds there. They wanted to go on the IO gyrocopter, but it looks like they left Nisha behind. The relocate is going to take them back where they came from, which means Tavo's alone. Not sure what happened.
I have no idea. I looked up and I'm like, wait, Nisha is under the tier 2. What is he doing there? But okie dokie. Poor Tavo. This is the trouble with Sand King, right? There's not even a carry. He's just getting amped and he just gets obliterated. Yapsor's right-click damage is nuts with just a little shredder.
Yeah. Look at it. He's getting Aghanim Scepter. One more source of movement for the sniper, or potential source of initiation, which is great on Slardar. Tornado, not going to catch him. Cookie gets Yapsor far enough away.
Oh, a little shredder, also another great tool to kill.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yapsor's been making that priority #1, feels like.
And I dig this for Cookie. We talked about how BKB just was completely ineffective, so he's just skipping it. I think it's the right move. Get the Satanic that allows you to cleanse off the haze. And just try to stay alive.
Yeah.
Hello. What is Matu doing up here?
Well, he's getting what I like to call vengeful spirit syndrome, which is you're like, I'm not afraid of death because you have 2 lives, and then you.
This is just a little.
Keep that going a little.
It's a little sloppy, isn't it? Like.
Yeah, it is. Like Nisha getting caught mid there was really bad. And now they have no Matumba Man for 30 seconds. So, yeah, this is smart. SG, they know there are some heroes here. They want to go for the fight. If they can get the right kind of tornado, they're going to be able to get the relocate follow-up with the Dawnbreaker coming in as well. They don't have a swap to be able to bail out Nisha this time around. Everybody else is going to leave. They do get some serious damage, though, between these two supports. They kill the Liqueur. Tavo's going to be able to get away thanks to the Yule Scepter. Burrow strike out. 40R, though, with his fresh Blink Dagger, is going to be able to keep pace with these two, but he should not have, Kyle.
No.
He should not have. That was a double damage. Zai Slardar. Got to put some respect. The synergy between these heroes, you got to respect even the supporting cast of Team Secret, the damage they can put out.
They don't need carries. As long as they have enough minus armor, heroes like Invoker and Sand King just get obliterated.
Giving him the vision for the swap. Matumba Man's going to get stunned first, though. And Kosabila is going to get turned around. Here comes the stomp. Actually catches the IO, which is really good. Matumba Man's going to lose his first life. In his spirit form he goes. Tornado looking to be able to catch Zai. Doesn't quite grab him. The spirit is going to die of Venge. And again, feels like both teams are way too anxious to start fights that are not good for them.
Definitely, it feels like nerves are playing a role. Even though I just Secret, typically one of the most composed teams in Dota, but like they're just bleeding kills. And I've loved their lineup. They've taken a couple of fights on their terms. They've won them all. But SG, they're just making plays. Feels like they're, not just the aggressors, but truly looking, head on a swivel, trying to find any openings. It's why they were able to contest the first Roche, and they're consistently finding these easy pickoffs. Like, Secret's got to wake up, really, because they're just getting ran at. Now they're going to go into the pit. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, you got to keep vision. You got to keep vision. Nisha's not even hitting it yet, guys. Like, once he does, it's going to get demolished. Tavo, can they do it again? Can they jump at the right time? No way! That looks good. A swap out, though, prevents Tavo from being able... Oh, Ethiel Leclerc grabbed it!
What?
Nisha didn't pick it up in time. It was still on the ground. The Dawnbreaker gets there in time, stuns everybody up, snatches away the Aegis. But it's important for Costa Bile to be able to stay alive here. Taking a lot of damage. King Jungle's looking to be able to get him out. Relocates away, but the tether was broken somehow. Costa Bile is going to be left behind here, and it's getting ripped apart by all this Midas armor. And here comes Nisha. Epicenter, though. Tavo intercepts with a swap away from Atama Man. Pulls Nisha out of danger, and Tavo will die twice in this engagement. And King Jungle's welcome back to the fight, and see you later, buddy. Gone for 50 seconds, as is the rest of his team.
Okie dokie. These fights are just crazy, man. What in the hell's going on? Like, the strategy, like, Secret's just like, okay, kill Roche, SG, all in to stop it. Okay, huge stun from Tavo. Great swap to ensure nobody grabs the Aegis. Theolicor takes it. He's going to get obliterated. But watch this. Costa Bile comes in like very late into the engagement, immediately runs away because he got hit once by a Scotty. Then boom, Matu's tossed in, doesn't care about his life. KJ, I believe, drops the tether. He drops the tether and leaves Costa Bile.
Yeah.
But why? Like, ADR had died. Also, don't know what the hell happened to ADR. I didn't even see him. He actually died over by the rune as the first member of his team to go down. I believe Zai found him, and I guess Nisha just popped him or peeped him from the pit. And that's, I don't know, 10K gold lead all of a sudden, Team Secret. All right.
Tier 3 down, and Team Secret. Pretty good stranglehold on this game, but it has been a messy one, so you never know. Aghanim Scepter next for Elder Titan, so he's like, yeah, all this Midas armor, I'm hitting pretty hard. Puppy's like, I can join in on these fights. Oh, he's going to switch it up for Halberd? Boo. Get an Aghanim.
Such a puppy play. Halberd, I remember games, I remember Dazzle first item Halberd back in the day. It was a little stronger than it is now. See, Butterfly onto Nisha. I like his item decisions. Trusting his team so it doesn't need the BKB.
Yep.
And just going all in for DPS. But, like, intelligent DPS items in the sense that they provide a bit of utility and survivability.
Yes.
It's not a dataless game. You don't need it.
The first build-up is Dragonlance, gives you some strength. Then we have the Scotty, gives you a lot of strength again. You know, like a lot of survivability from these items while still providing good damage. KJ is going to be found here.
He had vision.
Yeah.
Was that intentional? Like, did you want to throw away your life there?
Don't worry, guys. I'm going to die right now, so Team Secret, try and push high. He's going to go for the Shard. That gives the Corrosive Haze on Crush, so you don't have to be so active with it, and that just is going to help out everybody.
And I really like it, the way he's been playing the hero, right? Because it's all about the haze. He lands a stun and kites away. Haze is from a distance. To your point, now you just like stun, zoom, and it makes it super simple to kill off heroes like Sand King, who suddenly they're revealed even in Sandstorm. Who needs dust? Save the money. Nisha's gonna peep him. He's got Satanic shortly, and then suddenly he just not die. And keep in mind all the damage amplification, not just the minus armor, but just by being near Matu, he's getting 32% base damage.
Good catch from Zai here. 40R's not getting away from this one. Once again, picked off by Zai. He seemingly has just made it his mission to focus down this Invoker that had a very good game for the first 15 minutes, maybe 20, but it has been suffering in the last 5 or 10.
It's just hard. You know, BK beats Slardar in your face. ADR, he had a great start, but I think that the death, the buyback, like suddenly you fall off. You don't farm as the hero, you find kills, and that's been progressively more and more difficult as this game has progressed.
Yeah.
Now they move up to the high ground. The tough man does the chicken dance.
The scary part is that like you don't actually feel like you can get that close to your base being assaulted unless you do it together as all 5, because otherwise you're just gonna get swapped out. Right? By the time a man's gonna pull you in, he doesn't really care if he trades his life underneath the tier 4s. If his illusion stays alive, all is good. And you've got a long bit of distance to be able to cover to get on top of that sniper.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think that was what he scooped up in the road.
I love that pickup. Concussive grenade is actually, it was one of the worst abilities that has been put in the game when it was first introduced, and now it's actually been buffed like 5 different times. Pretty big buffs, and it's finally sick.
Throw it in the air and like catch, like it worked actually like a old Han ability, Engineer's Keg, where it would go up in the air and based on where it hit you, it would push you in that direction.
Yeah,
it was insane. Yeah. It's a
and it also had like no cast range to it,
Yeah.
which made no sense for a hero like Sniper, who naturally wanted to keep his distance. Yeah, it was odd. I think they've like doubled or tripled the amount you can push yourself with that ability. They've increased the cast range by a gigantic amount, I believe, as well.
I love that. Yeah,
That's one way to cut a creep wave.
What was sick was he didn't have vision, and he just threw it directly where it would hit the entire wave.
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
and that's knowing Dota 2 very well.
Indeed. Let's see. All right. The BKBs have made this game pretty rough. I think SG are at a point where you need the Rapier to come out onto your gyro. You've got Daedalus queued up for now.
Look at how many blink daggers they have. Like, they got the blink dagger in 40R, and I got that, but like Kostabile even getting a blink dagger.
You got to. You have to kill Nisha. You need to just go for him.
Isn't that what the relocate is for, though? To get you on top of the sniper?
It doesn't get him close enough, I don't think. Because you can't just take him into the middle of the fight, then you're stunned by Slowdown. Like, it's not optimal, but when you're this far behind, like, you've got to just commit.
This will come in handy.
Smoke. Don't think they really want to go on Avenge first. Okay, he's going to go for it anyway. Blinking forward onto him here. Follow up, Earth Strike, Sunstrike as well, but Kostabile is getting demolished. Trying to go for the relocate out, but Zai, with the timing, denies a relocate away, and they make sure both the IO and the gyrocopter die for that. Honestly, I'm not sure what SG were expecting there.
He used Satanic when he blinked in as well.
Yeah.
Like basically pre-cast Satanic.
It's like, it's so deep on that secret side of the map, and you're going for Avenge with Ags. Like, why? Why, Kyle?
Yeah, a little bit of desperation, perhaps. Like this, it's really frustrating. We have the benefit of playing with no fog of war. If we just toggle the Radiant Vision, you'll understand a bit of what makes this game so difficult, because you just don't see a damn thing. You don't know where anybody is.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's just darkness. Like, there's secret heroes somewhere, and they're very, very spooky scary.
Spooky scary. Words of a full-time analyst of Dota 2.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Not bad words to say, because Nisha is indeed spooky scary. Okay, not quite making it over the cliff there. Once again, Secret are going to be very disciplined in their approach of ending the game, like we saw in game 1, rather.
Yeah, it makes sense, though, under the circumstances. They've lost a series that I feel like they, you know, upper bracket is at risk for them. Group B looks very strong, and currently they would not be making it to that upper bracket. You know, PSG and Fuji up top, the East Coast with the tiebreaker, although I think they still play it anyway. It doesn't matter. They're both 3-3. They need this win, so no taking chances.
Elephant lost to Team Spirit, huh?
Yeah, they got 2-0'd.
Elephant. People just kept on saying that, like, you know, Elephant's going to show up at TI, even though they had a very rough DPC. We didn't get to see them at all outside of the regular seasons. And troubles just continue for them, it seems. Smoke up, King Jungles, Kostabile, Tavo leading the charge. They know they're in the triangle. It's all about finding the entry point of attack here. Deal with an illusion, that reveals a whole lot. SG quickly back away to the other side of the river, but Secret, they could just as easily push the waves in and force you to make a move of some kind. You can't just stay on that side of the map. That's not where your base is.
Yeah, they're going to try. Oh, it's so hard. They just don't know where Secret are. And if you don't know where they are, how do you get on top of the Sniper?
And Sniper's like, okay, you guys got to come to me. I'm going to start hitting the tier 3. They're going to find Puppey first. That's going to be a nice pickoff to start things off. But Man, does he want to swap something? Goes to be like, Jesus, look at out the range of this Sniper, laying in the damage. What a beautiful ultimate from Puppey as well. That's going to be close the book on this game. This is just completely over. Puppey didn't even die in that fight. SG Esports, they were keeping it even. They were keeping it even for about 15 minutes, but Team Secret, they just won that one fight for Roche, even if they didn't get the Aegis either time. And that is enough for them to be able to dominate the rest of the game. Cool strategy from Secret. Do you think we're going to see it again, though?
I think so.
Yeah?
I love Sniper. I've seen it successful with multiple teams now. And it feels like if you think about heroes that can actually deal a bunch of physical damage from the mid lane, Sniper seems to be one of the best. You know, TA kind of fallen off. Sniper, this huge range advantage, and just the synergy between ET, Slardar, but notably the Venge. Like, it felt like, you know, for SG to win a fight, Secret had to misplay. And I always like drafts where it feels like so long as you execute properly, you're going to be in control of the win condition. And that's really how it feels when you consider, like, Sniper has to die.
Yeah.
They have, like, Force and Cookie and Swap, etc. How are you supposed to find them as SG? They all in with Blink Daggers. It's still not enough.
I definitely look forward to seeing the strategy more and seeing if it actually just gets broken apart or if it actually maintains some sort of strength. It certainly looked good here in this game against SG, and so did Secret. They get a 2-0 off of this series. We have 2 more series to go, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with a special guest for a TriCast. Look forward to that. Welcome back to the TI-10 group stage. We've got OG versus T1, which I think is a pretty hype matchup. So we brought on a special guest. Aiden, welcome.
Hello.
You like our little room that we got going on?
Yeah,
here?
it's beautiful. It's great to be here.
Very nice.
Glad to be invited to do a little bit of this too.
Are you looking forward to the caster life?
No.
No?
No.
The caster life is supposed to be the good life.
It is very good.
Yeah.
But I still feel like I want to play for a couple more years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was referencing your panel that you were just going on.
Oh, you meant
Yeah, the
that
difference
way.
between
Yeah, okay.
panel and casting.
I'm not sure. I haven't casted yet. I mean, paneling's been real fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually enjoyed it quite a bit. And
Okay, so we have to make this a really fun experience so
Yes.
we beat out the panelists.
Well, I mean, you should be confident. My mom tells me, if you can do it, I'm sure anybody can. So you should have confidence.
Yeah, your mom's probably right about that. Let's go to the draft. OG versus T1 is kicking off right now, and I want to get every little bit of analysis from Aiden. It's humanly possible. Somebody who has matched up against OG a number of times, who played with the OG Sumail. I know you two have a very special relationship.
yeah, we like to have fun. It's good vibes when Smells around.
Yeah.
Good vibes.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. We've been broing out with him the conclusion of most days. I think the big key to take down OG is, of course, to make sure you check your email in a timely
10
fashion.
seconds
It's
remaining.
proven very successful over the last couple of years, but this T1
5
squad as
seconds
well.
remaining.
They 2-0'd VP earlier. I think you were working those games.
Yeah.
The Cuckoo Doom making an appearance. So a lot of
OG's
implications
turn
for
to
this series, as OG also got 2-0'd by Aster. So
Yes.
you've suddenly got 3 teams all tied at 5 and 3. T1 currently at 2 and 4. So it's not quite a must-win for them, but they certainly would prefer to.
I just think the mentality of going 0-4 in one day, it
10
just doesn't
seconds
feel
remaining.
good. So I think for that reason alone, I think OG probably one of the teams that are the least affected by
5
it.
seconds
But I still think
remaining.
knowing that you at least get one win in is going to be important for them. And I think T1, they're on the redemption arc today, right?
OG's turn
They
to
started off
bat.
pretty poorly on day one. And then today they stepped up against VP and really showed up.
Add to that, I personally feel like we're looking at two of the best team fighting teams in the world. Like T1 has been, I think, incredible at Animajor, and some of their highlights have, for me
10
anyway, just been
seconds
how they're
remaining.
able to play as 5 together. And OG, I mean, they're just OGs. So
5
I'm
seconds
really
remaining.
looking forward
Turn
to
to
seeing which
ban.
team actually proves to be stronger in that aspect. And I feel like T1 can actually take them. I think they can beat OG at their own game.
They were definitely a different team when I watched them play up against Virtus Pro. But the thing I
OG's
always love
turn
about
to
watching
ban.
the OG draft is that you never know what their opener means. So we saw No Tail and Seb both play Legion Commander already, and it totally changes. We've seen LC go rush Armlet from the off lane. You're the source of damage later in Initiator. Then we've seen the
10
support
seconds
LC
remaining.
going for early Shard and a much more support-focused build, and you're a pretty
5
formidable
seconds
laner even as a
remaining.
support. And I think one of the only teams I've seen that's willing to play tiny mid. Everybody else, I think it's just a carry.
I see. Okay. I mean, I think for me, the Legion, though, here very likely is going to be core. I think one of the big problems that I've seen throughout the group stage for these past 2 days is just how do we figure out Tide? And there seems like I've seen some Vipers. I've seen a lot of people try different answers. But the problem is when you Viper the Tide, it just ends up being a 5. And then it's still just going to Ravage, and he doesn't care that you're countering Kraken Shell. So Legion Commander seems to me like that's the idea of it here. They want a good answer to the Tide, and they want to make sure they can kill it. So for me, personally, if I was drafting right now against OG, I would assume in 8 out of 10 scenarios, this is going to be a Legion 3.
It's nice against Phoenix as well, especially if that's a 5. You don't really enjoy that matchup too much, and later in the game, it's quite easy to.
I mean, you get the insta-hit proc if somebody's hitting you, and you get more egg hits too. So, despite the with the purge as well, so you have a lot of ways of actually dealing with Phoenix.
Remember, defensive dispel is a cleanse.
Okay.
It's an offensive purge.
I see. Thank you, Kyle, for educating me.
No worries. Some people.
Kyle teaching somebody
10
else.
seconds remaining.
I guess that's not Dota
So
mechanics.
you
That's
don't know
just
about
language.
This. You don't know
5
about this, but
seconds
Kyle's been
remaining.
teaching me for years.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah. He'd teach you a lot back in Heroes of New Earth?
absolutely.
Yeah? What did he teach you?
Things.
Yeah.
Stuns are good.
Stuns are
Concepts.
good. Yeah, I mean, you guys held on
color
to that.
coordinations.
Color coordination.
I told Cap the other day. Remember when we were talking? I think it was ESL Hamburg. You told me about how I always used to stress the importance of damage.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, I forgot about that.
Yes.
And
So-
I'm still upset because it really makes the game seem a lot simpler once you look at it in terms of things. And I just didn't do that for a couple of years.
Yeah,
I
Pete-
learned so much, I forgot the important bits.
Yeah, Pete Kyle just talked about, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's just which team can kill the other one faster.
Mm.
And then you have, like, heals that are negative damage. And, like, these things, like, stuns are, like, 0 damage. It stops damage from the enemy team. And, like, just think about everything in terms of how they affect the damage.
10 seconds
And then
remaining.
Hana's really easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I responded to Kyle that OG
5 seconds
took
remaining.
those same lessons and went on to win TI twice. And
But
Kyle-
Kyle's a very successful analyst now. Kyle's a somewhat successful analyst now.
Actually,
better.
Actually, I am an award-nominated analyst.
Can't you?
Oh my
This is
God.
gonna be great. Imagine when in like a couple months from now you're gonna be able to say, "I'm an award-winning panelist now."
Yeah, that's not happening.
T1's turn
You don't
to
believe?
ban.
No.
It's okay, Kyle. People didn't believe in OG winning 2 TIs, but look at them now.
Hey, if they can fluke it, I'm sure I can fluke my way to a win.
Kyle doesn't have enough connections to be able to win that award.
So I've been doing the panel for a
Dota
while.
doesn't have enough connections. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I've been doing the panel for a while, so I'm just thinking about random stuff that are
10
not
seconds
related to the
remaining.
draft
Yeah,
while
yeah,
we're
yeah.
drafting.
This is the perfect phase.
And
by
I
the way.
noticed that both teams are
5
BMW
seconds
sponsored.
remaining.
Hype. I hope.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Well,
I actually didn't even know OG was BMW sponsored.
I saw it on Johan's shirt.
yeah, not sponsored enough to get on the flag, but I guess we're giving the promotion now. So, give me a free car, thanks. You're actually a natural because this second banning phase.
I know you guys never talk about it. I think this is one of the most interesting parts of the draft.
All right, hit me with the interesting
Yeah, break it down.
analysis.
I'll let
of
Kyle.
this.
I'll let Kyle start, and I'll
No,
follow
no,
up.
after you.
Okay, so generally the second phase of bans, you're trying to set up whatever picks you're going to go for.
Mhm.
So the bans that you see here are probably going to be fairly indicative of what they're going to draft. Unfortunately, I haven't drafted in a
10
while,
seconds
so this is the kind of thing that when I'm playing,
Mhm.
I would like I see puck clinks
5
crop. I'm like,
seconds
okay, it's
remaining.
this or that.
Mhm.
And a team like OG here, they will be like pretty sure about what's coming. I think they will expect the Doom almost. You will have like Doom, a couple of other heroes that are on the list, and then depending on which one of these they choose to go for, you're going to be prepared with the pick that they're about to pick. And I'm just stalling so I can see it and then say, yes, that's what I was thinking.
Very
how you-
good.
that's how
no,
you
that's,
cast,
it,
right?
that's
Yeah.
exactly
That's what I
how
learned
you
from
do
Kyle.
it. Yeah, you 100%
Yeah.
stall, and then just when they
See?
pick that hero, they were like, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yes, I learned that from Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot you can pick up from the legends, right? Like, you're good friends, of course, with William Lee, the coach. You know, you just talk about which team can push the lanes most effectively because controlling the waves is a good way to ensure you have vision around the map. You can make advantageous movements and.
I feel like I've gotten 3 different lessons on Dota. It's all about pushing waves, it's all about doing
and
damage, and it's all about stuns. So
Vision
like,
tools are really important too.
Okay, it's all about vision.
Yes.
Right.
This is dangerous.
I feel like not all of it can be everything.
Now, here's another thing that's very critical. A lot of players, they neglect the importance of daylight savings
10
time.
seconds
That's important when you're
remaining.
playing Night Stalker against Phoenix because Egg supersedes darkness
5
and turns
seconds
the night to
remaining.
day.
Yep. Yes, you were correct. It does.
That's it.
Yes,
It's an
nothing
interesting
beats
pick,
the
though. I wonder
actual
why you
sun.
actually pick Night Stalker here. Why would you pick it into the Phoenix?
More control for the tide, I suppose, like a disable that, or a silence rather, that isn't removed. But
T1's turn
I
to
imagine,
pick.
has arrived.
looking at it, somewhere out there in the ether, Rich Campbell smiles. I think it's more likely a core Night Stalker based off that, just because I think you need it to be for the
By that
silence
you
to be
mean
enough.
carry, right?
Or off lane.
Okay.
Or
Have we
mid.
seen support Night
Mid.
Stalker?
We've
10
seen it played by
I haven't seen-
Fauna as a 5 quite a bit.
Oh,
back in
okay.
the
Oh, that's
back.
true,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah. A little
That's
bit
pre-TI,
back.
yeah.
Yeah.
5 seconds
But I think
remaining.
it's a 3 or potentially a 2. I could see Thompson playing it, but it's so that you can actually kill the Phoenix if you find him. Another tool to potentially help with dealing with Egg as well, just because you get so much attack speed during night. Although
But you don't.
it's daytime.
Because it's
yeah.
daytime because of the egg.
I said that. I knew
Yes.
that.
So actually, I think most of the
OG's
time when I watch
turn to
OG draft, I feel like I get a very cohesive idea of what they're going for.
Mhm.
I think this time around it looks a little bit odd to me. I feel like the NS is. It feels very weird. I really wonder what their last pick is, because I think whatever they pick now, it really has to like round out the draft and give them a solid win condition. I think T1 most likely gonna ban Tinker.
10 seconds remaining.
Just because of the synergy with NS. And to me, this looks like a
T1's turn to
most
ban.
likely Legion 5 actually
OG's
now.
turn to
Yeah.
ban.
And this is a combo that they utilized they had Dusa in the first game they beat VP and then Doom in the second, but this is something it looks like T1 tweaked as they came into the second day group stage, where they put a lot more emphasis, I think, on being able to scale into the late game.
10 seconds remaining.
They actually played Night Stalker themselves in their opening series.
5
was it against
seconds
EG or
remaining.
IG? It was against IG, and they got 2-0'd.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a little more stable. Like, I'm looking at team fighting in a squad. Like, what are you actually supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. And I think especially when it comes to vision tools, like you're playing NS, these vision tools are useful when you have the ability to go into the enemy team. And I think in this game, like, they don't really have that much team fight on OG. Like, I feel like it might be hard to fight into all these heroes because you're going to have to silence the Tide or duel him. And at the same time, you're dealing with a Stone Gaze, a Doom, and an Egg. So initiation for them, I think, is going to be quite tricky. Even though they have the vision, I think it's going to be hard to find the right target.
T1's turn to pick.
Oh, they didn't ban the Tinker.
Oh,
So that makes sense.
It's a great spot for it. It's one of the traditional hard counters to Dusa.
Do you think it's Sumail Tinker?
I think it's Thompson Tinker, Sumail Tiny.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you're right. Where it's very surprising they banned out
10
Nyx Assassin. Like,
seconds
why would you fear Nyx in this game? To be honest, like, it just makes OG's team fight fall
5
flat.
seconds
Now
remaining.
Tinker, suddenly you have this great tool to not just combo with the duel, with the Tiny combo, with the vision of the NS, but you're very strong against Dusa, Doom, Tide. Like, all of these heroes actually just hate playing into Tinker. And you don't have catch for him right now. The last pick has to be it, and you kind of banned it yourself. No Quap, no Puck.
I think when I look at T1's draft, what I think was really strong is that they have this ball, and OG had like vision, and they have like these purges and stuff, but they never had the ability to commit into the ball. And what Tinker does is it forces you to come break up your ball and come chase the Tinker. So it's a really, really smart pick by OG, and I think I'm a little bit surprised that T1 didn't actually just ban it out. I thought it was like the first most obvious ban when I saw the NS, and they picked Willow, so I was a little bit surprised by that. And I think it's probably the only hero I could see solve that issue for OG.
Because what it was is T1 firmly in control of the win condition, right? Like,
Yes.
you look at the draft, it's like, okay, we haven't addressed this at all as OG. So you needed some hero, similar to, say, like what an Alchemist would impact in the changing of a game state.
Right.
That just sort of flips it on its head, where all of a sudden it's like, well, T1's team fight now looks a little exposed. So, hey, Mag, not bad. You're going to be able to find Tinker, but, end of the day, you can lose. Like, what felt like an unlosable lineup in the sense that you would eventually get Medusa strong enough to just walk down a lane, you're now kind of frustrated. Like, Night Stalker suddenly activated. He has a purpose, and I believe it will be 5. Well, now they're thinking, which one will Seb play, which will No-Tail?
It's very interesting.
Okay. I like this. Because No-Tail can now play more defensive, keep his Tinker alive, and Seb's just going to run at people.
Yeah. And they have a Purge for the RP. I think Magnus was also a very interesting last pick to me. It's probably not. That wasn't the type of hero at all that I was thinking about.
Same.
When you guys were talking about the whole win condition, I get they can play this ball and they're going to be able to, okay, they're running around as 5 or whatever, but ultimately T1, aren't they just going to naturally outscale OG? Like, how does OG end this game when you've got Medusa, Doom, Mag, like, they're all going to naturally scale up and just be really strong late game. Like, how does OG end the game to prevent them reaching a point that doesn't matter if Dusa's countered by Tinker, she's got MKB?
I think the way the Dusa Tinker matchup goes, or like in general, I think OG will have a timing where they're much stronger. But I think at some point Dusa will just be, it'll take too long for the Tinker to rearm, shoot laser, rocket, for her to not deal any damage at all. So I think eventually down the line, T1 has a very, very solid draft. And they have like Empower Dusa. They have a lot of damage in their draft naturally. They have this Doom that's going to scale up. So yeah, late game's going to be tough for OG, but I think as with any OG timing, OG draft, they have a really, really clear timing of like, once they get Blink Daggers or they have the vision tools, they have nighttime, they're going to really be able to put pressure on T1. And T1 really doesn't have any like pick-off to respond with. All their spells are cooldowns. And then OG's going to make sure that they never have all 5 of their cooldowns up at once and just constantly bring the pressure to them. Force them to fight without ults.
Yeah, it really comes down to how does OG control vision. That's where the strength lies. Because sure, T1's team fight's going to be great, but what if they lose a couple of towers? Like, I remember something. Oh my god, I forgot how much these guys spam gross lines. It's been a quiet couple of games.
It has.
Moon Meander was a huge Tinker spammer. And I never forgot what he told me like way back when in 2016. If you want to beat Tinker, you got to kill his towers. If you don't do that, like you just get stuck. Like there's going to be a Night Stalker on a high ground, TP is coming around. It's just very annoying to play the game if you can't kill Tinker towers, and that's something you've got a real issue with, I think, as T1, because this draft is just a bit slow and very level dependent. Until level 6, your first 4 heroes you see at the top side of your screen just simply are not effective.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what's going to be interesting is just how do they fight back during the OG timing, and how do they fight without their cooldowns, because I'm imagining they're going to greed up on a lot of heroes. I think interesting things to look for is Kuku going to go Midas? It'll tell a lot about the game. And then what will Mag build? Is he going to go for some Blink route, like Tread's Blink, or is he going to go into some Echo Saber?
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of overlap in the T1 heroes about how they want to farm and control the map. Like, both Mag and Dusa kind of want to farm Ancients. And how they decide to distribute that is going to be interesting to me.
No-Tail using his strength as a Legion Commander level 1 to try and snipe away the boundary and doesn't get that. Puts a little damage onto Zephyr and Cuckoo. It's always, I feel like if I was playing against T1, I would never give them 2. Just because of the versatility of them being able to play it on Carl or Cuckoo. And also it just seems to fit very nicely into their combination of team fight. And the way that they're able to scale with this hero, like
it's also just one of Cuckoo's best heroes. Like he loves playing Doom. I'm surprised it took him until day 2 to bust it out. And bottom lane, like I think you're gonna be pretty happy with this. Like Doom just kind of farms against Tiny, right? Like I don't see him dying to LC Tiny lane.
No, I think he's gonna be fine in the lane. I think.
Oh, he's got a. That's first blood. Zoxa commits for it. Oh no. 23 Savage thought the Fairy Fire was going to be good enough, but because he was caught in the brambles, it was too much damage.
Yep. No, I think OG's draft is not really about the lanes. I think that this game is going to come very much down to, like, can OG force T1 into such a small space on the map that their heroes can't get farmed?
Well, another concern I had is you picked Magnus into Tinker, but that matchup's very Tinker favored, isn't it? Like, it's kind of the dream, you know, for heroes like Storm, like Tinker, where you're high range, high damage. And there's no real offensive threat Carl can output. So long as Thompson doesn't, you know, just straight up get skewered into tower, I don't see how he doesn't effectively get all lasted. But right now he's already doing incredibly well. 10 CS by 149.
Yeah, I didn't fully understand this pick either. But it'll be curious to see how it plays out.
Oh, he tried. Doesn't quite get it though.
Because you also had like the tide already. Like I feel like, well we'll just see how it plays out. But I feel like your late game is kind of already secured. The Tinker was the huge issue, and I don't feel like Mag addresses it.
Yep.
You would have preferred what, a more active like Puck, Lina, Quaps type hero? Is that what you were looking for?
I actually was thinking about Zeus.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Zeus is like my favorite hero against Tinker, just because you find him immediately, and then with Aghanim's, like you interrupt the rearm or the TP very easily.
Do you think they were more focused on the durability of their mid laner versus Night Stalker Tiny? Like, were they just not looking at Tinker and being like, we want to focus on these other heroes?
It's possible, but the thing is, like, I feel like Zeus is really nice against Night Stalker too, because your big issue and what OG's advantage is, like Aiden was saying, is vision. And that's the part of the game that T1's draft kind of suffers in, because you'll have all this team fight, but you're not going to have any method of using it unless kind of, you know, OG's going to effectively have the initiator's advantage in every fight. They're going to be able to pick and choose their battles.
I would agree with that. I think for
we got him! Shockwave skewered back into the tower. Does have the laser on him, so he couldn't actually put any damage during that time.
Yeah, I think for me, I was looking for something that gives them a little bit of pace. I think their draft right now, like if you're playing Phoenix, or it's just hard for them to start stuff off. They kind of have to react to OG constantly. So I was thinking more something along the lines of like Ember, Void Spirit, which are not necessarily great heroes for the game, but I think it makes T1's draft come together. And it gives them a hero to play around, a hero to enable them to make moves and stuff.
I see that.
I think for me, I would imagine that's what they're thinking about this Mag. He's probably going to be more of like a Blink initiator with Horn Toss and like probably just using RP to get kills for them and punishing OG when they go too deep.
Cuckoo opted for the mana burn creep instead of the bigger satyr.
Tiny's a low mana hero.
Yeah. Oh, look at, oh man, no tail. I like that. Controlling the bottom rune and just annoying Carl. Because this, like, look at Thompson. I love this, where he's just kind of controlling the top side of the hill. So Carl too low. If he runs for the rune, he dies to a rocket laser. But he's going to deny the full wave before he runs for it. Look at this. Like, not even watching other lanes, just love watching this mid matchup. I think Thompson for sure is going to be the winner. Or, well, reason his team wins or loses. Although Sumail is enormous down bottom, 30 and 11. I did not expect this lane to be so successful.
Yeah, OG's lanes are doing really, really well. Even the top lane, Night Stalker's winning during daytime, and it's about to hit night, and he has lane control. So this is not looking great for T1, I think, as a start.
This is actually crazy. Is that supposed? I guess the first blood, right? But Seb is going like straight Vanguard too, and now it's nighttime, and suddenly this is a level 4 Medusa that feels like he's in some serious trouble.
They don't even have like stacks or anything on the side of T1, so it's not even like there's a plan B set in place.
Yeah, and it's a bit too early for Dusa to leave the lane. You don't really want to leave the lane yet. You still want to be able to sit here and play pressure. And here's also the problem with not having any sort of playmaker in your draft. You don't really have the ability to shift stuff up. So once OG starts zoning these heroes off the lanes and you have to go into the jungles, suddenly the Dusa is taking mag space, and they're no longer able to farm these greedy heroes like the way they want to.
That's a really good point. Neither support really makes plays. They're just ult-dependent team fighters. And I think about the necessity of taking a Tinker's Towers to obtain map control. How in the hell are you going to do that if you've lost all 3 lanes? T1 not out of this, but OG are certainly in control. Nice tree toss there.
No tail. Is he going to be burnt out? He will, and Zephyr is going to survive. Over the side, Carl having to skewer away. Picked up the Invis rune, so should be okay. Whitemon. And Carl, he might go for it. He will. RP underneath the tower, still has a shockwave ready to go, and that is just enough to get the kill onto Seb. Thompson takes a little bit of damage on his way out as well. Quite a bit of damage, in fact. So nice pickup for Carl. Good use of his first RP.
Oh no! Thompson just TP'd to, he accidentally TP'd. I guess it actually doesn't matter at all, but he TP'd to the tier 1 and then just king conveyances back to base. So I guess it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. He had a TP scroll, so.
What are you looking at me for?
Your face looks beautiful in profile.
Oh my god.
It's a side profile, right?
Yes.
He told me about this.
Yes.
Kyle, you shouldn't look dead into the camera anymore. You should just always be looking at me or Aiden.
To the side.
Yeah.
So it seems like neither team was able to do anything with the catapults. They still rotated into the jungle. And I think this is like OG's goal. They want to force the T1 heroes just more and more together. Force them further and further into their own side of the map.
Oof. That was just a bit too much damage for Carl. Didn't expect that. They still have the Siege Wagon alive too, so they can do a lot in this mid lane.
Darkness pop top as well. Savage.
Running him down. They're going to try and TP in to bail him out, but it's not going to be good enough. It's a Tidehunter ultimately. He doesn't provide a stun to stop Seb. He just keeps running him down.
Days.
Wow.
Yeah.
OG are just owning right now. And it's only 4-3, but if you look at the map, it just, they own everything at the moment. However, it's kind of what the draft is required to do, right? They need to be the playmakers. They have to be the ones kind of forcing T1 into uncomfortable spots because, it's a Doom going Midas. It's a Medusa. At a certain point, they're going to be plenty strong. But I actually think the biggest item for them is going to be at a point when Cuckoo has both BKB Shivas. Because he just has to find Tinker. If you Doom him, that is likely going to be enough to win the fight. As Thompson gets very close to his Blink Dagger, farming up stacks. Oh, Fairy Trinket. Perfect.
Very big pickup.
So T1's going to hit their timing around 10 minutes. It's going to be daytime, and both their supports are hopefully going to be level 6 around them, and that's when they're going to be able to fight back. For now, they're just like kind of trying to get as much as they can out of the map until they get 6 supports.
Come on, got to get a run over here. They're not going to allow this support to be able to sit in and soak up whatever creeps push in. T1 scout out the stacks here, but not much they can do about that
Radiant's
ancient
bottom
stack.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm curious. So I've not seen Seb do this in a while. He used to do it on.
Savage needs some help. He's dead. He has out of mana. They're going to TP in now. Maybe Carl can actually bail him out. Not in time. He might be able to get the kill onto Seb, pulls him back in with the RP. He's going to get stunned, but the tower might be able to finish off the job. Zephyr, we can maybe get him with a fire. Oh, getting cleansed just at the right time. Dives forward. A couple more fire spirits. The Sunray going out, but it get canceled by the Void. Carl had that haste rune from the bottom, and that is going to be enough to be able to get that kill.
If there's no haste, he just lives there.
Oh, look at Carl! He knew that Tinker was doing the smoke laser trick on the Ancient stack, and he's going to take the last 4 of the Ancients.
This is huge for them. This is slowing down OG's timing a lot, and it gives them the gold they need. But the hero that we have not talked about at all is Tiny, and he's just farming out of his mind.
True.
Oh, no, he was so close to 6 there. He would have got a easy duel, but yeah, it's a good point for Maiden because Sumel's just untouched. He's going to have Echo Saber complete and on the way 10 minutes into the game. Yeah, you can see though, like, I think that's very telling that the golden XP is so firmly in OG's favor, but the win probability is relatively even. And it's because this is the state of the game, it has to be. Like, if somehow T1 are like winning lanes and taking early towers, they can just kind of sit on the lead, farm triangle, and eventually take a W. But now is the time. Tinker has a Blink Dagger, trying to make moves.
Hitting Cuckoo. They catch him in a Bramble. I think he would definitely die, as is... The fear might still be enough. The burst damage is so much. If he gets out of vision, maybe he survives. Tinker Thompson does not want to chase that down. Cuckoo will survive.
Huge.
Yeah, so now they know that Cuckoo has to go back to base. I would expect Thompson to go top immediately before the Doom is ready to fight and try to apply some pressure here to enable them to go for this push.
Darkness ready, as is Duel.
Whitemon huddling back in the trees. He really is just trying to soak up experience. He's going to show himself, trying to keep Seb from tanking the tower, but he's going to make sure the Siege Wagon stays alive. They're going to bring in the Doom for this one. Seb, they're going to be able to get the Doom off on him, so they're not going to be able to get off the Darkness first. He is going to get a bit of a bumper and heal, but the rest of T1 have already sandwiched in. He's dead.
Yeah, but that's Doom down. This is a timing for OG now to try to make some move. I think this is kind of expected for them. They know that they're going to have to bleed some kills to these cooldowns, and then it's all about how do you capitalize on these minutes where Doom is down.
Exactly, because it's also they know for a fact he's teleported top, so you could see Soxa down bottom pulled off the creep wave, and now they see that Savage has TP'd down here, so suddenly perhaps that's a potential place to exploit. Because Tinker is going to play corners. He can be any side lane he wants. And you can see Notel with these wards, he really wants to get a duel off. He knows he's there.
Sneaky ward from Zephyr there, scouts out everything.
No Tail's coming, he's going to dive away, and is very likely going to die anyway. I don't think he wants to pop Supernova, but at the same time, if he doesn't, he's also feeding away. Dual damage to No Tail. Mid lane, looks like they managed to catch Soxa. It is going to be another one of those big cooldowns that you were talking about, this time for just 4 position. And a whole bunch of heroes showing as well.
How strong is Tiny, like in the Medusa matchup?
I think if he's 2 items ahead, he'll be strong, no matter what matchup. And I think that's kind of like the way the hero's playing right now, so it looks like he's going to reach that point, I think, if the game continues the way it is now. Yeah, and this is during, you have to keep in mind, this is during daytime. OG's playing daytime right now, and T1's not really finding the kind of fight where they wipe them in exchange for 2 other cooldowns. And I think that's kind of what they're going to have to do here at the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, Carl is going for the Echo Saber still, so one of the initiation tool. I'm very concerned with how in the hell they're going to find this Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, T1's just banking on, like, we're going to outfarm you over time. You guys might win some fights in the early game, but we're just going to try to get as much gold as possible.
They're going to get the Brambles, immediately try and get the silence on a 23 Savage before the Stone Gaze, and they did get it. The Supernova is not going to be enough clearance. They throw out the Ravage as well, clipping some heroes. Sure, they're going to be able to bring back No Tail to his death, but OG, they still have plenty of firepower left. With 2 big cooldowns down, they're just going to keep on going. They get the vision, Whitemon is dead, and they can still scout out some more. Thompson's, he could just keep on chasing like this. Good read by Carl, got hit by a Void, immediately teleported out, knowing that they were out of stuns. Cuckoo, the really big kill. They get Thompson is doomed. They're burning him out right now, but they can't actually keep any heroes on top of him. Is anybody going to be able to get there? Soxa, he's going to die. Traded out for Zephyr, and it looks like Thompson will survive through this Doom. It is not enough damage.
That was huge. He had, that was like literally just as it was off cooldown, Doom.
Yeah.
If they get that kill on Thompson, that's enormous. Like, Sumail's not even playing Dota yet. He has 156 CS at 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Shadowblade. That is the fastest one I've seen.
It's very, very fast. And they're about to make this map very, very small for T1. You're going to notice T1 heroes are going to fall closer and closer to their triangle. And that's all that OG's trying to accomplish. And then they're going to try to force fights when they know that they don't have cooldowns or when they feel comfortable with their own items.
And I've played in this sort of game as well, where
Doom's in trouble.
Cuckoo is going to be real quickly bursted down between the combination of this trio. Fast kill, and Thompson can just be anywhere else on the map he wants to. T1, as you said, they don't have a way to catch this Tinker, so he could just constantly be applying pressure. Even if he doesn't kill someone, right? Sending him back to base is still a win.
It's so hard to play Dota when you just don't have playmakers.
Yeah. This is why I would have liked something like Ember or Void, right? So they can fight back in these early engagements, so they don't have to always run away. But they're really banking on, like, you know, we're going to go late. At some point, OG has to breach high ground, and that is very difficult against the heroes that they have. Reaching high ground, I think, is going to be very, very hard. So OG need to keep this pressure up.
Seb dodges the shockwave, otherwise may have been pulled back into RP range. But because of the nighttime vision, the superior vision from Seb, they're being able to get the occasional rocket damage in.
I actually really like the Vanguard just because, you know, his job, he's a living ward. So he's just running in. Like, he doesn't necessarily need to do damage, just keep vision for his Tinker.
Pops Darkness now, and immediately goes for the silence onto the Tidehunter. Supernova goes down, so Seb immediately knocked back down, slowed down rather, can still fly into the trees, but he's going to be hit by Carl. RP down to low ground. Nice Sphere going up, but the Ravage is going to be able to catch Seb and stall the rest of OG just a little bit. Not enough for White Man to survive. No, he actually doesn't get hit by that tree. 23 Savage, lost most of his mana, but OG just a little bit too spread apart here, didn't focus down one hero.
Yeah, so in exchange for almost all their cooldowns, except for Doom, they get the 1 kill on Night Stalker, and OG has basically everything ready. They use the NS ulti, but it doesn't matter because it's nighttime. So I expect OG now to like tempo up and try to really squeeze them into the triangle.
They're just going to stay on enemy jungle. Push him out, toss.
Yeah, he certainly got him.
Yeah, this is the trouble, because with cooldowns down, suddenly you're afraid. And if you look Dire Vision, if you don't mind putting your Observer cap on real fast, tap, you see nothing. And suddenly, duel. Yeah.
Duel. Not that it matters too much for a 5 position, but hey, more duel damage.
Yeah, but like suddenly the lead is 6k because in these moments, you know, Lucia's just not farming anything. Like you can't play the map safely because Thompson can be everywhere, and Seb is almost permanently off map.
Yeah, and Nota's just moving his hero in positions where the enemy team wants to be. So you see he runs to the triangle, make sure that they're not farming there. They drop some sentries and some wards. Now they are going to keep track of it, and eventually they're going to zone them in, and then they know where they are, and they can just pick them off like this. They know there's no fight back until Ravage and Egg are up. They know they're not going to get contested.
Yeah, the support duo of T1, like that's what they have with no cooldowns. Like without them, like if you look at the Tidehunter, 3 points Kraken Shell. He has 2-point Gush. That is his contribution to a team fight with no Ravage.
Yeah.
And it's just a tough spot for T1. Sumail is enormous. He is Silver Edge with Shard queued up. He's like 2 minutes away. He can't even buy it yet. But that's what's next in his progression. That's how far ahead he is at the moment.
Dire are scanning.
Echo Saber for Seb, and look how deep they're playing.
As you said, tempoing up. The Supernova's going to go down. They're actually going to go for the egg here, and it is going to die. But maybe they can catch some of these heroes where they're right next to the tier 3. Oh, the duel before the skewer. He knows he was going to die either way, most likely. So if he goes into the base, so he might as well duel, draw out some time, and will eventually die, but allows the rest of his team to go wherever they want.
Space created.
That was a lot of space. I think he was hoping that they would throw an RP on him or something.
Yeah. That's a bluff though. You know, like they get the kill, and he's just playing. You know, you've got to figure that they're gonna pay for it at some point. Playing in between tier 2 and 3. Look at the warding that OG's got. Certainly use this nighttime to full effect. The triumvirate of wards to control this area. No triangle available for 23.
Yeah, and once they scout out the triangle, they know that T1's not there, that means they know exactly where they are on the map right now. They know they're playing in that jungle, and they're just getting themselves ready to force the engagement whenever they feel comfortable with the lanes and the positions that they have.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Ags finished on Tinker.
Oh boy.
TPing in to bottom lane. The Night Stalker is cutting the wave behind here. Doom shows up. Doesn't want to doom the Tiny. It looks like the Darkness sees the Tidehunter TPing in as well. Actually cancel that and back up. Looks like they're giving up this tier 2 tower. Between the Darkness damage and the Tiny damage, it'll fall pretty quickly here.
So the only thing T1 really has going here is that they're going to have a very long daytime, and I think they're closing in on finishing items on Carl and 23 Savage to be able to at least take a fight.
Yeah.
So this next team fight is going to be really important. I think the coordination between the Ravages and...
Dude, look at them! Tier 3, that doesn't mean much to them apparently. If they can keep the vision, maybe the Tinker can finish them off with rockets. Not quite good enough. Seb had to back away, and slight heal from the Phoenix is good enough.
Yeah, no. I think the BKB Doom is kind of critical because you saw there where he was going for a play onto Sumail, but because he didn't get it right off the bat and Sumail was able to reposition, like he just can't make the play anymore. So this at least allows him to potentially rush through OG's heroes. They only have the duel to pierce BKB and potentially just find Thompson. Because if you Doom Thompson and just run at him, especially with the War Stomp, I'm fairly certain he just dies. Because then you throw Egg on top, Ravage appears, and things get a lot simpler for you. And yeah, Blink on Carl as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for him to get past the wall of Sumail. That's kind of like the trick here. You got to get past the Tiny, past the Night Stalker, and right now you do have an opening because there's no nighttime for a long period of time. Seb used it like right before the nighttime ran out, so it's about a minute here that T1 has to try to find themselves a good team fight. Or they're just going to use the smoke to secure vision. It's also a good way to set yourselves up for a future team fight when you know OG's going to come at you.
If you look at the XP, it's not as brutal as perhaps expected, but you know, Sumail and Thompson 17 and 17. Carl and 23 at 14 and 13 respectively. This gold lead's grown slightly for OG. They can't really get Roche at any point. They do it far too slowly and really just not an objective. Like, you don't want to go force 5-on-5s. You want to keep the map split. As you said, though, it is daytime. Darkness was on cooldown, so they're content to just chill for a bit.
I think T1's actually quite happy with this. I think T1 feels like they've survived like the hardest part of the game, and they're now reaching a point where they can actually play Dota.
Yeah.
And while OG's accomplished a lot and they've really been able to slow their farm down, this is going to be the real test. This is the part of their draft that's very hard to pull off. And can they now still beat T1 in fights? Are they strong enough to do it? So they waited up the nighttime. They have the nighttime now, and now they're invading into the jungle.
It's a really good point because it's impossible for T1 to play Dota for like this entire game thus far. But now BKB very soon on the Doom. You actually have items, and it's finally the time of the game. Maybe you can look to force a team fight. Shard up on both Tiny and LC.
Darkness going to be popped here as they look to be able to finish off Roshan, zoned down by the Brambles as well. They're just keeping these heroes back while Roshan falls. Aegis picked up for Sumail, and T1 very likely just going to have to back away.
That was really nice from Seb and Soxa, though. They just cut him off with the choke.
Yeah, they had very nice positioning there where they were positioned far enough to where their smoke doesn't pop, but close enough to where they see them if they're trying to run down the ramp.
And that was also right before the BKB timing of Cuckoo, which is probably a big reason why T1 was also so hesitant about trying to get to that Roshan pit right away.
And you can see they spam the Night Stalker missing because Darkness is on cooldown and it's daytime. So they know this is a window for them to...
Carl's going to get caught here, and Sumail does a lot of damage. They immediately RP him. Cuckoo, nice fear coming out from Soxa. Catches Cuckoo as he TPs in. One core pickoff turns to two, and add a support into the mix. OG trampling all over T1 now.
How did they catch that?
Sumail, I think it was just running for the creeper, if I'm being honest.
And he just found a hero?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. He tanked the RP. Cuckoo tried to get the Doom off. Did not BKB. Sox with a great double fear. And then everybody just dies because that's a Tinker. He's just there. Okay. Maybe that's lulled into a false sense of security. It's daytime. You don't expect that to be the move, and there's just 5 OG heroes standing there. And now Tiny gets to hit buildings. And they know there's no RP.
A Tiny that also has the attack speed from No Tail.
So this is really smart. They put the brambles down, and if you watch how Sumail's standing, he's positioning himself in a way where it's hard to blink in to get the skewer back.
Yep. Carl, he had to try and blink around the bramble and skewer through it, and wasn't able to find the opening.
And basically what happens there is, of course, like, he understands that he can't blink into the bramble, so he's going to have to reposition himself. But that gives Sumail more time to see the mag under his vision, come in and like try to position himself correctly, which makes it easy for him to get that toss off, because he sees him running towards him to blink in.
Yeah, it's just so funny watching Sumail play this style. He just tranquil soul ring, shard, spamming.
Yeah, Notail's feeling himself.
Sumail running a headlong in and is immediately popping the press the attack shard from the Legion commander, easily dealing with any of those stuns. 23 Savage may actually just be dying here. They know he's in trouble. They're going to pop the Supernova. The Ravage too. They barely catch the Tinker, but it's not enough. They can't actually skewer him, that's for certain. They've been feared away. Zephyr, he's going to be dying.
Still couldn't get the auto attack off. The combo was enough. Seb came in for the finish, and now they solar crest him. Like, this is just the thing. Tiny has become a lone druid bear, if not better.
Yeah, stronger at this point. Yes, OG, they don't seem to struggle at all. Like, even though T1 now had the chance to fight back, they just seem to be commanding these teamfights exactly the way they want them to go.
It's too much damage. Like, T1, I think, kind of have to start a fight, but like, very difficult with absolutely no vision.
Yeah.
Because like that engagement began with Sumail just right-clicking with LC buff onto a Doom that still did not use BKB. Well, I don't even know if it would have helped because he just got right-clicked to death.
They're going to need a monster skewer RP combination, and even then, a whole lot of kiting. And I still don't know how they're going to be able to deal with that Tinker. Sumail down to half health, but that'll be easily fixed thanks to Notail.
Yeah, I feel like the problem here is like even if OG decide to back off, which I don't think they are, there's just no way that T1 are breaking out of base. The map is so small for them. They're not getting more items than they have right now, so this is going to be their best opportunity of finding a good fight.
One more minute left on the Aegis. Sumail is just going to force things here on a second lane of barracks. Missiles forcing T1 back to base, thanks to the, again, the advantage of nighttime vision. They're going to have to smoke just to be able to get close to a good initiation on OG here.
Have they, just to confirm, their chat wheels, they added those emojis manually, right?
Yeah. You can customize that.
Next level.
Bouncing lasers all around. Cuckoo is losing health fast, trying to get away. The BKB still holding on to that Doom and playing around the Supernova. They're going to have to go for a reset again here. They took away the Aegis at least. Topson, okay. Really wanted to be able to get that Cuckoo kill, and he is going to get... not Doom Port. They need it.
They're just getting the Mega Creeps, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to try, but they're immediately going to go back in here. Carl does manage to try and go for the skewer, actually. Notail defends himself with the press of the attack. Seb playing on the highlights here as he's going to go for the kill onto the Tidehunter, trying to prevent the Ravage that is just now coming up. Skewer over onto Soxa here. Soxa, he still has the RP. They have to be careful of this, but they actually do help Soxa get out. So many brambles, now silence. Carl's in trouble. Sumail is here to finish him off. The Ravage comes just a bit too late. They might be able to finish off Seb. They will, but it's going to be costing them 2 at least. Now they get the duel off, but Sumail, he's just going to keep on swinging on these heroes. They are getting torn apart by 23 Savage and kited around a little bit. Sumail has nowhere to go, so he's just going to commit for the kill on a Cuckoo and continue challenging. 23 Savage is up next. Now the Doom is faded away, so he can throw out the Avalanche, and Jesus, ultra kill. Rampage on the way for Sumail. The king is big and back in play here at TI. Rampage for Sumail, and T1 are not going to call it just quit. They're going to be able to double rampage for him. Give him the triple, perhaps. Soxa helping him out, trying to keep Cuckoo in place here, and T1 are going to call it here. They get the kill on Soxa first, and that is it. Triple rampage. Sumail finally gets it. OG dominating T1 here in game 1. In what was, I think we all kind of agreed from the get-go, this was questionable drafting decisions by T1. It just seemed very odd, the strategy they came up with. Very passive.
I think it looked good up until the last bans and the last pick. I really expected the Tinker to get banned out, and I'm not really sure what they would have picked
Yeah.
instead, but I think just timings didn't line up at all this game.
And if you're not going to ban it, you figure there's an answer to it. It is not a Magnus. Like,
Yeah.
Maybe the lanes go better, it's a bit easier, but end of the day, like, OG just controlled tempo the entire game. And I hate to see it because T1, like, they 2-0'd VP. This is a very good Dota team. They were third at the Annie Major, and they hamstrung themselves. Like, this is, you put any team in this position at like 15, 20 minutes against OG, nighttime, you're losing towers, Sumail's free farming. There's nothing you can do with these heroes. Like, you just don't see anything on the map.
And sometimes this happens, right, Aiden? Sometimes you just have blind spots in the draft. Maybe they forgot about the Tinker. Maybe they thought they had a better answer to it than it actually was. So.
I could see it being as simple as they just don't think Topson plays it. Like, Topson is a player that you kind of think of. He has a very specific hero pool, but, I mean, he's proven. I saw him play DK earlier. That he can play a lot more than he's shown in the past. So they probably just didn't think he played Tinker, I would assume.
Well, that's in part what the group stage is for. And just to be able to figure yourself out and also figure out your opponents, get some more information. We're going to get more information on OG and T1 right after this break for Game 2. Game 1, a little one-sided there. OG just kind of dominating the entire game. T1 had an idea, didn't pull through. Maybe they forgot about the Tinker. I don't know. And you seem very convinced that it was super obvious.
I mean, to me, it feels like if you see Night Stalker in this patch, you have to think Tinker. You have to be aware of the option.
Okay.
And for me, I'm fairly convinced they just did not expect Thompson to play Tinker.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious to Insania. And that's the thing. Is
he's got a very big brain.
Exactly. There's maybe 3 or 4 players who could have seen it coming. Luckily, 2 of them are here at the casting desk, so we were able to guide you through it. But, not every player is quite so
Wait, who's the last player? You said 3 or 4.
Maybe Kuro could have seen it.
Kuro, but he's not here at TI.
Exactly.
So
and maybe
that makes Aiden the smartest man at TI, perhaps.
Certainly.
I feel like Puppy would have seen it coming.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's
the 4 of us. Me, Kyle, Puppy, and...
That's true. I mean, that is the
10
Mount
seconds
Rushmore
remaining.
of Dota right there, honestly. When I think about it,
5
Aiden, which one
seconds
would you
remaining.
be? Which American
He doesn't know what
president?
Mount Rushmore
I
is.
know.
I know what Mount Rushmore is. I'd be George Washington.
Okay. Can you name any of the
I
others?
don't know any others.
Perfect. All right. I'm hoping T1.
Hell yeah.
I was
All right.
setting this up, and I was like, I was imagining these guys just 5-man brawling against each other.
Now, this is where I can shine. Jakiro is my sleeper pick for TI. Okay?
Kyle, they're not playing it mid.
It doesn't have to be mid. It's an offlaner or it's a support. It's one of the best shards. I love it
5
as an offlane
seconds
because you can buy literally anything. I vote Mage Slayer. You go Dragonlance, Mage Slayer, and you just rain down liquid fires and reduce everybody's magical damage. Unfortunately, this pick from OG is flawless. They love playing with the cleanse. Oracle sucks. LC, fantastic. This removes Root, Leech Seed, Ice Path, all of those things.
I'm so confused why they drafted double heroes that are super affected by the cleanse mechanic of Legion Commander when they just got handled by Legion Commander.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
remaining.
that, but Treant has had a really high win rate today, I think. I think almost every single game that I've seen today specifically, Treant has looked really, really good. It feels like it's hard to team fight into, and I think T1 played it against VP.
Yeah, they did. And that was their 33-minute victory. So
Yeah.
I think that their concept with this is to pick something. They stacked it with the Spectre, which is really cool because obviously dispersion damage is pre-reductions.
Yeah.
And then you just take no damage because of all the stack and heal.
OG's turn
Also
to
a great
ban.
laner. And I believe they also play it, I think, off-lane more often than not, which is kind of cool to see. Most teams, of course, running it safe. Jakiro, I hope they end up in a lane against Monkey King, but you kind of just have to dodge the LC, no matter what role this Jakiro is, because that's a very annoying lane. You're just going to trade mana for his mana.
10
Yeah, so this is
seconds
something I
remaining.
realized when I was playing a lot of Disruptor a while back, and people Legion Commander me. But
5
I
seconds
can spend
remaining.
all my gold on mana. You can buy 12 mangoes,
Yeah.
and you just keep spamming him, and he just has to keep purging himself. And then eventually, if he doesn't get to Soul Ring within the first couple of purges,
Yeah.
then you have a pretty nice time in the lane against him.
So I agree with you, but this is going to be no Tails hero.
It
And
could
that
be.
changes
It
everything.
could
Now
be,
he's just
exactly.
buying 12 mangoes
Precisely.
back.
Exactly. So if they get that situation going for OG, that's great. And this is the strength of Legion Commander over some hero like Oracle, right? You don't really see like Oracle being flexed. I think if anyone would, maybe Topson would play it mid, but I don't think he is going to. So this Legion Commander gives OG this really nice flexibility where they can run it on Seb,
Turn to
they can run it
ban.
on No Tail. I could imagine them running it on Topson. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem unlikely to me.
Well, it just checks a lot of boxes. When you think about what goes into a good draft, it's like just, you want stuns and damage and tower push and yada, yada, yada. LC gives you 2 things that are very tough to find, which is hard BKB
10
piercing
seconds
lockdown
remaining.
Yeah.
and a defensive dispel that with the new
OG's
shard
turn to
also
ban.
gives you the BKB mechanic, plus it's an attack speed steroid. So also a great laner. You're just covering all these bases with just this one pick. Plus, of course, being multi-role in the hands of OG is incredibly impactful. This is their
turn to
TI
ban.
drafting in a nutshell. Like, their opening picks, most cases, and it is here, both heroes can be played as supports or cores. This
Yeah.
is the Enchantress Earthshaker of TI9.
Yeah. I think this has been like every team that has done well in the early stages of the groups have been really, really good about making sure that they pick flexible heroes.
10
And I think this is a
seconds
consequence of the
remaining.
way the draft changed, the pick order.
Yeah.
Second pick suddenly has 2
5
counter picks.
seconds
And that basically
remaining.
forces you as first pick to pick flexible heroes. And then I think people adapted that kind of thinking into second pick drafting as well.
Yeah.
Now, during the break, we were actually talking a little bit, and you were talking about how a lot of the top-tier teams, they have very open playstyles where they're able to do every single kind of strategy at a very high level. They can play slow, they can play super fast, super objective focus. T1, where would you rate them when it comes to playstyle versatility? Because I feel like I've seen the same kind of heroes, certainly the same heroes over and over again. And I feel like kind of the same strategies of a lot of team fight, but also scaling. Like, where do you rate T1 as having a decent amount of versatility? Where would you put that?
I think T1 is a little bit more one-track minded than, like, let's say your OG or Secret, for example, where they will be very, very good at executing their style of draft. I think we saw it in, like, the VP series, that if you put them up against a team that both teams just want a team fight, and you got to fight to win the game, they're going to be really, really good. They're going to be mechanically better than most teams here at playing those fights out. But I think a team like OG, what they've been really smart about during this event is they just keep playing mismatched timings. If the enemy team is drafting something really, really slow, they'll play something very fast.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure you've spent time talking about it's a lot like different MMA fighters, right? If you have two brawlers, two guys that want to go up and beat up on each other, T1's going to thrive. They love that. OG, they're grapplers. They don't want to stand up against you. They're going to take you to the ground. You're not really able to play to your strengths. You're not hitting anybody. You're just trying to get out of the pin. And in this case, T1, they do certainly have a reliance on these big team fighters. We saw that at the Anti-Major. They leaned a lot on Magnus and Wyvern specifically. Now they're sticking to that, with a Tide support at Doom offlane. They're just, with Phoenix Egg, like 4 of their heroes are just huge ultimate team fight and then a Medusa. OG, they have no intention of ever team fighting you until they have a massive advantage or a couple heroes picked off already, just controlling vision. And this is probably my favorite hero to watch OG play, the Ember Spirit. Excellent against Jakiro Tree and Storm.
Yeah, and now you have the Rubik for the instant disable. Now they have, if you look at their stuns, like almost all of these stuns are really, really fast. Storm cannot easily dodge them, or he has to keep them all in mind while he's playing the team fights.
10 seconds remaining.
I have actually not loved Rubik so much in most games,
5
but I do think,
remaining.
and I noticed this when Secret played it this morning, that when you pick it as a late pick and a counter pick into, like, for example, Jakiro and Tree, the root is very easy to steal. So is the Ice Path. Even if you steal Dual Breath, I feel like it does so much damage.
It's so good.
Yeah, and you have the cast range to really, like, effectively use it. And the big mana pool. So
this is the hero playing Jakiro. I think this. I think even more so than Earthshaker, Jakiro is hard countered by Rubik.
I don't know so much about it being countered. Like, Jakiro still is Jakiro, but I think Rubik becomes a better hero when he's playing against Jakiro.
Yeah, like, let me rephrase. I think it's the best hero to play against Rubik. Because even if you steal Macropyre with the damage increase, that is an absurd amount of DPS.
So I've played a fair amount of Rubik. I played, like, roughly 1,000 games of it. It's by far my most played hero, And something that I always look for in looking for a good Rubik game, I want to make sure that I have a farming tool. I think that's why, like, for example, Earthshaker is good, but Fissure's not really a spell you want to farm with. You can't use it to push out waves. But Jakiro here gives him a way to do that. Treant gives him a way to do that with the roots. You don't really want to steal troll spells because you're going to end up turning into melee form. And then, Storm's like, whatever. You can steal his pull, which is actually surprisingly not bad. When you get the extra cast range and you can pull people from forever. It's pretty nice. So overall, it's a pretty good Rubik game. And I think the nice thing about it, too, is that he has a lot of frontline. A lot of heroes here want to go in. So he's not really going to be a priority target, and he doesn't have to use his lift to initiate fights, which I think is a pretty big deal.
It also is really nice when you have 3 heroes that are all, like, going in for you, right?
Yeah.
Because suddenly you're going to be in a position as T1 where you have to use your spells to react. Like, there's an Ember, a Monkey King, LC. Like, it reminds me of True Sight, that they're bouncing in the trees, firing forward. So you're going to have to throw out these spells, and Rubik is going to casually just grab something high value.
Yeah. They're going to be overwhelmed with all the other stuff going on. So he will get good spells here. And Sox is actually a very good Rubik player. I don't know if you guys have touched on it, but he's a very, very good Rubik.
I think that's you're talking about the fact that Rubik has these heroes that are going to go in for him. So I feel like initiation is kind of important in this. And I've noticed this trend that is going on at TI right now where we're seeing, like, Weavers run as 4 positions. We've seen, like, how heroes like Legion Commander are just kind of playing in front of the enemy, as you were saying, like you called it, like No Tail was playing where the enemy kind of like wants to be. He just kind of goes around.
Yeah.
Monkey King 4 position, really great example of like this support that gives vision.
Yeah.
I feel like OG have that vision advantage between their first 2 picks there. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Monkey King is going to be the core and Legion the support, but it could be the other way around.
It could
right?
be literally anything here. Like it could be a Monkey King played by Thompson. You could have this Legion Rubik lane is really strong. It could be a mid Ember Monkey King 1 with a Legion 5. Like they have a lot of different options here. They could run the Monkey 4. I mean, No Tail also plays Rubik. Thompson plays Rubik mid if they want to. Like when I look at this draft, and like if you couldn't put, because here you kind of gotta, what you gotta do as T1 is you gotta go by probability. Like based on the heroes that we have, what matchups do we think OG wants, and that's how you kind of figure out which hero is gonna go where. And in OG's position here, like they just have the option of picking pretty much whatever they want based on what they want to do.
Oh, I love it. I've been waiting for somebody to pick Slark, and this has all the things. Like I've always loved Slark Ember as a combination, just because you have so much in and out pressure and map control.
Yeah.
You have a cleanse, which I think is key. Same reason I've always loved Oracle Slark, because if you can just save him for that split second, you're now in a great position to get your own ultimate off. The shard is OP. That's another reason. And you're against a troll. So those axes for mischance are dispellable.
Yep.
Slark's going to be spamming Q. It's also incredible against the Treant, Jakiro. All of the spells of T1 are removable. It used to be Storm was incredible against Slark, but now the Pounce that leashes actually makes you more of an offensive threat to the hero.
Yeah, so you touched on the Purge effect, or the Cleanse effect, sorry.
Supposedly I'm wrong, but I always think like it's a dispel.
Kyle, you are never wrong.
I mean, cleanse isn't an actual term in Dota. It just happens to be a nice term.
Okay.
That I find.
You're never wrong, Kyle. Don't listen to the chat.
Thank you.
Anyway, Slark is weak to getting initiated on, right? The whole trick is you catch him when he's not ready for it. And when you have a hero like Legion, you have a Cleanse in your draft, that option is suddenly gone. You no longer want to initiate on him because unless you see the Legion commander, the Slark is always going to get purged.
Yep.
And I think this Venge, again, is like, to me, it's a little bit of a weird last pick. It doesn't address the problems that they have. But I do think Vengeful Spirit's a strong hero. And it kind of has the Wraith King effect where it spawns again. And I would assume the illusion does not give stacks when Slark hits it.
Correct.
So, like, it's very small. It doesn't actually, like, gameplay-wise, doesn't really matter. But I think, yeah. I think Venge is a pretty cool hero, but...
Yeah, it is hard save, after all. But I was actually thinking maybe they'd go for something like a Bloodseeker. Like, I feel like we have the same scenario as we did in the first game, where OG, they last pick the win condition, and T1 has an answer, and they go for the mag. Whereas this case, you go for the Venge. Like, this doesn't answer Slark.
I think this game they can fight, though. Like, if OG runs at them, they have the ability to fight back. They have damage, they have spells that are usable to get kills. Like, I think whilst killing Slark is going to be difficult for them, killing the other 4 is not necessarily the case. They have a troll lane against Monkey King. I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah.
It's Monkey Rubik against, I assume... oh, actually, never mind. This is Jakiro 4, right?
Well, specifically with these two, they can play it either way.
Okay,
like they're very comfortable in being able to swap lanes. So which would you rather have the Jakiro as a ranged hero against Monkey King?
So something OG can do this really cool is they can put Legion Commander with the Monkey King in the off lane, and then Slark in the safe lane where they have 2 purges, so Jakiro no longer has a good lane.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's the key, and this is why I believe No Tail is playing the LC here, because to Aiden's point earlier, as a core LC against this Jakiro spamming mangoes and harassing you, at a point you like run out of mana. You're trading regen, which is not what you want to do as a core against to support. But as a 5 position, No Tail is very content. Just, you know, you trade better than Jakiro. You're going to run at him, you're going to spam Q, spam W, and you're going to keep your core in the game. So I think wherever Jakiro goes, you're going to find No Tail in that.
Looking good.
I can see them laning it either way. Like, Rubik Slark also feels a bit weird. And I generally think Slark, because of the way his hero works, he wants to run up and trade with you. Having some sort of sustain that allows you to use Essence Shift is quite important for his laning phase. So
one that gives you extra attack speed too. That sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, not too bad.
That's a good point as well. It's another LC. It's just such a great hero.
Specifically with the heroes being run right now.
Yes.
Tiny. Okay,
Makes
if they're going to do
sense.
Slark, that's really good.
Yeah.
Sven has been popular right now. That's
Precisely.
another one. Did you happen to see our last series, Secret versus SG?
I caught bits and pieces.
Did you see that was the best Ogre Magi Fire Shield game I've ever seen in my life.
No, I don't.
Because, I mean, have you experimented with,
yeah,
with Fire Shield?
It
doesn't really feel like that amazing, right?
I actually think it feels pretty good most of the time. Yeah.
All right. Well, my experience has not been like amazing, but they were specifically played up against Sven Io, Earthshaker Core, Enchant Totem, and Mars.
Told you a storm was coming.
I was like,
yeah,
God damn.
You're reducing a lot of damage.
It was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
And now I just, like I always think that I love support experimentation.
Yeah. I think this whole Legion 5, right, it started with Puppy at Hamburg a couple of years back.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
And I think it was a pretty interesting interview that they asked him, like, why are you playing Legion Commander 5? And he just answered, well, all the 5s are just bad. And why not play a core? And that, I think, opened up this idea of, like, running a lot more heroes as 5s.
I think, yeah, exactly. And you also just don't have to spend as much gold, right? Like, buy a sentry. Everything else can be spent on yourself. And else, like, they're really, the support role has kind of changed to just like, okay, you won't farm creeps. But it comes down to what's the best kit. Like, what gives my allies the most support within a game. And LC just, BKB lockdown is really tough to come by. I also wanted to touch on OG's final bans I thought were really nice. We don't like the Venge as much as perhaps the Darkseer or Enigma, which were banned out. Because T1, they didn't have that big AoE ultimate finisher, and that's also, of course, to cover the Slark that's coming. An Enigma pick would have actually been real nice, even with a Rubik already on your team.
Yes, I think it's very similar to how Rubik and Jakiro interact. It makes Rubik's game better, but it doesn't necessarily counter Enigma's game. Enigma still does what Enigma wants to do. So whether Rubik is there or not, it doesn't really change anything for that matter. So, like, whether you should pick it or you can't.
Yeah.
Now, for anybody who's tuning in and maybe doesn't watch a ton of Dota, can you guys break down very simply what are the strengths of T1's lineup and what are they looking for compared to OG?
Okay, so I think T1, in order to win this game, they need to do well in the lanes, and then they need to use the advantage they get in lanes to stop OG from running at them. Because OG is going to hit a timing similar to the last game, where T1 is trying to farm the Vengeful Ags, they're trying to get Storm's items, and they're trying to farm up the Troll. And they need to play kind of like response Dota. And when you end up in that position against OG, I think you generally will struggle. But if you can apply pressure to OG and force OG to fight on your terms, I think that's where they might struggle a bit in this particular game.
Especially a Storm who's ahead, like you can straight up take over the game. I like this start though. They're looking to tri-lane. And I think this is a great answer to both an LC support and a Slark. Slark needs levels. You want to trade. You can't do that in a 3-on-3. Just straight up spam the spells.
So they're trying to push in the first wave here to get lane control. If you look at 23 Savage, he's trying to drag the creeps up to connect to the next lane.
Perfect.
Which will make the Train Protector all the more effective.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to cut off people, get a good Nature's Grasp in. And that just depends on Cuckoo having an okay time, which we saw, like, Faith Beyond, they would do this all the time on LGD when they were running the offlane Venge. They would just kind of throw him to the wolves at the beginning.
Yeah. I think Slark is actually a pretty good hero against most tri-lanes, though, especially tri-lanes that don't kill. Because you're going to get a lot of farm. Once you're at level 2 or 3, you're very hard to go on. So as long as you have sustain for the Slark, I think he's going to be able to get quite a lot of CS here in the bottom lane anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, they control the lane, but they've given up level 2. The one benefit of No-Tail as well, the Q provides easy ways of just insta-killing Archer.
Yeah.
Oh, and they forced the TP from Saksa, and now they just moved Jakiro back up top, but no lane control there either. Kind of an odd movement from T1, to be honest, but yeah,
I like it. I think it's good. I think they're throwing off the laning phase. They're not letting it just play out the way OG wants it to. And I think they're making the game weird, which throws off timings, and it gives Storm space mid. And I think they want to play off of the fact that Storm beats Ember in the lane mid, and then he's able to get control wounds and apply pressure.
That was really cool, because when they did that rotation, it was also just perfectly timed for Whitemon to get a hard camp.
Yeah.
So he immediately gets creep equilibrium, which was what, Kyle, you said it was kind of a problem. Now they're going to put some pressure onto Seb, where he was probably wondering, where the hell is my creep wave? And he meets Whitemon, who's now in lane. They're going to move No-Tail over.
Yep, he follows Jakiro.
Yeah, so now suddenly they have a Troll Treant against Slark Rubik, which is a good lane matchup for them. I think what T1 are doing right now is actually very, very intelligent.
Yeah.
They're making OG like respond to the way they want to play the game. And now, instead of OG applying pressure to them, they're dictating how this game goes.
It's such a cool idea, the fact that they can that starting off with an aggro tri-lane resulted in this. That basically OG, they knew they were going to respond in a certain way that they would be able to get an advantage.
I think they probably talked about this as soon as the draft ended. We go tri-lane. If Rubik comes bottom, I go top. We pressure like this. This way we get like our mid laner to come online. And they have like it really feels like they're playing with an idea. And I always like seeing that when you see these teams, like for example, we said OG, right? They have a lot of different strats. But if T1 feels like they know what they're doing, they might just be the stronger team.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, I was super excited for this matchup because I thought like these were going to be two titans of team fight just smashing against each other. And we might be able to get that in this game too.
Yeah, I think like we did our best to pretend like that last game was close in anybody's game, but realistically, once it was that 15-minute nighttime and OG had total control, like T1 just can't play Dota. This is a very different type of game, and I think we're going to see a much closer one as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. In the first game, I didn't really understand their last pick either, but this time, now that I see the way they've set up their lanes, the way they're trying to approach the game, I think it makes sense to pick this Venge. Venge is like a pretty good hero for this type of playstyle, where they have 3 lanes that they can kill. They have initiation on all 3 lanes. You have Troll with the slow, you have Venge with the stun, and you have Storm with the pull. So they have the option of like making moves on all the lanes.
he knows he's gonna go for the slight steal, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's.
Oh,
oh, and
wow.
he's gonna go get the double bounty or the double
Beautiful
water rune. That is very smart by Carl. Let's see if he actually wins through this with the flame guard pulling him back in. He's gonna be able to take out the. Oh, if he runs into the second remnant, it'll go away. Oh, we missed out on first blood as a result, but this fight is so fun.
Oh man. That was like a, what's the Eastwood movie? The Standoff?
Sumail keeps on going. They actually trade supports, but Sumail has racked up some serious stats. He's going to be able to get the double kill in this lane. So T1 may have gotten the lanes that they thought they wanted, but ultimately lost that bottom one.
Oh, he had 20 stick too, so he's just full HP flame. That was so cool. They just sat there for 3 seconds.
That was just like both of the players know exactly what's going to happen, and they're like trying to throw off each other's timings. That was beautifully played.
Yeah, and then the fight for top rune where Carl man, so good. If either player blinks, they probably get the kill, maybe straight up in the lane, but nobody did.
Yeah.
Bringing 23 Savage to the top lane. Looks like they no longer want to play out this bottom one with Sumail getting so big. They're going to try and run down Seb. Seb nicely positions himself to be able to get multiple stuns. They managed to hit him a couple times. He's still bleeding out on damage, but the dual breath didn't hit him, so they have to get a little bit more. Finally, they get the magic missile, and that'll finish him off.
That was just like he mischief dodged the auto attack.
Yeah.
That would have, you saw him start the animation of jumping into tree, but got hit just before. That was pretty
That was
nice.
extremely close.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought he was going to get out there.
Yeah, I mean, Seb, still impressive. You know, one eye, boomer fingers. He still got it.
They had top 3 net worth there for a moment, so definitely feeling good about their laning phase.
Yeah, I think despite what T1 did in the early game, it seems like all the OG cores are managing quite fine, and I think these kills bottom really bumped Sumail up.
Oh, hey, Saksa. It's me, Carl. I've got a double damage rune. 3rd kill for T1.
Would have preferred if they let Carl grab it. I think Cuckoo got a little, he just didn't stop, cancel the attack he had originally.
Yeah.
But the trouble is that, you know, this Slark is having a free game. He's now level 6, so he's effectively always on map. And Sumail is the win condition, right? That's the hero we're concerned about T1 finding an answer to.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean...
Oh, he's going to jump after him. Thompson. He's got that remnant left. The damage through was not enough, and Carl got the last hit there with the DD. Very nice. These two playing up against each other mid is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I think that they're both very, very important for their respective teams. I think T1 absolutely needs Carl to come online. And then I think they need to control the rune spam. This DD rune is what effectively gets them this kill mid, and whoever gets the 8-minute rune is going to have a pretty big advantage.
I want to point out something I think that is pretty cool. Remember when they were top lane, the troll TP top, they went for the kill and Seb got it. The Venge and the Tree walked all the way to bottom lane to keep their TPs up.
Yeah.
So if OG tries to get aggressive, they can still respond.
Yeah, I think they learned from the first game, right? They want to be able to play pace. Like, they want to be able to match whatever OG does.
Yeah. still not dealing with Sumail, who currently has 4,000 net worth, when the second highest is still Thompson at 3. They're going to rotate in the Stormspear, though. Carl trying to look for a big win here in the top lane, and this pace is going to net them probably 2 kills here, as both the supports on OG will fall.
Yeah, this does, however, mean that Ember gets a free rune, so let's see what he can do with that response.
We'll see. Everybody's beelining for them. Top's going to get controlled by OG of all the runes, man.
Here comes the response move.
Oh, Carl, he's not afraid, even with Thompson here. He says, okay, probably don't have chains. Not really in much danger here. Thompson gonna make use of that arcane rune to make sure he's gonna survive here. Seb gonna receive a helping hand here, a bit of a purge. Dealing with that Jakiro, which is gonna be a constant problem for him. Zephyr is gonna be run down by the Ember Spirit.
He knows the radius of this Remnant so well. Like, he's just dancing around it like it's a landmine. I'm gonna grab a quick stack. And the nice thing about this, though, for OG is that their carry is completely protected. Like,
has Sumail played against heroes during this entire series when he didn't want to?
Seriously?
No.
I feel like he's just been hitting creeps. Yeah, the OG's doing a great job of moving attention away from their carry.
I mean, we've criticized him, right, for not using his minimap in this game.
He doesn't need to, that's why.
Who cares what's happening?
Yeah,
if we go to player perspective, it's what Cap's looking at right here, his bottom lane.
Yeah, if your team plays the way OG does, you genuinely don't need a minimap as a carry player.
Yeah, those are called inside jokes, guys. You gotta give context to the viewer. You say, we've criticized them. You didn't say it on broadcast. So what are you guys talking about?
Well, we've been joking about it the last couple of days, that if Sumail had an option to hide minimap, he would.
To see more of his screen.
Exactly.
Mm. And that's a joke that stems from his time on Liquid.
On Liquid, yes.
And that why did that happen?
You would have to ask your best friend William Lee.
Well, yeah, I mean, you told me he died once when he had vision,
That's
and you guys just
happened.
memed him out of existence.
Probably, I don't remember how this started, but it was probably he got ganked mid when there was a ward, and William was watching his parry perspective, thinking Sumail's gonna back off here. And then Sumail didn't. And then William was like, Sumail, use your minimap. It's good. And then we all started naming him.
And then it's just set in stone. Carl's out of mana. Oh, well, actually, he does have 6 magic wand charges, so he's kind of baiting him in a little bit for one last jump away, and that jump is far enough. Sumail trying to catch him midway through. 23 Savage right in the middle of all of these heroes. Sumail not too afraid of him, as after, he's going to be a swap back. 2 seconds, he doesn't actually have his ult. Oh no, Sumail. T1 realized they made a grave error. Seb is going to be able to get off a good ultimate though, and in return, 23 Savage has overextended himself and receive tips from OG.
That is unfortunate. I think 23 said it best. Sumail, a bit of a blunder there. I think he was trying to like catch the storm mid-zip almost, but as you said, the mana was enough to get him out. And then Savage just kind of returns the favor.
I think the storm went too far. Like I didn't expect him to be able to jump that far, so he must have had a soul ring that Sumail didn't see coming.
Yeah, between Soul Ring and I think it was 6 magic wand charges.
Yeah.
Whitemon almost dying there. Thompson still playing the edges, looking for that last light. They are going to be able to get a nice overgrowth, walk him down with the Ice Path, followed up. Tops instead. Sumail may just fall again if they can somehow get in front of him. They've got to swap. Sumail's going to show. There it is. Swap back, stunned while the Dark Pact is down. And T1 holding their ground, holding the line around the Tier 1 tower, winning these fights.
And this goes back to what we talked about earlier, right? If you let T1 fight, if you let them play to their limits, you put them in a position where they're allowed to play Dota, they're a fantastic team. And they're showing that here. They're holding their own against OG.
Carl's balling out. He's 5-0-3. But like his score doesn't really reflect like how much he's like had to play Dota this game.
Yeah.
Pretty much dueling Thompson since minute 2. Another kind of uncharacteristic mistake from Sumail. Yes, I am talking to you. I'm not quite sure why you keep going middle and pouncing into Tier 1 towers, my friend.
Yeah, he was having a totally free game. Like, don't you just kind of like chill out for a while?
I think the Storm thing, it would have been a big play, you know? He didn't expect the Soul Ring. He gets that. We're talking about how sick of a play that is.
That's true. That's true.
This is what Dota comes down to ultimately. Like, these small things. And I think right now, when it comes to the micro decision making, T1 looks slightly sharper. I think OG, when it came to the macro and like the decision making and understanding how to execute their drafts, that's really been their strength.
Yeah.
And I think when OG's forced to play these micro decision making games, that's when they sometimes tend to suffer.
Yeah. No, it's a really good point because like this game, there's no huge like strategical advantage or edge OG can lean on, they've just got to ball out. Like, they just got to play Dota and hope for the best.
They're going to pop out, but at the same time, T1 did smoke over, so this is going to be a full-out team fight where Carl, he's going to target down the Rubik first. They're going to be able to get on Thompson as well. No root just yet. Slide into a chain out. They're going to be able to get away on him. The core survived. The supports will die.
It's so hard to play into Jakiro Tree. Like, you just see, you know, maybe in the past you had experience playing like World of Warcraft, you know, not standing just slightly out of range with the fire or the roots, but in this case, if you catch it for a second, I think No-Tail was saving W there, but ends up just kind of standing in Macropyre and dies to a root from the troll.
Sumail did get solo mid-tower as a result of that.
So this is what OG does so well, and I noticed them doing in all these games. Like, yeah, they lost a team fight, but they traded 1 for 2, and they only effectively lost their 2 supports. T1 burnt a lot of cooldowns, they brought their carry to the fight, and Sumail's just free farming stuff. Yeah. Sumail's getting to choose when he wants to fight against heroes. So even though like he's died twice here, a little bit uncharacteristically, it's only been because of his own mistakes. It's not because T1's able to apply any pressure to his game.
Yep.
And it's pretty telling. It means that OG are heavily in control of the game. And I think if you ask the OG players right now, like, who's winning, they're like, we're dominating this game. Everything's going the way we are expecting it to.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson got away with this pretty greedy build as well, maxed out W and Flame. Like, Maelstrom already. Like, he's just able to farm now very efficiently.
Yeah.
Seb.
Jump in, jump out. Rune spawned bottom, ultimately DD for Thompson. So you're saying that like OG probably thinks that they feel really good about this game. Dota Plus actually has T1 up 66%. Do you agree with that? Are you saying like just OG thinks that this game is going fine, but that's not actually the case, or what?
I think OG are happy because they're in control. They're setting the pace of the game, and I think that's what they want to be doing. And they know that as long as it's like the game is on them to mess up. They know that T1's going to respond to them. They just need to predict in what way they're going to do it and then react to what's happening. And I think as T1, you don't feel good because you're always playing the response game to the enemy team. You're not like if you notice, trolls in every engagement. Every time we move our camera somewhere, there's a troll there, and he's being poked, he's being harassed. But Carl is balling out of control. So I mean, Carl is feeling himself for sure. He's enjoying this thoroughly.
Now, you say they won't feel good reacting all the time. Is that just like a general rule, or do like some players or teams prefer reacting to the enemy making moves?
So I think you enjoy reacting when you're killing them and then you're getting something out of it. You know that you're progressing your game. You're getting closer to where you want to be. And I mean, obviously they have been, but I think like if you think about all the small things that are going in their favor, all it takes is one of these fights not to, and then suddenly we're going to feel like Slark is unkillable and we can't do anything about him. So I think from OG's perspective, they feel like they can lose 10 fights, but as soon as they win 1, the map is going to open up for them.
Okay. So T1 has to parry perfectly every single time.
Exactly.
And we haven't seen them slip up yet.
No, exactly. I think what T1's doing is like perfect, but OG also are aware of that. Like, it needs to keep going this way for them.
Yeah, and I love you know, you can even
caught him.
Oh,
White Mountain quickly killed T1. Or actually, they stole Macropyre on Soxa. That's a big pickup.
Like Sumail, he went for the Dark Pact cooldown, and it's because he's just kind of the win condition. And like Aiden is saying, like his deaths are kind of on him. It's really tough for T1 to deal with Slark in this game, unless Troll or Storm just gets like an item ahead. And even then, it's still a little rough because you're playing with No-Tail in your back pocket. So I think that's part of the reason Carl's like skipping the Orchid here, because it's still not killing Slark. Even if he can't save himself, if No-Tail's just there, that entire item is now squandered, and I really like the Kai-San for that reason. It just seems like it's better fit here.
It feels like T1's strategy to win this game is they're going to try to play like a ball so Slark doesn't feel comfortable running into them, and then they're going to try to kill off the other heroes. They want to leave Slark for last and like deal with him once they get there.
And you said early on, like, the strategy for T1, win the lanes, which they didn't actually do, but the other thing you said was they need to stave off OG's aggression and, like, during this crucial period of time where Venge, Storm, and Troll all need items. And we're about to reach the end of that, right? Cuckoo is about to get his Aghanims out.
And that is huge. Like, yeah, Venge doesn't help too much with the Slark, but it is a great defensive save for the Pounce, but it's also really nice against Monkey King. You can get him out of the Wukong. We saw it used offensively to get Slark killed earlier.
And swapping Monkey out of, and
Aghanims doesn't give charges to the Slark. In addition, it's like 2 lives, right? So you can just be this frontliner that your team kind of needs, plus damage steroid for the Troll.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, stolen Macropyre. That's actually going to do enough damage to be able to quickly kill Carl. Great play from Soxa and Sumail, and a big pickup too. 599 bounty for Carl.
The sentry, was that just, he didn't have vision of the Slark as he got close? Hang on, do they have the root?
Not going to go for it here. Cuckoo does have this. Oh, he actually doesn't have the Aghanims just yet. The Overgrowth just off the mark there. Little awkward. 23 Savage not able to catch up to Thompson. It's just this trio that is forcing a pretty big response out of T1. But the Ags is now here for Cuckoo.
I'm loving it. Just No Tail is just so good in these games. Like, you see, always seems to be right place, right time.
I think that's always been one of his biggest strengths as a player. I mean, his understanding of the map, I think, like, for as long as I can remember, I've always thought is like probably one of the best in the world. Even back when he used to play carry and used to play these Nagas and stuff, he always knew like where to be, where to cut, what waves to be on. And I think, yeah, he's utilizing it perfectly here, even as a support player.
Yeah, like if Thompson doesn't have No Tail with him there, he just kind of feeds and he's like, what's he doing, guys? But
yeah.
No Tail with the immediate cleanse of the initial stun. Like the root, we heard the root animation and it didn't seem like he spent any time rooted.
Yeah, so let me tell you a secret. I learned this when I was playing with Sumail. When you have these really over-aggressive player types, like Sumail when he's mid or Thompson, you get it for free almost because you know they're going to run into trouble. Because you've seen it happen so many times that you can easily position yourself behind them. And if the enemy team doesn't respond to these players, they're just going to get so much out of the map.
Nice long jump from Carl is going to be able to catch. Oh no, Saksa caught him with the telekinesis and stole ball lightning.
I really like that point because I've had the experience of the opposite kind of player, which is passive to a fault. And the trouble is when you play around them and they don't push their limits, you end up feeling completely useless because nothing's happening on the map. When you play around these guys that know what to do, that get in there, that create action and chaos, suddenly you feel like you have a purpose.
Precisely.
I feel like occasionally our casts just serve as a sort of therapy for Kyle to be able to get over his former team experiences.
I'm just here for the Dota cap. It's nice to watch good players at the best of their abilities.
Long jump over. Seb gonna be caught, but immediately there is gonna be the purge coming out from No Tail, but they still can keep going. Duel going out, just trying to keep the storm in place, but it's gonna be a duel that is actually not won, just ever so barely. Turns around, nice stun, but mana, okay, they don't want to chase any longer, and it's probably for the best.
Love Seb's builder. He had the Echo Saber queued up initially, but I think Mage Slayer, even as the offlaner, is just the right choice. It's something I love about OG is that they're always getting these items that are right for the game to help out the heroes that count. In this case, it'll be the Slark.
I'm interested to see how this Mage Slayer plays out.
Oh!
Nice jukes.
Jukes out of the Magic Missile. Thinking about pursuing here, especially with the Stormseer being chased away there a bit. He can come back to join this team fight perhaps, and they're going to be able to hit a nice two-man stun. Cuckoo may be the first to die, but remember he's got that extra life. Throws out a Magic Missile, keeping Sumail back. T1 do a pretty good job. They do have BKB on the Trolls, so they might be turning this. BKB, there it goes. Who's he going to target? They swap back in No Tail, which is who they want to be able to gun for. They finally get off the ultimate. And Sumail, he doesn't have any mana. They lock him down, finish him off. Nicely played by T1. 50 seconds, he's dead for T1, turning on a dime. They're so good at kiting team fights back and re-engaging.
Yeah,
they're battlers, they're brawlers, and OG are playing to their strengths.
Yeah, I think this game they have a draft that can play the game.
Yes.
I think OG really managed to corner him in the last draft and put him in a position that they didn't feel like they knew what to do.
Yeah.
But this time around, they're playing perfectly. I think one of the key things for these team fights, Vengeful Spirit is one of the best heroes against saves because you can either swap the save hero out of position or you swap the hero that you're going on out of position so the save hero can't use his spells.
It's deceptive because OG, they kill the Venge and they feel good, right? But Cuckoo is fine with that. Suddenly his spells are back up. A great setup. And then Whitemon gets the double ice path to ensure the kills. And 23 Savage, I was like, man, you're in some big trouble. But he had to save the ulti, because if he pops it while he's still in Wukong's, then the whole fight just takes place under Seb. And T1 are really just done for. But because he gets it off so much later, Sumail's now out of position with no ultimate. They have no Wukongs. They really have just no save left. And suddenly things turn out A-okay. But still anybody's game.
Absolutely. Anybody could do this, though.
What do you think of the Aghanims on Sumail? Because I feel like that's an item for when you're snowballing hard. Like the double pounce is nice, but you know it doesn't feel like he's strong enough to just kind of get into the middle of T1 and battle at the moment.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think the idea is probably just to be able to get in, kill one, get out, or catch Storm, chase him down. Like just more disable, more mobility. I think it's always hard to question mobility. It's always so strong, especially in these types of games.
It's true.
Is there any way it can answer like the swap? right? He pounces one, they get swapped out of it, but he can still keep going, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, I just fear, like, this is the Venge factor. Like, Troll's just a stronger carry. Even though Sumail's slightly ahead in the net worth, if you look at the itemization, just Falcon Blade, Maelstrom, BKB with the Venge behind you. Like, that Venge counts as that extra item. And that means, you know, Sumail won't really be able to trade too well against 23.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for OG, it's not about the carry killing the other carry. It's more about how can you kill out the supports.
Yeah.
I think both the supports of T1 have been doing a great job of knowing their limits and surviving on this sliver of health.
Oh, they managed to catch him, but there is going to be the defensive swap. 23 Savage is going in. He's going to try and deal with Thompson first, but a stolen swap from Sox is going to be able to get him out, but the Overgrowth catching Sumail again while the Dark Pack was down. Cuckoo dies, but immediately comes back as a Spirit, catching Zeb, swapping him out of his own ultimate and keeping him in place. 23 Savage is keeping the rest at bay, and his team can deal with leftover behind Seb and go straight for Roche.
I mean, the supports, Insania just said it, like, they just straight up win that fight. Zephyr also has Holy Locket, Heal Talent, and Living Armor, so yeah, you can initiate on my Storm or Troll. I'm just gonna keep you alive. It's a ridiculous amount of heal and armor, and then there's an Ice Path on 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Like, Sumail doesn't do damage.
Something very interesting that Zephyr also did this game is he maxed out Leech Seed. I don't think I've ever seen that done before, but to be honest, I've been on the panel. It's been hard to see exact skill builds for people, but it makes a lot of sense to me when you see the game play out and how it plays out. If anything goes on the backline, he drops Leech Seed, they all get healed, they're playing like a ball, so it just gives all of them so much effective health.
Yep. 35% healing increase as well, so obviously it doesn't help you with your grasp, but it just ensures that you're going to have even more sustain for your allies.
Yeah.
And they're really not able, I feel like you want to find Whitemon in the back end of Jakiro, but it's just not a possibility. And even if you were to do so, Kuku has the swap. The Venge really seems like it's paying off. Like, we questioned it, but it gives them that ability to ball up, to your point. Because you have all this sustain and a little bit of the damage amplification, so your carry just all of a sudden 2k ahead with an Aegis.
Yeah, I think the difficult part of the game for T1 was really getting to this point, getting to the point where they can ball up. OG now, I think they're going to have to try to split them up. They're going to have to force these heroes out of position and force like multiple initiations at once. They have the tools to do it. They just got to be able to like get the Ember going on one target, get the Slark in on another, because if they're all balling down on the same hero, it's just going to be swapped resets.
Yeah, one nice pick off. The BKB from Thompson is caught by the Overgrowth from Zephyr. Still has decent amount of magic immunity time, but is it going to be enough to be able to get him out of this hell? As T1 surrounding him with so many heroes, and he's out of remnants. He is out of HP too. Double kill for Carl.
And Thompson, BKB into the tree. A really nice job by Zephyr. Another reason the hero seems very strong in T1's hands. They needed their own tool of BKB disable.
Yeah.
And they've got it now. Sanjing Ash on the troll. It really feels like it's T1's game to lose now. 24-10. You got to be feeling yourselves. Still anybody's game in terms of like the gold differential, but you know, if anyone would agree with us, it's probably Seb, who hates the fact that you see net worth on the top of the screen, because that has nothing to do with who's winning in a game of Dota. It's about timing, it's about team composition, and it does feel like Dota Plus has that same idea, because even with less than 1,000 gold, 81% win rate, you got to figure T1's going to outscale.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've weathered the storm, so to speak. Like, OG needed to take control early. And there's still absolutely hope, but they gotta play these fights more.
23 Savage was very far forward, and OG looked to be able to potentially punish him. Not gonna be able to get the immediate duel. The swap from Sox is still stolen and still managed to get out No Tail. Pounds forward, Sumail does manage to get on top of the support, so there is gonna be Whitemon down. An important member of T1 to be able to stay alive in these team fights. A swap back in, managed to get the duel. 23 Savage gets the duel off. Sumail keeping him inside of the Wukong's command, where he will die there. OG finally managed to win a team fight, a big one at that, where they get 3, and Carl thought maybe they could turn around onto Seb, but Seb does have Sumail right behind him, so even if they do manage to kill this Monkey King, they may be losing both of them here as...
Oh no, 23 Savage, what have you done?
Bad time for lag.
What?
So,
was he lagging 30 seconds ago when he was farming tower by himself?
This is the thing, right? If they ever drop this ball, they don't have the positioning, they don't have the way they don't position their heroes the way they were doing earlier. This is what's going to happen. And OG are always on the prowl. I think they're going to take over the entire map now, try to clear out the vision, and then make sure that they are able to continue chasing the T1 heroes down once they spawn.
He's got 196 extra agility.
Damn.
Can't click the Monkey King. Don't click
Seth
me then.
Please.
This is very unfortunate because that was a stolen Venge stun, and I think Carl might be in trouble now as well.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch both of them. They do manage to finish off Seb, which was what the original trap was laid for, but it doesn't matter.
Dude, 53 stacks on Sumail now. He has 212 bonus agility.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost, that's I mean, more than the 196 I pointed out 10 seconds ago.
Focus on observing, Cap.
I'm leading this TriCast and doing observing. The least you could do is listen to me when I talk, Kyle.
I'm so focused there. The Dota is fantastic. Okay, so
It's
we already
true.
see the big mistake has just happened, which is somehow 23 Savage is dead alone in front of tower. Then comes out immediately BKBs, which I think is actually a mistake here because suddenly he can't, like, he's backing with BKB, right?
Yeah.
And to your point, Aiden, they now don't have the tools to properly position in a fight. He has to use ulti. He's swapped in, wins the duel, but look at how this fight happens now, right? Everybody's zoned by the Wukongs, and he's just stuck inside of it. This is when Monkey King plays well into Troll. If you can force this, you're going to always be happy.
Yeah, it's just the Monkey King arena here just zones off anything, but they really need the Venge to be present when they take the fights.
Dude, Sumail, he still's got some stats going, and he's not slowing down whatsoever. These pounces are staying on top of these supports. They cannot seem to get away. Swap back in, no tail. Now he's in an awkward position. They're going to jump on a 23 Savage, turns around, pops a BKB before the stun can come in for the Monkey King, but again, he's going to retreat with that BKB. No, he's not. He's going to finish off Sumail. Turns around real quick, blows him up. Does manage to get the swap back in, and 23 Savage heals up just a little bit. Can he finish off Seb before and stay alive? He does. Thompson's going to commit. Trying to finish off 23 Savage, does get that one. With the BKB, might be able to get two here as Zephyr. Just one slide away from dying. Actually does die to Saksa. Chaining up two, TPing out, doesn't leave a remnant behind.
No mana for the pull. We were talking to No Tail the other day. He said Fog's line is the best because you use it when you're winning or you're losing. It's the best flame or a way to keep your team motivated as we once again hit a pause. Oh, but it's nice to take a break sometimes in the middle of these games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this has been a very, very exciting game.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah,
It's
nice
like-
to get the pulse down a bit.
Yeah, TI Dota
Absolutely.
vibes. Okay.
Why are you guys looking at me?
You're in charge.
Okay, analysts, please talk about this game state.
Oh my God.
It's paused currently.
Oh.
Nothing much is happening.
That's a good observation. I didn't realize that.
You're welcome. That's
We have a
10K MMR
replay.
analysis
You
for
can
you right
you
there.
can break down this replay
Feel
that
free,
I
Kyle.
shouted over.
Well, No Tail does not have his W available. Sumail uses his Dark Pact, and then you're going to see Sumail go right back in again. He will Dark Pact. However, he does not press his ultimate button and gets immediately silenced as it fades by Carl just before he tanked that stolen Venge stun. So, Sumail dies as No Tail had no ability to save his carry.
Sick timing from Carl. That was
Yes,
really good.
That was very good. And that's what makes playing into the Slark so difficult because it's like of all heroes that kind of demonstrate the frustrating nature of Dota, it's like, did you get the Orchid? Okay, well you've won the fight. Oh, did he hit Q or R just as you did? Well, you've lost the fight. And them's the breaks.
I think you gotta love to gamble if you want to play Slark. It's like
Yeah.
a little bit of it, right? It's a mind game of am I gonna Q or am I not? So we were having this discussion on the panel earlier about what if you showed mana bars for both sides? Like if you could see the enemy team's mana bars. A hero like Slark would instantly die, right? It would just ruin the concept of Dark Pact because you just see the mana bar.
Yeah.
move. So it was a hard no on my end.
Indeed. And I will say I would also love, because we both play... Oh, hang on.
Oh,
Thompson.
hold up.
Not going to be able to get away. Maybe his Spirit can get out, as they do have the Train Protector on the way. Yeah, they're kind of realizing they're not going to go for the Spirit at all. In fact, if anything, they may be swapped back into Doom here. Seb, going to be silenced. Carl not fully committing to this one, though. They haven't seen the Slark just yet. Cuckoo, he's going to try and start backing away. Thompson's looking for some of these heroes. Sumail pounces forward. He's going to go for Whitemon here. Starts stealing some of those stacks. Tries to stake on top of them and should be able to get that kill on the right-hand side. Thompson does catch the other support at the same time. That's going to be Zephyr. At the same time, Sumail has to be careful here, especially with the Cuckoo. His Spirit is going to get burned out, but he could buy back if he wants to and rejoin this fight as a full-out hero. No longer the case. No longer an option. T1 will retreat, giving this fight to OG.
The LC shard is so good because that BKB time gives you those extra seconds to almost always have Dark Pact back.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I thought Sumail had overextended once again, but No-Tail this time was ready to save.
Yeah. And if you just think about this game, like, how many times did we just see T1 absolutely like outplay, play to their limit, do all these small things right, and despite that, like, the game is fairly even.
Yeah. Win probability back in OG's favor at that.
Yeah.
At the same time though, like this is the trouble. Like you're playing against OG and you make a pretty big mistake up top. You give away that Aegis advantage that if you swap roles, maybe OG utilized to get a, you know.
They're just so good at applying the pressure, right? They're always in your face, and you're always forced to play extremely sharp. And the second you stop, that's what happens.
Oh, we got it.
Does manage to get the pounds. The team is coming in, but it's too late. Carl's already dead. Double damage of Sumail made short work of Carl and OG. They could just keep going. You certainly are going to be looking for somebody here. Zephyr not spotted, it seems.
Carl has buyback though. Would not be surprised to see him use it.
Yeah, considering how aggressively T1 is positioned, even though they're missing their mid laner, Seb, he sees this. He's spotting some heroes right now. Swap back into the ice path. That's a good hold, but he did not manage to get it in. Snare out. The troll did not get lucky, and Cuckoo will die for what he thought was going to be an Ember Spirit kill. Pounce through the Spirit, doesn't actually latch on top of him. And that is going to be the Spirit being gone as well. I can't believe T1 tried that. It was a risk, and it was not a calculated one, I think.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good for OG now. They're knocking at their door, potentially forcing 2 buybacks here.
And this is where things get a little spooky, just because suddenly OG have this ability to play, like, you know, T1 were kiting while they were controlling the area, but now suddenly OG's reach potential has doubled. They have the Aghanims on both cores. Seb is able to play trees. And so it's just so hard now for the Jakiro tree to set up like we saw them do so effectively in the mid game, because suddenly Sumail's just gunning for them.
Yeah, OG's getting the initiation in all these last fights. They're getting the kind of jumps that they want. They want these fights when T1 is not balled up. T1 needs the ball where it feels impossible for OG to commit in. But it might be reaching that point where Sumail is now tanky enough to go in, knowing that he has no-tail to purge him, and he can just apply all the pressure.
Yeah, he has the Scotty as well, so Silver Edge to boot. He's feeling very good, and it also feels like a lot of these fights are starting when he already has some stacks built up, which has definitely been helping OG.
Yeah. So you notice top here, he just goes in, pushes the wave a little bit, makes sure it's going in the right direction, and now he's already moving over to the next place.
No-Tail's camping pit. I'm sure he's aware that this will be up momentarily, and there it is.
T1, they know this timing as well. They're sweeping over to the Roshan pit. They have no idea how low it is. Now they get some vision. Cuckoo spots that Sumail is trying to solo it. Both teams just going to hold their side of the high ground around Roshan.
Yeah, and this is like a classic standoff, right? Neither team really wants to fight into their team's division. So now it's going to be like a little bit of a strategic game of who can get the smoke. You're trying to wait here to get a timing where the enemy team is not ready. So something that you might see teams do around this time is, if you look at the clock up top, it says 33:40, right? So you know at every complete minute the camp spawns. So you know that the heroes are going to be around the jungle at that timing when the camps are spawning. Because you know they're grouped up, there's not a lot of farm on the map available to them. So that's a potential timing for you to make a move. But it seems like OG, they recognize that they're just balled up. So they send tops onto the side lane, push it out, get more info, and then make a play based off that.
Oh, grabs the double damage and manages to get the pounce, and it's going to force out the swap from Cuckoo and probably get him killed as he's pulled back in by the telekinesis. His Spirit will manage to get out at least.
No buyback though. Yeah. However, who cares, right? You're still in the game. Sumail's being a lot more disciplined as well though with the ultimate usage. It's now preemptive, which I think has been key.
The Storm Spirit had to go all the way back to Fountain, so may not be here unless he wants to make a real gun at it and go for a long, long zip. Keeping the vision inside. Sumail's double damage is going to wear out. Storm's going to start TPing on to the outpost. Thompson is in. Thompson's going straight up for those supports. Samael, not sure where he's gunning to, but 23 Savage is a little bit isolated here. Cuckoo's trying to keep pace to make sure he can swap back 23 Savage to get him away from Samael, while Seb is scaring back the rest of these heroes. Thompson's going to be able to finish off Zephyr. That's going to be first. 23 Savage looks at Seb. Carl commits with the Aghanim Scepter, pulling them both in, but inside of that Monkey King ultimate, they don't feel great. Again, the stolen swaps coming out from Soxa is going to be able to keep his cores feeling good and feeling aggressive. As the telekinesis toss back, chained up together. Toss, duel, going out, no tail. They turn around quickly, kill him, winner, and Carl gets away before Samael can hunt him down, but Samael doesn't kill. He's going to be able to go for the supports and may still be able to catch Carl. Carl, no mana. Samael bounced on top of him. They catch him. 4 dead on the side of T1. And now Roshan is going to go the way of OG.
So this team fight, I don't see any other player than Topson doing this. But you notice how we just straight up into no vision, rolls in with the Ember. He knows that they're there. He's playing off of the fact that he knows that they're positioned there. That's how 95% of supports are going to position themselves when their cores are running into the Roche pit. And they get this team fight where there's like basically 4 fights going on at once. Topson's chasing supports. You have Sumail chasing 23 Savage, and you're forcing T1 to not be able to use that swap to just save whoever's getting initiated on. It's really, really smart gameplay coming out from OG, and they're doing a lot of this blind. They're not playing off of vision. They're playing off of where they think they're doing, what they think they're doing, and their own game sense.
Yep, they're just forcing skirmishes.
Yeah.
And they're ensuring that supports die, which they were unable to do earlier in the game. And I even love the way like they're itemizing with this knowledge of like how they're gonna play. Thompson is going Refresher. Like he is playing for like these quick fights. It's all about survival for OG. Create chaos. T1, they need a more coordinated method to win fights. Like they need to kind of control. You saw even there when Savage got kills, it was with like 3 or 4 heroes collapsing. He actually had targets, a big ice path.
Yep.
OG, they're just, you know, pre-ulting on Sumail, spamming dark packs. You got No Tail just kind of waiting the wings to get off cleanses, and Thompson's gonna have 10 remnants. How do you hit a man who's invulnerable and flying through you?
And he probably is going to buy the shard too, right? So every kill he gets, that's another bonus remnant. I wouldn't be surprised to see it right after the refresher.
Both very nice items for Sumail. He's actually just going to keep the Paladin Sword. I think that makes sense just because it boosts your regen time when you're off map.
It's just not really anything he needs to flicker. He has enough purge with the Dark Pact at this point that the lifesteal is just better for him.
Paladin Sword's doubly effective because he's also got the shard too,
Precisely.
Right? Oh, good point. The Slark Shroud is so broken.
Agreed.
The Troll will end up attacking no one if it's used.
Could actually save against the semi-black hole coming out from the Storm Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
As well.
So yeah, I think for OG it's going to be important to continue taking fights like that, where they can predict where their supports are going to be positioned, and Topson can just roll in. He's just continuously going to do this, I'm sure. He's just going to jump into the backlines. He knows he has like 5 different jumps, so eventually he'll find them. There are only so many spots that they could be hiding in.
Now it's an Arcane. He also
and the 25 talent, right?
Yeah, he talented totally for Searing Chain as well. So you're just going to see him zipping back and forth, spamming chains.
Here we go.
Cuckoo did still manage to get the swap, but 23 Savage can't hit him right now. Samael, his ultimate was used, still has the Depth Shroud. They're going to turn around and start doing some damage with a pull in onto Carl. They do something to Samael, but he's going to be popping his BKB. 23 Savage responds in kind here. Cuckoo's going to fall, Spirit Form now.
Huge root.
They do manage to get the nice lockdown. Macropire going out. The Ice Path can actually lock down, but Thompson Refresher. BKB still potentially up. Chase for Carl doesn't actually quite get him. Meanwhile, 23 Savage is just being kited around and ripped apart by the rest of OG. Now with no carry, T1, they're very likely going to be dying here unless Carl could do something magical by himself, but he just doesn't have it in him. Doesn't have level 25, nor the shard.
Wow.
GG is called. OG will take the second game here against T1. T1 definitely putting up a much better fight, but you gotta think back to that moment. 23 Savage just way overconfident in his positioning, not respecting perhaps OG's aggression enough, and I feel like that's going to come back to haunt him, because this has been a story that has been there for 23 Savage for what has been a relatively young career. Last TI qualifiers, he didn't make it, and he felt like it was a mistake of his own, and many people agreed. And now he's finally here, and he's like, the nightmare's over, but I feel like that same nightmare, it's a recurring one, you know?
You just can't make mistakes against OG. Tops.
I mean, they apply the pressure on you nonstop.
Yeah.
They force this mistake out. I don't think it's necessarily just him making the mistake, but OG are constantly pressuring you. And you saw them; they were trading out in fights all game long, but they were never really getting that far ahead. They were never really getting objectives out of it, and that's what I mean. I think OG feel very comfortable taking these fights, even though they're losing them, as long as they are setting the pace. They are the ones that get to decide what happens.
We were talking about this in between games, where it doesn't feel like wins, losses, misplays, whatever, ever affect OG. Like they lost a couple of big fights. Sumail made like 3 pretty big mistakes, but you make one, and suddenly we're in an even game, and it's the same OG just continuing to play some of the best Dota in the world. And I think that their ability to maintain focus and play well, like no matter the circumstances, is one of the reasons they're 2-time TI.
So mechanical play, like between these two, probably even, but just like it almost sounds like OG's philosophy ends up what's reigning supreme in this series.
I think it's largely, at least in game 2, it's just they are constantly in control. Even in game 1, actually, they're in both games. I feel like they're in control, despite like you can look at the net worth, but it doesn't really feel like it's telling the story.
Yeah.
When even when OG's behind, even when they're ahead, it feels like they're equally in control. Just from the 10-minute mark onward, it just feels like they're deciding what happens.
All right, well, OG definitely back in TI form as they just continue to rack up the wins. They're looking like one of the tougher teams here, at least the start of this group stage. T1, meanwhile, a little bit of setback for them, but I still feel confident, at least seeing this game too, how they were able to play. They've got it in them to be able to go deep in this tournament.
They played OG and VP today. They escaped 2-2.
Yeah.
I think you'll take those.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. All right, thank you, Aiden, for joining us for the TriCast.
Yeah,
it was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
And we are going to go to a break, and then we've got one last series to go before the end of Day 2, the TI-10 group stage. I'm ready, Kyle. You ready?
I'm ready.
Damn right. Are you ready? They said yes. Nice. All right, let's get into it. We got Quincy Crew versus Fnatic, our last series of the day. It's just going to be me and Kyle this time around, so
Thank God.
not going to have that just
annoying expert.
I felt like he kind of took over the cast, right?
Indeed. And
feels like he thinks he knows everything.
You know what they say. You always want to be the smartest guy in the room, right? So in my case, I'd like that to be as small and empty a room as possible.
Yeah.
And Sania really was thrown off the vibe. Too many things to say that made sense.
Is this the
We're
way
here
you're
to
going
make dollars?
Are you trying to break up with me right now?
No.
Okay. Because if we keep casting together, you're never going to be the smartest guy in the room.
This guy. What's your MMR?
Not very good anymore. Kyle's got me
Please.
beat by like 1,000. He used to be like 1,000 MMR below me. Now he's 1,000 MMR above me.
Not just that, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the privilege, the pleasure of listening to both an adequate color commentator and award-nominated analyst. That's right, folks.
I'm not a color
Award-nominated.
commentator.
Mention of
You
vote.
don't even know the rules of a broadcast. I'm
What's
a
that?
play-by-play commentator.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I'm the color commentator.
Yes. Also, I am also award nominated.
Really?
Yes. The first iteration of Esports Awards, I was in there. I didn't advertise
Well,
it at all because I knew.
Why not? Well, this is an award-nominated cast, ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
and you know what an Owen and Fogged cast is?
What is that?
An award-winning. No. I don't. How has Owen never won the award?
That's the only reason I signed up to try and do it, because he didn't even get nominated. This guy's just balling out and ignored by the esports scene at large because they're,
Does I know Dota players have won, but have Dota talent ever won anything?
No, they don't think we're
They just
good.
think we all suck, huh?
Yeah. So does Twitch chat,
Sad.
so I'm
10
not surprised. They don't like to
seconds
vote for us.
That's weird because Dota players are so
5
protective of
seconds
Dota
remaining.
things. Why don't you guys
Protect us.
protect us
Yeah.
from the evil esports empire class? Anyway, let's get into it. Fnatic versus Quincy Crew. First pick Weaver, Clockwork Snapfire as the response.
We haven't even seen Weaver so far this tournament. It has been perma-banned or perma-picked, which is wild to me. I wonder why. I haven't seen it, and there's not enough time to watch all the
Well,
games.
I mean,
but
we did watch it, right?
we did.
Yeah, VG Gaming drafted. It was like one of the
Oh,
first
yeah,
games
the
we
4
did. They
position.
did the 4-position Weaver.
Mm.
We have not seen a core Weaver yet, and I don't know
Is
if anybody has played that yet.
Is it just the 4 position because of the shard?
I think that supports giving vision is really big right now.
That's true. That's a good
And
point.
and then I also think that yes, the
10
swarm is kind of
seconds
broken.
remaining.
No, actually, looking at the patch, they actually did make Weaver a hell of a lot better. You can
5
toggle
seconds
Gemini.
remaining.
Mana cost on Sakuchi
Quincy
was reduced by
Crew's turn to
15%.
ban.
And then Shard makes your bugs latch to invis and reduces cooldown.
And I think Gemini is better. When did they make the change where it went from flat damage to like the double hit that it used to be? Like now you actually get a bonus damage for
yeah.
it, which
10 seconds
I'm not sure if that makes it
remaining.
better for support or core.
I think it's just from a support perspective, the
5
fact that you can
seconds
toggle it,
remaining.
you just out trade, right?
Yeah.
It's similar to
Okay. Yeah.
what's a good example, really? I don't know if there really is. You can trade against a Bane as an example and feel okay with it. Your double attack is equal to the Brain Sap.
And Weaver Tidehunter is probably a pretty strong lane together. You got the big beefy boy, both of them minus armor, both of them physical damage. And I see your screen is bugged out.
Yeah, I'm like,
It's
I was very confused. For a
you
second.
won't see it because you're looking at my screen, but Kyle's screen is like it's like the stage is dark and the spotlight is right there in the middle, but nobody's showing up.
Very weird. Oh well.
What do you think about this
10
response
seconds
from Quincy?
remaining.
Like I like Fnatic's opening quite a bit. Clockwork Snapfire, not quite
5
as
No, this
happy
is
with that.
This, I mean, it's a North American team picking Clockwork, so it's just how we do it, you know.
Yeah.
Really cool synergy between the portrait of Snapfire as well, similar in stature. But
That's true.
I look at Fnatic, and this kind of goes back to the whole idea of OG's openers
Quincy
and
Crew's
what
turn
LC
to
gives
ban.
you. This Tidehunter is massive team fight, good laner, minus armor, stacks with the Weaver, multi-role, multi-lane. Then I look and I see, okay, Clock. Would you ever be afraid of a 3-position Clockwork?
No.
you'd be like, well, that was a nice flex. Like, we don't care.
10 seconds remaining.
So you know it's a support. And yes, you have like a BKB piercing interrupt.
5 seconds
you
remaining.
don't do any real damage to BKBs. And you're also... remember the concept of like hero volatility?
Yeah.
Playing clock into, say, a Phantom Lancer is hopeless.
Yeah.
And that's the trouble I have with the hero. In the right kind of game for it, it can be excellent. Or when it's set up for success, like we saw PSG LGD do when they pick it with something like a Death Prophet, where by just sort of cutting a fight in half and pushing people towards the DP, you're going to have a pretty successful impact. And I don't know if you can just pick it blind. Also really weak against Weaver. Very
10 seconds remaining.
I think there are opportunities for
5
Clockwork,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Like one advantage is that if you catch him inside of Cogs, he cannot just Shukuchi his way out.
True.
And he also has a harder time using his ultimate sometimes. Because maybe he's just stuck in the same area, right? If you ever catch him when he's like, say, sitting still farming for like 2 seconds, then you hook shot him. That's another 2 seconds. You know, maybe he just pops it and he's still in the same spot. So I mean, I'm giving it something, but overall, I do agree with you that I'm not as happy with the opening. I also don't necessarily think that these heroes have been doing very well. I'm pretty certain that Snapfire was like one of the most picked heroes so far in this group stage, but I think the win rate was below 50%.
Yeah. And just based on how these teams have played so far, so this was a huge day for Quincy Crew. They had 3 series after playing only 1 yesterday. They won 1 Beast Coast, got worked by Vici 2-0, and now they go up against Fnatic at a Fnatic 2-6, Quincy Crew 1-5, and also currently in last place. They're the only team in the group with just the 1 win. So this is big. I think both teams in must-win scenarios, nobody wants to just go home from groups.
Can I see that groups again? Because there's such a massive difference. Group B is so top-heavy. You've got LGD and Vici Gaming, who for me are probably like 2 of the 3 best-looking teams right now. Like I think they just both look insanely good. Team Secret is obviously always going to be pretty good, but I'm not convinced by like those bottom 4 names. Like Beast Coast and Elephant are probably going to do all right for themselves, like probably top 8, something like that. But Fnatic, SG, Team Spirit, and Quincy Crew, none of them have super impressed me just yet. Fnatic, I think we cast 1 series of them and we were like, okay, they're pretty decent. I think it was against Vici. Yeah, they went 1-1 against Vici, but then they lost to SG.
10 seconds remaining.
And they went 1-1 against Elephant.
Man,
5 seconds remaining.
Bad day today.
Oh, did they?
They got 2-0'd by T1, and then they got 2-0'd by IG. And they went from tied for first to out of upper bracket.
Yeah, that's a rough day.
Either way, Fnatic, however, I believe recovered a bit. No, sorry, they have gotten 2-0'd by SG. That one hurts.
Yes.
And
That was a disappointing one for me because I thought Fnatic was like, okay, maybe they can actually be in contest for upper bracket, and like I don't think SG is bad. But I also think that if you want to be top 8, for example, you probably need to be beating SG. I think SG is going to be like a pretty good gatekeeper, like 12th through 16th.
Agreed. And you're now in a position where you're kind of playing for elimination in a way because you're, if Quincy beats you once, you're tied. If they beat you again, suddenly you're tied for last place with fewer games to make up.
I will say, Quincy Crew do have a road of redemption ahead of them, possibly, because they started off, they don't look good, but think about who they played against, LGD and Vici Gaming. So if they can kind of pick themselves back up, say, okay, we got thrashed by possibly 2 of the best teams at this tournament. They went 1-1 with Beast Coast. Okay, we've have like matchup against those guys for the longest time, Okay, now we get to play against some other international teams that we are more likely to beat.
Yeah, and this is one of those like storied matchups, right? You look at both these teams; they're probably thinking, they're bottom halves, right? But they had potential. I think dark horses for a lot of people. Quincy Crew, they were top 6 the last major, but the road.
They were also
to get
top
there,
of their bracket in groups, or top of their groups. in TI8, and I
10
think upper
seconds
bracket
remaining.
in
They've been
TI9.
upper bracket 2 TIs in
Yep.
a row, Cap. But you know who they ended
5
up facing?
seconds
That's
OG,
remaining.
both times in a row.
poor. Like, how unfortunate is that?
Yeah.
And I think the famous story, we were talking to No-Tell about it, was at TI9 when OG had the choice of who they wanted to play against.
Fanatics
They said, we don't care,
turn to
flip a
ban.
coin.
Admiral Concar.
Which
They made that very public too.
they did? Okay.
Yeah.
Because that is, that's why OG shows up at TI when other teams don't, right there. And, you know, No-Tell even joked, like, there was a team they might have been rooting for the coin to land a certain way.
Yeah.
But
10 seconds
that's
remaining.
confidence. And think about what
Quincy
messaging that
Cruz
sends to other
turn to
teams. Like,
ban.
it's a mental game at the end of the day. And I think OG certainly understand that. But let's get into this draft. So Fnatic, Wraith King, one of the main counters to Doom. And then, of course, Kunkka, very effective against Tide and Weaver because it's a disable that can't be removed.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Do you like the laning matchup against Void Spirit as well? I think you do, right?
Yeah, I do. It's just you hit for more damage. Void Spirit never really threatens kills on you, although it is tough at times to land your spell combos. Void Spirit, of course, very mobile.
10
But if
seconds
you go the
remaining.
Orchid route that we've seen a lot of Kunkas go for the last few months, it's
like
5
then
seconds remaining.
no problem
Quincy
killing the
Cruz
Void Spirit
turn to
whatsoever.
ban.
Phantom Lancer is going to be banned by Fnatic, which is funny because we start off the draft talking about Phantom Lancer just being one of the many heroes that Clockwork not happy against. I don't necessarily feel that good about Clockwork in this game looking at Fnatic heroes, but I also don't
10
hate it.
seconds remaining.
It's nice. If this is a support Tide, I'll like it a lot
5
more.
seconds
Just because
remaining.
you can hook him, kill him, have yourself a nice time. If it's an offlane Tide, it's the same deal. I actually really like playing Clock in a safe lane against Tidehunter. You hit level 3 and you apply a lot of kill threat. Same goes for Wraith King early on, but the new skeletons, back in the day, no skeletons, you
Turn
owned
to
Wraith
pick.
King. Now it's the
Yep.
other way because
Yeah.
he just pops the army and you have no armor and your assault does no damage.
And Void Spirit's a hard problem locking down, but I do still like hookshot into Cog's push against him, right? That still feels pretty nice. Last pickup for Fnatic, is it going to be offlane Tide with the Weaver,
seconds
or is
remaining.
it going to be a 5 Tide Hunter, and we're going to see a
5
different
seconds
offlane?
remaining.
You could just pick a Lycan here. The death special, Wolf Bite the Wraith King,
Quincy
rocket.
Cruz
Yeah,
turn to
yeah. No.
Okay, that is, and this is definitely like a C Dota thing because I've seen T1 lean on the Wyvern a bit as well, and I think the hero's just kind of dead, quite honest. But into
10
Doom Kunkka as
seconds
well, it's not
remaining.
ideal. No Storm though,
5
no
seconds
Quap.
remaining.
There is an Ember. I do expect Quincy Crew. Oh well, they're gonna keep the Kunkka mid, I suppose. They need a Yawar hero.
Choose your hero.
Okay. Is it that good of a Luna game? I don't feel
hate Luna here. You're playing into Tide. Like, you've now given Wyvern a great game. And I love playing Wraith King into Luna.
Yeah.
You just run in.
Yeah, Luna is so dependent on her burst of Eclipse, and so Wraith King was always good against that. But now even better because you have skeletons to be able to draw upon as well.
What? I just feel like there were better heroes to pick here. Like, Illusion Core even. I would be very happy perhaps even with a Naga Siren. It's not perfect, but there's a lot I feel like I would have liked before I picked Luna.
It looks like, for me anyway, that these 5-man drafts are just going to be running into each other quite a bit. There's a lot of team fight on both sides. So it'll be fun to cast. We'll see how it goes. LOA is going to be playing that 5-position Clockwork that we're talking about, so not super surprising there. It just occurred to me, we did like a Clockwork 5-position, I think it was day 1 of the group stage. I don't remember who was playing it.
It was LG.
LGD, yeah. So we did like that. Why was able to get like a lot of vision, and I feel like, again, this is just a big thing right now. Supports that get vision is a massive advantage.
Yeah, definitely.
So there are definitely some upsides to it. Says Here we go. Quincy Crew versus Fnatic. Quincy Crew, bottom of the groups right now, but they've already had the toughest teams to play against. Fnatic, they played against some of the tougher teams as well. In fact, they won one against Vici Gaming, which is part of the reason that they have that slight lead over Quincy Crew, and I believe tied up with SG Esports. So both of these teams really need a win here. Fnatic to be able to secure themselves out of elimination. Quincy Crew to be able to get out of that bottom slot. And a 1-1 would kind of keep everybody on edge. Ward for Ward, and is going to be spotted by Fnatic.
I will say, though, they go for the Doom mid, so a bit of a wrinkle. This somewhat guarantees a real farm Doom, because obviously Void Spirit, you're not going to crush this lane by any stretch of the imagination. And they keep the Kunk at top, which does make a little sense. It's a higher armor hero, and it's also just significantly stronger, I think, in that lane. So want to do what they can to deal with Raven.
Lose together, win together, slay together.
Quincy Crew got to make a decision of what runes are going to contest here. All right, there we go. Move to left-hand side. LOA is still going to try and contest the one in the triangle here, but if he's not careful, Fnatic will catch him in the process. And he makes 3, gets out. Everyone gets their bounty rune. Nobody does any stealing. And off they go, running back to the lanes now.
This will be a very curious bottom lane, I think. Clockwork against Tideweaver with a Luna. Not, you know, when I think about the way like Tundra played this Luna lane, which I think, and I think even though they're not here at TI, they did it the best. It was with an Abaddon, you know, Pangolier, this really strong, durable hero that could, you know, gain survivability through the spell usage. Clock doesn't really have that, and I just don't think they're as effective of a trader.
What do you think about this, by the way? The off-lane Leslau Kunkka, which he's played a couple times, and then they put the Doom mid. I feel like this is actually really good.
Yeah, I dig it, because this also means that Kunkka, you're just going armlet, and you're also a stronger laner. Mid lane, Doom just trades.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of the dream in a way, because Void Spirit, yeah, he'll probably win the lane slightly, but Doom is going to get way more out of it.
And Wraith King is also a low armor hero, right? So if you combine the potential minus armor, we'll see if MSS goes for a little shredder route that we've been seeing lately. And Kunkka is constantly hitting with Tidebringer hits. They can actually pressure Raven quite a bit.
Yeah, they already have. Like, I really like this. Because Doom is just a terrible laner. It's one of the reasons I like Wraith King against it, because you just aren't threatened ever in this early laning phase. You can go as greedy as you want. The lane I'm really worried about for Quincy Crew is its bottom lane. Both carries, I think, are going to have some problems.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Both of them have already been under assault of a number of enemy hits. Hotkey problem for Quinn.
Win together, slay together,
for some reason, Doom always unbinds keys.
I wonder if it's something to do with the Devour and how it gives you extra abilities. But then again, I guess in theory that would be the same. That would happen to Rubik all the time. Quinn will just take the goblet in hand. Speed aura for him, which is probably just once anything at this point.
Yeah, not the ideal one. If you get the ghost, you're very happy. Gen creep also quite nice.
Cogs on to 2 here, but LOA, they're just going to turn around and quickly kill him, or not, actually. Slight mini stun of Lucent Beam keeps him alive. LOA, by the way, also known as SVG, had a recent name change, and it is entirely a secret. We don't know the story to it, but it is a personal secret that, from what it sounds like, is something that like motivates him. It's something, you know, just one of those promises or something that you make to yourself, something like that.
First law of averages. You know, if I play enough TIs, eventually I'll win.
Okay, yeah, that's one of them. How many TIs has he been at? Because he was at one of them with EG.
Yep. Coached EG at
Coached
one,
EG, yeah.
And played it 2.
Okay.
He also, his original name was Savage, which is what SVG stood for. Was a teammate of Zizzy Dodo before we picked him up pre-TI 5. Then he took a break, came back. He also was the winner of the inaugural BTS Summit Cornhole Tournament playing for Team Deep Space. And do you know who his partner was, Cap?
I'm gonna guess it was you,
It
Kyle.
was indeed, Cap.
Wow.
Great guess.
Who carried that team?
We both had our moments, but definitely a team victory.
Okay.
Funny enough, do you know who came in second place at that tournament?
Who came second?
The Hassan brothers, Yawar and Sumail. Yawar, of course, playing in the safe lane with none other than LOA. So we'll see how their teamwork stacks up against the competition. Already, out to a much better start in this lane than I figured based on how much harass damage LOA was taken. As Yawar, 25-4, not bad.
Yeah, doing pretty good. A little bit low on regen, just has stick charges rather to work with, and no regen on the clockwork either. So it's about to get bad for UR. In fact, so bad, in fact, that he might just die and give up the first blood, but there goes those stick charges. He's okay. Death. Got to be separated here. Nicely placed cogs there from LOA. Level 2 battery assault, as you were saying, does really good work against Tidehunter. But it's just enough to keep UR in the lane. They really need that regen, and it's coming out now.
Yeah, the big change from Fnatic is historically DJ was, he's been the rock for the squad for a while. He was always the 4th position. Jabs took over as 5, was captain for a while. Then he wasn't the captain any longer, it was DJ. But even playing 4, Jabs is the captain of this team. He took over for the qualifiers, helped secure their 3-2 win over TNC.
And he is going to be able to get the kill on LOA here, who is going to try and go for the denial of neutrals, but Death secures it with the anchor smash. First blood for him.
Ancient stacking going on. Quinn is doing a great job.
Oh, he popped the glyph, but he accidentally drew tower aggro. That is not what you wanted to see. If he could have just kept around on top of Chuan, might have been able to get the kill. Chuen. Rather. Sorry, that's just a habit, guys. It's going to pop out every once in a while. We do know it's Chuen, but it's, we're old folks here. He got level 6 before Doom. How does that... He actually had so many denies that he beat out Devour.
Yeah.
And in fact, is going to try and pressure Quinn here.
Who's almost 6 himself. Ooh, he was so close. Yeah, and Quinn, he's always been one of the best players at using that glyph aggressively in mid. If you remember when it was used at the start of the game, he was the first person to start doing it on the initial wave to push in and get double waves to heroes like TA or Pop.
He turns around, quickly dooms up the Void Spirit, who's jumped in, committed, and will manage to get the kill right as Quinn dies. So he gets to be part of the experience, but a big ultimate being used, and they're going to have to give up MSS as well. No, maybe not. Stick charges again, just enough to keep people alive.
I'm really surprised he didn't try to TP out there.
Who, Quinn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, not Quinn. Sorry, the Snapfire. Because now he's just incredibly low.
He wants to stay around, at least for his experience range, you know? Maybe get a bottle charge, yeah.
2. Bad.
Wow, that's a generous core. Giving those 2 free charges. They're going to jump onto the Snapfire, quickly killing him. 2 charges are not enough, it seems.
Got the ward, though. Hit it with the ward.
Bottom lane, got to get UR out. He will. They'll TP away, but they'll easily be able to run down the clockwork. Good rotation from Jabs.
But if you check up top, it's the same deal for poor Raven, who just does not want to play Dota anymore against Tungo, who's actually closing in on an armor. I believe it's actually flying out on Courier. No. He's finishing phase boots first, just the helm for the sustain.
Top tower is under attack.
I can dig it.
Let's see here. So, a lot of ancient stacking done so far. Oh no, just the 2 stacks. Okay, I thought that MSS had some more time to do that.
Anything on Fnatic's side? No.
Yeah. Well, there's a casual hood on the Tidehunter, so there's just no way that Yawar sits bottom any longer. That's just an untenable lane at this point.
Yeah. So both safe lanes being kind of abandoned. There are maybe some support interactions here. Winter Wyvern always likes to be able to play back here. And that, I remember this. Last time Clockwork, Winter Wyvern were really big in play, Clockwork's Rocket is really good at being able to make sure Winter Wyvern can't play that space. And you can see DJ knows that, so he doesn't play exactly behind the tower, just in the area to the left.
Yep. It's always fun to watch these players do those little adaptations as more knowledge comes into the meta. Doom soon active for Quinn, so he's trying to play a little aggro here. Maybe find Raven before he skills the ultimate. As I love this from Japs. Maybe one of the reasons.
Yes!
There you go. Why is Weaver a first pick and always played as a 4? Well, maybe that's why, because these carries want to rotate out of lane, and Weaver just follows them. Very annoying.
DJ is not giving this up so easily, still hanging around. The tower does fall. Bottom lane, something similar, but ALOA does not have the same kind of mobility that a Winter Wyvern does. He will die for this. Quincy Crew is a tower ahead, though. This bottom tower is pretty healthy. That is time. Quincy Crew could do something. They could try and pressure mid. They could try and defend bottom. I doubt they want to because Tidehunter Ravage is up, but maybe they just want to spend time farming.
Yeah. I think both teams, you know, probably focusing more on limiting mistakes this game. This series, really. You know, both up against the ropes, in a sense. Never good to look at the standings and see yourself tied for the bottom.
Yeah. You don't have that same kind of leeway as the other teams to be able to play that carefree Dota. You're going to be thinking constantly about, oh god, I don't want to be going out 17th, 18th, not even have a chance of being able to get into the good money, where all you have to do is win one best of one.
I mean, it's a huge, I mean, just what, I think 16, 600?
Got to be able to lock down 2 here inside of the cogs is Quinn, getting the Doom onto Death. Now, he should be able to run him down. I don't think there's anything stopping this. Death will eventually burn out, and they still manage to get the kill onto the Weaver. He died to the bugs. There goes Death. He also falls. Nice catch by LOA, captain of Quincy Crew.
It's unfortunate their Death, Hood of Defiance is not dispellable, and he did not get it off before the Doom came out, otherwise he lives. Yes, the Doom is pure damage, but the fire that did most of the work is not. Quite unfortunate for Death, as now Quincy Crew suddenly in possession of all 3 top spots in the net worth, and their cores are very annoying to deal with. You know, Yawar's going to be safely farming jungle. Doom is just manufacturing gold thanks to the Midas and Max Devour. And Les Lau, like, he's got 2k health with Armlet active.
Yeah. Quincy Crew maybe winning the lanes, something that they talked about in interviews, is something that they've had to get really good at. They've had to overly focus on being good at lanes just because Evil Geniuses is in their region.
Yep. Underestimated by many teams here. Again, their record may be poor, but they've played against some of the best teams in this group stage.
Meanwhile, Fnatic, I highly doubt that any teams were looking at them and not expecting much. I mean, Fnatic is the second best Southeast Asian team region that is just full of talent. And only got 1 team in, so you're expecting that second team that makes it through that brutal qualifier that had to go through was really going to show up. And we did see some really good stuff out of Fnatic, specifically in the fact that they won 1 feature gaming. They looked really nice there. Stun going out onto Les Lau. He's just trying to slow down this push in the mid lane, but it's going to be given up. Quincy Crew giving away free real estate to Fnatic, and they're immediately going to go for a smoke play. Moving up and catching potentially Yawar. This would be a really nice move. Fnatic can get it. They see where the courier's going to as well. Yawar, he's run out of time. He's not going to be able to dodge this one. In comes the nukes. They've got the haste rune on Chuen to be able to keep up. So all Yawar can really do is turn and fight. The Eclipse is going to go down.
Here comes his team.
Only does so much damage. The team is coming in, but I don't think they're going to be here fast enough. They only need a little bit more. Simulate, he's outrunning it. The Weaver's going to be able to run him down ever so barely. Jumping back, the Void Spirit Chuen. Oh, the Doom comes out, and that's going to be able to purge out the haste rune away from him. Jabs. Oh. He actually got it, Jabs. Oh, that was dirty, dirty, dirty. Well played. Gets the deny on Chuen, taking it away from Quinn, who's certainly looking forward to being able to get the kill on the enemy mid laner. No such luck.
That was so close. So MSS, I think if he had recognized, Jabs got the final finish on Yawar as the pig pole faded. Otherwise, he gets the wand off and likely lives. But he had a shot there to get a Q off before the auto attack. He could have scatter blasted Jabs in the face.
Jabs. All right. may be just a little bit too full of confidence after that sick deny play, and it's maybe going to get DJ killed as well. The cookie doesn't quite land, but Quinn sees him. Torrent spots him as well, and they get a secondary kill on top of that. 5-7 now to the favor of Quincy Crew, who are up 2,000 net worth.
But we haven't seen the big team fight ability, right? The Ravage, I think, has still never been used. And the thing for Fnatic that's a little concerning is they're playing against 3 cores that are scaling.
You got to
very
be
fast.
careful. You said Kunkka's really nice against Tidehunter for this reason. You've got to disable that Tidehunter cannot deal with, and trying to cut creep waves behind tier 2s against the Kunkka, Kyle, I feel like that is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that I think that the C region has been criticized for when coming up against these international teams, we just saw in our last series with 23 Savage, they can be a little over-aggressive, somewhat ambitious with their positioning. And in that case, yeah, if you're farming in front of tower, maybe that's okay. Your Wraith can come help you out. But to your point, you're behind the tier 2. Behind the tier 2, there's no hope for survival.
Yeah.
And you can't afford to give away these kills. We haven't seen a Ravage yet, and Quinn's going to have a BKB. He's a recipe away.
Yeah, he was supposed to be, I think part of the reason he was farming so aggressively is he was closing in on that Blink Dagger, really wanted to finish it up in this next minute or two, and then he can go play with his team. They can try and take a big team fight. But now that's been stalled out, and as you said, maybe stalled out to a point that Quinn can get his BKB before that initiating item is up. Twent does have an Aghanim Scepter coming in, so they are going to reach a pretty nice timing at about 2-3 minutes.
Yep, they're going to go Deso on the Wraith King as well. So yeah, they're playing for this mid game. And you know that they understand the state of the game. They got to be strong in the mid game and not just play this really slow game against Doom Luna. So Blink on the Tide, you'll have an Aghanims on the Void Spirit, and suddenly you have this massive burst potential, and Wraith King going for maximum DPS. It's not bad. I dig it. And Jabs, he's got Vessel.
Do you think this this draft that we're seeing here from Quincy Crew, do you think any of this is kind of picked up from the other Southeast Asian team, T1?
Yeah.
Right? Like the prominence of the Doom and just how they're itemizing and just playing pretty, like, the way they're playing right now kind of reminds me of T1, where they know they've got this really sick timing where they feel good about their late game because they've got Doom, who naturally scales up, and they're going to feel good about offlane Kunkka as well, and they're going straight for BKBs to ensure early team fight.
Yeah, I think it's the dream. Like, you look at Fnatic, their whole lineup is countered by BKB. Sure, Wraith King's going to hit hard, but you're going to have plenty of damage on the side of Quincy as well. And they also have the benefit of the Ghost Ship buff, right? 40% damage delayed.
Yeah.
Very nice against big team fight abilities. And BKB, it's ready, as is Doom.
Fnatic really got to make something happen right now. The Doom BKB is ready to go. They can still out-execute, like even just getting a good Blink Ravage and catching Quinn off guards would be nice, but LOA in a good position to be able to break a smoke. Doesn't know it just yet. Jabs, he's going to be revealed. The boat actually going out early. They did know this was happening. They got the vision out. They're going to be able to get a really nice Winner's Curse from DJ to be able to bail out Jabs, potentially get him out with a Ravage on top. BKB is ready to go for Quinn. They're going to be able to fight this out still. Yuar comes in. They're throwing out the magic damage onto Death. The Hood of Defiance is keeping him alive pretty long time, but eventually he will fall. But now Raven is here, able to push out the damage. The BKB timing of the Doom. He went that full 9 seconds just to be able to kill a Tidehunter, Kyle. That's all they got out of that. And then the other BKB of Yuar doesn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, that was a really nice fight there. Excellent curse from DJ. Just delays the inevitable. Sure, you lose your Tide, but that just gives the Void Spirit more and more time. Suddenly he's got Step Up again. He had 2 pulses. He had enough time to chill and get another leap forward pulse into Simulate combo. We're going to watch this one more time. The boat utilized, it's just to save the slot, and they just ignore him. They know that that's not really the target. Instead, boom, the curse catches all 3. Jabs then survives. Boom, Ravage on top. And all of a sudden, you're feeling yourself. Bottom lane, holy crap, that's a lot of damage to tier 2.
Yeah, Twent just got caught in the mid lane through a combination of just a bunch of little stuns that he was not expecting. Quincy Crew just sandwiched him with 4 heroes all of a sudden. And Quincy Crew, they're playing fast. They're like, okay, that first BKB charges didn't go so well, but now we got to pick off the Void Spirit. Let's go take something here.
There's no Ravage, and they have 3 BKBs. It is go time.
Yeah. They don't find a team fight just yet, but they're going to start taking away an objective. Let's see how Fnatic respond here. Not just going to let this go for free, even without the Ravage. They're going to try and go on LOA here. Gold to brace, saves a lot of time. The magic damage is going to be raining in. Really good Winter's Curse. Again, Quinn is in trouble. He's going to be so low after this, and he just gets one shot by Raven after the Winter's Curse. BKB from UR, they turn around and kill Jabs. Nicely played by LOA, but Leslau, he now has his BKB. They're going to turn around and finish off Raven. That's life number 1, but UR is going to try and get away to the avenue. Disables. Oh, the Torrent almost saved him, but just in time, Jabs, because of his buyback, added just a little bit of damage to kill UR. Otherwise, he would have gotten away.
DJ Dota. All you got to know about these team fights. Again, Quinn, not the ideal BKB usage. He got it off right at the end there, but as you said, just killed by the Wraith King. Now they'll almost certainly lose the tier 2 in the bottom lane, which also means outpost. But yeah, Quincy Crew, they got to utilize the clock. What did he do in that game we saw PSG LGD play it? He found the Wyvern. He killed the Wyvern. It's the opposite this time. DJ starts the fight by opening on him, and then gets the Dream Curse. This is why it's a little dangerous playing Luna.
This is kind of crazy because I think we were setting up, like, strategically, they were supposed to hit this really big, nice timing on the side of Quincy Crew. And that's got to feel so bad when you go triple BKB and you lose your first 2 team fights.
And they're just not executing, Cap.
No.
Who cares about where this positioning is? I don't care if you're diving a tier 2 tower. You're killing a Tide with no Ravage, who is asking you to do this because he's just got maxed out Kraken, Shell, and a Hooded Defiance. And he's getting killed by the Wyvern. So this is the dream for Death. He accepts his death and wins the team fight. You've got to kill the Wyvern. You've got to find the Void Spirit. You got to get the Doom off on one of those 2 big cores.
Not quite as slow now.
Refresher straight up for Death. So again, you get the right Winner's Curse for DJ. He's going to follow that up with a Ravage to make sure they're chain stun, and he could potentially double it later on. Fnatic, they're still down 2,000 net worth, but a big part of that, just the Doom effect, right? Mid-Doom is always going to be head. It's like Alchemist Light. So Fnatic, in reality, probably feeling pretty good about this game. 66% to their favor. Chuen doesn't actually get the Dissimilate. Oh, he was on cooldown. Fortunately, he did have some steps. And there was no hook shot or anything. In fact, speaking of hook shot, he's going to turn around. Raven's going to jump inside of that hook shot. Quinn this time around is going to be trying to find that Winter Wyvern. Does manage to get into the Cold Embrace. Both the Wraith King and the Tidehunter die inside of the cogs. LOA eventually does get burnt out, but they do get him. Quinn, meanwhile, killed the Winter Wyvern. Mass buybacks coming in from Fnatic, and they're going to be able to focus down this Doom, who no longer has his BKB. The rest of Quincy Crew call it quits with so many buybacks being used, but at the same time, Chuen, he's not calling it quits on this chase. He managed to catch up to Leslau, pull him back in with the 8th Remnant, and yes, there is the final stun that's needed to ensure they surround him. Raven getting the double kill, and with the damage they have from Desolator, they could probably do Roshan.
Yep, that is a really nice usage of buyback there. And once again, I really question Quincy Crew. They play that fight about as well as you could expect, but they're dooming the Tide. Yes, he solo kills the Wyvern, but they're going to lose that fight just thanks to the buybacks, and I think it's a really heads-up play by this Fnatic lineup. Like, as long as these big spells, specifically the BKBs, really are utilized, you're going to win the fight every time. Wraith King has the built-in Aegis, and he's not threatened. Yeah, he went down there, but he just comes right back up. You're not going to kill him twice.
Jab's doing a good job of making sure LOA isn't doing any sneaky hookshot Aegis steals. So Fnatic securing that. They already had 66% win rate. Yeah, I was going to say, with an Aegis in their hands, it's going to be just climbing further and further in their favor. Does this, do you feel like Fnatic have better late game? I thought Doom, like, for me, I always feel like, oh, Doom, it's like so good that he could just keep on scaling, but
it's tough. I mean, you're going up against a Wraith King, so that changes the dynamic a bit. I really feel like the team fight of Fnatic is just too strong. Clock to me is a terrible hero in general in a game like this where all these heroes are just outputting incredible damage and your real contribution is just vision. Like a good rocket. That's your hero, is a ward. Whereas you look at Fnatic, Void Spirit, the best level 25 talent in the game. 2 seconds simulate stun. It also pierces BKB, if I'm not mistaken, even though it doesn't say that.
Whoa, I don't think that's true. Are you sure?
Somebody told me it did. They might have lied to me. We'll probably find out. This game's going to drag on for some time.
You think so? I think Fnatic's just going to end it here. Very, very soon, though, if Raven jumps a little bit too far forward. Maybe it was... he's going to be chill. He's okay. Quinn's not okay. They're going to blow Ravage for him to make sure that he's not going anywhere. Fnatic, they just seem to have all the answers for Quincy Crew right now. And once they have an AC, I feel like Raven's just going to demolish all the buildings.
Yep. Like they understand their win condition. And the Wyvern, I think the X factor. Like I just can't believe we're picking Luna into Wyvern in 2021, but you're just having some serious issues because even if you get that Dream Initiation, if all 3 BKBs aren't popped, one good burst stops them in their tracks. And yeah, I love the build from Raven with the Blink Dagger on top, just maximizing his damage output.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Solar Crest on Snapfire, they're going to do what they can to help you deal damage. But like Wraith King really isn't even a great matchup for you either. This is just a tough Luna game. Weaver jabs is finishing a Linken's. That's incredibly quick. I expect, you always get 2. One on a support, one on a core, and it will be Jwen who picks up his own Linken's. So there goes the Doom factor. What, are you going to Doom Wraith King? Nope.
Yep.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
Does need a helping hand from MSS to make sure he's good.
I feel like you might need to change creeps. Ice Ogre seems very effective in a game like this.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Even, just a wolf represents Vendor up for your Luna.
Radiant's top tower is
Look at these wards. Just 3 great wards as Fnatic just play enemy triangle.
Yeah, they're going to do the march down, take tier 1, take tier 2, the typical double tower push in the off lane that we see all the time. Quinn is really far out here, and I don't see a reason why he's just forced to use his BKB. Because I don't think they're defending this. I just don't see a way they can do that.
This is a big issue. I just think about the 5 positions, and you see DJ with nearly a full 4 level advantage on the enemy Clockwork. And I just think about how much more game impact he's had and will have as this game continues.
Yeah.
That to me, and it's not LOA's fault, he's played a great game, but it's just the way these kits.
Yeah, Cold Embrace by itself is almost better than your entire hero's Clockwork as the game goes later on, and then that's not even discussing how good Winter's Curse is. Fnatic are going to push for this high ground. They've got the AC, they got the double minus arm, and they're going to go for the kill on a Leslau. They actually blow everything they have to be able to catch this Kunkka, and he may still survive. In fact, now he's going to be able to get the boat out as well. This Wraith King very far forward. If they can prevent him from being able to get back. First death underneath the tier 3. LOA doesn't have another round of cogs. He's going to be silenced and probably killed here. The cookie doesn't make it there in time, but if they can get the kill on a Chwen, 25 seconds pulled back into the torrent, not timed well enough. Chwen is able to get an astral step away. 20 seconds, he'll be able to reach in up to full off the Aegis.
I don't even know if that's like how calculated it is by Fnatic. They're just like, hey, let's go. And they put Quincy in a position where suddenly they got to respond, and they make a bunch of mistakes. You know, the boat whiffs. I think if they hard committed there, they would have just 100-0 the Kunkka, because Quincy simply weren't ready. Nice job by LOA to save his core Kunkka. But, still, I mean, they have a ward in base that Quincy have just ignored. Like, you just can't have that happen.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of Dota 101. You de-ward the corners in between your towers to ensure the enemy team with an Aegis doesn't have that ability to jump you within your base. As Fnatic now cross back over the Rubicon.
Oh, Quinn.
He needs a Linken's break now, though, Cap.
Yep. He does indeed. He can blink Stomp, and then somebody else, The Lucent Beam, perhaps, from the Luna can come in, but it does require... He's no longer able to do it by himself. Unless he changes his creep. Still gunning for this. The hookshot's going to miss. Goes for the Centaur Stomp. That's a bit late as Chuen already managed to astral step away. Goes to the side. No hookshot available, so he is free and clear.
It's a lot invested. The green, gold-wise, even, but as you said, Alchemist Light and the Doom. They'll always have net worth, but how will he utilize is the question. Shivas is necessary just for the visions that can find this damn Wyvern. They are closing in on an AC of their own. So I think if you're Quincy, delay, delay, delay. Get your completed Satanic. Okay, there it is. Get your Shivas, get your AC, then maybe look to make something happen. But yeah, we need a Lincoln's Break or a better Aura Creep for Quinn, I think, before you go to the next engagement. And a tied Lincoln's as well. They now have 3.
And they're going to have Aghanim Scepter eventually on the Weaver. Like, if they get to that point where Jabs has an Aghanim Scepter with a Lincoln's and is just able to play the side, wait for Quincy Crew to initiate, I don't see how Quincy Crew wins those engagements. I think you're right. I think Fnatic, because of all their team fight, have a pretty significant advantage as this game continues to go late.
And it just makes Quinn's net worth seem just worthless in a sense, because what is the Doom really going to do for you? You can't get it off on anybody.
LOA, hook shot, and a point blank as Raven jumped him, in fact. The boat, again, going to be a little off the mark. The double Lincoln's blocking the Doom. They thought they were going to be able to eat through it. Death is going to die. The Winter's Curse goes out, holding the Kunkka in, but Yuard already popped his BKB, so it doesn't do that much. It just allows a Raven to be able to get away. Jabs, they're going to be able to hit the Centaur Stomp. Do they have any follow-up? They don't need it, actually. Just enough damage and disable to get that kill as well. Even though the Doom got blocked, Quincy Crew do win this one.
I mean, I can hear Jack watching this on his phone just talking about Mojo being involved. That was legit just him. Snapfire Ultimate does some damn good damage. Quinn used Doom, but mostly ineffective, and you can see the talent of the Luna coming in clutch there. He went all in for the Lucent Beam, so suddenly these deal some significant damage, 400 per, and that just straight up Shrek'd through that Tide Hunter. The Hood, not enough survivability. The downside of the Lincoln's Blink is, of course, yeah, you'll absorb the Doom, but he's just not tanky or durable like you would expect.
Right. This is, I feel like Yawar is building for like the 7 slots.
Yeah.
You know, like, this isn't the dataless shard build that we've seen before. This is a different kind of build, much more sustained focus. But he is eventually still going to go that, right? He's going to go Butterfly, then back for the dataless, then maybe Scotty into shard or something like that.
Butterfly is just really nice because you see the Wraith King going for his BKB. So you can have that little bit of an edge before the MKB is complete. There is the BKB coming out. And I actually, you know, I look at the net worth and I'm starting to wonder if Fnatic maybe over-invested in Lincoln's now that I take a second look at it. Because, like, I always like 2. 3 might be excessive. That's a lot of gold spent to deal with Doom, but consider the net worth charts. You know, Leslau, he's got an AC BKB. Yawar is farmed. You're missing out on some critical auras and offensive tools now, right?
Yeah. Well, which one would you say needed to change there?
Tide Hunters.
Tide? Okay.
Either Tide or Void Spirit.
But he was going to go for a Refresher, and the Refresher isn't useful if he's getting doomed every fight anyway.
True.
So is there a different item besides Refresher instead of Lincoln's?
Maybe just a Halberd even. Like just a Vlad's perhaps? No clue.
What about
what
about no Lincoln's on Jabs, and he goes for a faster Aghanim Scepter?
That could be really nice too. I actually might look at Chuen just because I think he scales a lot better with like the Octarine he has queued up, or maybe Sanj Kaya. I just love Void Spirit with Sanj Kaya, especially because you're getting Spell Amp now on both Astrals, on both Pulses, and then late game very effective with the Simulate, of course. Also, he went for the Spell Amp talent, so makes that Sanj Kaya even better if you would have gone that route. But Mojo with the Shard also, that's something to look for. That point blank stun, very effective. There's the Shivas. Now they need to control vision. You gotta find DJ, that's the key. A Rocket or a Quinn. Butterfly complete. On to Yawar. Roche is up the shard
They
as
see
well.
the heroes coming, but BKB just in time before the blast could land. Leslau walks away. BKB down.
Do it with flair. A golden thread.
Mojo spotted. Ward in the river. Again, one of those, like, just those off wards, not the normal wards. You place it somewhere weirder to make sure it doesn't get dewarded, but still gives you the vision that you wanted. It does get read by Quincy Crew, though.
Smoke picked up. They're thinking about making a move. Who's got buyback? Okay, Void Spirit does. Tidehunter does not. Wraith King will have his available. And only Leslau, and now Quinn on this Radiant side.
Does manage to get the Centaur Stomp, but again, with the Centaur Stomp, no Lincoln's break. Quinn may have to pop his BKB. He's being slowed down so much, but he waited too long. Again, a second time where he pops BKB and the physical damage overwhelms
What is
him.
that, Cap? What are we doing here?
I don't know.
You can't doom him if you can't break Lincoln's. And then we don't BKB, we just kind of walk away. Fnatic, you know, credit to them, a couple of mistakes, but they are making plays. They are playing to win this game, and Quincy Crew are going to have to shape up if they want a shot, because Fnatic are going for the throat here. Into the pit, no BKB doom.
At this point, Quincy Crew, they need a very successful smoke, otherwise they may have just bought back for absolutely nothing and may still give up the Roshan if they don't continue playing around this area. Sure, they do have the Rocket that's constantly scouting, but the Wraith King does it pretty fast. Leading things off, Raven breaking the smoke here. They're going to spot the Luna and try and poke at him, see if they can force out the BKB. Nothing just yet.
Yeah, Roche is very low.
Boom, there it goes.
Nice positioning from Fnatic, playing back to their vision. They have 2 wards in the area. That's where they want to take this fight. They're pinging out the one that they know that, yep, there it is. Beautiful from Japs. Control the vision in the pit.
Small hit onto Raven. If they could somehow take away that reincarnation for free, it'd be very nice, but the Cold Embrace is going to heal him up quite a lot. MSS sees that the mid lane has a double siege wagon pushing in, so while this stall is happening, he can just kind of pop the mid creep wave, and they can start getting some mid tier 2 damage for free.
Dire's middle tower is under
Fnatic are going to start jumping forward here. Clockwork does get popped. Ghost Scepter doesn't save him, only increases the magic damage. No buyback there. Quincy Crew now left in a 4 versus 5. Fnatic patiently holding. They also see there's a big push coming out in the bottom lane, so they too can just sit here. Raven's going to push out top. Leslau, okay, they do have X marks his spot, so he can deal with bottom lane and come back. Mid tier 2 does end up falling. Top tier 2, same deal. These teams seem to mirror each other very nicely in their ideas. Raven now inside of the pit, seeing if they can quickly get this Roshan. They know they have to jump here. Quinn, he's going to pop his BKB a little bit early here, as the Roshan is not ready to fall just yet. The kisses start coming in. The Ravage are going to go down. They're going to make sure the Doom dies, and he has no buyback. Age is picked up by Chuen. They are going to be able to get a nice double stun here, and you are all in committed. He's going to try and finish off some heroes here. Chuen, though, the cookie a little awkward, and the curse just in time. GJ waited it out pretty nicely. Honestly, Kyle, this feels like Quincy Crew has some major jitters. I don't know what these initiations are, but Fnatic, I mean, they're just taking what Quincy Crew's offering and being like, okay, we're responding standard team fight stuff.
They're playing Dota, and it feels like Quincy's just panic. Jav's even spamming the voice lines. Like, I feel the vibes from this squad. Just the execution, brutal by Chuen to start that fight. So it's 5-on-4, and then they kind of just giggle. I keep seeing Lincoln's popped, but I don't see Doom getting used.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
So
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
yeah, not much to say really. Just outclassed by Fnatic.
Certainly. Fnatic, easily 2 lanes of barracks. That's going to be Megas and possibly tier 4s. If they just want to keep it going, they probably can't just end the game. catching LOAs. He tries to sneak back to the fountain. No rest for you, sir. He does have a buyback. Quincy Crew may just be having a long talk at this point in time about what happened, what went wrong in this game, because it really was, a lot of it was just execution, Kyle. A lot, again, triple BKBs, you lose 2 team fights with them.
Yeah.
That's just not what happens, Storm.
It feels like, in a way, Quincy Crew are... It feels like they have the same problems as EG. They hit a timing, but they just don't do a goddamn thing with it, Cap. Like, you just go. You just hit stuff. You win, and DJ.
What happened?
Cursed
Oh.
the clockwork, then blinked away.
I didn't even realize he did it because he was so far away.
Like, you need to set up, you need to make the move. And it just didn't feel like that occurred in this game. Whereas Fnatic, you know, Raven doesn't have a death. Man has played near flawlessly.
Yeah.
And they are just brawling, taking it to him.
My path leads to riches.
Filipino carry seeking his own sort of redemption after an extended period with TNC and with Cuckoo specifically. Watching his former captain achieve a bit more success in the leading Southeast Asian squad in T1. Raven trying to prove that he is still the best carry in Southeast Asia, no matter what any of the naysayers may say.
We have an easy comparison. You just watched 23 Savage play. And I gotta say, Raven leading in terms of how they perform here on day 2. But of course, game not over. Only a 10k gold lead and they have megas. That just goes to show how farmed this Doom is and how relatively ineffective it feels.
You ever think these carry players, these star players of sorts, you ever feel like they feel like child actors or something? Oh, fast initiation, a quick kill. UR's dead 90 seconds. Fnatic taking 0 chances with this game. Even with Megas, they make a nice smoke execution, bringing down the enemy carry and ensuring that they can now end the game in peace. Catching Quinn as well. No BKB there, and they are going to take some damage here, but nobody's really going to die. Nice curse. Snapfire right in the middle between the two. And that'll set everything up from Fnatic. Get a kill or 2 before ending the game. 14-27, Fnatic crushed it the last 20 minutes. Quincy Crew, the exact opposite. I hesitate to say floundered, but it felt like they floundered a bit.
Indeed. Just frustrating. Didn't feel like they had a sense of like what did we have to do to win the game.
Yeah.
Credit to Fnatic for just an incredibly clean performance. Like, this squad definitely felt like in sync, especially as they closed it out.
Yep.
And now this next match is pretty much must win for Quincy. They dropped to 1-6. You know, huge win for Fnatic, feeling, you know, can breathe easier a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely even series. Like, I think that this was what we expected. Long games, very technical, but credit to Fnatic for just basically making the plays. Like, they did stuff. They used buttons, pressed spells.
Use spells, press buttons.
That's it, Cap.
They got it right. Quincy Crew, they definitely got it wrong in that game 1, but it's a 2-game series. Who knows? Maybe they can change things up and just honestly, I would just want to erase a bit of that game from my memory. But we're going to take a break. We'll have Fnatic versus Quincy Crew game 2 right after this. Final game of the 9, Quincy Crew versus Fnatic. Fnatic just kind of slaughtered and handled Quincy Crew, especially the last 20 minutes of that game.
Indeed.
And we'll see if it happens again going into Game 2. Anything you want to change draft-wise?
They already have. We'll hop into it in a moment. But they banned Weaver. Don't give away Weaver. That hero seems to win every game that we witness it in. It's played as 4. Jeb's definitely owned. And, yeah, other than that, I don't know. Play with more pizzazz, more, what's the word, gumption? No. Actually, yeah, if they were a little more like Forrest Gump, I think they could. They needed to be go-getters. They need to get stuff done, take chances.
I do think that coordination was something that was totally missing. How many times did Quinn jump in? The rest of the team was like, "You're going in?"
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I just felt like Quincy Crew. I felt like they weren't actually talking to each other.
Yeah, I did feel like that sometimes, and you know, credit to Fnatic though. Like we are putting a lot of emphasis on Quincy Crew's mistakes, but if you think about that fight middle where there was the missed comms and the 3 BKBs, but they still lose the fight, like that was well done by DJ and company, right? They had vision.
DJ really killed it.
Yeah, I didn't think we saw a bad curse. Like,
yeah.
He just kind of owned. The one fight where he got caught, he had a buyback immediately, and they got Aegis off it. So count that as a dub. And a credit to them. Just wanted to check in. We are one of the later streams. I believe one is already done. And that was because Beast Coast made short work of SG, which doesn't help Quincy Crew because they lost 2-0 to SG, and everybody else seems to be taking them down. Secret took the first off Elephant. Vici took a game off Spirit. So you're in a tough spot here as Quincy is. You're now in sole possession of last place.
They need this win. And then they can put themselves tied with SG and Team Spirit in the wins department. Then they would go up to 2. Fnatic already has 3, so they're feeling a little bit better. They're actually tied up with Elephant right now, who just lost a barn burner of a game against Team Secret, apparently.
Yeah. That's the series that I was looking forward to all day. I was hoping our line finished up early so we could check it out. Huh?
Why? Because like Elephant hasn't looked that hot. They looked okay, but like they're not one of the best teams, and neither is Secret.
I mean, they lost to Vici. I didn't see their matches against Team Spirit, but that is actually wild to me that Elephant got 2-0'd by Spirit. That's nuts.
Yep.
They were the dark horses of my TI bracket, though, so. We shall see.
10 seconds
remaining. A lot
remaining.
of really cool matches. I'm just, EGOG starts us off tomorrow.
5 seconds
I will 100%
remaining.
be watching that one. And I'm already, I would tune back into this draft, but there really isn't much to say. If you want to get my analysis on the opening from Fnatic, I believe it's post number 3 or 4 on Reddit, which is, hey, it's 25 minutes. It's time for my wolf bite. That's effectively the strategy, as Tiny with Shard and Lycan with Aghanims is just bonkers. Sumail literally drank tea and laughed about how stupid it was last night over tea. And then we spilled some more tea. Poured more tea? I don't know. It's a euphemism for gossip.
Yeah, spill the tea is gossip.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, maybe Quincy Crew feels like they have a good answer to it, but I certainly look at that combination and say, okay, that looks mega broken. I think we had this conversation when it showed up first yesterday, and it was like, I thought that Lycan Ursa was like the strongest combination of that.
5 seconds remaining.
And now I've seen Carry Tiny with it in action, and it's no, that hero's way stronger with it. It's absolutely bonkers. Quincy Crew do have this really nice lane combination. I'm presuming it's Earthshaker 4, Veno 3, but they can mix it up.
But there are a couple issues. One, Death's Lycan, I think, is his best hero.
Yeah.
2, it's bugged. So I think that's what Sumail said. He's like, can somebody call the janitor, patch this real quick, because Tiny went in wolf form, grabs a tree, he gets the bonus range while in wolf form. And he doesn't think that is intended or balanced.
Why wouldn't that? Because it's an ability that's giving you additional range. Why would that not work like that?
True.
Metamorphosis works the same way. You can attack in range form as a wolf.
Sure. He just thinks, okay, maybe he just thinks it's OP.
Yeah, it should like they need to nerf it in some way, and sure, that would be a nice nerf directly to the tiny Lycan combination, but
and it removes the ability of Veno to kind of counter the tiny, right? Where you pick this specifically for him, but now it's like, oh well, wait, there's going to be 2 Lycans, and slows don't affect them anymore.
Yep.
10 seconds.
So you
remaining.
better win the hell out of your lane with this Venomancer, otherwise,
5 seconds
what was
remaining.
the point?
And I really hope it's not poor LOA who ends up playing it.
Yeah, just
Clockwork.
shuffle it off. I don't want to play Venomancer anymore, guys. Have the 5 do it. Take the leftover bad hero of our draft.
And I wanted to check. I meant to bring this up, but I believe in that previous game, the hero damage winner from the Radiant side. No, it was a little close. I thought it might have been
10
MSS, but it was
remaining.
Yawar, but very limited amounts, whereas Chuan
5
he
seconds
popped
remaining.
off. It's kind of wild when you have like a hero damage score of 28,000 being top for a game, but it's just because there wasn't really too much battling going on in that previous series.
Yeah. It's very specific clashes that happened. All right, Storm Spirit, Abaddon, Snapfire, Insania. He showed us how.
Fanatics.
3 bans means they want something specific. How do those 3 heroes show that they wanted Winter Wyvern?
Oh, Storm is just very difficult to deal with when you have 3 heroes that have really, incredible control of heroes in front of them and absolutely nothing doing if somebody happens to pop on top of them. Shaker Wyvern specifically hate playing against Storm.
Remaining.
They also hate playing against Spectre, but you already see Lycan Tiny, so I don't think you need to ban that out, but do expect Fnatic to double down on some high reach. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Disruptor either. You're going to have a lot of tools of acquiring vision, and I really like Disruptor in this game already. Cleanses could be quite nice. If there were a game for a support Legion Commander, perhaps this is it.
Yeah. Legion Commander Tiny. We saw that before with OG. Looked pretty good. Make it a Lycan Wolf as well. Even scarier. Snapfire, same deal, right? Good ban against Winter Wyvern because you want to be able to cold embrace people, and that just leaves free Mortimer's Kisses. Hey, look at that. Good call, Kyle. What's the other one? You're a genius if you call it. Certified genius for today. All day I'll call you a genius.
Oh, no. Maybe they just go for something like a
10
Rubik
seconds
here.
remaining.
I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's possible.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe they just go for the Ogre and double down on the buffs.
No.
Oh, it's a really nice Phoenix game.
Okay.
Quincy.
Yeah, I could dig that. Rubik.
Wow.
You should have stuck with Rubik. You should have stuck with Rubik.
Why don't I have confidence in myself?
You dumbass.
You literally debated me, my partner.
Could have been called a genius. Instead,
10
you're a dumbass.
seconds
Oh,
remaining.
I mean, it was really good. You said 3 heroes.
Fanatics.
One of them got
turn
picked.
to
Well
ban.
played. Medusa is going to
Yeah.
be their attempt to respond.
It's similar in the game that OG played it, where you just have so much in front of you. You're always going to get nice spells. If you grab Curse, that's game breaking.
Yep.
Fisher, that's awesome.
Uh-huh.
And Venomancer, I remember talking to
10
Misery about this. I
seconds
always saw
remaining.
Rubik as a great counter to the Veno
Quincy
because
Cruz,
Gale's
turn
great,
to
as is
ban.
the Veno wards, but you don't get Poison Sting when you
Yes.
steal the wards. So it's not quite as powerful, but
Fanatics
It's a good
turn
vision
to
tool
ban.
nonetheless. It's
Yeah.
always useful in that regard, right?
yeah, it's just a nice pick, right? It's a good game for it. You want to have that quick little lift stun, and I think supports, especially when it comes to TI time, they just like playing Rubik. And it's the same as in the game against Jakiro. If you see Earthshaker,
10
it's a good
seconds
Rubik game
remaining.
because stealing a Fisher is pretty nice.
Yep.
5 seconds
yep.
remaining.
especially with the increased cast range. All right, so Invoker going to be banned by Quincy Crew. Don't want to deal with a Quaswex Invoker.
Quincy
You gotta ban
turn
Sniper
to ban.
if you're Quincy
Oh
Crew.
yeah.
You have to ban
Fanatics
Sniper.
turn
They
to
didn't
pick.
ban Sniper.
Well, they tiny liken Sniper as cores. That feels like too much to me. Surely you want something aggressive right now on the
Sure.
side of Fnatic, right?
Yeah, Void Spirit's still in the pool. Ember Spirit's still in the pool.
Bat
I think either
Rider?
one is okay. That was the good ban from Quincy because I think that draft
Oh,
becomes
they
10
did ban it.
seconds
Yeah.
impossible
remaining.
to play against if there's a bat. Like drag him back to your support Legion
5
commander.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Chuen, his most played heroes this season. Ember Spirit, Lesh, Puck, TA.
Not
None
a
of
bad
those-
Lesh game.
Yeah. Lesh was banned by Fnatic themselves, so. Void Spirit.
Could Death Prophet, but it's a bit rough. You don't really need tower damage. You kind of just need something comfortable. And looking at the lane, you know that Quinn is going to get that final pick on you. So you don't want to have something that can get abused in lane. I just love Fnatic's lineup right now, though, man. This just feels like they took everything that's working right now.
Yeah, like
and
in this group stage, they're just like, all right, these are the things that worked and crafted
Yeah.
a lineup out of it.
These are just great heroes.
Yeah. Very good. We've seen Mars against Medusa.
Quincy
Doom mid.
turn to pick.
Puck. Puck it is. I'm never so certain about those heroes that we were suggesting, the Quap, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Puck. Like, I'm never super certain about them against Earthshaker and Wyvern, just because, like, point and click stun is nice against
10
mobile heroes.
seconds
Earthshaker
remaining.
has
Yeah.
these kind of stuns too.
I will say Veno, I think
5
Veno Core
seconds
is actually
remaining.
nice here because you will, if you're a support, you're just going to feed. As a core, you can buy, Solar Crest and Veil and Halberd and all these durable items that allow you to also threaten Tiny. But if you're a Puck, you hate
Select
playing
your heroes.
against Core Veno because if you get attacked once and ulted, like you just have no game anymore. And yeah. Okay, offlane, I like that because it was not a game for a support Veno and a core Earthshaker. That's just rough.
No, certainly not. And Quincy Crew, meanwhile, they get the Void Spirit matchup against the Puck, so Yules into the Aether Remnant.
Yep.
They just focused on lanes, it looks like. I mean, it seems like a strong focus on lanes from them here with the Earthshaker Venomancer opening that they started with.
Yeah, the only concern I have is that they just have no steroid for their Dusa. It feels like Quincy Crew, they're drafting, for lack of a better way to put it, like just any Dota style. Like, we'll pick good heroes, draft for the lanes, and have balance. Whereas Fnatic, like, they have power spikes.
We go and pick what's
20-minute
broken.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this all is stuff that we've seen. You're going to buff up the Tiny with the Triceratops, of Vlad's, of Press the Attack, a Solar Crest, and he's going to smack people in the mouth. And the issue I see with Quincy Crew's lineup is that they don't have those easy tools outside of Venoward spam, like acquiring vision and map control. So you're going to have some issues with Puck off map, Tiny Shadow Bladed. Things can get a little dicey. I'm watching my man Mojo. He popped off in the last game. I think he's been performing the best from this squad. And also zooming in a little bit on Quinn. Doom was not his hero, and he's got to perform here on one of his staples.
Yes, he does. They gave him a good matchup, so he should be feeling comfortable about this. Quincy Crew is going to go for a smoke right away. And see if they can get that vision advantage down for Quinn as well. If he lays it down now, he might be able to spot Chuen place his, but no. Actually, to put theirs up here on the high ground, perhaps? Never certain why you smoke, but don't actually place your mid ward. You know? Am I crazy about that?
Oh,
Like, what was the point then? If he raced out here, placed down his ward, he would have said, oh, okay, Chuen placed his ward here. And they could have gotten an instant D ward. I don't understand it.
We're not made to understand. Oh, they get the D ward though, so the smoke pays off for itself after all. Look at that.
Very good. Otherwise, he's going to start denying the ward. We'll see if he actually finishes it off. I feel like it's been a bit of a mind game. Sometimes they kill it, sometimes they just leave it at half. Because you can see the enemy attacking their ward. You can see them doing the attack animation. So sometimes you just assume like, oh, he's just gonna kill it, and then he just leaves.
Slay together, slay together, slay together.
Yeah, I like that. I see some Venom skilling Gale level 1, but Leslau, he just gets the W right off the bat. Skilling Gale is like a recipe for disaster. You just lose the lane.
Even Legion Commander, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
even worse. Does he even go it? Does he go 0-2-3, 0-2-4?
I don't know. I've seen people always going for 2 points in Gale just because you get so much bonus damage on the damage per tick.
Yep.
But yeah, you make a great point that there's a Legion Commander, and that just makes it so much simpler for this Tiny. You know, he's got 2 mangoes, 6 tangos already, so you're just going to heal your Tiny, cleanse your Tiny, protect your Tiny. That's the name of the game.
Anything for the boy. Nice deny already for Raven. Do you know Raven he links basketball quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah. He was apparently the best player on TNC. And if you've seen Raven, like, he's a bit of a shorter guy. And so the fact that he was better than, like, Cuckoo, for example, who's much taller than him.
Oh, nice. Then I'm going to bust out the analogies in the hopes that...
Oh, no.
You know, he watches the VOD later.
He won't. Don't worry about it. And you see the Remnant catch. Juen takes a bit of damage. Nothing major, but these sort of things do build up.
Yes. This should be a funner one. I think that previous... Oh, how? Quinn? That was a little spooky. I expect more from Quincy this game, but they're playing against some of the most broken heroes in Dota right now. And
they got it. They got the Gale, and they don't get the first blood. In fact, they get denied. Oh, boy. First blood for Raven, and he claims the last hit onto DJ as well. Double disaster for Quincy Crew.
Yeah, because now he just brings back more regen and some items for Tiny. That is...
And you also leveled up Venomous Gale in part because they got level 2 first.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, this Legion Commander who's been spamming overwhelming odds, he doesn't have the counter to it yet.
Oh, that hurts. That's so well played by Raven, though. I'll be very happy. Mid lane, slightly in favor of Quinn to be expected in this Void Spade versus Puck matchup.
Together,
Bottom lane, a little scary because you know the
together.
difficulty with Deuce Wyvern is that while you're going to be ahead in the lane, like you're not pressuring the Lycan, which means jabs. Oh.
I think he did correctly read. He was like, oh, I'm so slow that I might just die, but I don't think his TP would have gotten him out in time anyway.
Yeah. Probably just dead, but he has boots, so we'll just do the quick walk back to lane. And end of the day, he tanks a lot of the damage, and that's what I'm talking about, where Death, you know, he starts with the Quelling Blade, no items, and now all of a sudden he has Helm of Iron Will in just 3 minutes. But 10 and 6, you're very happy with this, considering the status of this lane, the way Lycan is played.